Xiu had already contacted the Longwa base. They agreed to cooperate, but the condition is that you need to go there in person, Yang Shua said. Xiu had already planned to go himself. Xiaqing came to gather some stock from the clothing factory, ceramic factory, and beauty product factory. I found the old herbal face masks. These are finished products you can try, Su Dan said. This mask is mainly for skin rejuvenation.
Great.
If you need any materials in the future, just let me know, Xiaqing said generously. I also want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Why are we still being polite? Xiaqing smiled. After working together for so long, Sudan is a knowledgeable and reliable person. It's about the sanitary pads. Actually, what you sent us was good, but I noticed several brands that are not up to standard. Not up to standard? In our country, quality requirements are very strict. Xiaqing frowned. She had bought well-known brand sanitary pads that have always sold well in Huagua. Yes, long-term use can disrupt women's hormonal balance, like causing acne on the chin. The women at their base have been exposed to bacterial contamination for a long time, but their immune systems are stronger, so using these sanitary pads isn't a big issue for them. It's better than having none, but the women from Xiaqing's time might not be so lucky. Long-term use can also lower women's fertility rates. If you want to create a brand of herbal sanitary pads, I can help you, but we need cotton. No problem, I will buy some cotton soon, and we can start with a small batch. As a woman, she felt a bit uncomfortable thinking that such products could be fake, even from big brands. We have quite a few pregnancies in our base lately. The chances of getting pregnant have greatly increased, especially for the evolved ones, Sudan said. Recently, there have been about 100 pregnancies in the base. With so many fewer humans, we are still evolving. Humans are the most adaptable, eliminating the weak. Don't worry, I will purchase a batch of baby supplies, Xiaqing said. They can search for other supplies in the city, like clothing and shoes, but baby formula is harder to find. Soon, Professor Zhang Yan came to see Xiaqing. Base leader, the artificial bones have been completed and are ready for implantation. That's great. Xiaqing was very excited. This means her mother can stand up again. These artificial bones are made to match the genes perfectly, so others cannot use them. Otherwise, there will be side effects. If it's a direct relative, it will have half the effectiveness. Even half the effectiveness is much better than metal joints. These artificial bones perfectly match the density of human bones and can function well. In their country, people who have lost limbs can have artificial bones perfectly integrated into their bodies. For example, a lost hand would be just a decoration with ordinary metal, but artificial bone technology can restore finger movement, although it requires regular maintenance and should avoid risky actions. But basic daily life support is definitely not a problem. It is almost the same as human fingers. Okay, I'll go back and arrange the surgery for my mom. These are traditional Chinese medicine patches that help with bone recovery. Apply one every 3 days after the surgery. Thank you, Professor Zhang, for your hard work. Not at all, not at all, Zhang Yan said sincerely. He feels fulfilled at the base every day, with food guaranteed and life safe. At his age, living without hardship is the happiest thing. Xiaqing put away the items into her space. Suyu also came over and told Xiaqing about going to the Kyoto Longwa base. Sure, I support whatever you want to do. She trusts that Suyu's actions are for the good of the base. Building the base step by step has not been easy, but without high-end technical talent, it would take too long to progress. Time is precious now. They must quickly build the base to face various dangers. The recent incident of the base being attacked made them realize that the base is still too weak and lacks the ability to handle various threats. They have food, but they lack the strength to protect it. They need to build a fortress, have strong experts, and possess advanced technology. However, this time they don't need to prepare so much. Suyu has already established coordinate points at the base, allowing Xiaqing to easily navigate between them. The space has been upgraded once, becoming more stable, and the capacity for storage has greatly increased. Moreover, she has noticed a small section of space has been separated off recently, like a squeezed-out square area. She doesn't know its purpose yet, but Xiaqing can sense that this small space also requires energy. Before we go to the Longwa base, let's take a few people to Shenhua City, Sia said. Xiaqing understood. He meant to hunt big bugs to obtain ability crystals. Okay, the displacement vortex I can control can take up to 2 people at a time. That's fine, Sia replied. Li Yao and Wang Chong are both injured, so he plans to take Wang Han with him. Let me know when you want to go, and I'll help you teleport there. Perhaps because her space is bound to Chu Xiu and has absorbed the twin ability crystals to awaken, their abilities work best when combined. Xiaqing returned to the modern time and placed all the collected goods in the warehouse. She then informed the heads of various shops to pick up their items. In the afternoon, she bought a plane ticket and hurried to the Port City Hospital. Doctor, this is my mother's artificial bone, and here is the test report. I hope you can perform the implantation surgery for her. What can I say? I only use medical joints. Using other medical devices is against the rules. The doctor firmly refused. Doctor, I think you should take a look at this before making a decision. Xiaqing opened the box, revealing a custom-made artificial bone for Yang Xia, along with some surgical suggestions and details. How is this possible? The material looks so realistic, the doctor said, putting on medical gloves to examine it. This is indeed more flexible and convenient than metal joints, and the weight is more suitable for the human body, the doctor remarked in surprise. This bone was made based on my mother's genes. I hope you can help her with the surgery, Xiaqing continued. The doctor was well aware of Xiaqing's background and was one of the top doctors in the port city, as well as her mother's attending physician. I need to run some machine tests before I can consider this, the doctor replied, not outright refusing. Xiaqing saw shock and excitement in his eyes. If the tests go well, I can perform the surgery on your mother. This material and the way it's made for artificial bones is groundbreaking. If there are no infections or allergies, this could be a significant achievement in the academic field. The doctor was curious about what this material was made from, as even the best metal bones have their issues with the human body. With that, the doctor was eager to perform this first surgery. After all, it could lead to a rare publication, which would greatly benefit him. The doctor expedited the tests, and the results came out 2 hours later. He excitedly came to find Xiaqing. Ms. Xia, the test results are out. This material is completely fine, but to know its true effectiveness, we need to implant it first. Everything carries risks. Although the test results are good, the report indicates that this material is over 90% similar to human bone. May I ask which company produced this? If this were to be published, it would surely cause a stir in the medical community. This is a product developed by a professor friend of mine, and it hasn't officially launched yet. I see. If it can be officially used, it will definitely benefit more people with disabilities, the doctor said excitedly. It seems that this new material, which is not yet on the market, is similar to the latest medications that are first tested on volunteers before being mass-produced. This is made according to each person's genes, so it might not be possible to mass-produce it. It can only achieve such a perfect fit through customization, the doctor nodded, noting that it's similar to gene-targeted drugs. Doctor, can you perform this surgery for my mom? Xiaqing asked, as this was her main concern. Yes, of course. However, since this is a new material, we need to sign an agreement stating that we won't be responsible for any issues that arise from the material later. Okay. It seems you have a lot of trust in this material. I also have high hopes for it. It has a great compatibility with the human body, the doctor said, having practiced medicine for decades and able to see its potential. However, since it has never been used before, we still need to sign that agreement. Even common medications can sometimes cause problems. No problem. This material is definitely safe, Xiaqing said seriously. All right, then I'll prepare for the surgery, which will likely be scheduled for tomorrow morning. Please inform the patient to refrain from eating or drinking. Okay. Xiaqing felt a bit anxious, but she trusted the standards of the facility and had checked information about artificial bones on her phone, finding it to be a very advanced material. The artificial bone also requires thorough sterilization during the implantation process. In a small conference room, Dr. Zhao Weigua, the attending physician, and a few young staff members were present. Feng Zhou, you will be the assistant for this surgery. Go prepare. A young man wearing glasses, only 28 years old but already an attending physician, adjusted his glasses and said, "Okay. You've seen that this time we are implanting an artificial bone, which is different from previous procedures. If this surgery is successful, it will be a historic achievement. Of course, there are risks involved since this synthetic material is being used for the first time." Gu Fangzhou looked at the test report in his hands and said, "I've seen it too. It is indeed very flexible. If it can be implanted in the body without infection, the patient's recovery quality will greatly improve. She is just like an ordinary person. We just don't know if it will really help with allergies, as the report says. Now we need to give it our all." Understood. The surgery the next day was very important and was recorded throughout, with the hospital director watching in real time from outside. Normally, unapproved artificial bones cannot be used in surgery. In the mainland, it would take over half a month for review and approval. However, this top private hospital in the port city caters to wealthy clients. Xiaqing could afford the surgery costs, which would be around 120,000 to 200,000 yuan in the mainland. But here, it was nearly over $1 million. "Mom, don't be nervous. It will definitely go smoothly." "I'm not nervous. This hospital looks very impressive," Yang Xia said. Her recovery over the past few days had been quick. "You can go in now. We will wait for you outside." After comforting Yang Xia, she was given anesthesia and taken into the operating room. Xiaqing and Xia Jixiang waited outside.
"Dad, don't worry.
Mom is just having a leg surgery. It will be fine. Once she recovers, I will give you both a surprise," Xiaqing said firmly. By the time they returned to the villa, it should be almost renovated. "Your mom really suffered in this accident," Xia Jixiang sighed. At least Xia Lei was in detention, which served as a lesson for him. An hour later, the surgery was completed. This surgery was much simpler than we expected, perfectly aligned. Zhao Weiguo said excitedly, "This will be a historic victory." The artificial bone perfectly matched Yang Xia's leg, and as long as the recovery goes well, it should fully replace it, allowing her to walk without any issues. "Glad the surgery went well." "Thank you, doctor." "All right, my disciple Gu Yuanzhou will take over from here and closely monitor the patient's recovery." "Okay." Zhao Weiguo hurriedly left after completing the major surgery, as everyone in the hospital was checking on him, and he took it very seriously. Bone replacement surgery is also quite physically demanding. "It's you." Xiaqing was surprised to see a young man in glasses, a very polite-looking doctor. Gu Yuanzhou frowned slightly, seeming not to recognize Xiaqing. Xiaqing decided not to say more. Gu Yuanzhou was her senior's boyfriend, and they had only met once for a meal.
"How's my mom doing now?"
"The patient needs to be observed for a day or two. Once stable, she can return to her room." "Okay." Xiaqing nodded. During the observation, family members are not allowed to enter, so they can only wait in the hospital room.
"Dad, don't worry.
Everything went smoothly. We just need to wait." In the afternoon, Xiaqing went to the baby store and bought 20 boxes of formula. Recently, many babies were born at the base, and due to the mother's evolution, they could only breastfeed for a month before needing formula. Back in the post-apocalyptic time, "Xiaqing, we are ready to go to Sichuan City," Sia said. Wang Han felt nervous and asked, "Can we really get to Sichuan in the blink of an eye?" "Yes. I think." Xiaqing could only try it herself. "All right, you just need to walk in." A silver, dark vortex formed in front of Xiaqing. "I feel a bit dizzy," Wang Han said, unable to hold back. "Let's go." Suyu was the first to step inside, and Wang Han felt he couldn't hesitate. He steeled himself and walked in. Once the two entered, the silver vortex immediately disappeared. "Will my brother be okay?" Wang Mi asked anxiously. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." "Zhang Liang, are you going?" Xiaqing asked. She could teleport two people at once but could do it many times. It just used a lot of energy, so she could only open it once or twice for a short time. People are always afraid of the unknown, and Zhang Liang was no exception. "I think I'll wait a bit." Xiaqing didn't push him and disappeared on the spot. For her, Suyu was her moving coordinate. No matter where he was, she could move to his side. This was Wang Han and Suyu's first time traveling through space, and Suyu felt nothing. He adapted quickly. I feel a bit dizzy and nauseous, Wang Han said, his face pale. While others get motion sickness, Wang Han experienced space sickness. The next second, Xia Qing appeared next to Suyu, taking out a sour plum drink from the space. Drink this, it will help. Thank you. Wang Han cheered up. The drink tasted much better than water. After feeling better, he looked around and was shocked to see their location. I can't believe it's here,
Wang Han exclaimed.
There were still the remains of the bugs they had hunted not long ago. Now just bones and scraps. Let's go. Let's hunt the bug beasts. During the day, bug beasts stay underground, but some wander alone. Suyu held a Swiss Army knife, and Wang Han also carried a weapon. Xia Qing gripped a military dagger, feeling eager to join in. The road was littered with broken stones and cracks. Be careful not to fall. Put on the flying backpacks, Suyu said.
Okay.
Wang Han and Siu both put on their flying backpacks. Xia Qing didn't need one. If she fell, she could just enter her space and teleport to Suyu or to a location he had marked. The sun was shining brightly here, and there was something sparkling on the ground, a diamond ring. Xia Qing casually picked it up and stored it in her space. She felt like she was here to shop. Suyu and Wang Han were hunting insect beasts. They had killed 5, but none had any special crystals inside. Do you know how lucky you were last time? Just going out to hunt an insect beast got you twin special crystals. I've been here for half a year and haven't seen a single insect with 2 special crystals, Wang Han said. Keep looking. In the next moment, Xia Qing disappeared again. This time, she announced a meeting from the base. All the evolved beings attended the meeting, and everyone arrived within 10 minutes. The task of hunting insect beasts can earn you special crystals. If anyone wants to go, please sign up. Only 2 people can go at a time once a day. What are special crystals? Are they like crystal beads? An evolved being asked. Special crystals can give evolved beings a chance to mutate into special powers. You can control fire, water, and more. A few people perked up at this. Of course, some ordinary people wanted to go too, but their chances of absorbing special crystals were much lower. Evolved beings had a 50% chance, while ordinary people probably only had a 5 to 10% chance. Several evolved beings were excited and eager to go. They knew that only the strong could protect themselves after the base was robbed by special powers. You can go, but there are mutated insects over there, and it's dangerous. Not every insect has special crystals, Xia Qing clarified. The base leader is there, but you can wait for us to hunt special crystals. However, you need 1,000 points to exchange for them. If I teleport you, you must return 1 special crystal to me. The meat of the mutated insects is also edible. How you choose is up to you, Xia Qing said firmly. The base had already provided a great platform. I'll go, Xian said. I'll go too, Zhou Chen added. The rest can sign up with Zhang Liang. Only 2 can go each day. Others thought for a moment and also wanted to go. Special crystals could awaken powers, even if the chances were slim. Everyone hoped to win the lottery, and they were no exception. I think we can go. Not only can we find energy crystals, but bug meat is also edible. The deputy base leader said there would be no problem. Yeah, bug meat is still meat. At the base, vegetables are cheap to exchange, but meat is very expensive, so they usually don't spend their points on it. With so many trips, Xia Qing doesn't need to do anything else. Just transporting these people is enough trouble, so she schedules it once a day. As she absorbs more energy, she will be able to transport more people. Xia En and Zhou Chen are also ready. It might be a little dizzying. Xia Qing created a vortex and Xia En and Zhou Chen exchanged glances before stepping into it together. Everything went dark, and they felt a bit dizzy. If an ordinary person traveled like this, they would probably feel sick, and those with weaker constitutions might faint. Be careful of the bug beasts here. You must return by 4 o'clock. If you can't make it back, find a place to hide. I will only transport you back at 4 o'clock, Xia Qing said. Understood, Deputy Base Leader. If we don't find any energy crystals, can we still go back? Sia and asked shyly, scratching his head. Because she had mentioned that transportation requires an energy crystal. You can pay off the debt with points, Sia replied with a smile. She is quite understanding. I'll stay here until I find an energy crystal, Zhou said. He couldn't waste the opportunity now that he was here. Waiting to go back in line might take a long time. Since we're familiar with each other, I'll give you this food. You can share it among yourselves. This mutated bug meat can be grilled and eaten too, Sia reminded them again. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Base Leader. Sia and said gratefully. Zhou was also very thankful. In the next moment, Sia vanished from the spot and went to Xiu to inform him of the situation. Let's cooperate for now, Zhou suggested. Sure. Sia agreed. After all, they were in a new environment, and it was good for them to work together, since they both came from the base. As for the energy crystals they obtained, whoever kills gets to keep them. Yu and Wang Han moved to another street. With a swift strike, Yu quickly defeated a bug, hitting its weak spot at the back of its neck. Let me try to get it out, Xia said eagerly.
Sure.
Xia put on gloves and extracted a round bead. I got it, Xia exclaimed happily. There really is one, Wang Han said in surprise. It seems Xia has some luck. Next, they continued to defeat several isolated bug beasts. This insect beast is usually alone during the day, but at night they surge out from underground, and it's quite shocking. They lay hundreds of eggs at once. For those with a fear of crowds, it's really hard to watch even a little. There must be a queen insect underground, Wang Han said. Just like an ant queen, it keeps laying eggs. Their body structure consumes zombies, which carry crystal beads and then transform inside. Some insect beasts condense into special ability crystals. Even if you get a special ability crystal, it doesn't always activate the ability, but it can restore energy. They absorbed dozens of them before they were activated, and of course, some have different physiques. I killed more than 10 big insects today and got 3 special ability crystals, Xia said with a frown. Wang Han's expression changed as he looked at Xia with envy. They used to kill for a whole day without seeing even one special ability crystal. Today, Xia got 3 and was acting all proud about it. By 4 in the afternoon, she waited at the mark spot for Sia and Zhou. So, are you guys going back today? We decided to stay for 2 more days. The food you gave us is enough for that, Sia said, suggesting they could save a bit and stretch it out. Okay, just be careful. Don't go out at night. The insects come out in large numbers then, Xia warned.
Got it.
Xia returned with Yu and Wang Han. Jia, over 30 evolved ones have signed up, Zhang Liang said. Understood. With over 30 people, it would take time to get through the line with 2 people each day. The people behind were just watching. Xia was very happy with her 3 special ability crystals and quickly absorbed them. She noticed a change in the extra space, which now had a time acceleration effect. Xia took an apple from the space and put it into the small area. Within minutes, the apple began to rot. Is this an acceleration space? It's only about 5 or 6 square meters, and Xia didn't dare to enter. Wouldn't her age increase if she did? She tried putting other things inside, and found they all accelerated. If she put in a few fruit trees, wouldn't they grow quickly in the accelerated condition?
That could be worth trying.
These special ability crystals are really useful. Xiu planned to go to the Kyoto Dragon Kingdom base. He could have someone come from the base, but he also wanted to mark the area himself. Xiu marked the location, and he had to go there himself. In the meeting room, Xiu assigned tasks related to the base. He was about to drive to Kyoto, accompanied by Wang Han, Zhang Liang, Jun, and Wang Han was worried about leaving his sister alone at the base, so he brought her along. Plus, since his sister was a water ability user, it would be convenient on the way. Xia could teleport to Xiu or to the marked locations, which would help supply food to the base. While I'm away, Xia will be in charge of everything at the base, Xiu said. Understood. Xia collected many crystal beads through points, while others exchanged crystal beads for points to buy food. The crystal beads were all hers, and she continued to absorb them daily to expand her space, except for a small special area that wouldn't grow. 3 days later, Yang Xia's bones had healed well, and after 3 days of observation with no allergic reactions, she was moved to a regular ward. Doctors came to check on her every 3 hours. "Miss Xia, can we talk privately?" Gu Fangzhou adjusted his glasses, looking a bit shy.
Sure.
The two stood on the hospital rooftop, where they could see the garden below. Gu Fangzhou handed Xia Qing a cup of coffee.
Thank you.
"Is there something on your mind?" "From the observations these past few days, your mother's artificial bones are perfect, and she has passed the high-risk infection period." Xia Qing nodded, feeling much better. The artificial bone technology in this world was quite advanced, allowing Yang Xia to live normally. Otherwise, even with artificial joints, she might have needed amputations and become disabled. "Yes, thank you, doctor." Xia Qing thought about why Gu Fangzhou wanted to speak with her alone, and recalled the unspoken rules among doctors. "Dr. Gu, let's add each other on WeChat." Okay. After they connected on WeChat, Xia Qing wondered how much money she should transfer to him. Gu Fangzhou adjusted his glasses, swallowed hard, and seemed to make a decision. "Miss Xia, I need your help with something." "What do you need?" "My sister had a car accident when she was young, and she is severely allergic to prosthetics, which prevents her from walking normally." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qing understood what he meant. "You want this artificial bone for her?" "Yes, I can pay for it," Gu Fangzhou said quickly. "It's not just about the money. My mom hasn't fully recovered yet, and you're ordering this so soon. You really trust me. I am a doctor, and I can tell whether medical equipment is good or not. For example, ordinary metal joints need at least a week of observation. Your mother shows no signs of infection, and the compatibility with her body is over 90%. I believe that once Dr. Zhao's paper is published, many people will come to buy artificial bones from you," Gu Fangzhou said. So, he just wanted to order in advance from Xia Qing, as custom orders take a long time. "Okay, but I can't guarantee anything because my friend has a very unusual way of thinking," Xia Qing replied. "That's great." Gu Fangzhou was excited. This meant his sister might have a chance to stand up. "For this, we will need a vial of your sister's blood and a full-body MRI report. Artificial bones are customized based on each person's genes." "I see. No wonder the fusion is so perfect," Gu Fangzhou nodded. "You can discuss the price," she said. "The best metal joints on the market range from 300,000 to 500,000. Each joint position has a different area." "Okay, I'll ask about the price later." Actually, the main reason was that Xia Qing didn't know how to price it, so she hadn't mentioned it yet. "This needs to be customized, so it will take some time." "I understand. If there's a chance, I can treat you to a meal," Gu Fangzhou said happily. "How are things with Wu Shui?" Xia Qing casually asked. She had a decent relationship with Wu Shui. "She should be in Shanghai," Gu Fangzhou said, noticing Xia Qing's curious expression. "We're not in a romantic relationship. She's my cousin." "I thought you had forgotten about me," Gu Fangzhou said, his expression slightly unusual after saying that. At that dinner, Gu Fangzhou was there, along with Wu Shui and Xia Qing's roommate. Xia Qing thought for a moment. Gu Fangzhou hadn't mentioned being her boyfriend when he arrived. "Please take your sister's blood and store it. If we can customize it, I will let you know." She needed to ask Professor Zhang how much material for the artificial bones was left. In the afternoon, Dr. Zhao Weigua specifically came to find Xia Qing. "Miss Xia, the materials for these artificial bones represent a major advancement in bone medicine. They can give many disabled people a chance to stand up again. I understand what you mean, and I won't hold back. We should at least wait until my mother fully recovers, right?" Xia Qing said. "After all, this is just the first case." Zhao Weigua expressed his understanding, saying he was too excited. He had planned to wait until Yang Xia fully recovered, but he ran out of time. Xia Qing thought to herself that it seemed she was going to acquire a biotech company. However, even if she did acquire a biotech company, they didn't have the advanced equipment like in the past. Still, having a biotech company would make things much easier. It looked like she needed to find a way to set up a proper system, and she also needed to identify the materials used for making artificial bones. With that in mind, she called Moon. "Which company do you want to acquire this time?" Moon asked. Do you think I only call you for business?" Moon thought to herself that most of the time, Xia Qing just sent her messages, but for big matters like company acquisitions, she called. "But seriously, I need you to help me acquire a biotech company, preferably one that specializes in medical devices." Moon paused for a moment and replied, "Okay. But even a small biotech company won't be cheap. Then let's look for a small company under 300 million. She didn't have much money left. Acquiring a large biotech company would cost hundreds of billions, which she couldn't afford. The small companies only produce reagent kits. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, "No problem, but I need some skilled technicians and a manager. They should be well paid."
Got it.
Qing Tian Technology Company has been established, but they haven't developed any new products recently. Understood. I'll contact the head of Qing Tian Technology. Technology companies rely on expertise, and it's normal for such investments to take years without results.
I know.
Please hurry with the biotech company search and let me know when you have news. I need to visit in person. Okay. Moon hung up, knowing she would be busy again soon. Her work was becoming increasingly demanding. Xia Qing reached out to the head of Qing Tian Technology, Lu Zhanqing, a talented graduate from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, who had won provincial-level ACM awards during his studies. The tech company was made up of the latest generation of young people, the oldest being only 28. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Lu Zhanqing asked politely, as she was their major investor. They had met and exchanged contact information when the tech company was first established. "Do you have any updates on your aircraft?"
Xia Qing inquired.
As soon as Lu Zhanqing heard it was a work report, he became serious. "We are already working on the programming, but our research on the jetpack is stuck on the energy issue. The main concern is energy consumption, as the human body weighs at least 100 pounds. I'll give you a design blueprint. See if it sparks any ideas."
Okay.
Lu Zhanqing was a bit surprised. To him, Xia Qing was a novice. He was taken aback that she wanted to give him a blueprint, but since it was from his boss, he felt he should acknowledge it. After all, the tech company was still in a phase of spending without any profits, and they were receiving high salaries. Xia Qing wasn't worried about Lu Zhanqing betraying her, since they had signed a labor contract. Even if someone tried to poach him, the things he worked on couldn't be taken away. Moreover, if he were poached in the same field, he couldn't work in that area for 5 years, which is a common non-compete clause in tech companies, along with confidentiality agreements. There's a law that states that violating trade secrets can lead to hefty fines and even imprisonment. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing took the flying backpack she obtained from the post-apocalyptic world. According to Chu Xiu, this was just a civilian flying backpack with manual controls. If it were military grade, it would have an adaptive flight control system, biosensors, environmental awareness, energy efficiency, and more. Even so, the civilian version was still advanced technology that their world had yet to achieve. Xia Qing drew the design of the backpack and wrote the manual. Since she was an art major, her details were very precise. After finishing everything based on the manual, she sent it to Lu Zhanqing via WeChat. Lu Zhanqing glanced at the photos Xia Qing sent. To his surprise, the more he looked, the more excited he became, and he immediately printed the image. They were still considering what energy source to use and how to manufacture such batteries. Lu Zhanqing sent Xia Qing a bunch of questions. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Xia Qing thought for a moment and then directly contacted Mu Bo in the post-apocalyptic world. "The structure of this energy battery is like this. I'll write down the programming design and send it to your phone shortly," Mu Bo said. He was originally a senior technician at a tech company, and the civilian flying backpacks were products of their company. "Okay," Xia Qing replied. Now, Mu Bo was establishing a technical research department at the base, working on modifying cars and upgrading the base's intelligence systems. Lu Zhanqing has been waiting for news, and he has made significant progress in his mind. He is already holding meetings with his team for research. His boss is quite impressive. Lu Zhanqing can no longer underestimate Xia Qing and treat her like an ordinary major shareholder. Later, after Xia Qing received the information, she shared it with Lu Zhanqing in batches. However, their era still lacks some advancements in new energy battery technology, so the designed products have a shorter lifespan. In a post-apocalyptic world, a regular civilian flying backpack can last for several hours, but their battery design can only last half an hour. Still, this is a major breakthrough. Xia Qing also sent Lu Zhanqing the principles behind the air purifier. Although the tech company is small, handling 2 projects at once is manageable. A tech company needs to have continuous profits, so investing in the research for this purifier is a good idea. I hope we can produce this air purifier quickly. No problem, Lu Zhanqing replied. The boss has already sent the principles and design drawings. They just need to find materials, have the factory produce it, and then conduct tests. The flying backpack project will likely take more time for research, but with the information Xia Qing provided, the timeline has been significantly shortened. Xia Qing has also acquired a biotechnology company located in Changsha. She has applied for a patent for artificial bone devices. Although it hasn't been launched yet, it is already associated with Qing Tian Biotechnology Company. This company produces medical devices, with the most famous products being reagent kits, bone screws, and implant materials. Although the artificial bone has been patented, it cannot be produced in this time and space due to a lack of materials. The closest material to human bone, super, only exists in the post-apocalyptic world. She is already in the process of manufacturing machines, and copying one is not a problem. The materials are the key issue. It seems she can only obtain this material from the post-apocalyptic world. Super material is extracted from the bones of mutated animals in their world, so it does not exist here. Thinking about the large amount of money needed for the acquisition, she came up with a good idea. She picked up her phone and called Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, do you want to discuss a business deal? Chu Xiu's side was quite chaotic. He raised his hand, and everyone around him stopped what they were doing, instantly becoming quiet. I have a batch of jewelry that you can help me sell in the Myanmar region, and I will give you a 2% commission. Selling jewelry in the Myanmar region should be fine, right? Her jewelry all comes from the chaotic post-apocalyptic world, particularly from the Myanmar area, where there are large jade factories, and selling them won't trace back to their source. Selling them herself is risky, but now that Chu Xiu is in Myanmar, having someone help her sell makes it much easier. Of course.
He needs this deal too.
Transfer the money to my Swiss bank account. Swiss banks are known for their confidentiality. Xia Qing sent Chu Xiu a string of bank account numbers. I will have someone send the jewelry to the border. Okay. Chu Xiu's voice was hoarse. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Xia Qing hung up the phone. At that moment, Chu Xiu held a phone in one hand and a gun in the other. A trembling man was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. Brother Xiu, please let me go. I'll give you all these pigs. Chu Xiu pressed the gun to the man's forehead, his voice icy. Ha, the mercy I just showed you was during that phone call. With the gun fired, and a blood hole appeared on the man's forehead. Brother Xiu, what about the others here? Ho Jie asked. Those who want to stay can stay. Those who don't can leave. Anyone who has blood on their hands will be killed, Chu Xiu said coldly.
All right.
They had already taken over 2 factories and acquired a luxurious KTV, which used to be a place where women were kept for entertainment and underground transactions. There would still be entertainment, as business relies on it, but Chu Xiu would ensure their safety. Changing this place wouldn't happen overnight, and he was primarily seeking revenge. Looking at Xia Qing's name on his phone, he realized he desperately needed money. To establish himself here, he needed funds. Otherwise, he couldn't support so many people, and he also had to pay off the Myanmar army. This place was chaotic inside and out, even more so than the war-torn countries in Central Africa, which at least had some external focus. In Myanmar, a large portion of the population is Chinese. The most powerful forces here are Chinese, involved in deceiving fellow Chinese, scamming, trafficking, money laundering, and other dark industries. Without money, nothing can be accomplished. He didn't care where Xia Qing's jewelry came from, whether stolen or taken by force, as long as it brought in money. Perhaps he was helping her sell stolen goods? Chu Xiu thought of Xia Qing's seemingly innocent face, which remained calm even when seeing blood, making her hard to read. From now on, Xia Qing would be his biggest source of funding. Here, Xia Qing has been thinking about what to do next. She has the contact information for her previous bodyguard company and has hired a bodyguard from the country. The bodyguard will arrive in Port City tomorrow afternoon to help her transport the jewelry. After all, shipping jewelry through a courier is not very safe. In the future, she plans to sell large quantities of jewelry from the apocalypse through Chu Xiu. The gold she obtained from the apocalypse can be melted down and made into new jewelry, but items like jade and gemstones are trickier. Taking out a few is fine, but taking out too many would raise suspicion, especially in this information age. She remembers there are also monitoring jammers, so it seems she needs to post a task at the base. Half a month later, Yang Xia has fully recovered and can even walk, though not for long. Xia Qing applies traditional Chinese medicine patches on Yang Xia's legs every day. This patch feels warm and full of strength after applying it, Yang Xia said with a smile. Of course, Qing said this is from a master of traditional medicine, Xia Jixiang replied. Xia Qing has completed the discharge procedures and is packing her things to leave, having already bought her plane ticket. Where's my dad? Xia Qing asked, not seeing Xia Jixiang. Miss Xia, Gu Fangzhou hurried over, and Xia Qing knew what he wanted to ask. Don't worry, the blood gene test results are out. Once the customization is done, a company will contact you. Okay. Gu Fangzhou felt relieved upon hearing Xia Qing's words. At least his sister has hope now. There are still plenty of materials left for the artificial bones from the apocalypse, and making 100 pieces is no problem. However, these are consumable items, and Xia Qing has also purchased a batch of materials from a biotech company, which has been sent to the apocalypse. In fact, Gu Fangzhou's artificial bones have already been made, but Xia Qing doesn't want to give them too quickly. Being too efficient could cause her some trouble. After all, she has only recently acquired Qing Tian Biotech, and everything needs to be perfected. In the afternoon, they took a plane back to Han City. I feel like I can walk. I don't need a wheelchair, Yang Xia said, feeling quite good about her recovery. Mom, just sit down. When we get home, Uncle might come and cause a scene, and if he sees you can walk, it will only make things louder, Xia Qing replied. Yang Xia thought that made sense. Driving back home, the yard has been repaired and many villagers saw Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang return. Ah, Xia, you're back. I heard your car accident was quite serious. I'm just glad you're back. Yang Xia and Xia Qing arrived at the front door, where many villagers were happily chatting. After some small talk, they finally went inside. How come I didn't know our family was so well-liked in the village?
Yang Xia Mutated.
The room was a mess. There were many snack bags on the coffee table in the living room, and the kitchen had dirty dishes piled up. The bathroom smelled terrible, and it seemed like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The floor was also dirty, looking like it hadn't been mopped in weeks, and the vacuum cleaner was missing. Is this her home? Yang Xia was almost furious at the sight. Xia Qing frowned. Last time she came back, she went straight to the second floor. Did someone break in? Xia Jixiang wondered. Where were his cigarettes and alcohol? Don't worry, let me check the security footage. The house had cameras, and she found out that her grandmother had brought Xia Xiaoping over to play. Knowing no one was home, Xiaoping invited his friends over to play in the snow. They also broke the vacuum cleaner while playing. Yang Xia's face turned pale, and Xia Jixiang was too angry to speak. I'm going to confront them. Do they think our home is a playground? Not only did they crash into our wall, but now they treat our home like a fun park? Xia Jixiang slammed the table and was ready to go to his uncle's house to complain. Just then, Grandma Xia returned. Oh, Jixiang, Xia, you're back. I couldn't reach you for days. Mom, did you let Xiaoping bring his friends over? Look at the mess they made. Xia Jixiang said with a frown. Grandma Xia didn't see any problem. Isn't the house fine? You're overreacting, Jixiang. She felt there was nothing wrong at all. Mom, look at what they've done to the house. Jixiang, How can you talk to your mother like that? I raised you both with so much effort, balancing work and taking care of you. Now that I'm old, you both seem to resent me. Your older brother is busy with Leilei's issues, and Xiaopeng has no one to look after him, so I brought him over. What's wrong with that? Mrs. Xia really couldn't understand why, after working hard all her life, she ended up like this. She raised children to support her in old age, and although she had 2 sons, the eldest resented her, and the youngest didn't understand her either. Xia Jixiang listened quietly. His parents had struggled when he was young, but when did things change? It started when they didn't treat everything equally, when they got married, and when he had a daughter. Grandma, we don't dislike you. At my uncle's house, even at over 70, you still sweep the floor, cook, and take care of your grandchildren. But when you came to our house, my mom cooked for you, and she prepared your clothes for the new year every year. You didn't have to do much around the house. When my grandfather was sick, my parents took turns caring for him. Is that something to resent? Is that ungrateful? Yes, you don't dislike my dad. You dislike my mom, because she gave birth to me. Unlike my uncle, who had 2 sons. This statement shocked Mrs. Xia, tearing away the veil over her heart. This was when the balance in her heart began to tip, and later, when she learned that Yang Xia could no longer have children, it tipped completely. Mrs. Xia's face turned pale. She looked up at Xia Qing, wanting to argue, but her voice was caught in her throat. Grandma, it's the 21st century, not the 1940s or 50s. Daughters can also take good care of their parents and support them in old age.
You. I.
Mrs. Xia was momentarily speechless and suddenly fainted, collapsing to the ground. At the emergency room of Han City First Hospital. What happened? The old lady was fine at my house. How did she end up in the hospital as soon as you returned? Tian Kaihua felt frustrated and couldn't help but voice her complaints upon seeing Xia Qing. Aunt, you said we just got back. How could we have upset Grandma? And, Aunt, please keep an eye on Xiaopeng. The child doesn't understand bringing a group of kids to my house. The adults should know better, right? Xia Qing said coldly. Isn't it okay for Xiaopeng to visit Grandma? Tian Kaihua said arrogantly. She wanted Xiaopeng to go to Xia Qing's house. Her eldest son had already faced so many difficulties, and going to Xia Qing's house to watch TV and eat snacks was also a way to save money. Recently, my robot vacuum is missing along with my dad's cigarettes and alcohol. I don't even know if anything else is missing. Aunt, you might not know, but I have cameras in my living room. Hearing this, Aunt became flustered. It's just a robot vacuum. Xiaopeng accidentally took something from my house to play with. I'll return it to you tomorrow. I don't want to deal with someone else's trash. It's disgusting. It's just that Xiaopeng is so young and already stealing. What will happen when he grows up? If his parents don't teach him, the police will have to. You. Tian Saihua's face turned red with anger. Looking at Xia Qing's proud face made her want to pull her down. But Xia Qing was speaking the truth, and Tian Kaihua could only swallow her anger. Anyway, her big villa was already renovated, and spending more money on decoration was quick. The air purifier produced by her tech company would come in handy now. Before long, the elderly lady was successfully stabilized and standing in the hospital room. The elderly lady had A. It will take 2 to 3 months to recover, considering her age, the doctor said before leaving after giving some advice. For the past month, we've been taking care of the elderly lady while Yang Xia was sick. We've been doing this for 2 months, so it's your turn for the next 2 months, Tian Kaihua quickly stated. The elderly lady had A. Her mouth was crooked, but her eyes could still move.
What are you talking about?
My grandmother has been cooking and doing laundry for you, and even picking up the kids. Are you trying to get rid of her, because she can't move now? Xia Qing said harshly. Maybe she didn't have the confidence before, but now she felt strong. Hearing Xia Qing's blunt words made Tian Kaihua feel a bit guilty, so she decided to be bold. It's your family's turn to take care of her. We agreed on this from the start. The doctor just said she might recover in 2 to 3 months. If she wasn't better in 2 months, she would find a way to delay it until the elderly lady was well enough for her to take her away. The elderly lady struggled to move her eyes toward her eldest grandson, Sia Jiqing, without saying a word. They had agreed to take care of her together when she got sick. We'll come back to pick up the elderly lady in 2 months. Tian Kaiwa pulled the silent Sia Jiqing away. That way, everyone would blame the daughter-in-law, and no one would criticize the eldest son, thinking he was the one being oppressed. Sia Qing turned back to see tears streaming down the elderly lady's face, unsure if it was sadness, regret, or if she finally understood something. Then the elderly lady looked worriedly at Sia Jixiang, wondering if this son would really abandon her and leave her all alone. "I'm sorry," the elderly lady managed to say, with difficulty. She has always been in good health, but suddenly falling ill and lying in bed made her extremely anxious, as if at that moment she had become a child without security, waiting for adults to decide her fate. "We definitely can't stay at home," Sia Qing said. The house was a mess, and Sia Qing had no desire to go back. It would take a long time to clean up. "We're moving to a new house." Moving to a new house? Sia Jixiang was still trying to process this. What about our old house? Are we really leaving after so many years? We'll have someone come to tidy it up. You can come back to stay whenever you want. Didn't we say we would surprise you this time? Sia Qing looked at the immobile Grandma Sia, feeling mixed emotions. After all, she was still her grandmother, and Sia Jixiang had a responsibility to care for her. The law was strict about such matters. Old age is pitiful, but those who are pitiful can also have their flaws. As for my grandmother, let's find a caregiver. It was impossible for her or her mother to take care of her. Half an hour later, they arrived in the suburbs of Hancheng, which was not far from their village, about a 20-minute drive. There had been tremendous changes here, with layers of ancient buildings still under construction in the distance. This was the ancient film and television city she had built, which was already taking shape, but it would take another 6 months to fully complete the construction and decoration. A row of villas had already been built, and only Sia Qing's villa was fully decorated. "Dad, Mom, this will be our home from now on." Nestled by the mountains and water, along with a film city, Sia Jixiang and Yang Xia stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Is this our new home? It looks like a luxury hotel. How can a home be this big?" Yang Xia was so surprised that she got out of her wheelchair. Although the landscaping wasn't fully completed and a few workers were still laying grass, the overall decoration was finished. Sia Qing had already chosen and installed the basic furniture for the house. "You can't enter here. This is a private residence," a man in a green work vest stopped them. There were a total of 10 villas built on this street, and Sia Qing's was the largest. There was also an apartment. Once the film city was fully established, people would definitely rent apartments here. The entire villa area was enclosed and named, and there was now property management and security. The other villas have already been sold, but this one hasn't found a buyer yet. Yang Xia felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, finding it hard to believe they could live in such a large, luxurious house now. "This is my home. Why can't I go in?" Sia Qing said calmly. She called Moon, and soon a representative hurried out. "Hello, Miss Xia," the man said respectfully. The person who had just stopped Sia Qing felt a bit embarrassed, especially since this villa often had visitors. Sia Qing didn't mind. After all, they were just looking after her property. The villa's facilities are all set up, and the furniture you chose has been moved in. Here is the garage with a front yard and a backyard. The front yard is currently being landscaped, while the backyard is already finished. The house has a smart voice system throughout, with 3 floors and a dedicated room for a housekeeper on the first floor. This is the smart voice system from Xiaogua, which allows you to control all appliances using the tablet you have or by downloading the app on your phone. Once the landscaping outside is complete, everything will be finished. The entire house has been treated for formaldehyde and is ready for you to move in. The furniture purchased for Sia Qing is from major brands, all of the highest environmental standards, with most being solid wood. Plus, the house is equipped with a ventilation and filtration system, minimizing formaldehyde issues. The smart voice door system is set up. You can register your fingerprint now. "Thank you for your help," Sia Qing replied. "Not a problem at all. If you have any questions, just call me." I'm here to assist you, the man said respectfully. After all, this was not just a big client but also their boss. Sia Jixiang and Yang Xia were exploring the villa, occasionally gasping in surprise at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the terrace, and the small pool outside that still needed to be filled with water. The open layout, combined with the large windows, provided a fantastic view. There was also a bar area with a high ceiling and a wall full of open wine racks, waiting for the owner to store their drinks. This wine rack is truly my dream rack, Sia Jixiang exclaimed excitedly, then remembered that many of the wines at home had been taken, which made him feel a bit sad. Dad, I'll bring you some good wine in a couple of days. She still had some wine from the post-apocalyptic world which could be stored. The most famous drink from their place was medicinal wine, known for its health benefits, but Xia Qing needed to change the bottles first. Is there really an elevator installed on the third floor of this house? Xia Jixiang looked at the elevator, feeling it was a bit extravagant. There was also a large spiral staircase in the living room. Jixiang, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Is this really our home? Yang Xia gazed at the spacious living room. There was a crystal chandelier hanging above. Cleaning such a large light must be quite a task, right? Now that the house is fully renovated and furnished, there are still some details missing like pots, dishes, and slippers that need to be bought. Mom and Dad, you can stay on the second or third floor. The room on the first floor is for the caretaker. Do we really need to hire a caretaker? Yang Xia said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the house. With the rising costs of labor these days, it's quite expensive.
Yes.
With such a big house, we can't expect you to clean it all, right? Plus, we need to find a caregiver for Grandma. All right, Mom and Dad, just relax and enjoy living here. Once the film studio is completed nearby, the villa area will continue to develop, making the environment even better and more lively. Okay. Sia Jixiang was overjoyed. If you need anything, just buy it. Sia Jixiang took Yang Xia on a tour of the villa. This mattress is so soft. This bedroom even has a separate dressing room and bathroom. Jixiang, look. This bathroom is so big, and it has a bathtub.
Yang Xia exclaimed excitedly.
Sia Jixiang noticed the small living room on the second floor, where they could even keep fish. In the end, Sia Jixiang and Yang Xia chose the master bedroom on the second floor, which also had a small gym. The couple sat on the bed, their hearts racing with excitement. Jixiang, I feel so happy right now. I told you, our future will only get better. Xia Qing decided to stay on the third floor, where there was a super large dressing room. Since Grandma Xia is not very mobile, she will stay in a guest room on the first floor. There are also 2 guest rooms and 2 small caretaker rooms on the first floor. Downstairs is a basement storage area, and Xia Qing set a key just for herself, so supplies can be delivered directly there in the future. The next day, Xia Qing hired a full-time caretaker, a nurse, and a cook from a housekeeping company. She also hired the housekeeping service to come once a week for a thorough cleaning. The caretaker will handle the daily cleaning at home. Aunt Li, you will just take care of Grandma's daily needs. Xia Qing arranged for the nurse to sleep in the same room as Grandma Xia.
Okay.
Grandma Xia sat in a wheelchair, her mouth tilted, unable to speak. Since being brought to the villa yesterday, she has been in shock. She never expected that the granddaughter she always looked down on would be so wealthy now. Living in such a luxurious villa is surprising. Xia Qing arranged for a caregiver to assist Grandma Xia, and there is also a housekeeper and a daily menu. If they want to eat something, they can order directly. If not, the kitchen will prepare meals based on nutritional needs. With these extra people in the house, Sia Jixiang and Yang Xia are both very polite. After living for so long, it's the first time they have been served so attentively. Next month is the new year. Should we bring Grandma and Grandpa here to celebrate?
Yang Xia asked.
Usually, they would go to Grandma's house, but in the past, their home conditions were poor, and they would eat at their uncle's house. Sure, Mom, you can decide. You are the lady of the house now, Xia Qing replied with a smile. As for this year, it seems they won't be dining with the uncle's family. With 2 brothers in the family, if the elders are not treated equally, the family will not be harmonious. Unfortunately, most elders do not understand this. She hired a special chef who prepared some simple dishes for lunch, which were served directly in the dining room. Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang looked at the exquisite dishes, feeling like they were in a hotel. The old lady's meal should be taken to her room, Xia Qing said. She didn't want to eat at the same table as Grandma Xia. When she was younger, during New Year celebrations, she was always sent to eat in the small kitchen, so now Grandma could experience that feeling. Okay, replied Aunt Li, the caregiver. Yang Xia has mostly recovered now, and in the afternoon, Xia Jixiang accompanied her to a clothing store where she can still continue to open branches. Xia Qing also brought out many items from her space. The paintings hanging in the house are artworks taken from the end of the world, and the ceramic plates are all unique. At night, Xia Qing lay on a soft silk quilt in bed, with luxurious and soft glass lamps hanging from the ceiling. Then she entered the end of the world space to check the number of marked locations, and there was one more marked spot. Except for Su Yu's location, which is marked in red, all others are white. Xia Qing chose Su Yu's location and teleported there. Su Yu and the others are currently in a rundown factory area. What happened? Xia Qing asked, seeing that they all looked a bit disheveled. It's a mutated plant. There's a giant mutated tree in this factory area, Su Yu explained. Fortunately, with Chung Jun's fire abilities, which the roots are afraid of, we were able to eliminate it. However, that mutated tree will probably grow back after a while. The zombies in the factory are hanging on the mutated tree, becoming moving corpses. Aren't you supposed to be in Kyoto? What are you doing in this factory? Xia Qing asked. Can't you just drive straight along the road? Brother, you found out through the map that this is a rice processing factory, and it has technological equipment inside. He wants to go in and take a look. The giant rice processing factory. Xia Qing's eyes lit up as she checked her space and found some extra equipment. Giant Rice is a large tech company in this world, ranked among the top 100 globally. It's at the forefront of technology in Long Country, which is why engineers from the rice industry can qualify for entry into the underground base in Long Country. I didn't expect that even plants in your world would mutate. Xia Qing thought of a game, Plants vs. Zombies. This world is still evolving. Who knows what it will become in the future? All the creatures on this earth are evolving, and if they fail, they will die. One day, they will all have to fight. Yes, I used to think there were only zombies. Along the way, we've encountered many strange mutated animals, Zhang Liang remarked. Xia Qing looked through the dirty window and saw a tree not far away. Strangely, while most trees grow above ground, this one was growing underground, with roots spreading downwards. At that moment, it had already been burned and withered. We not only collected some equipment, but also some goods from the warehouse. There's a box of nano glasses inside, Sia said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a box from his space. Nano glasses? What are those? Xia Qing asked curiously. Nano glasses come in two types. Type A for nearsightedness or presbyopia, and Type B for preventing nearsightedness completely, Sia explained. No matter what your vision issue is, just wear this type. It uses invisible nanotechnology to slow down the progression of nearsightedness. Type B has a 100% prevention effect against nearsightedness, Sia added. There's also this? Xia Qing exclaimed excitedly. Nano glasses are similar to contact lenses in their world, but wearing these won't cause nearsightedness. They look even thinner, and Xia Qing checked the manual. These glasses can be replaced every year and come in a youth version. Children undergo genetic testing, and if they show signs of nearsightedness, they will wear nano glasses for prevention during childhood. Xia Qing used to be nearsighted, but after using the crystal beads, her eyesight returned to normal and even improved. We can have nearsightedness surgery there, Xia Qing said. Even after surgery, you might still become nearsighted again, but using this can effectively prevent it, Sia replied. Because of their work, they often use computers and TVs, making it hard to avoid electronic devices in daily life. And this can also prevent eye diseases. That's really great, Xia Qing said. Su, you knew so much because even their fellow soldiers use this, as these nanoglasses are also waterproof. Xiaqing noticed that the technology in this time and space seemed to be more advanced, although some products were still quite outdated. For example, regarding food, Sudan told her that no additives were allowed in the food here. This meant their technology was strict, and if any additives were detected, the punishment would be severe. It would leave a record that could greatly affect children's education and lives. Suyu also found many useful items for Xiaqing, giving her enough resources to thrive in that world. Before they knew it, it was afternoon. Xiaqing had bought a lot of pastries, roasted chicken, roasted duck, and pickled fish. Everyone was drooling at the smell. These were all ready-made items she had purchased. There are steamed buns and rice. When Suyu was ready to leave, she teleported to Siang City. This time, Sia and Zhou were waiting there. Qingjia, we're going back today. Here are 2 energy crystals for our travel expenses, Sia said.
Great.
They had stayed there for 3 days, and were lucky. Since their food was running low, they needed to return. Xiaqing teleported them back, holding the 2 energy crystals. This trade was good. It didn't require much effort, and the teleportation only took a second or 2. This time, she absorbed the 2 energy crystals all at once. The small divided space changed again, becoming bright like sunlight. Xiaqing placed an apple seed into the space. In just a few minutes, a seedling had already sprouted. Indeed, this space accelerated growth. She needed to buy a batch of seeds to place here for faster growth. That way, she wouldn't need to buy vegetables. She could just buy seeds. Unfortunately, this small space was only a few square meters, which was still too small. Thinking of the villagers back home, she decided to continue growing vegetables to help improve their lives. They are all elderly people over 50, and it's not easy for them to go out selling vegetables in the dark. With Xiaqing's support, life in the village has improved a lot, and they now have extra time to work. Our daughter is going to college this year too. Look at the daughter from the Lao Xia family. She's doing well. Yes, I heard they moved into a new house. They live in a big villa now. I wish we could buy a house in the city someday, Sun Ernyang said. Looking at her 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, she no longer thinks boys are better than girls. She used to mock others for having daughters, saying that married daughters are like water spilled out. Now those daughters are living in big villas. For breakfast, there was a chef, but Yang Xia wasn't used to it, so she decided to have the chef come only for lunch and dinner. Xiaqing checked the time. It was Friday, and she was going to Hongqing to pick up Chu Ran. The kids have weekends off. She was considering whether to buy a small house in Hongqing. However, housing prices are very high, and good houses need to be bought through agents, which is quite complicated. The easiest option is to stay in a hotel, as there's no need to clean. After booking her flight, Xiaqing headed to Hongqing. If Suyu could come and set a marker here, it would be great, as it would save her from a 2 to 3 hour flight. Xiaqing saw a message from Gu Fangzhou on WeChat. Miss Xia, can I invite you to dinner? Sure, Xiaqing replied, as she was also bringing the artificial bones she had ordered for him. He sent her the address of a 5-star restaurant in Hongqing, with a time set for 7 p.m. Xiaqing took a taxi to Chu Ran School. The Russian Federation has announced missile strikes on Ukraine, marking the first use of intercontinental missiles in human history. Currently, there are 197 countries in the world, and 16% are in conflict, with the most severe situations in Palestine, Iraq, Ukraine, Syria, and Yemen, leaving many children homeless. Internal turmoil in Myanmar may lead to civil unrest, and the government advises against traveling there. The taxi's radio was playing the news. The driver couldn't help but comment, "There are wars everywhere abroad. When will we be able to have peace?" Xiaqing wasn't very concerned about national affairs, but she heard that there was unrest in Myanmar. She had just delivered a batch of jewelry to Chu Xiu and wondered if it would be affected. However, the more chaotic the war, the more funding is needed. If Chu Xiu wants to establish himself and even advance further, it will depend on his abilities. Xiaqing narrowed her eyes slightly. It seems her cooperation with Chu Xiu will become closer.
Who?
I wonder how many innocent people will die and be left homeless. War is like an apocalypse on the other side of the world. At the school gate. How does school feel? Very good. The classmates here are polite, and the teachers are nice to me, Chu Ran said. Back at the orphanage, he was often bullied and would frequently argue or even fight over various things. But here, none of that happens. The classmates are polite, share toys, and everyone is very well-mannered. Even though they know Chu Xiu's parents are not around, they do not bully him. Only in novels and dramas do rich kids seem so arrogant. In reality, the wealthier families often provide the best upbringing and education. Knowledge enriches you and gives you a good character. That's great. I'll take you to have a meal with my friends. Okay. Chu Ran nodded obediently, his eyes resembling Chu Xiu's. Your eyes look a lot like your dad's. Dad? Chu Xiu is actually not my dad. He's my uncle. Chu Ran blinked and said, My uncle is single. Ahem. Previously, Chu Ran had been taken care of by another family, but they took money and secretly bullied him. When his uncle found out, he dealt with that man. Xia Qing was a bit surprised. Didn't Chu Xiu always call Chu Ran his son? And isn't Chu Ran's last name Chu? She didn't ask too many questions about Chu Xiu. Her job was to take care of the child. They took a taxi to a restaurant, a 5-star Michelin establishment with an average price of 1,010 per person. Walking through the elegant and luxurious lobby, the restaurant's atmosphere was super romantic and comfortable. The outdoor terrace offered a view of the Tsim Sha Sui night scene, and the plush seating was unique to high-end restaurants, while the discreet kitchen was large and clean in a semi-open style. She arrived about 5 minutes early and saw Gu Fangzhou waiting for her. Dr. Gu, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Miss Xia, Gu Fangzhou quickly stood up. The waiter behind him promptly pulled out a chair. This is my brother, Xia Qing introduced. Chu Ran secretly observed Gu Fangzhou, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and a clean white shirt, exuding an air of elegance and intellect. Hello, we have a children's meal here, the waiter said. Xia Qing looked at Xia Charan and nodded, while the waiter brought out the menu for the girls to order. Sesame shrimp toast, crispy wontons, baked crab shell, vegetable salad. After ordering, Xia Qing took out a metal box. Dr. Gu, this is a customized artificial bone for your sister. You can take a look at it later. That's great. Thank you. I'll transfer the money to your account, Gu Fangzhou said happily. Actually, I took the liberty of inviting you to dinner today, because I hope we can collaborate. Collaborate? I'm here on behalf of the director to discuss a partnership. Originally, Dr. Zhao was supposed to come, but as you know, he is very busy, so I came instead. You want to sign a long-term partnership for the artificial bones? Xia Qing almost understood the man's intentions.
Yes.
Okay. How about I call the manager of Qingtian Technology Bio Company over later so we can discuss the collaboration? This technology has already been authorized to Qingtian Bio Company, and the patent has been applied for, Xia Qing said seriously. This technology is promising. It can help many people who would otherwise be disabled to walk normally. However, the materials needed do not exist in this world. They can only be found in a post-apocalyptic setting, and both sides must work together to complete it. That's wonderful, Gu Fangzhou said, his brows relaxing. He initially thought the collaboration would be difficult, which is why he chose this restaurant. Now they just need to find a few more implants, and after evaluation, they can officially launch the product. Once their hospital collaborates on this artificial bone, it will gain significant recognition nationwide and even globally. This is very beneficial for the development of their hospital, and it may even put them on the global map. After all, they performed the first artificial bone implantation. This greatly enhances their hospital's prestige. Xia Qing called the manager of Qingtian Bio Company, a person named Zhou Shen, who was recruited by Moon at a high salary. He will come tomorrow, and you can discuss the specific collaboration details then. Okay. Charan was eating the children's meal and secretly took a photo of Gu Fangzhou to send to Chushio. This brother seems to be pursuing sister Qingtian. The two of them enjoyed their meal, discussing various medical topics. I actually think a physical enhancement liquid could also help boost the immune system. My mom drank that back then. That's why Annie's health is recovering so quickly, Gu Fangzhou said. This product isn't on the market yet, but I can let you try it if you want. Most immune-boosting supplements can't be classified as medicine. They are usually considered health products, Gu Fangzhou added. The two chatted and discussed while eating, and Gu Fangzhou was a very knowledgeable person who could engage in any topic. The conversation was quite enjoyable. Thank you on behalf of my sister. You're welcome. You can thank me again after the surgery is successfully completed. I want to try that supplement you mentioned. No problem, just give me your address, and I'll send it to you. Xiaqing planned to dilute part of the supplement and turn it into a solution, splitting one bottle into 10. Chu Ran quietly ate nearby. This scene felt a bit like a family of 3. The latest episode of Heroic God is already on the 3rd episode. It's so good. I hope the story doesn't fall apart later. I saw on Weibo that Linuan's former manager is hinting that Linuan betrayed her old company. They even said Linuan is the mistress of one of the investors. That can't be true, right?
Why not?
Otherwise, why would Linuan leave Tianyu? This big production company has released 2 hit shows this year. Isn't the maid in The First Empress played by Linuan? It can't be just a coincidence. What's wrong? Gu Fangzhou noticed Xiaqing's unusual behavior and asked with concern. It's just a small matter. You don't need to trouble yourself to take us. Keep this safe for now. Thank you. I'll contact you again when I have time, Gu Fangzhou smiled. He watched as Xiaqing and Chu Ran got into a taxi, holding the box tightly. Gu Fangzhou called Director Liu. Xiaqing agreed and has authorized Qingtian Biotech to collaborate with us. That went smoothly? Yes, very smoothly. Gu Fangzhou didn't plan to finalize everything in one meeting at the restaurant. He just wanted to treat Xiaqing to a meal and discuss things slowly. After all, this was about artificial bone technology. With this technology, not only could they earn money, but winning awards in the medical field would also be possible. Moreover, there were many large hospitals in the country providing plenty of options. This girl is quite different, Gu Fangzhou thought to himself. Xiaqing looked at her phone. She received 50 million from the Swiss bank, indicating that Chu Xiu had sold a batch of jewelry for her. He transferred 5 million to Chushio. The new batch of guns has arrived. Do you want to pick them up? Since we have a good relationship, I can give you a 20% discount on this batch. Xiaqing smiled helplessly, thinking about Suyu, who was heading to the underground base in Long Country. If the talks go well, they could share weapons and equipment, making the Qingtian base safer. The guns from Chushio were still too basic. I don't need them for now, Xiaqing messaged Chushio after some thought. I heard there's fighting in Myanmar? The power struggle between northern and central Myanmar. Isn't fighting normal? Is it affecting you? Yes, prices are rising. Money is important now, and I can sell you some jewelry if you need. Or you could invest. I could secure a jade site for you? Chushio, you've changed. The WeChat chat box was still typing. Thank you for taking care of Chu Ran. He said he's been very happy these days. Xiaqing had just bought ice cream and handed it to Chu Ran, her hand shaking slightly. Finish that, and then we can play some arcade games. Chu Ran was in elementary school, so playing games and watching movies was a nice way to relax. You could send me some local specialties from Myanmar, just a good amount. Specialties from northern Myanmar? Durian? Morphine? Is she sending her to prison? Her wish is world peace. Do you want some durian? The durians from Myanmar are small but tasty. Send me your address, and I'll deliver a truckload. Durian? Xiaqing used to avoid buying it at the supermarket because it was expensive. Okay. Chu Xiu smiled slightly as he looked at his phone. He had just acquired a stall, and the men there didn't like durian. Plus, with the recent tensions, fewer outsiders were coming, and the durians weren't selling well. Do you want to open a factory here?
Chu Xiu asked.
Xiaqing knew that if Chu Xiu was sending her gifts, he must have some purpose. With things so chaotic now, do I dare to open a factory? Xiaqing was wealthy, but not foolish. She wouldn't engage in a losing business. It's precisely because it's chaotic that there's money to be made. You open the factory, and I'll provide protection. Chu Xiu desperately needed investment power, and Xiaqing was probably the only wealthy person he knew. Besides, Sia was straightforward with money and didn't drag her feet. How about a jewelry processing factory? Chu Xiu had already thought ahead for Sia. Sia had a large amount of jewelry, and if she opened a factory in Myanmar, she could launder the items and make them officially circulate. Plus, how large could the factory's output be? Now is a chaotic time in the Myanmar region, but it's not hard for her to protect it. I've made up my mind. I will go there myself, Sia said. If she wants to open a factory in Myanmar, she will definitely make a trip there. Waiting for your news. Chu Xiu is confident that Sia will agree, especially if she has a lot of jewelry. This is a great opportunity. Sia searched on her phone for local specialties and factories in Myanmar. There are many scams, but the central and southern parts of Myanmar are relatively peaceful and have large jade factories. Rather than opening a factory, it's more about acquiring one. Acquiring a jade factory would allow her to rework the jewelry she has. Sia felt excited and decided that once she finishes her current tasks, she will go to Myanmar. This time, she won't need a bodyguard. While Sia was browsing her phone, Chu Ran was playing games and noticed some negative comments about Linuan on Douyin, frowning slightly. Sia worriedly messaged Lin, "Do you want me to help clarify things?" "No need, Sister Qing, these are just trolls. But there is one thing. Do you want to help me?" "What is it?" "A travel show reached out to me to bring friends along. Even if they steal the spotlight, what if something bad happens? After thinking it over, I believe you are the best fit." "Traveling? Where to?" Sia frowned. "It should be within the country or abroad, just for 3 days, a little break." Linuan is a regular guest. The first season had 5 regulars traveling with their family and friends, and the second season is with their own families. "We used to spend so much time together as kids, and now we haven't been together for a long time. Sister Qing, let's go together. It'll be a free trip." Sia couldn't resist Linuan's charm, especially with her voice messages, which sounded so sweet. "Okay." Sia agreed, not wanting to face her charm attack. Linuan lives up to her name. She is a warm-hearted girl. When it comes to helping her younger sister, who warmed her heart as a child, she is willing to help as long as it's not too much. Sia sent a message to Chu Xiu. "No need to send the durian. I'll pick it up myself. But it will be in a week." "Sure, I'll wait for you." Sia took a sip of coffee and watched Chu Ran, who was racing and had already reached first place. "That kid plays really well. I can't believe I haven't played with a child before. How about we have another match?" The next day, I took Chu Ran to the amusement park. I always felt that Xiao Ran had a heavy heart. Despite her young age, she seemed to carry a gloomy aura. "All right, be good and go to school. I'll come to see you next week." "Stepmom, I'm off to school," Chu Ran said, her face turning red as she quickly ran into the small yard. Others around were also sending their kids off and assumed that Sia was the stepmother, glancing at her curiously. She had been a mother to 2 children in a harsh world, and now she was a mother again. In the post-apocalyptic world, at the Qing Tian base, the chance of activating these powers is really low. But my son accidentally absorbed my power crystal and actually awakened a special ability. Deputy base leader, we found that the younger the child, the higher the chance of activating their abilities, Yang Shua said. Our base has already had 2 8-year-olds awaken their powers. However, their abilities are a bit weak. Sia asked curiously, what kind of abilities do they have? One child can turn into a shadow, and the other can fly. Flying? That ability is quite impressive. If she could, she would also want to fly, but she had previously tried a flying backpack and felt quite nervous about weightlessness. How about this? The base will establish a special department, the 147 ability team, to train and manage the children who awaken their powers. The main focus would be management, as these children are still young and have a weak sense of right and wrong, making them easy to manipulate. Adults need to guide their hearts. Understood? I'll arrange it right away. Who should manage these ability children? Yang Shua asked, looking troubled. How about Xian? Didn't he also awaken his powers? Yes.
Yang Shua replied.
Xian awakened the ability to summon wind, but perhaps because of the low energy, The wind he summoned felt like a fan's breeze. After arranging this, Sia went to Suyu's villa. Now, Suyu was the base leader, and with the recent construction, he had his own small villa. Suyu had gone to the capital of Long Country, leaving the children at the base with dedicated staff to help take care of them. But Sia came to check on them every day. Deputy base leader, it's really amazing. Every time you come, he cries before you arrive, but stops once you're here, said a caregiver from the orphanage. Really? Sia picked up Xia Yang, whose wrinkled little face had already relaxed, though his eyes remained closed. The doctor has checked, and Xia Yang is in good health. There are no issues with his eyes. That's good. Xia took out a few cans of baby formula, diapers, and various baby supplies, saying, "Take these for the baby. If you need anything else next time, let me know." Okay, the caregiver replied respectfully. Xia played with the little one for a while before leaving. The caregiver took special care of Xiaoyang, as she was dedicated to looking after him. If anything happened to the child, she would lose her good job. Caring for the adopted son of the deputy base leader came with high status, much like a nurse for a prince in ancient times. Xia also visited the orphanage to see little Sun. She noticed that after a few days without seeing her, the child had grown quite a bit, and her hair had become thicker. Director, I just gave little Sun a special energy crystal to absorb. Please observe if there are any unusual changes in her, and report if there are. Also, please gather information on the children aged 6 to 10 in the orphanage. Understood. Compared to the children in the base, these orphans felt a stronger sense of belonging to the base. Xia wanted to train a team of young energy users, as they represented the future of the base. Shun City passed the news about the energy crystals to Shun Bei. Chen Go, this energy crystal is said to have come from another place, from a creature's body. Getting this could trigger special abilities, Shun Bei said excitedly. However, only evolved individuals can queue to obtain it. Shun City can't sign up or exchange 500 points for one. With Shun City's ability to read people's minds, she could quickly gather information. Shun Bei shared the news with the people at Jiangnan Base. Okay. Last time, when Siu was away, they ambushed Qingtian Base, which is part of Jiangnan Base. Jiangnan Base is a survivor base that only accepts energy users and evolved individuals. They don't want to follow the management of Qingtian Base, as they all see themselves as the main characters in this world. After delivering 2 energy users to Shunchuan City, Xia instantly teleported to Suyu's side. He had already left 2 markers along the way. Xia, the markers 7 and 8 are at the museum and the science center.
Got it.
Xia noted the marker locations. After Suyu marked them, they would show up in her space, and she quietly memorized these points. This is the recently collected energy crystals. Let's split them. Xia gave Suyu 5 crystals and kept 5 for herself, as he had previously provided her with energy beads. Now, when Xia teleports 2 people back at once, she can obtain 2 ability crystals. Although it's unclear why Suyu and Xia's abilities are linked, they work better together. They will eventually find the reason. Suyu, did you see that there's an accelerated space in one corner? I planted an apple seedling there, and after a day, it's already full of apples. I can't see it, Suyu replied. Xia frowned. Does that mean only she can see that small accelerated space? That's a bit strange. After absorbing the ability crystals, it seemed like Xia had no limit. If Wang Han saw this, he would be shocked because usually one can only absorb 1 ability crystal at a time. If the ability isn't activated, they have to wait until the next day to absorb another. But Xia absorbed 5 at once, and now she felt she could teleport 3 people at a time. She and Suyu absorbed the ability crystals almost simultaneously, causing the swirling space to grow larger. She felt a chill rising from her body. Suyu, are you okay? Xia noticed Suyu's face was red and gently touched his forehead. Oh no, you have a fever? Xia's hand was cold. She couldn't tell if her temperature was too low or if Suyu was too warm. In any case, both of them felt a bit off after absorbing the ability crystals. At that moment, Zhang Liang, Wang Han, and Wang Mi were outside eating hot pot. When Xia teleported, she brought them hot pot. They were in the living room enjoying it while it rained and thundered outside, making it impossible to continue their journey. It must be a problem with absorbing the ability crystals. Xiaqing thought about going outside to ask for help, but Siu stopped her. I'm fine, just feeling a bit warm. Siu's voice became hoarse and deep. He seemed to be suppressing something, his voice low and soft. I'll go get some ice from the fridge. I think I have a fever from absorbing the ability crystals. Cooling down should help. Indeed, there's a saying about desperate measures. Suyu's gaze on Xiaqing grew warmer. Your eyelashes have ice crystals. He was struggling with the heat inside him, his whole body trembling, and his throat felt tight. His hand gripped Xiaqing's arm, slightly warm. This activation of abilities made Siu feel like he was on fire. The two spaces also changed, appearing to separate while continuously flowing with colorful light. Xiaqing suddenly felt uncomfortable. Were their abilities linked together? She felt as if her whole body was trapped in a cold storage. The space around them was half ice blue and half golden, swirling together. When she touched her eyelashes, she found they were covered in frost. After all, it was summer in this post-apocalyptic world. Xiaqing felt cold all over, like she was in an ice cellar, while Suyu felt hot, as if he was being scorched by the sun.
It's so cold, she said.
She felt her thoughts freezing, her limbs stiff and her fingers unable to bend. Suyu reached under her arm and wrapped his arms around her soft waist. They both fell onto the bed, with Suyu underneath and Xiaqing on top. The heat from his body overwhelmed her, far exceeding that of an ordinary person and still rising. Xiaqing's icy temperature quickly dropped, and it seemed that holding each other helped a lot. Her eyelashes were covered in ice, making it hard to open her eyes, but she could feel Suyu's warmth, so warm. Suyu's grip around her waist tightened, as if he wanted to pull her into him. Suyu felt an intense heat, but still managed to control himself. His eyes turned red, as if they were on fire. The room's temperature gradually rose, and the atmosphere became more intimate. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door snapped the two of them back to reality. Xiaqing, with her frozen eyes, struggled to open them and realized she was tightly held by Suyu. He restrained his desires and didn't let go of her, his red eyes swirling like a vortex, threatening to pull her in. Zhang Liang had intended to call Suyu and Xiaqing out for hot pot, especially since Xiaqing had brought a lot of ingredients. When he peeked through the slightly open door and saw the scene, his mind went blank. Realizing what he had just seen, he quickly closed the door again. He took a moment to calm his racing heart. Had he just imagined that? Was it really happening? Where's Suyu? Isn't he coming for hot pot? Wang Han asked, enjoying his spicy meal. He hadn't had hot pot in a long time and was really savoring it. Outside, the rain fell, masking the heated breaths from inside. They'll be out soon. I think they're busy with the crystal absorption, Zhang Liang replied calmly, though he couldn't help but feel his face flush at the earlier scene.
Wow.
Suyu was actually holding a woman, and so tightly. Wang Mi frowned slightly and said, Isn't Xingjia inside too? I'll go call her. Don't go. Zhang Liang immediately said, pulling Wang Mi back down. Ahem, let's not disturb them. Just enjoy the hot pot. Wang Han noticed Zhang Liang's awkward tone. The man was clearly a bit anxious. Ahem, Xiaomi, it's better not to go.
Eat.
There's also the cake you've been thinking about. Wang Han stopped his sister. Qingjun remained silent, focused on the hot pot. After a while, Xiaqing finally warmed up and sleepily opened her eyes. She met Suyu's golden eyes. Suyu, your eyes have changed color, Xiaqing exclaimed.
Yours have too.
They were sitting close enough to see their own eye colors reflected in each other's pupils. Why did my pupils turn ice blue? Xiaqing asked. The ability crystal activates one's innate talent, serving as a medium. If someone with powers uses the ability crystal, it simply provides energy. Xiaqing intended to absorb the ability crystal to enhance her space, but this time seemed different. It's already evening. Why hasn't Yugo come out yet? Well, our Yugo is healthy, so it's normal for him to take a bit longer, Zhang Liang replied. But we haven't heard anything from inside. Could you be mistaken?
Impossible.
I saw them hugging tightly on the bed. Ahem.
One uncovered one misses.
My sister is still a minor. Inside the room, Xiaqing and Suyu's faces were flushed. They both realized their position was too intimate. Suyu's heart raced again, and Xiaqing immediately blushed and struggled to sit up. Looking at the messy bed, they really hadn't done anything, just hugged for a few hours? Suyu raised his hand, and a golden flame formed in his palm. Is this fire? Xiaqing asked in surprise. She had seen Qingjun's fireball was red. Xiaqing felt a change within herself and raised her hand to form an ice-blue pillar. Is this ice? Had she become like Princess Elsa? This was amazing. She and Siu had awakened fire and ice powers. The space around them felt different, larger, but the accelerated space was still only a few square meters. The feeling of the space has changed. If I said before that you were connected to my space, now it feels like they have merged. Suyu felt the same way and nodded silently. Xiaqing looked outside. It was dark, and she could hear people talking. It felt a bit awkward for them to go out at the same time. I'll head back first. Okay. Suyu sensed the whirlpool of Xiaqing disappearing, and he even felt himself moving through it. However, he feared he wouldn't stay long. He knew that Xiaqing's world was peaceful, with strict laws, and his presence there without an identity would only cause her trouble. On the other side, Xiaqing returned to the hotel, and it was already past 8 in the morning. She rushed to the bathroom and looked at the unfamiliar pupils in the mirror. To be precise, they were a cool and clear blue, making her feel like she was in an icy world. This reminded her of her abilities. She tried to use them. What's going on? I can't use my powers in this world. She teleported back to the apocalypse base and tried again. Her abilities worked normally there. Then she teleported back. Sure enough, my powers can only be used in that world. But her space was not restricted. It seemed this time and space suppressed her abilities, or perhaps it hadn't evolved or mutated, so there was no energy. Ding ding. Linuan called. Sister Qing, did you see the WeChat I sent you? It has the information for the permanent guests. The location is in Roui. Sister Qing, just get to Magic City, and the trip will start from there. Okay, I'll buy the plane ticket now. She was still in Port City, and it would take a few hours to fly to Magic City. Xiaqing glanced at the information. The permanent guests included Bai Jing, Shen Linzhou, Lin Nuan, Yang Cheng, and Jin Shi. Among them, Shen Linzhou was the top-grossing actor in the Chinese film industry and often appeared in the Chinese New Year Gala. He was a big name in this variety show. Bai Jing and Yang Cheng were also popular stars, while Jin Shi was a long-time actress. Only Lin Nuan had recently become a sudden hit. This was Xiaqing's first time participating in a variety show, and she felt a bit nervous, especially since it would last for 3 days. With full monitoring, it meant she couldn't enter her space during the day, except when sleeping. 3 days should be manageable. Thinking of this, she booked her ticket and prepared to go. The base had enough food to last for 3 days, and recently some evolved beings had brought back insect meat. After cleaning and adding various seasonings, the taste is quite similar to beef. I must say, humans are truly wise. The research facility has also studied insect meat and found it to be highly nutritious, although it does have a strong odor. That's why the base has the most chili peppers available for exchange, and Xiaqing has bought a lot of them. With insect meat, Xiaqing can save on purchasing other meats. The base's mushroom kits only need to be bought regularly, and they can produce a large amount of mushrooms. Currently, the base is not accepting outside survivors, so the food supply is sufficient. This time, the show is being filmed in Roui, a unique border city, which is quite bold given its proximity to the conflict area. However, this is convenient for Xiaqing, as after participating in this episode, she can visit the factory that Chu Xiu mentioned. Focusing on her career is the most important thing now, especially since she worries about what will happen if the space closes one day. Only the business she builds here will truly belong to her. But with the recent fighting in the border area, she wonders if there will be any danger in Roui. Surely the fighting won't reach Roui? Perhaps the production team wants to take this opportunity to promote the border city? That evening, Xiaqing arrived at the airport in the bustling city. In the warm van, Linuan leaned close to Xiaqing and hugged her. I knew you would come. I hope the production team doesn't give us tasks like cooking, Xiaqing said, as Linuan's cooking skills were quite lacking. Don't worry, that's not my character. Xiajie, Linuan's manager, Zhongli, seemed a bit nervous since Xiaqing was their boss. Yes, Linuan has gotten caught up in some entertainment drama. Although it brought her some attention, it has also increased the number of haters, likely due to some sabotage from the company. We can't let Linuan get deeper into this mess. Even if we issue a lawyer's letter and a public statement, people are not trusting it right now. After all, even with a lawyer's letter or a public statement, many celebrities have quickly fallen from grace. The public doesn't take these announcements seriously. They are seen as hidden black marks. Now, they want to label Linuan as someone involved in scandalous relationships. Once the audience becomes familiar with this narrative, it could severely impact her future career. Once, there was a second-rate actress who was labeled as a party girl with a troubled past. Her career stagnated, and she had a poor reputation. Many years later, she married a soldier and finally began to recover. However, the waiting period was too long, as an actress's youth is limited. To create a brilliant career, she needs to shine in her prime. That's why I arranged for Linuan to join this travel show, Zhongli said. I see, you want to expose me on the show? Yes, you are the author who spices things up, and Linuan is your cousin. With family support, people will be less critical and even envious, Zhongli explained. Zhongli was also worried that the boss wouldn't agree to appear on the show, so she wanted to clarify everything first, as the entertainment industry can be quite complicated. If it goes well, it could lead to success. If not, it could become a scandal. Moreover, Linuan is also an actress, pursuing a similar path. Zhongli tried to limit Linuan's appearances on variety shows, but sometimes it was unavoidable, as gaining popularity often requires promoting projects. Alright, that's fine. After all, I am Linuan's cousin. If I don't support her, who will? Xiaqing laughed. Linuan's eyes turned slightly red, feeling very touched. Sister Qingqing, you are my greatest benefactor. We don't need to say so much about our relationship. When they were kids, Xiaqing was playful and the two little ones wandered too far and got lost. In the middle of winter, they huddled together with a dog in the snow for warmth. The whole village had to help find them. Linuan returned home with a fever, needing injections and IVs, while Xiaqing gradually awakened her potential from that experience. On the way, Zhongli explained the variety show to Xiaqing. There are a few key people: Shenlin Zhou, 40 years old, a leading figure in comedy films. Most viewers are tuning in for him. Then there's a popular star known for his intelligence, but he's genuinely a top student. Jin Shi is straightforward and has trended on Weibo for his blunt remarks, but people like his bold personality. Yang Cheng is the charming, warm type. Most of the guests they invited are stars. Besides Nuan and Jin Shi, this episode features Jin Shi's younger brother, who is 16. Zhongli shared all the information she had gathered with Xiaqing. Nuan's personality is like a little sun, with a cute, cheerful tone, which contrasts strongly with the dramas currently airing. In this popular sci-fi movie, Linuan plays a very cool and tough character who doesn't say much. Tomorrow we will start recording the show, but we will fly to Roui first before we begin, she said. The recording will take about 3 days, and after that, we can have some free time. Will there be cameras in the bedroom? Xiaqing asked, as this was her biggest concern. Of course not. The recording is just about doing tasks and playing games in Roui, and we will casually share that you are cooking spicy dishes, Linuan replied. Don't worry, just follow my lead, Linuan said, as she was concerned that Xiaqing might not adjust well to the variety show, thinking that they were all about real personalities. But in reality, variety shows also require acting. Viewers enjoy certain character types or have fantasies about what their favorite stars are like, and they often perform those roles in reality shows. This is not difficult for actors like them.
Okay.
Speaking of this, Xia Qing remembered that her editor, Wan, had sent her a QQ message a week ago. Cooking spicy dishes. Are you releasing a new book? I want a new book. Xia Qing replied, I need to participate in a variety show. I'll post it tomorrow. To her surprise, she received an excited response right away. Since she would be portraying a writer on the show, she could just bring her laptop tomorrow and publish her new book. Thinking of this, she had a task for tonight: choosing a good novel. Surprisingly, Xia Qing felt very excited. She had never participated in a variety show before, and she would finally meet real stars. She had previously met Su Jia, Wang Xingqing, and especially Zhou Ling, who matched her taste perfectly. Su Yu watched as Xia Qing disappeared from sight, her warm scent lingering in the air. Thinking of her slightly flustered eyes earlier, a smile crept onto his face, and his heart raced wildly. It was beating crazily for just one person. Zhang Liang saw Su Yu finally come out of the room. Where's Sister Qing? As soon as Zhang Liang said this, he realized his mistake. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Yuga, it's still raining outside, so we probably can't leave today. We'll have to set off tomorrow. We should be able to reach the capital the day after tomorrow, Zhang Liang said awkwardly. He wondered how the negotiations with the Dragon Country base would go this time. But the main purpose is for Su Yu to leave a mark at the Dragon Country base. As Xia Qing's strength increases, she can transport more people at once. Not only that, but trading supplies will also be easier, which is why Su Yu took the risk to come here. Fortunately, they are all superpowered individuals, and with Xia Qing as a great support, they have all kinds of supplies, making this long journey more bearable. If they encounter an overwhelming horde of zombies, they can summon Xia Qing to take them away. Brother Yu, those two people are following us, Zhang Liang said, looking through the window at two backpack-carrying individuals approaching the building. They must have some tracking ability, otherwise they wouldn't be so hard to shake off, Su Yu frowned. The two women appeared to be between 25 and 28 years old, and Su Yu's group had saved them along the way. Now, for the safety of the base, outsiders are not allowed in. They can help but won't bring trouble. What should we do? Should we drive them away? Zhang Liang frowned. I think those two women are also pitiful. Why not let them come with us? Wang Han coughed twice. Brother, don't get involved with those two. They clearly aren't good people.
Wang Mi frowned.
You little girl, why are you meddling with your brother? Cough, brother, you said not to trust others easily in the apocalypse. Qingjun, don't you agree?
Sheng Yun nodded silently.
Brother, are you interested in that short-haired girl in denim shorts? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Han clearly felt guilty. Su Yu frowned. Those two women definitely have abilities that are not simple. They have been following them all along. We're leaving, but it's still raining outside. We have flying backpacks. We can fly away, Su Yu said firmly, not wanting to deal with the two women. Su Yu took out the flying backpacks, and they quickly put them on. He then kicked open the window. The window crashed down. One by one, they flew away, and 3 minutes later, the two women caught up. I clearly sensed they were here. How could they be gone? The short-haired girl said. They probably just left. I can't sense them right now, the other replied. Should we keep chasing? They clearly don't want us with them. The girl frowned, unsure why her sister insisted on following them. We can survive without them. You don't understand. That man has spatial abilities. Look at the trash on the coffee table. Was that a hot pot? Have you ever seen such fresh food in a bag of instant noodles? The food here has been completely eaten, with no leftovers. If I could copy that man's space ability, all the food in his space would be ours. Plus, with your ability, we could avoid the zombie hordes even if we enter the city area. Then we could gather a lot of supplies. The long-haired woman said, her eyes shining. However, to copy someone's ability, she needed to stay within 50 meters of that person. The higher the level of the ability, the harder it is to copy and the longer it takes. But I think your water ability is pretty good too. At least we won't run out of water. If you copy the space ability, the water ability will be lost, her sister frowned and said. Even if it's not lost, the copied ability only lasts for 3 months. I would need to find someone else to copy again. Besides, if I copy the space ability and we gather enough supplies, we can find a safe place to store them and live for a long time. They're clearly trying to shake us off. Then we need to think of a way to get them to take us along. Chu Xiu and the others flew away with their flying backpacks, continuing towards the Longwa base, but Wang Han seemed a bit reluctant to leave. In another world, although it was winter, the temperature in Roui was around 20 degrees, which they called a warm winter. Maybe that's why they chose Roui? But Xiaqing felt uneasy about the nearby conflict in Myanmar. Wouldn't there be shells flying over? Nuan, you can check out my clothes. You definitely won't find anyone wearing the same outfit, Xiaqing said.
Sure.
That sounds great. Jiang Li hesitated to speak. Linuan had a special stylist, so she wouldn't have the same outfit as anyone else because all the agents would communicate with each other. But since it was Xiaqing who was coordinating, who would dare to say no? Xiaqing pulled out a huge suitcase. Qingjie, this outfit is so pretty. And these earrings are beautiful, and this bracelet is lovely too. Linuan admired the things in Xiaqing's suitcase. They were all very nice, even if they weren't designer brands. For a star, comfort is secondary. Looking good is what matters most. These are all from your aunt's shop, all new arrivals, Xiaqing said with a smile. Although it is a variety show, everyone is staying in a hotel first. Today, Xiaqing met Shinlinzhou, who is very polite in person, unlike his funny persona on the show. They are spending the night at a hotel in Roui, which has been fully booked by the production team. Filming officially starts tomorrow. The first scene will be shot at a jade factory in Roui, and each group will travel by car. 5 groups of regular guests are heading to a jade market in Roui with their friends. There are 2 cameras installed in each car. Linuan is driving, and Xiaqing is in the passenger seat, typing on her notebook. To emphasize her identity as a writer, Xiaqing even wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. It must be said that participating in a variety show requires acting skills. The cameras are filming from all angles, and the editing will be up to the editing team later. There are 5 cars for the guests, and the production team has 7 or 8 cars surrounding them. The production team has already set up the location. Roui is actually a beautiful city affected by the issues in Myanmar. In recent years, there have been scams emerging from the area. At first, Xiaqing only saw snippets on Douyin, but after visiting the place, she realized that the situation was much more serious than what was portrayed online. Those who managed to escape truly went through a lot. She heard Chu Xiu mention that he helped a group of people, but many of them cannot return. They have committed fraud and deceived people out of their money, and returning could lead to severe consequences. Of course, some people have gone back. Recently, there have been many posts on Douyin claiming they met good people and that they wouldn't have escaped otherwise. It makes one wonder if the production team intentionally chose this environment to attract attention to the recent issues in Myanmar. The jade factory is right next to the border fence, with the city of Hiku from Myanmar nearby. Roui has a unique blend of cultures. The guests will not enter the venue just yet. The regular guests will go in first. They have rented the jade factory for today, and this episode will be recorded here, likely taking 2 to 3 days. They will film continuously for half a month and then edit the footage into 6 or 7 seasons. To shoot a well-known series, hundreds or even thousands of staff members are needed. In the center of the venue, a large tent has been set up. Besides the regular guests who are making their entrance one by one, there are many staff members, at least a dozen cameras, and several photographers. Today we are at this jade factory. Later, if everyone likes something, feel free to pick a few items. The director is quite generous this time, Shinlinzhou said, rubbing his hands and smiling at the jade market behind him. Then Shun, you should show us your family treasure for appraisal. I heard an appraiser is coming later, Jinshi said, dressed in a beautiful and unique traditional dye outfit, showcasing exquisite ethnic features. To distinguish between regular guests and special guests, the regulars wear distinctive outfits from Roui. No wonder the production team asked us to bring our own jewelry today. They have plans for it, Yangqing said as he walked up slowly. Yangqing certainly stands out with his looks, and in his deep blue outfit, he looks even more striking. Bai Jing and Lin Nuan entered at the same time. Xiao Bai looks like a top student, and our Molly is here too. Shen Linzhou said with a smile, looking at the two. Linuan looks so sweet today. Totally different style from our Molly, he added. Recently, the show Hero Slays Gods has become a huge hit. Although Linuan plays the second female lead, her character is very impressive, making her more popular than the first female lead. It's worth noting that Linuan's decision to give up the first female lead after reading the script was the right choice. Even with fewer scenes, she still shines. The regular guests interacted and chatted a bit to liven up the atmosphere. This morning, the stars received their first task card, which was about jewelry. Each person had to bring some jewelry of varying values. Since they are all celebrities, even a casual piece they bring is likely to be from a high-end brand. Cartier, Van Cleef & Arpels, Tiffany & Company. Most of the jewelry is worth 5 figures. They wouldn't bring jewelry worth hundreds of thousands to a variety show. They only wear such pieces for events. Jewelry worth millions is usually provided by sponsors, and only a few top stars have that privilege. Next, they brought along their friends. Shen Linzhou came with his friend Jia Bin, who can cook. Shin, you really know us. We're going to have a feast tonight, Yang Qing said. Jean, she brought along her younger brother, Jin Yu, who is already 6 feet tall at just 16. Not only that, but he also has a bright and clean appearance, charming many people as soon as he arrived. Hello, everyone, big brothers and sisters. The clean and youthful voice, combined with the bright presence, truly catches the eye. Jean, she brought her brother along to give him a chance to shine. He has good potential and will eventually enter the entertainment industry, so she thought it was a good opportunity to let him try it out. After everyone introduced themselves, it was time for Xia Qing. Besides Xia Qing, Jean Yu brought along 2 people who are not from the entertainment world, just regular folks. On the surface, Jean, she seemed friendly, but she must have felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Everyone knew that Linuan was a suddenly popular young star, and the show invited her to take advantage of her current fame. However, such fleeting stars are common in the entertainment industry, and once the drama airs, their popularity might fade away. Unless she can make a lasting impression on the audience and continue to land good roles in the future, it's tough to stay relevant. There are only so many good scripts and directors, but there are countless actors. The key to success often lies in having ongoing support from investors. Otherwise, why have so many stars from a few years ago turned to live streaming and selling products? Xia Qing, wearing gold-framed glasses, a white shirt and a short skirt, walked in with a stylish watch. She could feel the presence of several cameras focused on her the moment she stepped on stage.
Wow.
Being an actor is not something just anyone can do. It requires a strong mindset. But she was no longer the same Xia Qing from before. After witnessing so much horror and bloodshed in the apocalypse, her mental strength had developed without her realizing it. Plus, as the deputy base leader, she was no longer the humble girl she used to be. Her presence had significantly improved. Indeed, wealth can quickly elevate a person's demeanor. Hello everyone, I'm Linuan's cousin, Xia Qing. She greeted everyone confidently. This is not just my cousin. She's also the mysterious person everyone has been talking about online, Linuan said, pulling Xia Qing's arm affectionately. Everyone knew what Linuan had been through recently, with trending topics about her being a third party and other unkind rumors. This kind of gossip is common in the industry. More than half of female stars have faced similar slander, whether it's about dating directors or investors. Xia Qing smiled slightly, and Linuan continued, what you might not know is that my cousin has another name, Spicy Pepper. The original creator of the scripts for these dramas is my cousin Xia Qing. I'm being supported by her, Linuan said with a smile. Xia Qing was very cooperative, and the two of them had a great understanding. After Linuan introduced her, a bunch of cameras turned to take pictures of Xia Qing. They also captured the reactions of others, including Yang Cheng, Jin Shi, Bai Jing, and several invited guests, who were all very surprised. Shen Linzhou looked confused, but seeing everyone's astonishment, he exaggeratedly made a surprised expression and quietly asked the nearby Jia Bin, I don't know either, just act surprised. Recently, the hit show, Hero Slaying God, has been very popular along with Ling He, Power Over the World, The First Imperial Daughter, and Su Jia's Flowing Fire. Every script she writes becomes a hit, she exclaimed. Next, we need to complete our task to earn the final reward, a jade ring worth 200,000. A staff member took out a beautiful jade ring. The props team must be using a fake to trick us. Right, it's definitely in the photos, the director joked. The morning shoot was simple, just playing games. At noon, everyone had lunch together and each received a box meal. The guests sat together to eat and gather some material. Let's see if I have the potential to be a hero, Shin Lin-jo joked. Everyone knew that hero slaying god was trending, and just riding the wave could bring in millions. Yes, I think you have a lot of potential. Shin Lin-jo immediately struck a heroic pose. I hope to be assigned a special superpower. Everyone started discussing what superpowers they would have if they were in Hero War God. Each person shared their idea. The next task is to use the superpowers you just chose. Each person can use theirs only once to find the highest value jade in our market. That team will win, the director announced.
It shows our visibility.
How do I use this skill? I think I need X-ray vision for this. They were all negotiating with the production team, as this was a rule changed last minute due to Xia Qing's sudden arrival. The recording of the show went smoothly for 2 days. Qingjie, it was originally planned to record this show in 3 days, but the director added some parts last minute and wants you to stay.
Me?
Yes, the director thinks the footage from the last 2 days is great. With you joining, there will be even more funny material. It will only add 2 more days. Zhongli said. She actually wanted to say that with Qingjie's figure and looks, plus this unique character, entering the entertainment industry is definitely possible. Xiaqing looked at Linuan's eager expression and honestly, the pay wasn't much. Qingjie, why not stay for a couple more days? Having you around is really fun. Linuan said. With you here, I feel like I'm getting more screen time. Where is our next travel destination? Xiaqing asked. Pattaya, Thailand. Thailand is a neighboring country to Myanmar, so she could go there. The flight only takes an hour or 2. Xiaqing calculated the time and said, but I can only record in Thailand for 1 day. Okay, no problem. That evening, they insisted on going to Thailand, and some staff had already gone to Pattaya. This time, the production team is giving us 2,000 yuan to spend in Thailand. The first of the 5 groups to reach the Pattaya hotel wins, Zhongli said. This production team really knows how to have fun. They are taking us abroad?
Xiaqing said.
Is there no place to travel in such a big country like Huagua? Yes. At first, they wanted to go to India, but the crime rate there is too high, so they chose the relatively safe Thailand instead.
All right.
They must be inspired by the previous hit variety show that went to the gypsies and became popular. Zhongli said. Xiaqing knew that show was popular but quite scary. That small country was very chaotic, and the female guest was always surrounded by people wherever she went. By the end, the female guest was wearing a headscarf. This director is the same as the one from that popular show, which was also very intense. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Besides, this variety show has a high investment. For example, Shin Lin-jo's pay for this season is several million. Earning several million in half a month is something many people wouldn't dare to imagine. Xiaqing and Linuan set off from Roui, accompanied by 2 cameramen, while their manager followed remotely. However, the cameras could only capture the 2 of them. Right now, we need 2,000 yuan and we have to arrive in Thailand by tomorrow morning. I see that the plane tickets are sold out and only first class is available. We also need to travel from Roui to Shanghai. If we can save some money for Shanghai, the plane tickets for both of us will cost 800 yuan. Or we can only wait for the flight at 2 a.m. If there's an economy class flight directly to Thailand, it will cost 2,000 yuan for both of us, but then we won't have any money left for a taxi to the hotel in Thailand, Linuan said while scrolling on her phone. Is it really that complicated? Xiaqing asked. Let's go to the airport first. Half an hour later, they changed to a flight to Thailand. Indeed, having something valuable is helpful. But the necklace that Qingjie just exchanged looks quite valuable, doesn't it? Linuan remarked. For someone who likes it, it is valuable. Xiaqing sighed quietly, thinking that these items wouldn't be worth much in a crisis. Others were also using their skills to find a way. Some exchanged tickets using their fame, while others stayed close to the production team. Eventually, they all arrived at a hotel in Pattaya, Thailand. It was already 3 a.m. when they reached the hotel, and everyone was resting inside. The staff were also very tired. Sia was feeling fine. There were no cameras in the hotel room. She took out her shielding device from her bag, turned it on, and went into her space. When she returned after finishing her tasks, 3 hours had passed. The good news was that Xiu had arrived at the Dragon Country base, but the negotiations would likely take some time. When Sia came out of her space, she noticed that her room seemed to have been searched. She put away the shielding device and saw men's footprints on the white carpet, her expression turning serious. Had a stranger entered her room? Her Thai was not very accurate, as she had learned it from watching dramas. She carefully approached the peephole to listen to the sounds outside. This hotel is fully booked by people from Huagua. We just need to control this place. Dozens of Huagua people were killed in Thailand, and the Huagua embassy will definitely intervene. I saw a few Huagua stars tonight. Some of the women are really beautiful, and there's that young boy too. A man was hit on the head, but since it was the boss who did it, he didn't dare to resist. Don't worry, their passports have all been taken away. One Huagua person even thought this was a game. How foolish. Search every room carefully. We're going to carry out a grand terror attack in Pattaya. A man had a wicked smile on his face, and his eyes were cold as he stared at the darkening sky before dawn. Sia listened to their conversation, growing more alarmed as her face changed. She understood the general idea. A terrorist attack was happening. Was it really her luck to encounter such a situation on her first trip to Thailand? Did wishing for world peace mean she had to face war? She quietly entered the bathroom and took out her phone, which had a few unread messages from Linuan. Call the police. There are bad people. There were no further messages. This hotel was a 5-star resort on a small island in Pattaya. Living in Thailand was cheap. Even a fully inclusive 5-star hotel didn't cost much. This saved a lot of money compared to staying in her home country. The embassy's phone was unreachable, and she didn't dare use the hotel's phone, knowing it was likely surrounded by terrorists. The main concern now was how to get out. She took off her dress and changed into more practical clothes for movement. She actually had a handgun in her belongings, but her aim was poor, and she hadn't practiced much. However, it might be useful to scare someone off, so she found a small handgun. With her enhanced senses, Sia noticed there was no one in the nearby hallway. She opened the door slightly and saw that the opposite room was ajar, so she quickly slipped out and entered the other room. The room was messy, but there was no blood or bodies, and Sia sighed in relief. This meant Linuan had likely just been taken away. Oh no! The two terrorists had mentioned playing with women. Xiaoqing's face turned pale. Linuan and the others were all female celebrities. If something happened to them, their careers would be ruined. She couldn't bear to think about it. For now, she just needed to survive. She hurried out to look for Linuan, listening for any sounds. When she heard voices in the hallway, she hid behind a cleaning cart. According to the hotel information, there are still 2 people unaccounted for. One man said, "We need to find them. What do we know about the people we're looking for, male or female?" "We have no information," the other man complained. "Just grab everyone. We'll find out during questioning." Xiaoqing stayed hidden behind the cleaning cart, watching them leave. They spoke English. Were they Americans? It seemed they were searching for someone. However, the information about this person is not detailed. We only know he is in this hotel. To catch him, they arrested everyone in the hotel. But isn't this hotel contracted by their production team? Still, with such a large hotel, which has at least 1,000 rooms, it's possible that the production team only rented 1 floor. Who is this person? Why are they looking for him? Does he have something important?
Sigh.
From the few clues, it seems at least they are not in immediate danger. They must be somewhere. Taking the elevator down is impossible. She walked to the stairwell, but all the doors were locked. Moreover, she noticed movement in the stairwell, indicating someone was guarding it. The surveillance cameras were still active above, and those terrorists might be watching from the control room. Fortunately, Sia was cautious and had a signal jammer with her. In the control room, a man with an American appearance frowned and said, "These surveillance feeds suddenly went static. I wonder what's happening. Could someone have tampered with the cameras?" "Send someone to check the 6th floor," he instructed, using a walkie-talkie. "All right, it's probably just a short circuit." 2 people observed that the static on the monitors had returned to normal. "Keep a close eye on the cameras. If anyone comes out, make sure to catch them." Now, only these 2 people are still missing. They must be hiding in this hotel. Don't let anyone in the hotel escape. Understood. Their phones displayed photos of the 2 missing individuals taken when they checked into the hotel. One of them was Sia. Sia didn't recklessly try to break the lock on the stairs, fearing it would make noise. Instead, she found an empty room to hide in. The terrorists must have sealed off the corridors. Looking at the large floor-to-ceiling window, Sia made a bold decision. She would climb out the window. Each 5-star room has a small balcony, but the height made it difficult to climb down, and if she missed her landing, she could easily fall. Taking a deep breath, Sia looked at the air conditioning unit beside her, thought for a moment, and stepped onto the balcony railing. If she lost her balance, she could fall, which was a true test of her stability. She carefully moved along the railing and jumped onto the air conditioning unit.
Creak.
One of the screws on the air conditioning unit was loose, making Sia-Ching's heart race. The height of the 6th floor was dizzying when she looked down, and there was a large swimming pool below. However, she clearly saw that the pool was stained red, with 2 bodies in security uniforms floating on the surface. Sia-Ching's pupils contracted, and she became even more worried about Linuan's safety. She jumped down from the air conditioning unit, recalling a scene from an action movie featuring an international star. But that was just a movie, where there are chances to start over. She didn't have that luxury. When she reached the 3rd floor, there was no more air conditioning unit, so she climbed onto the balcony and slipped into the room. Her palms were slightly red from climbing without any tools. "Does anyone here know these 2 people? Speak up. I have no patience." The man grabbed another man and stabbed him in the arm with a knife. "Do you know him or not?" "I really don't know," the man said, enduring the pain in fear. "Does anyone recognize him?" The man looked around and locked eyes with a woman, who was the makeup artist from the production team. "I know her. This is our guest, Sia," the woman said fearfully, seeing the blood dripping from the man's injured arm. Her face turned pale as she feared for her own safety. "You traitor," Linuan said angrily, shocked that this person would betray her cousin.
Slap.
Linuan was struck hard, her smooth face instantly swelling, with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. That left her head ringing. "Do you recognize this man?" The man pulled out another photo. He stabbed 2 more people, but they both claimed not to know him. "These people are to be locked up. No one is allowed to leave," the tall man said coldly. "Understood." Borg picked up the walkie-talkie and informed the control room. "This woman is named Sia. There's no lead on the other man, so you can make an announcement. If they don't come forward, we will kill 1 person until they do. What if they don't come out? After all, he has valuable information. If he's a soldier, he will come out." Borg's eyes flickered with a heavy burden. Indeed, how many lives had been lost for this person? Although he was a mercenary for terrorists, he had to admit that the soldiers of Huawei and the army had integrity and courage. At least, even when their flesh was cut into pieces, they didn't reveal any information, not even their gender. That was why so many people were mobilized. Soon, the hotel broadcast came on in a common international language. "Sia, Zhang Huanan, you have 15 minutes to appear in the hotel lobby. If you are even 1 minute late, I will take action. I have no patience. Don't try to call for help. The entire hotel area is under our control. If anyone among you calls the police, let's see who dies first, them or the police." The man's cold voice echoed through the broadcast. Sia crouched on the balcony, having witnessed the earlier scene where someone revealed her information while Linuan defended her. In such a situation, anyone would instinctively want to protect themselves. But if someone can overcome their fear to protect others, that person must be great and trustworthy. True feelings show in times of hardship. They must have registered their information when checking into the hotel, and now it was just her and one other man hiding. She was definitely not the person they were looking for. Could it be someone named Zhonghua? There were about 70 or 80 people in the lobby, with 30 or so from their production team, and the rest being hotel staff. On the floor lay a nearly lifeless body. These people were all from Huagua. They had never encountered such a situation and were now pale with fear. At first, the guests thought it was a prank by the production team and remained calm, even pretending to be scared, until the gunshots rang out. When the hotel staff were shot, panic set in among them. Now everyone was terrified and pale. My cousin hasn't been caught yet, so we still have hope. Maybe she has already called for help, Linuan said. Now, Xiaqing not being caught had become their hope for survival. You just revealed my cousin's information to them. Sorry, I was just so scared, the girl cried out. First, stop the bleeding. A cameraman had just been stabbed in the arm. Dozens of people were trapped in one room, all very frightened. The person on the broadcast said if they don't find them, they will kill us, one every minute, Bai Jing said, frowning, his face pale and lips trembling. It's all the director's fault for insisting on filming in Thailand. Jean, she complained. The director, hiding in the back, was also trembling and pale. Such things hadn't happened in Thailand in recent years. So many people from Huagua travel to Thailand every year. Xiaqing was hiding on the balcony. She wanted to go over, but the balcony in that room was too small for her to pass through, and there was someone outside guarding with a gun. There were also people outside. She was facing 6 different terrorists, and controlling such a large hotel meant there were likely many more. She glanced at her watch. Time was passing slowly. She couldn't wait any longer. There's a couple of pretty girls inside. They say they're stars from China. We've had our fun, but we haven't had fun with stars. Should we give it a try? Said a man with a buzz cut in a manner. There's an empty room next door. I'll go first, then you can come in? Okay, but you need to be quick. It will be trouble if the boss comes back. After saying this, the man hung his gun around his neck. As he entered, the dozens of people in the room shrank back in fear. The scar-faced man scanned the room and immediately focused on Jean Shi, who had a curvy figure. She was wearing a silk camisole, hoping to look more attractive for the morning shoot with the crew, as she usually embraced a style. The scar-faced man pulled Jean Shi out from the crouching crowd.
Ah.
No, please don't hurt me. Jean Shi trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably. The scar-faced man dragged her into the empty room next door. Yang Qing couldn't bear to watch, and wanted to stand up to save Jean Shi. 2 gunshots rang out. If Xin Linzhou hadn't grabbed Yang Qing, she might have been shot. The bullets grazed her head and shattered the glass behind her. Yang Cheng's face turned pale with fear, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The man, smoking a cigarette and holding a gun, said, "Anyone who moves will die." His expression was fierce, and he had a strong smell of blood. These men had all taken lives, and they exuded a menacing aura. However, he didn't plan to kill them just yet, as he hadn't found the 2 people he was looking for. The boss hadn't confirmed who had the information, but injuring them was no problem. In the end, he could set the place on fire and leave no trace. Everyone was pale with fear, their faces devoid of color. Everyone cover your heads. If anyone moves, they'll die. Lin Wan had only seen videos from abroad depicting war, where people knelt in front of others who wielded knives to strike at their heads. She wondered why they didn't resist. Even if it meant death, they should fight back for their lives. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. She wiped the blood from her hands with the fabric and took a quick glance. The man was still smoking and occasionally checking his watch. 5 minutes isn't enough? Why is your voice so quiet? Xiaqing had the woman call out to make the terrorist outside the room lower his guard. Xiaqing emerged from behind, and the man reacted quickly. Only those who have faced danger can be quick on their feet. Xiaqing had easily dealt with the scarred man who had attacked Jean Shi because he was caught off guard, and her sudden attack allowed her to defeat him. Taking on a few ordinary people was easy for Xiaqing, but handling trained mercenaries was still a challenge.
It.
The man cursed, and Xia Qing charged at him, closing the distance. They exchanged a few blows, and Xia Qing delivered a spinning kick to the man's chin, causing him to bleed. Chinese martial arts? The man said in shock as he wiped away the blood. Everyone watching was stunned, their mouths agape. However, the man was not weak. As Xia Qing kicked him, he managed to land a kick to her chest, but thankfully, she blocked it with her arm. Her arm went numb.
Get lost.
Xia Qing couldn't help but curse, and the crew members who had just crouched down quickly stood up. Seeing Xia Qing so brave, the men felt they couldn't just stand by. The man immediately grabbed his gun, but this time, Xia Qing was quicker. "Do you think you can draw your gun faster than I can shoot?" Xia Qing said, holding a small handgun aimed at him. "Drop your gun on the ground," Xia Qing said coldly. The man looked at her gun. After years of handling firearms, he could tell if it was real or fake. Xia Qing remained calm, her gaze steady and cold. The man didn't want to risk his life and slowly lowered his weapon. "Are you the one we're looking for from the special forces? You can't escape. Just give us the USB drive, and I'll speak to my boss about letting you go," the man said. "I'm not. I'm just a writer," Xia Qing replied calmly. "A writer? A writer so fierce?" The fighting scene was like something out of an action movie, and was her small gun real? "You better put the gun down now, or I will shoot," Xia Qing said seriously, showing no signs of panic like the others. The man underestimated Xia Qing, thinking she was a trained soldier from the special forces who would shoot terrorists without hesitation. He threw his gun to the ground. "I remember you said you wouldn't kill those who surrender," he said. "Sorry, terrorists don't get that privilege," Xia Qing replied coldly. She had fought zombies and mutated creatures, but this was her first time aiming a gun at a person. She had heard that human blood was warm. "Linuan, come and take the gun away," Xia Qing said, keeping her eyes on the man, unable to move closer. Linuan was stunned, her mind blank. When Xia Qing called her, she struggled to overcome her trembling body. However, she had been crouching for too long, and when she stood up, her legs felt weak. Yangqing stepped forward to support Linuan and then walked over to pick up the gun from the ground. Everyone felt ashamed. So many people, especially men, and they couldn't subdue a single terrorist. Xia Qing aimed the gun at the man's forehead and then kicked him hard in the groin. As he screamed in pain, she struck a pressure point on his neck, knocking him out in seconds. After closing the door, she found a bedsheet to wrap around herself and stepped out, trembling. Her clothes had been torn, but thankfully, she had not been harmed. "Sister, what should we do now?" Linuan asked, her face pale with fear. Xia Qing had just subdued the attacker, and now she was their leader. "We need to call the police, but our phones and passports were stolen," the director said. "We can't call for help. The signal is lost here. We need to find a way to hide. We are too big of a target," Xia Qing replied. "You're a hotel staff member. Do you know of any safe hiding places?" she asked. "There's a wine cellar underground," the staff member said, trembling. It was likely their first encounter with such a terrifying situation. There were few injured people still unconscious in the room. Xia Qing thought for a moment. With so many people going to the wine cellar, they could easily be discovered. "You all tie these two up tightly," she instructed. A few cameramen quickly followed her orders, using bedsheets to bind the two men securely. "I need to go call the police. The hotel signal is blocked, and I need to find someone named Zhang Huanan," she said. "Everyone here is after that person. We need to find him," she added. "Lock the store for now. I will create some trouble, and you can hide while I do that." "What about you?" Linuan asked anxiously. With so many people here, could she really let her cousin go out alone to call for help? "I'll go with you." Although Linuan was scared, she couldn't let her cousin face such a dangerous situation alone. "No, you stay here, and find a place to hide." "I'll go with you," Yangqing said, his face a bit pale. Xia Qing looked at Yangqing, who was often labeled a popular star and a warm guy, but sometimes faced criticism for not being strong enough. However, at this moment, Xia Qing thought he was quite impressive. He was overcoming his fear better than many others here. Xia Qing shook her head. Bringing someone along felt like a burden. If she could fight, she would, and if not, she would retreat. Having someone with her would only slow her down. No, it's easier for me to go alone, and the hallway is under surveillance. If I go out, I'll be spotted immediately. Then how will you leave? Linuan frowned. Xia Qing pointed to the window and calmly said, "Climb out." The others looked outside. The window was quite high, and the ledge was narrow. How could anyone climb out without falling? Xia Qing checked the time. 5 minutes had already passed. With a swift movement, she jumped out the window, grabbed the ledge with one hand, and then climbed down to the next level. "Your cousin is amazing," the director praised sincerely. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have filmed Xia Qing. They locked the room door and took 2 walkie-talkies from the terrorists. One was left for Yang Cheng, and Xia Qing took the other. The group felt a little more at ease seeing the 2 terrorists. "Thank you, Brother Shen," Yang Cheng said. If Shen Linzhou hadn't pulled him back, he might have been seriously hurt. This floor was filled with their production team, and after counting, there were over 20 people. Other floors had staff and tourists who had also been captured and were now in the hotel lobby, where one person was being held down. He was holding a microphone from the lobby and said, "I will count to 3. If she doesn't show up, she will die."
Ah.
The woman pinned to the ground trembled in fear, unable to scream for help. The man stepped on her head, causing her scalp to bleed. A man in black jumped out from the stairs. Borg saw the man smile slightly and knew that if he were a soldier from Huagua, he would never give up a life. "You want something here? Let these residents go," the man said in a hoarse voice. Xia Qing, hiding in the shadows, frowned slightly. Was this person Zhang Huanan? Was he a soldier from Huagua? Could it be that he was not what she imagined? This man was a special forces soldier from Huagua, carrying out some international secret mission to obtain important intelligence, and then being chased? The soldiers from Huagua are quite strong, but unfortunately, they are blinded by passion. I really don't understand why you all risk your lives for this. This thing is worth 3 billion. Even if you each get 1 billion, it would be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. A gunshot rang out. Blood immediately stained the ground. "You?" Zhang Huanan frowned, his forehead veins bulging. He was quickly surrounded by several armed men. His expression remained calm, but his cold gaze and bulging veins showed his anger. These people treated lives as if they were nothing. Borg waved his hand, and a man with a gun stepped forward to search Zhang Huanan. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, all the shower heads in the hotel started spraying water. The fire alarm began to ring. Xia Qing had just passed the kitchen and had intentionally set off a smoke alarm to create confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Huanan drew his handgun, and the lobby turned into a battlefield. Xia Qing, holding a handgun and hiding in the shadows, wanted to help the man, but her aim was really poor. She accidentally shot the crystal chandelier in the hotel lobby.
Crash.
Countless crystal beads fell down. The scene instantly became chaotic, and with the thick smoke, visibility was severely reduced. "Kid, you're impressive, but this thing belongs to us." Borg managed to grab the item, but he was injured in the arm. He left with the remaining terrorists. Beep, beep, beep. Xia Qing heard something beeping as she watched the men leave. Before they left, they placed a metal box on the body. Zhang Huanan lay on the ground, shot in the chest. "Send someone to guard here. Anyone who dares to leave will be dealt with," Borg said coldly. Holding the small USB drive, which was worth 3 billion, he turned to leave. The rescued people huddled in the corner, trembling. No one dared to go out to save Zhang Huanan. They were all thinking about how to escape. Xia Qing frowned and walked over to check his injury. He had been shot in the right chest, but there was no blood. She noticed a bent 5-star medal on the torn area. Although it had blocked a fatal shot, his rib was broken from the impact. His waist had been cut by a knife, and blood stained his black clothes.
"How are you?"
Xia Qing listened to their conversation and realized that this man was a special forces soldier from Huagua. As a fellow citizen, She couldn't ignore him. Zhang Huanen suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Xia Qing's wrist. "Quick, take me over there," he said weakly. "Where do you want to go?" "They set a bomb. We need to disarm it quickly, or it will explode."
What?
Xia Qing's throat tightened. Was that the sound of a bomb's countdown? She didn't mind for herself. She could hide, but Linuan was here too. There were at least dozens of lives at stake. Xia Qing helped him to the center box, where he placed the bomb on a body. The woman had been shot in the head, and blood was everywhere. Those who had been hiding in the corner panicked and ran outside upon hearing about the bomb. After a minute or two, gunfire erupted outside. "They haven't left." Xia Qing frowned. "These people are insane. They're terrorists," Zhang Huanen said weakly. She couldn't worry about those who had escaped and been shot. Right now, she needed to focus on disarming the bomb. "Forget about them for now. Let's disarm the bomb." "How do we do that?" Xia Qing wasn't afraid of the body, just the bomb. She carefully helped Zhang Huanen sit down, feeling that if he moved too much, the blood from his abdomen would pour out. "Be careful when you open it." "Of course I'm careful. It's a bomb. I've only seen bomb disposal experts in movies." She hoped the knowledge from the films was real. The only thing she knew about bombs was the red and blue wires. Xia Qing took a deep breath to calm her nerves and opened the metal box. "What's wrong?" Zhang Huanen's expression turned serious. "If this bomb explodes, it could turn the whole hotel into ruins. Then why set a timer? The time on it gives us 15 minutes, right?" "That's the time they have to leave here," Zhang Huanen replied. Xia Qing realized that if it didn't have a timer and just exploded, wouldn't they be killed too? Could the remote control be more expensive? "Does that mean I just need to cut the wires?" Xia Qing said.
Cough, yes.
"But with so many wires, which one should I cut?" Xia Qing said, almost in tears. "Do you have a knife?"
Yes.
Xia Qing thought he wanted to cut the wires, but she saw Zhang Huanen painfully cut into his own arm. "What are you doing?" Xia Qing asked in confusion. Zhang Huanen pulled back his skin and took out a small object from inside. "Promise me you'll take this back to the country. You must hand it over to the authorities." "My captain and teammates are all gone," Zhang Huanen said, his eyes red and filled with tears. Xia Qing trembled as she took it. He was really hurting himself to hide this inside his body and even cut himself open. How painful must that have been? "You go first." "How can I leave?" "There are guards outside," Xia Qing said. She wanted to escape too, but her options were running out.
Go.
"Please just survive and bring it back. That's what matters." Zhang Huanen shouted. Time passed slowly. Xia Qing looked at him, feeling an indescribable sadness. What should she choose? Take this and escape alone? Or stay behind? What could she do to resolve this crisis? "Don't be afraid. They will leave when the time is up." Zhang Huanen moved to the bomb box, holding it tightly, his fingers digging in. The beeping stopped. Suddenly, Zhang Huanen coughed up blood. "No way. Bro, are you spitting blood now?" Before Xia Qing could respond, Zhang Huanen fainted. "Oh no." But surprisingly, the timer on the bomb had stopped. Did that mean it wouldn't explode? Before Xia Qing could celebrate, the beeping started again. Now it seemed she only had one choice: to hide in her space? Xia Qing's eyes lit up. She might have a solution. A bold idea suddenly popped into her head. She could put the bomb in her space. Her space could stop time. If time stopped, the bomb wouldn't explode. The air around them was filled with the scent of death and thick smoke. Xia Qing threw the object into her space. Sure enough, once the bomb entered, time stopped. Xia Qing sighed in relief. She had made the right bet. This could be considered a powerful weapon, right? If Xiu faced a zombie wave, it could clear them all in one go. She looked at Zhang Huanen, who had fainted. Luckily, he was unconscious. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain things. Xia Qing leaned in to check his breathing. He was still alive. He needed treatment. Fortunately, she was strong enough to carry a man, but being small made it a bit awkward to carry someone who was 1.8 meters tall. Not far away, in a car. "Boss, Alan and Scar haven't come back. We can't reach them on the radio. No one is responding. What should we do? Borg glanced at the time. There were only 2 minutes left before the explosion. Of course, we leave. The place is going to up in 2 minutes. Are we going to stay here and die? The other person didn't dare to say anything more. Although he was on good terms with those two, his life was more important now. Who would go back to save them? Xia Qing managed to carry the man upstairs and found a random room. He's bleeding. She took out bandages and a blood-stopping agent from her supplies. Then she pulled out a bottle of diluted physical enhancement liquid. Since the physical capabilities in this world weren't as strong as in a post-apocalyptic one, drinking it all at once might have side effects. She poured the diluted enhancement liquid into the man's mouth. While it wasn't a healing potion and wouldn't instantly heal his wounds, it would boost his immune system. Before, his immunity was like a foot soldier. After drinking the liquid, it would be like giving him weapons. Xia Qing took scissors and cut a hole in the man's shirt to expose the knife wound. Fortunately, it was a cut and not a stab. The flesh was just torn, which looked a bit gruesome, and it was still bleeding. She sprinkled the blood-stopping agent on it, then used gauze and a bandage to check and treat the wound. This type of injury needed stitches, but she had only learned basic treatment in college and wasn't a professional. Her hands were covered in blood, so she cleaned them up and hurried upstairs to find Linuan and the others. "It's me, open the door." Linuan opened the door upon hearing Xia Qing's voice. "I found some bandages. I need to treat the injured staff first." "Okay, I'll help," Linuan replied. "Where is that secret underground winery? Take us there now." "On the basement level," the staff member quickly said. "Those people have already left, but we don't know if they'll come back. A few people tried to escape during the chaos and were shot. We saw that from the window," Chu Xiu said nervously. Chu Xiu was a guest brought by Yang Cheng. He was a child star and was only 18 years old now. "Let's take the stairs. Hurry, we need to get to the underground winery." The injured people were being helped down the stairs by the staff. The last two terrorists, like dumplings, remained in place. Xia Qing walked over and forcefully stepped on their legs, breaking them. The sound of bones cracking echoed.
"Ah!"
One of the terrorists cried out in pain. Xia Qing didn't give them a chance to react. She broke both their legs and knocked them out. It wasn't that she was cruel. Their binding technique was unprofessional, and both were mercenaries. They could wake up and escape, posing a threat later. However, Xia Qing didn't want to kill them. After all, this was a society governed by law, and she didn't want to leave Linuan with any psychological scars. Linuan followed Xia Qing, feeling tense as she watched her cousin act so violently. Her throat tightened. "Are you scared?" Linuan nodded, and then shook her head. "I'm afraid of these terrorists, but I'm not afraid of you. You saved us, cousin. I thought you might think I was cruel." After all, the way she had just broken their legs seemed harsh. The environment really does affect people. A year ago, she wouldn't have acted this way. She might have screamed in fear upon encountering terrorists. "No, cousin, I'm not a saint. Should we be merciful to terrorists? The law tells us that terrorists don't have a good ending. And if you hadn't joined this program, you wouldn't have faced this threat," Linuan said, feeling guilty. "Terrorists are too cruel in this world." The massacre at the Opera House, where 143 people died at the hands of terrorists, was a shocking news story. Now, it was a personal experience, and her mindset was different. She felt a bit uneasy. After all, she had always presented a calm image in front of Linuan, and she hadn't expected Linuan to think this way. "I'm glad I came," Xia Qing said. "Cousin." Linuan's eyes filled with tears as she choked up. "All right, this isn't the time for emotions. Let's hurry to the underground wine cellar." If Xia Qing hadn't come this time, Linuan wouldn't have survived, nor would the entire crew. "I'll sign up for boxing when I get back," Linuan thought to herself. She wanted to be as strong as her cousin. As they headed to the wine cellar, they encountered a few other survivors, including some children. The underground wine cellar was indeed hidden, with rows of wine bottles looking quite impressive. "When can we leave here? We can't keep hiding in the underground wine cellar, can we? We can't go out now." We just tried to escape to the hall and got shot, and they took the cars. The hotel is surrounded by water, with only one bridge leading in and out. Guests are usually transported by the hotel's vehicles. This hotel is also a landmark in Thailand. After a long day, everyone is hungry, and the only drink available is wine. Some people, feeling thirsty, start to drink the wine. Xia Qing glanced at her watch. The explosion time had passed. Would those people come back if they didn't hear anything? That's an unknown question. By the way, cousin, the walkie-talkie has been buzzing, saying they should come back, or there would be an explosion. Linuan said with a frown. This hotel doesn't have a bomb, does it?
Yang Cheng asked nervously.
There's a bomb, but she has hidden it. I don't know. There shouldn't be one. I'm just worried they might come back, so we should hide here for now.
It's not safe to go out right now.
Without cars, we would be completely exposed, with no place to hide, Xia Qing said with a frown. How long do we have to hide? Do Thai police really work this slowly? Chu Xiu said with a frown. He was quite unhappy and even blamed Yang Chung for inviting him to this show. Long periods of tension had created negative energy among everyone. If only we hadn't come here. Yeah, director, this place is so unlucky. Isn't there a better option in our country? There's plenty of space. It would cost too much to book a hotel like this in our country, and our program's budget is limited, the director explained. He had never encountered such issues while organizing trips to Paris. Most of the budget went to the regular guests of the show. Shun Linzhou, Jin Shi, Bai Jing, and Yang Chung understood the situation but didn't want to complain. Complaining won't help. Thailand's safety was good before. All we can do now is stick together.
Qing Jie is right.
Let's not argue anymore, Yang Chung quickly said, looking at Xia Qing with admiration. That spinning kick against the attacker was so cool. Yang Chung had acted with police before. Fight scenes look fast on screen, but the actions are actually slow. If he really went up to fight, he would probably get beaten badly.
Sia Qing glanced at Yang Cheng.
If she remembered correctly, she was a few years younger than Yang Chung. I'll go out to check the situation. You all stay here, okay? Xia Qing wanted to go back and see Zhang Huanen. We're hungry here too, someone replied. No, you can't keep going out. If you go, bring us some food or find a way to call for help. Xia Qing looked at the person who spoke. They were not part of their production team, probably tourists. These people had been hungry all day. Xia Qing frowned slightly. To be honest, she really didn't have time to eat right now. When a person is under stress, they often lose their appetite. You can go out by yourself, Xia Qing said. If you want to go, then go. You can either stay here or leave on your own. This underground wine cellar was relatively safe for now. At least it was hidden. Apart from the hotel staff, outsiders didn't know about it, let alone those terrorists. If they went out like this, they wouldn't know if those people had backup. Some of the people hiding in the underground wine cellar wanted to leave, while others chose to stay. Those who decided to stay were all from their production team, and everyone was still quite united at this moment. Moreover, they had seen Xia Qing defeat 2 ruthless criminals. In the production team, only a few cameramen were strong enough, while the other tourists, especially those who had just witnessed the shooting, chose to stay. All right, who wants to come with me to find some food? She couldn't leave Zhang Huanen alone in the hotel. The cameramen were too scared to go. You were just eager to go out, and now you're all afraid? Lin Wan said angrily. Sis, I'll go with you. Xia Qing thought for a moment. Since those people had set off a bomb, there probably wouldn't be terrorists in the hotel for a while.
Okay.
I'll go too, Yang Chung said.
All right.
Xia Qing, Yang Chung, Lin Wan, and 2 strong cameramen followed her. She took a handgun out of her pocket. Yang Chung, I remember you filmed police and criminal movies. Here, take this gun for now. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. I picked it up from one of the terrorists. Okay. Yang Qing took the gun, feeling its weight. His hands trembled with nervousness. Just don't point that gun at me, Lin Wan said anxiously. The group followed Xia Qing up the stairs. The locks had already been broken. In the corridor, there were 2 bodies outside a room. They went around and entered the room, where Zhang Huanen was still unconscious. Who is he? Linuan looked at the pale face, which seemed to have lost too much blood. This is a soldier from our country. Qingjie, look. Those people are back. Yangcheng said while looking out the window as a car approached. At first, Yangcheng was excited, thinking someone had come to rescue them. But then, 4 armed men got out of the car. Boj noticed there was no explosion and couldn't reach Scar on the radio.
This is a trap,
Boj said, looking at the empty chip on the computer. Boss, it's been 15 minutes, and the bomb hasn't exploded. Could it have been disarmed? Boj glanced at his watch. I shot that man, and he was also stabbed in the chest. There's no way he could still be alive. Willpower. Don't these people have willpower? The last one took 5 bullets and still blew up our cruise ship. It's possible he disarmed the bomb, Boj speculated. That bomb is hard to disarm. No, boss, should we go back? Call the remaining brothers back to search. If they can't find him, eliminate everyone, Boj said coldly.
The rest will continue with the plan.
We can take fake items, but he can't bring back the real one. Boj frowned. Boj left with a group of people. Understood. A man took out a radio and instructed the last car to return to complete the task. The boss wants us to turn back and deal with the remaining people. Will the bomb malfunction? Let's wait a bit. If it doesn't explode, we'll move in. Looks like we have some fun ahead. A man with a beard, holding a gun, had a bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Xiaqing and Linuan moved to the window and saw several people entering with guns. This is bad. Xiaqing thought about how Zhang Huanen had given her the real item. Did they discover it was fake and come back to find it? Also, the hotel hadn't exploded. We need to hide. It might be too late to go to the underground wine cellar now. It could lead them there, where there are dozens of people. 2 people who didn't listen to Xiaqing ran out from the underground wine cellar, trying to escape. After all, it was too dangerous here, and they just wanted to leave this terrifying place. But they were shot in the head as they emerged. This watch is nice, a terrorist said, taking the watch from one of the victims and putting it on his wrist. These people were motivated by money, a thirst for blood, and a society that couldn't accept them, naturally gathering in places like this. They have extreme terrorist organizations in the world, and every time they appear, they bring immense fear and shock. The people in the underground winery also heard the gunshots. Oh my gosh, they really are back. The staff quickly closed the winery's doors. If we close the door, Linuan, Yangcheng, and Xiaqing won't be back. Jean, she said with a frown. She felt grateful to Xiaqing for saving her. If we don't close the door, they might find us. This is an underground winery. When the door is shut, it looks like a wall from the outside, as you all just saw. There are people here. Don't speak. This glass can't be seen through from outside. The staff quickly reminded them. They saw a man walking by with a gun. The people in the winery were trembling, covering their mouths in fear of being discovered. The bomb is gone. The person is also missing. It seems that the warrior from Huagua took the bomb.
Impossible.
That warrior wasn't killed? Look at the marks on the ground. Someone must have saved him. Does he have an accomplice? Didn't we kill all his partners? Let's search the area. If no one is here, we'll burn this place down, the man said with a frown. He took out a walkie-talkie to report the situation, receiving orders to deal with the people here and leave no traces. Xiaqing and the others were hiding in a room, watching as the criminals entered the hotel. The car outside was empty, with no one left to guard it. We can jump down from the small balcony in the back and then get into that car. They won't catch us. Xiaqing pointed to the car below. Jump down? Linuan looked at the window. It was 2 stories high, with no air conditioning unit, just tiled flooring below. It would hurt to jump down. Tie the curtains and bed sheets together quickly, Xiaqing said. She could jump down without a problem, but Linuan might struggle. The 2 cameramen and Yangcheng quickly tied the curtains into a rope and lowered it down. When you jump down, don't scream, okay? Xiaqing looked at Linuan, worried she would get nervous and shout. Linuan covered her mouth and nodded. Xiaqing was the first to slide down, checked that no one was around, and waved to the others. The second was Linuan. Xiaqing caught her in a princess carry. The 2 cameramen were quite agile, as they usually ran around with heavy cameras. The last one was Yangcheng. When he slid down, the bedsheet had already started to tear, probably because the first two guys were a bit heavy. When he reached the middle, the bedsheet completely ripped. "Be careful," Linuan gasped, covering her mouth, while Xiaqing quickly rushed over to catch Yangcheng. Although the male star was tall, he kept his weight down for the camera, so he wasn't too heavy. Yangcheng's face turned red. He had played the hero saving the beauty on TV too many times, but in reality, he was saved by a girl. It was embarrassing that she managed to catch him. Being so close, he could smell the lemon scent on Xiaqing. However, Xiaqing was not thinking about that. She was focused on escaping and had no time for romance. She went straight to the car, forgetting to turn off the key, which was a mistake. "Who can drive?" Xiaqing asked. "I can," two cameramen replied at the same time. "Then you drive," Xiaqing pointed to the guy on the left, "and let them get in the car. Don't go towards the bridge. There should be a dock to the east." Xiaqing recalled from the hotel lobby map. The bridge had only one road, and if those people were still there, it would be dangerous. "Go out and call the police, report to the embassy," Xiaqing instructed. "Yangcheng, keep the gun for protection." Linuan, hearing all this, asked, "Sister, aren't you coming with me?" Xiaqing glanced back and said, "There's no time. You all go quickly. Don't worry, I'll be fine." "Director, the crew is in the underground wine cellar. We need to bring them back. Hurry, and think of a way to report to the police, got it? Come on, drive fast, they'll be back soon." "Sister," Linuan said with teary eyes, reluctant to leave Xiaqing. "Yangcheng, take care of my sister," Xiaqing said. The car started, and the cameraman drove away quickly. "We need to hurry and report to the police. That's the only way to save them. There are still many people hiding in the underground wine cellar," the cameraman said. "Exactly, we need to find help fast," Yangcheng agreed. "Your sister is really amazing. We owe it all to her this time," the cameraman added. Xiaqing returned to the previous room and quickly picked up Zhang Huanan, placing him in the storage room. She took out some water and drinks from the space. "You have to hang in there," Xiaqing said. "When we get back to Huagua, you'll be a hero. The chip you brought back will reassure your fallen teammates." The man seemed to move his eyelashes upon hearing Xiaqing's words. "The surveillance cameras here have been destroyed. After all, those terrorists are afraid of leaving any evidence. Where did everyone go? Did they all run away? Let's set it on fire. That counts as completing the mission," said the man. "Otherwise, searching through so many rooms would take forever." As he spoke, several men started to set fires. But only one man was wiping blood from the tip of his knife. On the ground lay two bodies, and a terrified woman was holding a 4- or 5-year-old child. A man, shot and barely alive, lay nearby. "Please don't hurt the child," the woman cried, holding her scared child tightly. The man put away his gun and held a bloody machete. In front of the little boy, he cut the father's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing this, the child's face went pale, and the woman quickly hugged her child closer. The man laughed wildly, satisfaction on his face, while recording the scene on his phone. "Next, I'll deal with the two of you."
"No.
"Please, don't hurt my child," the woman cried desperately. She wanted to escape with her child, but in her extreme fear, her legs felt weak, and her mind was foggy. She could only see the man approaching her like a demon with his knife. He was thinking, should he kill the child first or the mother? Would killing one make the other feel more despair? He kicked the woman aside and grabbed the child, who screamed in fright. The woman knelt on the ground, pleading, her eyes red and her body trembling. "Please, please, don't kill my child. She's just 4 years old. Please." The woman knelt and bowed her head, hitting it on the ground until blood appeared. Seeing this, the man's eyes sparkled with twisted excitement. What the woman didn't realize was that her pleas only heightened the man's thrill. Just as he was about to harm the child, a gunshot rang out, grazing the man's shoulder. It was Xiaqing, holding another handgun. Her aim was poor. She had been aiming for the man's head. The men setting fires behind the hotel took notice of the gunshot. "Put the child down," Xia Qing said, stepping forward with both hands on her gun. At that moment, she chose to save the child, even though she was very nervous. These ruthless terrorists were more terrifying than zombies. Perhaps it was because she had been affected by that soldier named Zhang Huanen. Xia Qing noticed that he had no intention of letting go, and she coldly said, "The next shot will be aimed at your head." Xia Qing struggled to lift her gun and aimed at the terrorist's head. This time, the man obediently released the child, who rushed into the woman's arms. "Please hurry and go," Xia Qing said firmly. "Thank you." The woman trembled as she held her child. Even in such a terrifying situation, her good upbringing made her express gratitude. She quickly ran outside, wanting to get as far away as possible. "Don't run outside. Go upstairs and find a room to hide," Xia Qing shouted urgently. There were still 2 or 3 terrorists outside setting fires, and encountering them would mean certain death. Upon hearing Xia Qing's words, the woman hurriedly ran up the stairs with her child. Now there were only 4 of them, and they didn't have enough people to search. They just needed to find a safe place to hide. The 2 exchanged glances without blinking, as even a moment of eye contact could lead to disaster. Xia Qing saw the man move to aim his gun, and they both fired at the same time. Gunshots rang out. Xia Qing's aim was still poor, and since the opponent was intentionally dodging, she didn't hit anything. However, the man's bullet had struck her arm. Ouch! Getting shot really hurt. The pain felt like it was digging into her flesh, leaving her momentarily dazed. She covered her arm in pain and hid behind the sofa in the hall. The sofa was shot, and the stuffing was scattered everywhere. She couldn't let anyone see her alive in this state. Just like in this world, she couldn't use her powers. Peeking from behind the sofa, she fired a few more shots. These shots didn't hit any vital spots, but they did injure the man's arm. The pain and blood only fueled his aggression, awakening his inner strength. Xia Qing's gun was out of bullets, and her arm hurt badly, though not much blood was flowing. Her vision was a bit blurry, and the colored contact lenses were uncomfortable, obstructing her sight. When she awakened her ice powers in the apocalypse, her pupils turned ice blue, so she wore black contacts to hide them. The criminal's gun was also out of bullets, and he picked up a military knife to chase after Xia Qing. Xia Qing dodged his knife, holding a dagger in her hand, looking for an opportunity to strike back. The smoke from outside had already seeped in. Last time Xia Qing had intentionally released smoke, but this time it was a real fire. Cough, cough. The smoke choked her, making it hard to breathe. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer you must be, as Sia told her. The man was getting frustrated because none of his attacks hit Xia Qing. He seemed surprised by her ability to dodge. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared behind the attacker and swiftly ended his life, blood spraying from his neck. The man clutched his throat, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he couldn't accept what was happening. Smoke filled the air, and as he collapsed to the ground, it quickly turned into a pool of blood, revealing the figure behind him. Xia Qing stared in shock at the familiar silhouette of the person who had killed the man. It wasn't until he approached her that she realized who it was.
Chu Xiu?
"It's me. You've been shot in the arm. We need to remove the bullet," Sia said, his brow furrowed with concern. In the next moment, Xia Qing took Sia back to the sunny base. It was nighttime in the post-apocalyptic world, and Sia carried Xia Qing straight to the clinic at the base. "We don't see patients at night." The assistant frowned, surprised that anyone would knock on the door at such an hour. "Base leader?" The assistant was taken aback when he saw Xiu. "Quick, call the doctor." "Okay, right away." The assistant immediately became serious and went to fetch the doctor, who hurriedly got dressed upon hearing the base leader was there. "Gunshot wound. Hurry and treat her," Xiu instructed. The doctor began administering anesthesia and treating the wound while Xiu stood by, watching. "I can't stay. I need to go back. The hotel is on fire, and there are still people in the underground wine cellar. I don't know if my sister got out. There are also 2 terrorists," Xia Qing said anxiously. She didn't ask how Xiu had appeared in her timeline. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the hotel fire. It could be a diversion, with the terrorists waiting outside for people to escape before opening fire. Xia Qing clenched her fists. These terrorists were worse than zombies. They had killed a father in front of a child. The bullet was quickly removed, and the doctor finished bandaging her arm. Don't use this arm for now. Otherwise, the wound might reopen. You may feel some pain once the anesthesia wears off, the doctor advised.
Thank you.
The doctor and assistant felt the tension in the room, especially with Su Yu's grim expression. They quickly left, leaving only a small night light on in the clinic. After Xia Qing had her wound treated, she said, "Do you know how dangerous that was? If I hadn't shown up, you could have been killed." Su Yu felt a deep pain in his heart as he spoke. He couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened if he had arrived late and Xia Qing had really been harmed. He couldn't even think about it. "By the way, when will you be able to enter our time and space?" Xia Qing asked curiously. "Has the space evolved?" Su Yu blushed slightly at her question, seemingly recalling a misty bathroom. He had sensed something the moment Xia Qing was injured. He was currently in an underground base in Long Country. What exactly happened? "I was with my cousin recording a show in another country when we encountered a terrorist attack. The criminal has already killed over 10 people and is now starting a fire. And our warriors from Huaxia are also inside." "I'll go with you," Su Yu said. "But how long can you stay?" Xia Qing asked. She thought Su Yu might have a time limit, just like when she went to the apocalypse and was bounced back. They needed to act quickly. "Okay." With Su Yu by her side, Xia Qing felt much more at ease. Even when facing 2 terrorists, she didn't feel as scared. "Put on the bulletproof vest first. I got these from the underground base in Long Country." Su Yu took out a lightweight vest that Xia Qing had never seen before. The bulletproof vests she had seen on TV were usually much heavier. This is different from those mutated zombies that can be dealt with using knives or swords. Modern warfare relies on firearms and gunfights. If you react slowly, you could get shot. Your strength might be enough for some foolish zombies, but untrained ordinary people are too weak to handle these terrorists. International terrorists undergo professional training and fight in underground matches. Their training is about life and death. Su Yu, being a special forces soldier, had encountered many international criminals. What Su Yu said was the truth, and Xia Qing couldn't argue against it. Such situations were rare in their world, as Huaxia was still quite safe. Perhaps behind that safety were the burdens carried by soldiers. "Put on the fire mask. The danger from fire comes not from the flames but from the smoke." Both Su Yu and Xia Qing were armed, and she led him as they moved through the hotel, which was still in place. However, there was a lot of smoke now, and the body of the terrorist was still on the ground below. Su Yu picked up the gun from the ground. At that moment, the smoke detector in the hallway started beeping and water began to spray out. There were gunshots and screams outside. Just as Xia Qing had guessed, some people hid when they realized something was wrong. Later, when a fire broke out, they had to risk running out, but they were ruthlessly killed by the attackers. Xia Qing took Su Yu upstairs and hid Zhang Huanen in the storage room. When she opened the storage room, he was still inside, and the food and drinks had not been touched. Xia Qing felt his forehead. It was a bit warm. Su Yu noticed that Xia Qing seemed to care a lot about this man, which made him feel uneasy, but the situation was urgent, so he had to focus on the bigger picture. "What happened?" "He is the soldier I told you about from our country. He was injured and I bandaged him," Xia Qing explained. Su Yu saw the wound on the man's abdomen. "It looks like the wound got infected," Su Yu said. She remembered giving him a health-boosting drink. "His immunity shouldn't be this weak." "The fire is getting bigger. We need to leave," Su Yu said with a frown. The smoke in the hallway was also increasing. Su Yu picked up Zhang Huanen, and they ran down through the smoke. Once outside, thick black smoke spread throughout the hotel. On a small balcony on the 3rd floor, a mother and daughter were clinging on. They were the ones Xia Qing had just saved. "It's them." Xia Qing wanted to climb up to rescue them. "Don't move," Su Yu held her back. He placed Zhang Huanen on the ground and, with a running start, quickly climbed up. "Hand me the child." The woman looked at Xia Qing, who had saved them. She carefully loosened her grip. Suyu, drop the child. I can catch her, Xia Qing said from below. Suyu frowned slightly. Her arm had just been injured. Ignoring Xia Qing, Suyu held the child and said, "Close your eyes." The child closed her eyes and clung to Suyu's neck in fear. He jumped down from the third floor, rolling to protect the child, and they landed safely.
Why did you jump down like that?
You scared me, Xia Qing said worriedly. I'm fine, but that woman up there is a bit of a problem, Suyu replied with a frown. The black smoke above was getting thicker, and a wave of heat hit them. The little girl's arm was already burned. Suyu climbed back up, facing the heat wave. However, it seemed that this heat did not harm him, even though he couldn't use his powers in this world. But fire couldn't harm him, just as summer sunshine wouldn't hurt Xia Qing. He wouldn't be affected by the heat wave either. Even with a protective mask, the smoke was still thick. Suyu quickly pulled the curtains over and jumped down from the balcony, wrapping them around the woman.
Jump down, he urged.
I can't, the woman said fearfully. Gunshots rang out nearby. It's them. Xia Qing frowned. Suyu pushed the woman, holding one end of the curtain and gripping the railing with the other hand. The woman stopped just a few inches from the ground. Realizing what was happening, she quickly stood up and hugged her child. 2 terrorists were approaching them. When they came out after starting the fire, they discovered their vehicle was missing. Calling Bog, they found out they had been abandoned and left behind. So, they decided to go on a rampage. If they were going to die, they would do it in a violent way. Suyu reacted quickly, drawing his handgun and firing 2 shots, hitting one of the men in the head. One man was killed instantly, while the other narrowly escaped but lost his gun. The surviving man was sweating. How could the other man shoot so accurately? With smoke still around, he managed a headshot. The man exposed a small part of his leg, which Suyu hit. He never showed mercy to criminals. In the eyes of those terrorists in Long Country, he was like the king of. Suyu fired 1 shot that missed, but 3 shots hit the same spot, and the last shot pierced through, hitting the man's neck. He was dead. Xia Qing was stunned by Suyu's marksmanship. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had seen Suyu's skills in taking down zombies efficiently. Now she understood why Li Yao always called him a soldier king. He had incredible survival skills, terrifying training, and precise shooting. In the underground wine cellar, the fire above the hotel made the cellar hot, with smoke starting to seep in. It must be on fire. We can't stay here any longer. All this wine is flammable. The hotel staff quickly opened the main door. Hurry. If we don't get out soon, we'll be trapped in here. No, it won't open. What's going on? It's out of power. Everyone, let's push together to open it. Finally, the door opened, but not fully. Everyone rushed out in a frenzy. Some people were pushed down and trampled, but at that moment, everyone just wanted to survive. Meanwhile, Linuan and the others drove around and suddenly heard a loud explosion. Those people actually blew up the bridge. Linuan saw from a distance that the only bridge had collapsed. With such a loud noise and bright flames, why are the Thai police not responding?
Yang Cheng frowned.
He couldn't understand why this was happening. If it were in their homeland, the fire department would arrive within minutes. Not to mention that a bridge explosion is a terrifying attack. In their country, even a shooting incident is considered very serious, requiring thousands of police to capture a criminal. Here, with such a loud explosion and fire, why was no one coming to check? Don't think I'm being paranoid, but maybe the Thai government is turning a blind eye? Linuan said. She had seen spy films where things like this happened. Can the boats at the docks still operate? Yang Qing asked, frowning at the boats. Were they supposed to swim across? Actually, it was because the Thai president had been assassinated today, causing chaos everywhere. This hotel was already in a remote area, and all the police were busy maintaining safety in the city, leaving this hotel unattended for now. The assassination of the Thai president and the bombing of a government landmark created a disaster. The bomb came from a conflict in the neighboring region, and it ended up here. After all, the neighboring region and Thailand share a border. When one is in conflict, the other suffers. After dealing with the two terrorists, they moved away from the hotel and went to the nearby poolside rest area. The mother and daughter who had just been rescued looked at the fire, unable to believe they had survived, feeling grateful but scared. "Are you awake? Don't you have something to report?"
Hey, don't die.
Sia shouted at the man lying on the ground, but he showed no response. Why was his forehead so hot? Thinking back to when he had pressed the bomb himself, he had faced death without fear.
What's going on?
Sia frowned. "Let me take a look," Sia said in a serious tone. Although he wasn't a professional doctor, he knew how to bandage and stitch wounds in the wild. Yu checked Zhang Huanen's pupils, measured his heartbeat, and examined his body. "How is he?" Sia asked, genuinely hoping that a brave soldier wouldn't die like this. Yu shook his head and said, "His breath is weak. The fatal injury is not in the abdomen but in the chest. Although the bullet that hit his chest was blocked by something, his bones were shattered, and he must have had many injuries in the past, accumulating over time until now." Yu frowned and said, "This is how soldiers are. When they are young and healthy, they push their bodies too hard during training, leading to various problems when they get older. If they manage to stay fine for a long time, an explosion of issues can be very dangerous." Yu took out a syringe from his space and injected Zhang Huanen's arm. "Whether he lives or dies depends on his own will." "What did you inject him with?" "Adrenaline version 3.0. Is there even a version for this?" The hotel was still burning, with thick smoke billowing out. "We lost our luggage and passports. How are we going to get a visa to go home now?" Someone who had just escaped from the underground winery frowned and said, "We're never coming back to Thailand again." 3 hours later. "Look, there's our country's red flag. It's a plane. It's a plane. Our country has come to rescue us." The production team was moved to tears. During the Syrian war, their country's embassy sent a plane for rescue, and now they were experiencing the same treatment. They hoped this would be a one-time occurrence. Soon, the Thai police arrived as well. However, the bridge was destroyed, so they could only use boats. A dozen boats came over. The plane from their country landed, and embassy staff got out, while the citizens had already gathered below. Linuan and Yangcheng paddled their kayak, taking turns until their hands bled, determined to reach the other side without delay, where they found the embassy to seek help. In fact, the embassy had already received news but couldn't confirm the personnel, and was thinking of rescue plans. Now that they learned there were dozens of their citizens at the hotel, they immediately sent a passenger plane to pick them up. "Our passports were stolen. Those with passports should show them. Those without should sing the national anthem," said the embassy staff. "Can I get on?" asked a person from another country. "Sorry, there are limited seats on the plane. Only our citizens can board." Meanwhile, Yu had been bounced back to his own time and space, and Sia breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Yu couldn't sing their national anthem. He also couldn't prove he was from that country. Although, in parallel universes, Long Country and Hua Country should be the same nation. She can go to the end of the world because there no identity is needed. In China, however, identification is very strict. Without an ID, Yu could easily be seen as a threat. If Yu wants to appear openly in China in the future, he will need a valid identity. These are things to consider later. Everyone from China has boarded the plane. The head of the embassy personally came to greet them. As the plane took off and they moved further away from that place, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had escaped that terrifying place, but from the airplane window, they could see bodies lying everywhere below. The once blue swimming pool had turned red. Anyone who saw this scene would probably be too scared to swim again. "Did the man you were with not come up?" "Thank you for saving me," the woman said gratefully. "I'm not sure," Sia replied, not wanting to talk more about Yu. The woman didn't say anything else and held her frightened child, her eyes red. They were safe now, but her husband had been killed. "Because this was a terrorist attack, we can't send you back home immediately. The police still need to investigate," someone explained. "You will be arranged to stay in a hotel until the police finish their investigation, and then you will be sent back to China." "I understand. Thank you for your help," Shenlinzhou said, still feeling shaken. They truly felt the strength of their country in how quickly help arrived. 2 people from the production team had died. One succumbed to injuries, and the other was shot during a fierce struggle while being captured. The director was overwhelmed, but he secretly recorded some footage. This show would definitely become popular because of the incident. He would apply for compensation for the 2 who died, as they had sacrificed their lives. The hotel arranged by the embassy was simple, with 2 people sharing a room. Linuan and the others had been there for a while. "Sister, you're back," Linuan exclaimed, excitedly hugging Sia when she saw her safe return. "I'm glad you're okay," Yongqing added. "Your arm is hurt." Sia noticed Yongqing's left arm was wrapped in a bandage. "When we were rowing ashore, Yongqing fell and broke her arm," Linuan explained, her face slightly flushed at the memory. Sia also had an injury but didn't mention it. She had a gunshot wound that was treated, which might raise suspicions. She didn't want to create more trouble for herself. The embassy arranged for everyone to receive some food. Linuan and Sia shared a room while the Thai police began to question them one by one. "Sis, what should I say when the police come?" "I'm so nervous." "Just tell the truth, it's fine," Sia replied calmly. Linuan nodded, still feeling anxious since it was her first time being questioned by the police. Zhang Huanen remained unconscious and had been taken to a hospital in Thailand for treatment. What should she do with this item in her hand? Should she report it to the embassy? Or should she wait until she returns home to hand it over, or wait for Zhang Huanen to wake up? If she could give it to the embassy, then why didn't he just hand it over directly? Instead, he chose to stay at a hotel and was discovered? This series of questions led Sia to decide to keep the item hidden for now. Everyone was questioned separately, and they were only allowed to return to their rooms once all the questioning was complete. Sia was also taken for a routine inquiry. They set up a special questioning room in the hotel, manned by 2 police officers. It seemed they hadn't rested well or had any useful leads. This case was very serious and could potentially harm their country's economy. At that moment, there was also a Thai translator present. "Is your name Sia?"
Yes.
"There were 2 terrorists in the hotel that you injured? Weren't you scared?" "Yes, I was scared." "You have good skills." "Yes, I've trained in boxing and taekwondo." She had taken these classes to prepare for the apocalypse. "What nationalities did you see among the terrorists?" Sia thought for a moment and replied, "There were various nationalities, Russians, English, and I saw a man who seemed to be their leader. He was likely American." The police were intrigued by Sia words, as most of the people they questioned had provided similar information. "I was hiding under a sofa in the lobby when they said they had done something big." "Do you know what it was?" Sia shook her head and said, "I was too nervous at the time. I just wanted to hide and not be found. However, I heard a man make a phone call and refer to someone as Zoe. They spoke too quickly for me to catch much." Sia concealed the matter of the chip, which was something their country's soldiers had risked their lives to bring back. She hadn't even reported it to the embassy, so how could she give it to the Thai police? "What did they say?" the Thai police asked excitedly. The translator quickly conveyed the question. "Something about a successful assassination and plans to up my ba?" She didn't know what my ba was. The translator finished, and the police were shocked, even a bit anxious. "They asked if you understood clearly," the translator said urgently and seriously. "I told them that they spoke too fast, and I understood it like this." Then the police asked her some questions about the terrorists. Others were questioned quickly, taking about 5 minutes, but Summer had been there for half an hour. "Thank you very much for your cooperation. You provided us with very useful information. My ba is where the Thai royal family resides. Their president was just assassinated, and the newly appointed vice president became the new president. Although the Thai government is managing things now, the royal family still holds power. Thailand has a southern and northern region. The southern terrorists even have support, while the north is controlled by the red shirts. They all need the Thai royal family to maintain order. Without it, the country could split apart, leading to a large-scale, long-term civil war. Moreover, the Thai royal family has the largest and most reputable charity organization, which enjoys high public support and is, in a way, a form of belief. This trip to Thailand has been quite unpleasant for you. Here are some local delicacies you can take home. The police gave Summer Ching 2 durians, and when she returned to her hotel room, she found another one there. Is this also from the Thai police? Summer Ching said helplessly.
Yes.
They said it was a consolation gift after what happened, and they even mentioned compensation. But why 2? This one looks like a Muzang King, right? Linuan, though not a cook, was a foodie. She had a knack for tasting delicious food. Maybe I provided them with useful information? Summer Ching recalled that the Thai police had taken her contact information. Thailand relies heavily on tourism. Many people from our country visit every year. They are worried this incident will affect their tourism industry. But with this incident, our country will definitely make the news, especially since we are all celebrities here for a show. It will probably get even more attention. Now the cameraman is busy capturing footage, Lin Nuan said. 2 people from our crew died, and 6 were injured, Summer Ching sighed. With 2 deaths, there will surely be compensation. We don't even know if this show can be aired when we get back.
Ugh.
Lin Nuan said. 2 people have died, which is really tragic. Most of the victims were hotel staff because they were on night shifts when the incident happened. Sia Ching wanted to try durian, the special Muzang King variety gifted from Thailand, since she couldn't sleep anyway. The 2 of them were in the room eating durian, and since each member of the production team received one, the whole hallway was filled with the smell of durian. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. It was Jin Shi. At that moment, Jin Shi had changed into clean clothes, and it seemed they wouldn't be able to retrieve their luggage. Most of the hotel belongings were burned badly, and even if they found anything, it would just be charred remains. Sia Ching, I came to thank you. If you hadn't saved me, I might have. She didn't finish her sentence, but they both understood what could have happened without Sia Ching's help. As a female celebrity, even if she was rescued, if this incident got out, it would have a huge impact on her. She was really scared at that moment and still felt shaken. It's okay. What matters is that we're all safe now, Sia Ching said confidently. I just spoke with the embassy. Once the Thai police finish their questioning today, we can go home tomorrow. This situation is causing quite a stir back home. This show is popular, and with us celebrities and the invited guests, it's already trending. I can already imagine how the news will report it. Lin Nuan said helplessly. Yeah, facing the aftermath will definitely be challenging, Jin Shi said with a worried frown. This was her future, and no one wanted to lose everything overnight after working so hard. Don't worry, I know how important reputation is for a girl, especially for a female celebrity. What happened in the hotel won't be spread around, Sia Ching reassured her, knowing what she wanted to say next. Thank you, Jin Shi said sincerely. Actually, I don't have many friends in the entertainment industry, but I really want to be friends with you. Sia Ching's decisiveness and calmness, along with Lin Nuan's bravery, truly revealed a person's character during a crisis.
Sure.
Sia Ching extended her hand, and the 3 of them shook hands. I won't say anything either. I know that if it gets out, even if it doesn't, people will make up stories, Lin Nuan added. Thank you. Jin Shi said she was also worried about her hard-earned career being lost because of public opinion. It seems that celebrities have glamorous lives, but they are often on the edge of a storm. Behind them are ordinary families that can't support such waves. In the evening, the director gathered everyone together. We have all shared good and bad times. I hope everyone will keep quiet when you go back. We all signed confidentiality agreements. Yes, understood, director. When we return, we will provide compensation where needed. I will not avoid responsibility, the director said seriously. This incident is not only the director's responsibility, the program editors and investors will also be accountable. I regret that this happened. After speaking with the regular staff, he addressed a few permanent guests and the invited guests. None of us wanted this to happen. The pay will remain the same when you return, and we will provide some compensation, though it may not be much. It's likely we won't be able to continue with this program, but I just filmed some behind-the-scenes footage that might still be useful. It's probable that this show will incur losses, and the director is worried. However, compared to the losses, it's a blessing that they all survived. Facing terrorists and the threat of life and death brings a sense of fear and helplessness that can only be truly felt through personal experience. Each of them has undergone some changes in mindset after this experience. Zhang Huanen is still receiving treatment in the hospital, and it will take some time for full recovery. She probably won't be able to return home with them. Xia Qing gave her address to the embassy staff. Please help me deliver this to Zhang Huanen in the hospital.
Thank you.
You're welcome, the embassy staff replied politely. They all boarded the flight back to Huagua, and if all goes well, they should arrive by afternoon. We can finally go home. I will never come back to Thailand again, Shen Linzhou said with a smile, but most of the group shared the same sentiment. Definitely not coming back. There have been conflicts in the Myanmar region, and there are also terrorist attacks in Thailand. Is Thailand facing internal turmoil too? It's better to return to our own country and feel safe, Bai Jing said. Yes, surviving this trip feels like a miracle. The situation around Huagua is too chaotic, with conflicts everywhere. Huagua is even encouraging families to have more children. Will they have to go to war in the future? This time, we owe it all to Xia Qing. Shen Linzhou said. Yes, Miss Xia, your skills are really impressive. You left us all amazed. If you could film a movie, it would definitely be a hit, the director said excitedly. No, real fighting is very different from filming a movie, Xia Qing replied politely. The difference is huge. Performance fighting requires a lot of skill. What she learned was all about delivering a single, powerful strike, while movie fighting needs to be more artistic and entertaining, and it must not hurt anyone. Miss Xia, you look like you weigh less than 100 pounds, but when you fought, you scared us all, the director recalled, still shaken. It was like a little rabbit defeating a wild dog, truly shocking. Yes, Xia Qing, you are amazing. I'm going to sign up for a fighting class when I get back, Yang Qing said. As male stars, they usually work out for filming, but most have more showy muscles. In a real fight, they wouldn't hold up well. Honestly, I was scared too. I was just pretending to be calm, Xia Qing said seriously. She couldn't tell them that fighting zombies felt like chopping vegetables, right? She wanted them to think she was just calmer and more composed than others, which is a normal reaction. When the plane took off, everyone chatted for a bit and then rested. To be honest, they hadn't rested well in the hotel. It was hard to sleep away from home for a day. This time, they suffered significant equipment losses, but thankfully several cameras were equipped with mini cameras meant for guests, and they recorded quite a bit. Some footage was given to the Thai police as evidence, but they could still bring back a lot of what they recorded. On the plane, everyone slept soundly, knowing they were heading home soon. After a few hours, they finally flew back to a familiar place, Beijing. Why are there so many special police outside? Yeah. Are they going to question us again? I'm so tired and just want to go home. Why are there so many reporters? We're not even made up. Linuan frowned. No wonder there were so many special police. They were surrounded by reporters. Many fans had also arrived at the airport. Each agency sent people to pick up their artists. With such a big incident in Thailand, there must be news back home, the director said excitedly. Having escaped danger, they would surely gain a lot of attention. Recently, these stars on variety shows had been trending on Weibo and Douyin. The Chinese embassy in Thailand sent a plane for a rescue, which became big news, and all the media rushed to report it. Outside, there was a crowd with reporters holding cameras, many people live streaming on their phones, and fans of various celebrities. The most fans were for Yang Qing, followed by Lin Wan and Jin Shi. The plane has landed. They are about to touch down. The staff on the plane were fine, but the celebrities were almost overwhelmed. What's happening? Why are there so many people? Oh my.
Husufdawen.
A few female celebrities were not doing much better. Sis, how do I look? Is my face better? She was searching for sunglasses to cover her dark circles. Shen Linzhou had a scruffy beard, but he didn't care much about his looks. Yang Qing had an injured arm and looked a bit tired. Do we have to face so many people right away? And reporters live streaming? She frowned. The cameras were very clear, testing their bare faces. The clothes they were wearing were provided by the Thai side and looked quite ordinary. Oh no. Don't panic, Linuan, come here. I'll give you a little hairstyle makeover, Sia said with a smile. She didn't mind. As a regular person, she wouldn't be filmed. What can we do? We have nothing. Linuan was almost in tears, but her skin was good since she often used Sia-Ching's skincare products. Suddenly, Linuan's eyes lit up. Sia-Ching used to braid her hair beautifully when they were kids. Linuan had long hair, so Sia-Ching quickly styled it into cute double braids. She came over to see. They usually had stylists do their hair, so they didn't know how to do it themselves. Sia-Ching also helped she a bit. She looked a little brighter, but without makeup, it was still challenging. Someone had already tried to borrow makeup from the flight attendants, but unfortunately, this was a military plane with no flight attendants, just men in uniforms. There will be special police soon, so they shouldn't crowd us. We'll go straight to the underground garage without too much contact, Sia-Ching said. The director also spoke to the crew below. Everyone protect the artists. If there are interviews, you all step in front, the director instructed, and the crew nodded in agreement. When the plane landed, they blended in with the staff, and Linuan held Sia-Ching's hand tightly. The special police formed a protective circle around them. Is that Linuan? It must be her. It's rare to catch a celebrity without makeup, and fans are excited to take close-up photos. Amidst the crowd, everyone quickly recognized Linuan. Everyone looked tired, but Linuan and Sia-Ching stood out with their bright complexions. They were all dressed in summer clothes from Thailand, but it was freezing after getting off the plane. Many people were shivering, but Sia-Ching didn't feel cold at all. In fact, she found the chilly weather quite refreshing. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air. Don't push, don't push. We're not doing any interviews. The special police were also present, which surprised everyone. They were there not just because of the celebrity, but also because they were citizens of Huagua. On the plane, embassy staff had already informed them that there would be routine inquiries from Huagua police within 1 to 3 days after their return, due to the recent deaths of Huagua citizens. Director Zhang, we heard that 2 people died during the program in Thailand. How will they be compensated? Yang Chung, we have gifts for you. A girl holding a stuffed toy tried to squeeze through, but there were just too many people. Bai Jing. Shinlin Zhou. Jin Shi, look over here.
Linuan.
Amidst the chaos, as they exited the airport, it became quite noisy. Sorry, we're not doing any interviews. Please understand, fans, shouted the staff from the production team. With so many voices, they were easily drowned out. People were packed closely together, and the stars were dressed similarly to the crew, making it hard to tell them apart. The special police escorted them directly to the underground parking lot of the airport. Each artist's agency had sent people to pick them up. Sia-Ching and Linuan got into their company's van, where their manager, Zhongli, was waiting. As soon as they got in, Zhongli had prepared 2 cups of hot milk. Qingjie, Shaonuan, please drink some. She also brought out 2 warm jackets for Sia-Ching and Linuan. Sia-Ching didn't understand why she felt warm, as she was quite resistant to the cold. However, Linuan was freezing. If they had waited any longer, she might have started to cry. It was already December, and after the Laba festival, they were counting down the days to winter. Linuan drank a cup of milk and finally felt a bit relaxed. When the news broke, I was so scared. It's all my fault for letting you join this show, Zhongli said regretfully. She hadn't slept well for the past couple of days. Zhongli was really worried. She kept blaming herself, but later, when she heard that their country quickly sent people to Thailand to bring them back, she felt a bit relieved. However, this morning's news reported that 2 people from their production team had died and 6 were injured, making her fear that one of them might be Linuan. Now that she saw both of them safe in the van, Zhongli couldn't hold back her tears any longer. I'm just glad you're back. Zhongli cried while choking up. We're all safe now. It's okay, Linuan said. Sia-Ching, do you have a phone? Sia-Ching asked with a wry smile. They had lost their luggage, and all their documents needed to be replaced. I do. Here are 2 new phones. You need to replace your old SIM cards in person, Zhongli said, pulling out 2 brand new iPhones from a large bag. The news said the hotel you stayed at was burned down, so I prepared these for you. This is a Wi-Fi card. You can connect to the internet directly. Jiang Li was such a thoughtful manager, even more considerate than an assistant. Thank you. Let's head back to the hotel to rest. You must be exhausted after everything that happened. I've booked a VIP suite at the Rose Hotel, where no one will disturb you. Jiang Li had already arranged everything. Sounds good. Xia Qing replied, very satisfied. Right now, Weibo, Douyin, and the news are all buzzing about you. This week has brought in a lot of attention. Nanga has temporarily paused the airing of Heroes for a week. It will resume next week since our show has been filming and airing at the same time, and there are still scenes with Linuan. That's fine, let Zhang Nan handle it, Xia Qing said. After all, Zhang Nan was the professional. She would provide the materials and let the experts manage the details. Linuan, you can take this time to rest, Zhang Li suggested. By the way, during the gala, you could post a message on Weibo to reassure the fans and express condolences for the staff who lost their lives, Zhang Li added. Okay. Should I send some money to help the families of the deceased? Linuan asked. Absolutely not. This issue of losing money is the show's responsibility. Don't post like that, or it might lead to misunderstandings, and some might even think their deaths are connected to you. It's hard to understand people's hearts, especially those behind the screen. There will always be all kinds of speculations, Zhang Li said. Okay, I understand. As for Xia Qing, she doesn't need to say anything. She's not a public figure. I've prepared some food for you. If you're hungry, eat some first. Zhang Li took out warm boxes of light and nutritious meals. Just as Zhang Li mentioned, some people started live streaming that night, while others like Yang Cheng, Bai Jing, and Lin Wan posted on Weibo to reassure fans that they were safe and sound. None of them mentioned condolences or compensation. With her phone, Xia Qing had a lot of WeChat messages to respond to, and she also called Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang one by one. When she went abroad, she hadn't told Yang Xia, but she found out about Lin Wan's incident. My phone was broken these past few days, but it's fixed now. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, Xia Qing said. Yang Xia and her father took turns chatting for a while before hanging up. Soon after, Lin Wan also replied to some messages. Yang Mei was very anxious. She and her brother were already on their way. Lin Zheng also called her. I'm glad you're okay. Your grandmother is very worried. Make sure to visit her when things settle down. I will. Let's have a meal together during the new year, Lin Zheng said. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Wan's expression changed. She could clearly hear another woman's voice and even a baby's cry in the background. They had been on the phone for over an hour, and now they were soaking in the bathtub, enjoying the warmth. Both were applying face masks while scrolling through Weibo and Douyin, where several celebrities were trending. Can you believe my former manager still has the nerve to at me? They're just trying to ride your wave of popularity, Xia Qing laughed. Cease. You're famous now. Suddenly, a trending topic popped up. Xia Qing checked Douyin and saw it was Jin Shi. She had gone live that night, and without any backing, she gained a lot of followers. There was a video of her expressing her gratitude. Yang Cheng, Bai Jing, and many from the production team commented below. Sis, now you're really famous. Although I used to know how to stir-fry chili peppers, Xia Qing rarely got embarrassed. This time was different. There were too many cameras at the airport. They say your skin is as white as a beam of light, Lin Wan said, excitedly looking at the comments. Sis, how come your skin is getting better and better? Are you turning back the clock? Lin Wan said enviously. Xia Qing used to have darker skin. Recently, we developed an important new skincare product, Xia Qing replied. Lin Wan's eyes lit up, and she immediately smiled and leaned closer. Sis, can I try it too? She had used Xia Qing's products before and had great results, making her skin look hydrated and radiant. She believed the new product would be even better. Sure, no problem. I'll let you use it first, Xia Qing said with a warm smile. Sis, shouldn't you get your arm checked at the hospital? Lin Wan asked, frowning slightly at Xia Qing's arm. It's fine, Xia Qing replied. She had already treated her wound in the wasteland, and her body healed quickly. She felt no pain now, just a little itch as it was healing. After her bath, Xiaqing removed the waterproof film. She didn't sleep that night but changed her clothes and went to the wasteland. Checking the time in the wasteland, she first went to Siang City to pick up some people. Deputy Base Leader, you finally made it. I was delayed by some matters these past 2 days. Here's some food as compensation. Thank you, Deputy Base Leader. The three of them said happily. Xiaqing had been too busy to come and transport them. After each received a power crystal, she sent them back. Previously, she could only transport 2 people at a time, but recently, after absorbing more crystals, she could now transport 4 at once. Next, she sensed the location of the transport point, the farthest being the underground base in Manhwa. Xiaqing transported herself to Chu Xiu's side, where they were in the underground safe base of Manhwa, surrounded by steel walls and doors. The sister is finally here, Wang Mi said with a smile. In the 2 days Xiaqing was gone, there had been no cake or milk tea. Deputy Base Leader, Wang Chong greeted her. Is your injury still not healed? Why did you come? Chu Xiu frowned when he saw the bandaged wound on Xiaqing's arm. It's fine. I just wanted to ask how the negotiations are going, Xiaqing said. The initial negotiations are going very smoothly. We are trading food for their technology and equipment, Chu Xiu replied. Sis, you won't believe that Chu Xiu is actually. Before Wang Mi could finish speaking, Wang Han covered her mouth. What is it? Xiaqing asked. Wang Mi blinked, wondering what could be so secretive. Wang Han noticed that Chu Xiu had a poor relationship with his father, as he took his mother's surname and clearly did not want to acknowledge their connection. Nothing, just some nonsense from a child, he said. Xiaqing sensed that they were hiding something from her, but she decided not to ask. Looking around the underground bunker, Xiaqing saw only dim lights and hardly any sunlight. Living here felt suffocating. We need to buy food in bulk, Sia said. Yes. I will find a way, and I plan to purchase large amounts of grain from other developing countries, Xiaqing replied. Our country is too chaotic lately. After encountering terrorists, it feels really frightening. If you buy food from other countries on such a large scale, their governments won't agree, Sia said. Food is very important, especially in times of war. In ancient battles, supplies always came first. Let's start by buying from a few small countries in turmoil. Of course, I will also purchase vegetables from our country, so you don't need to worry about that, Xiaqing said. Take me with you when you go to those war-torn countries, Sia said. I can protect you, and won't let anything happen to you. Thinking about that day made Sia scared. He had never known fear before and finally had a weakness. Ahem, let's go outside for some fresh air, Wang Mi said, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Wang Han still foolishly wanted to stay.
Come on.
Wang Chong pulled Wang Han, and the three quickly left the room. Once you're done here, I'll take you to explore our world. By the way, your time here is still a bit short, Xiaqing said, frowning. Yes, I've been absorbing crystal beads lately, Sia replied, trying to stay longer. Sia had also awakened his fire abilities, and absorbing crystal beads helped increase his fire energy. He took Xiaqing to explore the underground base in Long Country. It was very advanced technologically, but being underground felt stifling. However, the facilities were excellent, with ventilation and filtration systems, among others. In our world 100 years ago, the land had already suffered severe loss, so before the apocalypse, food was also very precious. Wasting food or eating out would result in fines, Sia added. When you come to my time and space, you'll see how many people order a big table of dishes but can't finish them, and in the end, it all goes to the waste bin. Sia frowned slightly. There were still too many differences between the two worlds. With no one else around, he said, actually, the president of Long Country is my father. Xiaqing was surprised. She never expected Sia to have such a background. No wonder they said he could have entered the underground base of Long Country because of his identity, but he chose not to. Xiaqing recalled Wang Mi's earlier words. She thought that was what Wang Mi wanted to say, but Wang Han covered her mouth, likely not wanting her to know. Now, Sia had revealed it to her. She remembered the first time she heard Sia's voice. He was nearly dying then. If the president was his father, He wouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? I don't have a good relationship with him. That's okay. I respect your decision on how you want to cooperate, Sia said with a bright smile.
Yes, Chu Xiu replied.
Although he didn't want to bring up that person, he didn't want to hide anything from Sia. Do you remember what I said before? In this world, the only person I want to cooperate with is you. Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes lit up, and the atmosphere felt like it was filled with pink bubbles. After a while, Su Yu took Sia to tour part of the base. They couldn't enter the research and technology departments, as those required high-level special permissions. By comparison, our sunny base is a bit too messy. It was like comparing a small county to a major city. In the future, our sunny base will definitely be built even better than this. It might even surpass this underground base of Long Country. Sia returned, and at that moment, a man in military uniform approached. There were electronic monitors everywhere. The president wants to see you. The next day, Sia received a follow-up call from the police in Huaxia. Officer, I have an important matter to discuss in person, Sia said. In Thailand, she didn't dare to report anything, but now that she was back in her own country, she was willing to. Moreover, Zhang Huanen was still receiving treatment in Thailand. If she reported it, they might recognize his identity and bring him back for treatment. The medical facilities in Thailand were not as good as those in Huaxia, and although Su Yu had already given him adrenaline, surviving still depended on his willpower. Okay. The police officer frowned slightly, but agreed to Summer's request. She quickly took a taxi to the police station in Kyoto, where she was greeted by the young officer who had called her earlier that morning. Soon, she was taken to a small meeting room at the station. Another young and energetic officer entered the room. Hello, can you tell me if something important happened in Thailand? The officer asked as part of the routine questioning. In the past few days, most visitors had been family members of the deceased or injured individuals. They were mostly there to gather information, but when it came to deaths abroad, their country could only assist in the investigation. Summer noticed the officer's shoulder insignia, which had only 1 star. He was likely a second-level officer. I have very important information. It concerns our country's interests and needs to be reported to your superior, Summer said seriously. The officer frowned slightly. He was not an intern. He had also looked into Summer's background. Despite her young and ordinary appearance, she had significant assets and was a hidden wealthy individual. We understand that you have no relatives who have passed away in Thailand, the officer said, thinking she might be causing trouble. Yes, I really do have something important. I'm not dismissing your rank, but this item is truly valuable. That person claimed to be from the National Special Forces and asked me to hand this over to the country before he lost consciousness. You need to be responsible for what you say. If you deceive the police, you could be detained. I understand, and I can sign a guarantee. Please wait a moment while I get approval from my superiors. About 10 minutes later, 2 female officers entered and conducted a full-body scan of Summer. Sorry, we're conducting a routine check. That's fine, Summer replied, understanding their caution. They were likely concerned she might be carrying something dangerous. After confirming she had nothing, the 2 officers returned her belongings. About half an hour later, a calm man walked in. At this point, there were 3 people in the small interview room, including Summer. Hello, I apologize for the wait. My name is Liu, and I am the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit in Kyoto. Liu was likely a leader at the first-level police officer rank. What happened in Thailand? Summer recounted her experience with the Thai police to him again. The 3 listened intently, growing more anxious. The Special Forces member is still receiving treatment in Thailand, and I hope you can send someone to check on him. Of course, we will contact the embassy to send someone. Also, where is the item you mentioned? Liu asked. Here. Sia took out a black USB drive from her pocket. Let me report this to my superiors first. You can hand it over to us for now, and I'll notify you if anything comes up. But I can't give you this. The soldier insisted that I hand it over to the national military, Sia replied. Don't you trust the police? Captain Liu said helplessly. I do trust you, but he emphasized how important it is, so I think it's better if I give it directly to the military. He said many team members died for this. All right, then you can stay with us for a meal while I quickly inform my superiors.
Okay.
Xia Qing nodded. Captain Liu went out with 2 others. Liu, is what that girl said true? We should take a look at that item to understand its significance. It should be true, Liu said. After years as a detective, he could tell if the girl was lying. He had also done a background check, and the chance of her being a spy was very low. If what she said was true, this matter was very important and likely related to a national internal mission. They couldn't make decisions on their own or ignore it. Captain Liu immediately informed his superiors. Since they were in Kyoto, the response was quick and they soon contacted the military. We must keep this person. The minister will come personally. Understood. The person reporting to the superiors was already shocked. They initially thought this matter wasn't significant, but they didn't expect the minister to come in person. It seemed that the item the girl had was extremely important. Minister, this is great news. We finally have information from the special forces, a man said excitedly. It seems that the recent terrorist attack in Thailand was aimed at our country. Thailand is our neighboring country. Their unrest is also a test of our response. After the new year, all men over 18 must register for military service, the man sighed. They needed to prepare and take all necessary precautions. Minister, are you going to meet her personally? Why don't we bring her here? No need, I'll go myself. If she can bring back that item, she will be a hero for our country. If it is indeed that item, she deserves an award, the man said seriously. Xia Qing had a meal at the police station's cafeteria. A meal costs 5 yuan, including fish-flavored shredded pork, vegetables, chicken legs, and 2 pieces of black glutinous corn. The main dishes are noodles and rice. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a military vehicle arrived at the police station. A middle-aged man, about 178 centimeters tall and long-limbed, stepped out. Although he was over 40, his face showed signs of fatigue and age. He clearly had the demeanor of a soldier, walking with purpose. Minister Liu, do you want to rest for a moment after your journey? The police chief asked nervously.
Rest?
Where are the people? Take me there now, Minister Liu replied. Okay, Minister Liu. Xia Qing sat in the conference room, bored and scrolling through her phone. She thought the meeting would end quickly, allowing her to safely hand over the items. However, it had already been 4 to 5 hours. On her phone, she noticed that all the trending topics about the incident in Thailand had been removed overnight. There was barely any trace left, but she could find hints in some comments. It was clear that the government had intervened with a cleanup operation. Now they were back, mainly to calm the situation, as the celebrity effect had greatly amplified the incident. However, the latest news release warned everyone to avoid areas like Myanmar, Thailand, Dongpu Village, and Zalia, which were currently in chaos. Myanmar was also experiencing internal strife. After this busy period, she planned to go home to check on her parents, manage the stockpile of supplies, and then visit Hong Kong to spend time with the children. She could always go to Myanmar after the new year. She had already quietly arranged her schedule. The main thing was that the post-apocalyptic situation required a lot of supplies, and stockpiling during the new year was quite troublesome. Suddenly, a crowd rushed in, some in police uniforms and others in military attire. The scene startled Xia Qing, making her feel as if she were an important leader. Everyone leave. Xiaoyang, stay, Minister Liu commanded sternly. With that, the others quickly exited, and the small conference room fell silent. The man in front of her tried to lower his imposing presence, but Xia Qing still felt a bit tense. Breathing felt somewhat difficult in his presence. His eyes were sharp, like those of someone who had faced danger. Don't be afraid, young lady, the man said, trying to soften his tone. Can you repeat what you said? Xia Qing swallowed hard and recounted her story again. It's that Zhang Huanan kid. He's still alive. Minister Lv's eyes turned red when he heard that Zhang Huanan was still alive. Yes, but he is seriously injured and is currently in a hospital in Thailand. Xiaoyang, quickly arrange for someone. Notify the embassy to bring him back immediately. Our country's hero cannot be left abroad for treatment. Yes, I will arrange it right away. With the military's involvement, within an hour, the Thai embassy had already gone to the hospital to bring him back. Zhang Huanen was still in a coma, but fortunately, his condition was stable. This is something he asked me to give to you. Minister LV took the small black USB drive. Do you know what this is? Xiaqing shook her head and said, I don't know, but he asked me to give it to someone from our country. How did you get it from the Thai police? They must have searched you. Minister LV didn't doubt Xiaqing's intentions. He just thought the girl in front of him was very smart and brave. Before boarding the plane, the Thai police had searched them thoroughly. Yes, they did search us, but this thing is very small, so it was easy to hide. She kept it in a secure place where they couldn't find it. Good. Minister LV said excitedly 3 times. Thank you for your contribution this time. Minister LV gave Xiaqing a deep military salute, which made her very nervous. This man was at least a military official. Xiaqing quickly returned a salute, though hers was a bit unstandard. I thank you on behalf of the country. Minister LV didn't say much more and didn't tell Xiaqing what was inside. It was better for an ordinary citizen not to know these things. When they arrived, a junior officer greeted them, but when they left, the police chief personally saw them off. Holding the USB drive, the minister said, send this to the technical department for analysis. If it is genuine, award that girl a military honor medal. Yes, minister. The military honor medal is awarded for significant contributions in military matters. The USB drive was quickly sent to the military technical department. A technician plugged it into a specialized computer to decrypt it. Soon, a large amount of data was analyzed. The research professors became excited. This is it. This is our data. To bring this data back intact, the Special Forces team lost 6 members, and 1 was seriously injured. They are all heroes of the nation and will be awarded first-class honors. Recently, our country has developed too quickly, and the big powers are restless, inciting neighboring countries to disturb us. With this data, those big powers won't dare to do anything directly to us. I heard that this time a girl brought it back. Yes, she is a very brave girl. On the other side, their production team lost quite a bit of money. Although the first season only recorded 2 episodes, they could still be aired after editing. Director, I have good news. The 2 episodes we edited have passed the review. They said that after these 2 episodes air, it can remind residents not to go to those chaotic countries unless necessary. This means not to be like them. Then, let's air it. We'll call it a special episode. If these 2 episodes become a hit, we might continue filming. If the show becomes popular, the investors behind them will see the value and increase their investment. Air it, the director said excitedly, slapping his leg. Xiaqing has returned to Han City and first went to the warehouse to store all the supplies sent over the past few days. She hadn't been back for a few days, and 7 or 8 warehouses were already full. Fortunately, it is winter now, and the cold weather means the vegetables won't spoil if left for a few days. The villa at home has become more popular. In the yard, Xia's father has built a large greenhouse. The Chinese have a deep-rooted tradition of growing their own vegetables, and they are specifically growing strawberries in the villa. Grandma Sia has improved a lot after her, as professional caregivers are much more attentive than family members. At the dining table, Yang Xia specially made 2 of Xiaqing's favorite dishes today. Now that we have a nanny at home, we rarely eat your mother's cooking. This time, we benefit from our daughter, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Then I will come back often. Grandma can now speak and eat independently, so Yang Xia allowed her to eat at the dining table. Now, Grandma Xia is careful not to say too much. She is afraid of upsetting Yang Xia and has realized that relying on the eldest son for support is unlikely, as his wife expects her to work. If she wants to live comfortably in the future, she has to rely on the second son's family. As people age and become less mobile, their previous arrogance tends to fade away. Of course, this is true for only a few. Some elderly people become difficult after lying down. Ching, our village is going to repair the road in the next few days. Xia Jixiang said. Repairing the road is a good thing. Our surrounding villages have all been repaired, but ours hasn't. Every household has to contribute money. The village chief specifically came to me today, saying our family is now the richest in the village, and asking us to contribute more. Xiaqing frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable with this moral pressure. How much? 200,000. Then let's do it. But we need the village to give us a certificate and some recognition. The village secretary said they would set up a merit stone in our temple, listing our family on it. Xiaqing nodded. The temple attracts many visitors during festivals, and it's the most famous place in their village. Xiaqing now has space, and whether it's divine or a special ability, she believes in its existence. If it helps, then why not? Superstition can be a form of power. This money isn't a big deal for Xiaqing. She makes plenty from buying supplies every day. Today, your uncle called me, hinting that he wants me to contribute his share too. Xiang said. Xiaqing put down her chopsticks and took a sip of grape juice, curious about what her father had to say. I said no way. I even told him that we are about to take care of his mother. Guess what happened? He got so scared that he hung up on me. Sitting in her wheelchair, Grandma Xia seemed to age a few years upon hearing this. Xia Jixiang looked at Grandma Xia in the wheelchair, feeling an indescribable sadness. When his father was alive, the family wasn't this chaotic. At least he could keep things fair. Uncle's family has always been like this, Xiaqing said solemnly. Jixiang, I don't want to inherit the family anymore next month, Grandma Xia said, gathering her courage. I want to go back to live in our old house by myself, she continued. As she spoke, tears fell, and her trembling hands tried to wipe them away, making her look even more distressed, causing her to knock over the dishes. Hearing the noise, the caregiver and nurse quickly came over to clean up. Auntie, please wait until after dinner to clean up. Bring me another bowl of rice for Grandma. Okay, the aunt replied. Grandma, don't make it seem like no one is taking care of you. Even if Uncle doesn't care, can't my dad? All these years, when Grandpa was in the hospital and you were sick, wasn't it always my parents taking care of you? Grandma, does it really matter if it's a boy or a girl? Xiaqing asked, challenging the notion. After all these years, my dad has a grudge, and you should know what it is. Even though they are all family, some are favored more than others. His uncle's confidence comes from Grandma Xia's endless favoritism. This favoritism has made their brotherly relationship worse. Grandma Xia didn't speak, and Xiaqing ignored her as well. After dinner, Xiaqing went to the strawberry patch outside and picked a few strawberries to eat. Then she received a call from the school in Port City. Hello, this is Chu Rant's guardian. Next Monday, January 1st, is the start of winter break. Please pick up the child on December 31st. Okay. Usually children in the mainland have winter break starting January 19th, so it was surprising that they had it so early. Xiaqing checked the time. She needed to go to Port City to pick up the child the day after tomorrow. Just then, Cici also messaged her, saying that the jewelry she gave her last time had all been sold. Xiaqing looked at her phone, and Cici sent her an invitation to her birthday party the day after tomorrow. It seemed she needed to prepare a gift. On the other side, Ling Kiki also messaged her, asking if she was in Kyoto and if they could have a meal together. Ling Kiki's family runs a chain of jewelry stores and often buys jade from Myanmar. After the new year, when she goes to Myanmar to purchase jade, she can establish a long-term partnership with Ling Kiki's family. Then, she could bring out those jades from the apocalypse, making it completely legitimate. At that time, she could take as much as she wanted. I'm planning to go to Port City now. Let's meet after the new year. Xiaqing was not in a hurry. Okay. Ling Kiki replied, slightly disappointed. Brother, Xiaqing agreed to meet me only after the new year. Ling Feng frowned slightly and asked, where is she going? She said she's going to Port City. What's wrong? Ling Kiki looked at Ling Feng, puzzled. Do you remember the crystal bracelet you gave me? I had it tested, and the results are in. It's a natural crystal from volcanic rock. Recently in Port City, I also acquired several crystal necklaces, and each has 1 or 2 crystals like yours, which have already sold for over 100,000. Wow, just 1 or 2 can sell for that much. Ling Kiki frowned. She had a string of that kind of crystal. I had mine tested too, and it also contains volcanic rock. These raw stones can only form around volcanoes, and all the crystal reports show they are natural components. This composition is beneficial to the human body. Brother, you're not planning to go to Port City to find her, are you? Well, we can't miss this opportunity, Ling Feng said. If their family store could obtain this type of raw stone, they could create special crystal jewelry. Don't scare my friend, Ling Kiki said, looking seriously at Ling Feng. Her brother only seemed to think about the family business.
Sigh.
He had been groomed as the heir since childhood and had taken on too much for the family business. Now in his 30s, he didn't even have a girlfriend and was always working. Brother, Xiaqing already said she would come back to see us after the new year. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to chase after her now? Ling Feng remained silent, lost in thought. We need new products to stand out, and the new year is a great time for promotions. The Spring Festival Gala will also feature the jewelry we sponsor. So, are you planning to use this crystal for the Spring Festival Gala sponsorship? Ling Feng seemed to agree with Ling Kiki's point. The jewelry industry is very competitive, especially in their home country. Most domestic jewelry focuses on gold, with brands like Chow Sang Sang and TSL being quite famous in Hong Kong. In the mainland, their Lingbai jewelry is among the top tier. However, becoming a luxury jewelry brand takes many years. Moreover, there is hardly any presence of luxury jewelry brands from abroad in their country. Becoming a top luxury jewelry brand is incredibly challenging. Recently, the domestic jewelry industry has become very competitive. Brother, you don't have to work so hard. Ling Feng patted Ling Kiki's head, knowing that some burdens shouldn't fall on his sister. Just helping me find this has been a huge help, Ling Feng said. That was just my luck and my keen eye, Ling Kiki replied. Since childhood, her toys had been various types of jewelry, so she understood this field very well. Meanwhile, Xiaqing had spent the day at home, completing her tasks related to the abilities in the post-apocalyptic world. Now, many children at the base were awakening their abilities. Deputy Base Leader, this is Siang City. She helped make this batch of clothing, Roui introduced with a smile. Hello, Deputy Base Leader, Siang City greeted Xiaqing politely. Xiaqing noticed that Roui and Siang City seemed to have a good relationship. But why did Siang City keep staring at her? After receiving some supplies from the clothing factory, she had also brought cotton and some fabric. Deputy Base Leader. A man wearing glasses ran over to Xiaqing, panting and holding a black bag. He was a research engineer from Mubwa Rice Technology. He had heard that Xiaqing was at the base and hurried to find her. What's the matter? She asked. Well, Deputy Base Leader, I have initially developed this device that can detect the fluctuations of superpowers. I've temporarily named it the Superpower Detection Device. Xiaqing was very interested and said, Can this detect superpowers? Yes. I made it using crystal beads and superpower extract. However, it still needs improvement. If I could get support from the Dragon Country Research Facility, I believe I could develop it further in a short time. The device could initially detect superpower fluctuations, and if it could record various superpower data later, it would be able to store that information. Xiaqing understood that he wanted her support. That's no problem. I can discuss sending you to the Dragon Country Underground Research Facility. Now that you represent our Qing Tian base, they won't dare to treat you poorly. Currently, most of the food for the entire Dragon Country Underground base was provided by her. Xiaqing told Sia about Mubwa's situation. That's fine. The Dragon Country Underground Research Facility has advanced equipment, and the researchers are all at the professor level. However, they're short on food and lack the motivation to research. Now that we share food with them, they will share technology with us, as we agreed upon earlier. Mubwa had originally escaped from the Dragon Country Underground base, but now he was returning under the name of Qing Tian Base. Don't worry, your food will be allocated according to our Qing Tian base's share, Xiaqing said with a smile. She wouldn't be stingy with those working for their base. Mubwa was also very excited. To survive here, he needed to show his value. I think your research is very useful. Keep up the good work. Xia Qing encouraged him. Encouraged, Mubwa felt very motivated. Go back and prepare. Let me know when you want to go to the Dragon Country underground base. Now, she just needed to teleport to reach the Dragon Country base. Okay, I'll go prepare right away, Mubwa said cheerfully as he left. This is a good thing. Although the Dragon Country underground base has great equipment, their research has significant limitations, Sia said. Xia Qing nodded. Everything was mainly for the development of Qing Tian base. This time, some equipment was brought from the underground base in the Dragon Country to enhance the security of the Sunny base. At least the group of wandering superhumans that wanted to steal their food did not come back. I now know the locations of all the weapon depots and military research facilities in the Hua country, but it will still take some time to get there, he said. He needed to walk there to establish a teleportation marker. If you are in danger, you can call me anytime, and I will bring you back, but please don't go out at night, Xia Qing said. At night, it was daytime for her, and she had her own matters to attend to. If someone was outside, she wouldn't be able to enter the space immediately. I plan to go myself this time, either by car or by plane. I just need you to buy some aviation fuel, he replied. Aviation fuel is a consumable and cannot be mined, so he had to trouble Xia Qing for it. Okay, I'll see if I can buy some, Xia Qing said. Cece has a private plane, so she should have a channel for aviation fuel. When are you planning to leave? Xia Qing asked. As soon as possible. Although it was troublesome now, once the coordinates were established, it would be very convenient to go anywhere through Xia Qing in the future. The people at the base set up a metal cabinet at the coordinate point in Siang City as a temporary teleportation point. The surrounding area was also cleared out to serve as their temporary base. If they paid an extra crystal or superpower orb, they could bring back an entire corpse of a bug beast. The meat was tested by the base's instruments and was safe to eat when cooked, although it had a strong smell. However, it was very nutritious, so it became a source of meat for the base. Eating it raw was too unpleasant, and various seasonings at the base were running low. Tonight, we will exchange for barbecue sauce, limited to 100 bottles. This spicy barbecue sauce should taste good, right? We'll exchange it at midnight. Our base's network won't crash, will it? I want exchange for some cumin. Cumin is the soul of the dish. I haven't been online for several days. Many people have already commented in the base forum, asking for cumin. On the official website of the Sunny base, only the icons for Xia Qing and Sia were lit up. As soon as they logged in, all residents of Sunny base would receive a notification. Sia was already preparing to hit the road. For now, he was taking care of outside matters while Xia Qing managed things inside the base. Sia would go out to pave the way and establish teleportation points, while Xia Qing stayed at the base to provide support. Not only is Mubo going to Sunny Day base, but researchers and officials from the underground base of Long Country also want to visit Sunny Day base for collaboration. Wang Han, Qingjun, and Xiaomi are staying temporarily at the Long Country base. Suyu, let us go with you, Wang Han said. Staying at the underground base has been boring these past 2 days. They can't see the sky, and it feels stuffy, possibly because they have been underground for too long. Yes, Suyu. It's dangerous for you to go alone, and Sister Xia Qing will worry, Wang Mi said eagerly. If Suyu leaves, how will she get to eat the little cakes that Xia Qing bought for her? Although there is food here, it's just plain rice. I will come back regularly. I'm flying a single-person plane, Suyu said firmly. Wang Han, who has also served in the military, understood that a single-person plane means only one seat. All right, then let's go back to Sunny Day base. Okay, I'll inform Xia Qing, and she will come to take them back, Suyu said. At the Long Country underground base, they set up a glass door next to the teleportation point established by Suyu. A woman in high heels and a white lab coat, wearing rose gold glasses, came out of the president's lounge and saw Suyu, who was looking for the president. Long time no see, Suyu. I heard from your father that you awakened a spatial ability. The woman approached Suyu, but he frowned slightly and stepped back, showing his dislike. Why do you always look at me with such disdain? It's really hurtful. After all, I watched you grow up. I heard you've been hard to reach since you returned, but I finally got to see you today. Chu Xiu frowned, not hiding his disgust.
You still dislike me.
But I don't dislike you at all. Look, you keep circling back here, don't you? Chu Xiu didn't want to say another word to her. This woman had a twisted mind, bordering on madness. The line between genius and madness is thin. The woman watched Chu Xiu leave coldly, not angry, and took a deep breath as he entered the office.
How enchanting, she said.
In the 123 research lab, Sister Yue, the number 9 experimental subject exploded again.
The host is gone too.
Then let's go capture another one, Song Yue said coldly. The base is currently verifying identities. We can't use living people for experiments anymore. But there are still some orphans. No one cares about them. Then let's capture it. As long as our experiment is successful, we will be able to live longer, more beautifully, and stay youthful forever, Song Yue whispered in front of her. Don't you want to have that? Look at those with special abilities. They can enjoy the best food, while we, who were once exceptional, have become lesser beings. Are you okay with that? Chu Xiu entered the president's lounge and looked at the older man with graying hair at the temples, frowning slightly. You've come. The man's voice sounded weary. I need a personal flying device, Chu Xiu said in a low voice. Okay. Having gotten what he wanted, Chu Xiu turned to leave, seemingly eager to get away from there. If the base needed to be built and required cooperation with the Long Country base, he wouldn't come back at all. Xiaoyu, after all these years, you still can't forgive me? You should understand me. I didn't want to abandon your mother, but I had the lives of thousands behind me. It was like a train on 2 tracks. One would kill 1 person, the other would kill 10. Most would naturally choose to save the greater number. But what if that 1 person was your family? How would you choose then? My surname is Su. I understand you. But I can't forgive you because that person is my mother, Chu Xiu said in a deep voice, filled with a mix of hoarseness and restraint. He didn't want to recall that incident. Ayu, can you let me explain? The man, who had been in power for most of his life, spoke with a tone of almost pleading for the first time. Chu Xiu recognized the change in his tone, stopping but still facing away. The man felt a flicker of hope when he saw Chu Xiu pause, his heart trembling. Ayu, as a father, I have failed you, but as president, this is my duty. Ayu, I am old now. I am already happy to see you in my lifetime. You built the sunny base, and I know you carry a sense of responsibility. Ayu, there is something I have always wanted to say to you, and to Afun. I have done right by this country, but I am sorry to you both. I am truly sorry. The man's voice trembled. Chu Xiu clenched his fists tightly, having longed for his father's apology for so many years. He had always wanted to hear it. This is where we differ. So you could establish a base and provide humanity with a sanctuary. But under this premise, he has such abilities. If he had to choose between his lover and others, he would choose her. This may be the difference between him and his father. While his father would sacrifice his family for the greater good, he cannot do that if it means losing his loved ones, such as his partner or children. He does not need people to award him or praise his selflessness. He would rather be called selfish than lose what he cherishes. Everyone values different things. In his father's mind, the public comes first, and the position of president is also the top priority. The president fell silent for a moment, feeling older by a few years. Chu Xiu heard what he wanted and walked out without looking back. The man's eyes turned red as he watched Chu Xiu leave, filled with deep guilt and regret. As president, he was losing his power in the underground base. The more chaotic things became, the more there were calls to overthrow the government, and some people were eager to act. After Chu Xiu left, a middle-aged general entered. It was Xie Zhen. How did it go? Did Xiaoyu agree? The president shook his head and said, he hasn't forgiven me. So, how could he take over this mess? At least we still have the food provided by Chu Xiu, so they won't rebel for now. But it's only a matter of time before they do. I've already given Chu Xiu the map of the military base. The military research base is in a remote area. Will it be dangerous for Chu Xiu to go alone? Xie Zhen frowned. Should we send a team with him? Yes, the president replied. The number of teams they could call upon was decreasing. The division within the base is becoming more obvious. Li Yong, who leads the ability users, was just a security guard before the apocalypse, and now he wants to rise above us. How many soldiers sacrificed themselves in the early days of the apocalypse? Sia thought about this and felt very angry. The ability users in the base were becoming more arrogant. If Xiu can bring back weapons, we might be able to suppress those ability users for now. They know that our weapons are running low, Sia said with a frown. Some soldiers even had empty guns. Of course, there were soldiers who had awakened their abilities, but once they did, they had to carry out various tasks. What worries me most is not Li Yong, but Lu Ting. Lu Ting is currently in charge of security at the base. His military rank is not high, but he has awakened abilities and is very strong. Sia no longer takes him seriously. To put it simply, the president is now just a figurehead in the underground base. No, the president has secrets. After all, he once controlled a country. But this underground base seems solid on the outside, while inside it is already falling apart. Who knows when it might explode? Yu's return has helped balance this energy point. Xia Qing has already bought a plane ticket and will arrive in Port City at 3 p.m. She booked a business class ticket and took a taxi to the school right after landing. Qingjia, I just started my winter break. Where are we going? Xia Qing looked at Chu Ran's suitcase and said, First, let's find a hotel, have a meal, and then I'll take you shopping for some clothes.
Huh?
More clothes? I have enough to wear. I only wear my school uniform every day. Tomorrow, I'm taking you to a friend's birthday party, so let's get you a nice outfit. She had already chosen a gift for Hisisi, a pearl she had obtained from the end of the world. She may not have much, but she has plenty of jewelry. Okay. Chu Ran replied obediently. Xia Qing's phone rang. It was a call from Hisisi. Have you arrived in Port City? Yes, I just got here this afternoon. Don't book a hotel. Send me the address, and I'll have the driver pick you up. Sounds like you're in a good mood? Xia Qing sensed Hisisi was feeling positive. Divorce assets. The scumbag won't get a penny, and no one will dare to invest in his career. That's great. We should celebrate with a drink. I always felt I knew your past, and you wouldn't get too close to me. But we are trustworthy, right? Hisisi replied. She had changed, and was no longer the naive rich girl. Yes. Xia Qing ended the call and sent her location. Soon, a Maybach arrived. The driver got out and opened the door. Xia Qing and Chu Ren got in first. The driver placed their luggage in the trunk. After about half an hour, they arrived at Hisisi's villa. Seeing the luxurious mansion, Chu Ren felt a bit nervous. Zhang Jie, please arrange a room for Miss Xia and this child. Sure, miss. A smiling aunt in an apron replied. Xiao Ran, you can go put your luggage away first. Chu Ren nodded and followed the aunt. Xia Qing and Hisisi went to the living room, where a servant quickly brought them a glass of fresh juice. I want to open a store in Port City that specializes in selling your jewelry. Are you asking me to provide the merchandise? Xia Qing asked. Hisisi likes to talk to smart people who understand each other quickly, so their conversations have no unnecessary chatter.
Yes.
Xia Qing also used to run a jewelry store, but she only sold ordinary, cheap accessories, not real jewelry. After the new year, you will definitely need a large supply if you want to open a store. I need to discuss it too. Hisisi nodded, a bit surprised that Xia Qing agreed so quickly. However, since Xia Qing is bringing the goods, she can't just cut out the middleman. Moreover, she's already checked, and the crystal material is genuine. They are wealthy, but not foolish. The richer people tend to be more shrewd. She can't find this crystal anywhere else. Only Xia Qing has it. Xia Qing has already planned to hire some women from the base to categorize the jewelry and find some design drafts. She also needs to go to Myanmar to set up a jade factory. Jewelry is a highly profitable business. The key is that she wants to support a famous designer. She wonders if she should support someone else or become one herself. A well-known designer would increase the value of the jewelry. Among the top 10 female jewelry designers in the world, only 2 have Chinese faces, but they are not Chinese nationals. They are of Chinese descent. Xia Qing's eyes lit up. There are many famous design sketches from the apocalypse featured in magazines, and the base there has restored its internet. Old designs can still be found. No problem, as long as you can provide me with the goods. Cici said, as she has many businesses under her name. A young lady like you could live comfortably even without a shop, right? Who would complain about having too little money? The richer you are, the more you tend to spend, right? Well, you know who my father is. Although I'm his only daughter, I have a few brothers. Cici is known for marrying a mainland male celebrity, which is why she wants to marry early. While her father is still around, marrying will give her an extra asset. Now that I'm divorced, I have no children. I need to focus on my career. Although she didn't lose any assets in the divorce from a bad husband, he cost her a lot when she was arrested. He even left her with several $100 million in gambling debts. When she returned, she gave Sia $1 billion. Her monthly expenses are high, and she can't afford to be frugal anymore. Recently, selling jewelry has brought her some success, as she has done business before. For someone in their position, making money is even harder. It seems that the wealthy woman from the harbor city has already started live streaming to sell products. She just went through a tough divorce and is not in the right place to sell on live streaming, as it might annoy the audience. She has hired a professional team, and they all suggested she wait 6 months before starting. In the meantime, she plans to open a jewelry store and is considering selling Summer's products. The styles are unique, and the jewelry is authentic, though it lacks a brand. However, the prices are quite reasonable. If she were to sell well-known designer brands, a silver bracelet could sell for thousands. Yes, focusing on a career is the most important thing, Summer said. Tomorrow is my birthday party, and I'm only inviting my close friends. One of them you know is Zhang Mengyao.
Great.
Summer thought the party was tomorrow night, but it is actually at midnight tonight. To be honest, she has never attended a party like this before. In the evening, a group of staff arrived to set up the pool area, with colorful lights flashing everywhere. The entire venue was decorated with pink balloons, flowers, and ribbons. The outdoor pool had a button that, when pressed, slowly raised a transparent glass cover over it, making it warm and cozy even in winter. People who are less fortunate bundle up to stay warm, but even an entire wardrobe of polyester cannot compare to a single 100% wool coat in their closet. They don't need to wear heavy clothes throughout the year, usually just a coat, unless they go skiing. They always dress lightly, as if it's summer all year round. Summer is not afraid of the cold either. She doesn't know why, but even when it's below freezing outside, she feels fine in a short-sleeved shirt. However, her body temperature has dropped from 36 degrees to 33 degrees. If she went to the hospital, they would definitely keep her there. The food at the outdoor pool is all set up, featuring exquisite snacks, juices, drinks, and red wine, along with a 10-layer cake. Happy birthday, Cici. Happy birthday, Cici. Everyone brought gifts and placed them on the table, filling it with various sizes. By 11 p.m., people had started to arrive, and several luxury cars were parked in the villa's parking lot. All the guests were from Cici's circle of close friends, totaling 7 people. To be honest, attending this kind of gathering makes her feel a bit out of place. Summer slightly regrets coming, but she also wants Cici's help.
Summer.
Zhang Mengyao wore a black leather skirt with a leopard print and bright red lipstick. I didn't expect you to be the one behind Spicy Pepper. You started the Sunny Entertainment Company in the mainland, right? She learned about it from news and variety shows. Looking at Xia Qing's age, Zhang Mengyao smiled and said, "You really don't look it. Sunny Entertainment Company has become very successful now, as the rights to a few dramas have become quite valuable. I want to collaborate with you and buy the rights to your heroic warrior. You want to air it in Harbor City? But my show has only aired a few episodes. But it's already a hit in the mainland, right? 60 million for the exclusive streaming rights in Harbor City for a year." If Xia Qing remembered correctly, their show was streaming on the Orange Film app, and they didn't buy exclusive rights. It was 30 million. Then a few other companies wanted to buy it, and the price had already reached 80 million. In fact, my sister has already talked to your general manager, but he seems to be considering it, Zhang Mengyao said. There are 2 well-known film apps in Harbor City, one is hers, and the other is her sister's, making them rivals. If you help me buy aviation fuel, I can help you. After Xia Qing said this, Zhang Mengyao was stunned. In disbelief, she asked just like that? Is it really that simple? Buying aviation fuel requires registration, and Xia Qing doesn't have a plane, so where would she register? Yes, just like that. Zhang Mengyao felt that Xia Qing was helping her. Aviation fuel and kerosene are tightly regulated lately, possibly due to tensions in the Middle East. Their country has been developing electric energy as well. Can I confirm it now? Aren't you a bit too eager? Xia Qing laughed. She checked her phone. It was already 1 a.m. Isn't this just too exciting? You're such a straightforward friend. I'll confirm it. Whatever amount of aviation fuel you need, I'll help you get it. Zhang Mengyao laughed. She was more than willing to help with this small favor. If it were someone else, they would need to go through registration and other procedures, but with Zhang Mengyao it was much easier. It was as if they had just arranged for a couple more flights. If her sister knew, she would be frustrated, as she had worked hard to find someone just to secure the exclusive rights. Zhang Mengyao casually made it happen with a simple word. Thinking about seeing her sister's proud expression made her happy. She and her sister were actually half-siblings and didn't have much of a bond. Xia Qing noticed it was almost 2 a.m. It should be ending soon, Xia Qing said. This is just the beginning, Zhang Mengyao replied, looking confused. Xia Qing was puzzled, and soon a few boys around 180 centimeters tall arrived. These are some young talents I've recently signed. I'm starting a youth group. We're going to debut in Harbor City in a few days. First, we'll promote them here and see if they can develop in the mainland. Actually, we make pretty good crime dramas in Harbor City, but unfortunately, there haven't been any new stars or good scripts in the past 2 years. We rarely make historical dramas here. The fantasy genres are really popular in the mainland, Zhang Mengyao said helplessly. Qing, I remember you had a hit police romance drama before. You were the writer, right? How about writing one for me too? Or we could collaborate, I'll provide the script, and we can work together with the mainland. If the script is good, I could convince actor Chen. That needs some thought. After all, a good script takes time to write. Zhang Mengyao, Xia Qing, come here. Let's play a game. He's Cici, who was having fun nearby, called out. Xia Qing had also drunk quite a bit, but she didn't feel tipsy at all. By 5 a.m., as dawn broke, everyone started to leave. Most of them stayed in guest rooms, and a couple of boys even decided to stay over. Xia Qing woke up the next day at 8 a.m. Miss, what would you like for breakfast? Just some milk and toast, please. They all slept until the afternoon, with some leaving gradually. You woke up so early. Zhang Mengyao, with messy hair and a face mask on, came out. Xia Qing usually recovered quickly after sleep, often getting 2 to 3 hours of deep rest. I've already ordered the aviation fuel you needed yesterday. Where should I send it? That was fast, Xia Qing exclaimed. Zhang Mengyao had left a message for her assistant early in the morning and ordered it right away. Typically, a commercial flight consumes about a ton of fuel per trip. Zhang Mengyao didn't ask Xia Qing why she needed aviation fuel without a plane. That's great. A ton will be enough. Please send it to this address. I'll transfer the money to you. Once Zhang Mengyao received the address, she arranged for it immediately. Why would I charge you? Just having you sign with me makes me so happy, Zhang Mengyao said. She didn't realize how competitive the rights to exclusive broadcasts were. Sunny Entertainment Company is thriving due to the huge success of the sci-fi drama Hero Slaying God. Many people are trying to reach Zhongnan daily to secure exclusive broadcasting rights. Our show is so popular that the return on investment for filming may not always be high. However, a hit drama can easily support a company, similar to how Luiko thrived on a successful show, funding its entire staff with annual licensing fees. Zhang Nan wants to invest in creating an app. He is the general manager but not the chairman, so some important decisions need to be made by Xia Qing. However, she has already given him a lot of authority. Zhang Nan sees a call from Xia Qing on his phone, and he has set her as a priority contact. Sister Qing, what can I do for you? It's like this, you know about the Hong Kong company AIK Films, right?
Yes.
There are two film companies in Hong Kong, ADK and AIG, and they are related, similar to how Zhongtong and YTO are connected. I'm going to send you a WeChat message. Please add the head of AIK Films. You need to discuss the exclusive broadcasting rights for Hong Kong. Okay. Zhang Nan replies, knowing that the systems in mainland China and Hong Kong are different, even though they are both part of China. Hong Kong is a large city and a special economic zone, so their film apps are not widely used in mainland China. They only need to pass local reviews, but to broadcast in mainland China, they must go through the National Broadcasting Authority, which has stricter standards. Therefore, few Hong Kong dramas make it to the mainland. Hong Kong tends to favor sci-fi films, so Hero Slaying God, despite only having clips available, has gained popularity there. Sister Ching, I want to discuss something with you. I would like to establish a film app. If this app is successful, it will also need to acquire rights for other films, but any future hit dramas will only be shown on their own platform. We currently have 4 film apps in the country, and we still have strong competition. But we can definitely create this app, which will benefit our long-term development. Xia Qing listens to Zhang Nan's enthusiastic pitch and says, all right, let's start working on it. The company has enough funds to establish the app, and with the revenue shares from several companies, she receives a good amount each month. By the way, for the collaboration with AIK, I will write a script. You can discuss this with their head. Okay. When Zhang Nan heard that Xia Qing was working on a new script, his eyes lit up. Qing Jie, we're almost done filming the first season of War God Hero. Shouldn't we hurry with the script for the second season? Zhang Nan said boldly. If Zhang Nan hadn't mentioned it, Xia Qing might have almost forgotten. I've already written half of the second season. I should be able to send it to the company in a few months. That's great, boss. Zhang Nan happily hung up the phone. The boss agreed to establish a film and television app, so it looks like he needs to hire a team of programmers. What should the name be? Orange Film? Sun Film? He'll come up with several options for the boss to choose from. As soon as Zhang Nan hung up, he quickly added the boss's WeChat. Recently, 2 companies in the port city had been trying to contact him for his exclusive rights. Even the owner of AIG Film Company wanted to give him a sports car just to secure the exclusive broadcasting rights. It didn't matter who got the rights, but if the boss didn't intervene, he would likely choose AIG. However, now that Xia Qing had spoken up, no matter how many sports cars AIG offered him, he wouldn't accept them, nor would he dare to. He had worked hard to get to this point, and the road ahead was still long. Besides, Qing Tian Entertainment is a subsidiary of Qing Tian Management and Development Company. It can also be considered part of a group, which has established a supervisory department to oversee the executives of these subsidiaries. These are all necessary and normal checks. As long as he stays close to Xia Qing, his future looks bright, and there's no need to take risks. Xia Qing opened her phone and saw some documents sent by Zhou Shen. These documents needed her signature. The artificial bone technology will officially launch on February 1st next year, and they are already collaborating with hospitals in the port city to prioritize supplies there. Qing Jie, we have already pre-ordered 50 units before the official launch, but we don't have enough materials, Zhou Shen said, worried. One of the materials for the artificial bones is only available in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Let's start with the Q gene testing, and I'll communicate about the materials. Currently, the biotechnology company's technology for gene testing is reliable, and the equipment was purchased abroad for 200 million, then modified by the team at Qing Tian Base. Okay, we need to not only focus on this technology but also fully establish other areas. Understood. Zhou Shen replied that he had recently hired many graduate students. Their biotech company is not as big as those industry giants, but they now have a patent that puts them on par with those large companies. Of course, they are still in the early stages and have not officially launched yet. However, many tests have been successful so far. With the support of well-known doctors from the port city, their artificial bones will soon gain attention. Currently, it is only available among the upper class in the port city, but once it becomes widespread, it could reach over 1 billion people in the country, plus international markets. In the past, people always thought imported products were the best, but now domestic products are more advanced and better. Zhou Shen thought that soon, hospitals abroad might come to buy their product. They might even come to their country for the artificial bone implantation surgeries. Qing Jie's patent application for this material will be approved soon, he said. Okay. Actually, Xia Qing didn't care much about the patent for this material because its main component is not found in the world. Even without a patent, other companies wouldn't be able to replicate the research. Even if they tried to find alternative components, it would take years of research, and even if they found substitutes, they wouldn't be as stable or perfect. Please send me all the known material components you have recently, Xia Qing instructed Zhou Shen, providing an address. Sure. I'll arrange it right away, Zhou Shen replied. She planned to send these components to the Qingtian Research Institute for further study by Professor Zhang. Once the artificial bones are stable on the market, she would introduce a diluted enhancement agent that can boost human immunity, which is a great product. She wondered why human physical health seems to be worse than it was decades ago. Various additives for flavoring food and cosmetics are made from waste materials, leading to a decline in human health. Zhou Shen also got busy, needing to build new research labs and promote the artificial bones. In the Qingtian Biotech conference room, he said, "Our artificial bones are great. They can help injured people regain the ability to stand. The current price is still quite high, and it cannot be included in the national health insurance. Even with the high price, we have received 50 pre-orders. We can't accept Huang Jia's order for now. Future orders will be on a waiting list,"
Zhou Shen said.
Among those coming to purchase, there are a few from other biotech companies who want to buy for research. This is just a normal competitive strategy in the industry, and Zhou Shen is not worried about them. This confidence comes from his boss. Let's take it step by step. New things and new technologies are always a bit more expensive. Many outsiders want to place high-priced orders with him. Lao Lu, please gather a list of all the medical material components available on the market, including pharmaceutical ingredients. Okay, manager. I know that many medical companies outside are trying to learn about our company, and some even want to offer high salaries to recruit you. Just focus on your own work. If anyone wants to leave, I won't stop them. They can submit their resignation immediately. If they do anything to harm the company, they shouldn't expect me to be polite. Big companies have legal departments. These employees are not foolish. They haven't been exposed to core technologies, so leaving wouldn't help them. Plus, they have signed contracts. Even those researchers who have worked with the machines won't be of much use. Competitors can buy the machines and hire people to operate and modify them. But without materials, what can they produce? The next day, Xia Qing brought Chu Ran back to the villa in Han City. You'll stay here during the winter break. This will be your home from now on. Don't worry, my parents are really nice, Xia Qing said. Chu Ran felt a bit awkward looking at the large villa, but hearing Xia Qing's words made him feel much more relaxed. The surrounding facilities were quickly built because of Xia Qing's arrival. Welcome home. Xia Qing patted Chu Ran on the head. Aunt Lu, this is Chu Ran, who will be living with us. Please help him set up a room.
Sure.
If there's anything missing in the room, I'll take you to the mall tomorrow to buy it. We'll make it all to your liking. What's this? Xia Jixiang was stunned looking at the young boy. But seeing the child's age, he thought he couldn't be his daughter's illegitimate child.
He was almost scared to death.
Dad, this is Chu Ran. He's my friend's child. And he'll be living with us from now on. Xia Jixiang was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Ran. This child lost his parents in a car accident, and his uncle went abroad to earn money. He's too young, so I'm taking care of him for now. Upon hearing this, Xia Jixiang looked at the child with sympathy.
Stay.
You're not home every day. It's nice to have a child around to keep us company. I'm quite happy about it. Xia Jixiang felt a bit embarrassed. When he first saw the child, he couldn't help but think about his own vegetables being eaten. Xia Jixiang shook off his strange thoughts, and soon Yang Xia returned home with a car. A child came to the house, and Yang Xia was quite happy. It felt like there was more life in the home. After dinner, Xia Jixiang took Xiaoran to play in the big greenhouse, where Da Huang was sleeping.
Mom.
After the new year, I need to go away for a while. Can you take care of this child? I will bring him back to school in Gangcheng when the winter vacation is over. Charan got along well with Xia Qing's parents. To Charan, the couple seemed quite simple and genuine. The next day, Xia Qing planned to take Xiaoran to the mall. You don't need to go. I will go to the mall to check on the shops, and I can take Xiaoran to buy things. Yang Xia said with a smile. The child was really good-looking and well-behaved. They both liked each other a lot. Charan grew up in an orphanage, which had many children, most of whom were disabled or abandoned. As long as they had enough to eat, that was all that mattered, let alone family affection. Then, Xiaoran, you can go with your grandparents. If you need anything, you can call. Got it, Charan replied obediently. He really liked it here. It felt warm and welcoming. Even though he had experienced a lot and was quite mature for his age, he was still touched by this warmth. Xia Qing bought him a phone and a communication watch so they could know his location. The safety in Huagua was very trustworthy. After getting the phone, Charan often contacted his uncle. Today, Sister Qing took me to a friend's house. Today, I met Sister Qing's parents. The big yellow dog she raises is so smart. Charan treated his uncle's chats like a message board. He had only 2 contacts on WeChat. One was Chu Xiu, and the other was Xia Qing. Xia Qing originally planned to go to the Myanmar area after the new year. However, Chu Xiu sent a message. When are you coming over? There are some jade stone mines up for auction. The area in Myanmar was chaotic, and this part was under the control of the Shan state. When different factions fought, the biggest loss was money. The period was also the most rampant time for scams in Myanmar. Chu Xiu had liberated 2 parks, but there were dozens of parks in Myanmar, and he couldn't free them all. He didn't have that much power yet. Xia Qing planned to go after the new year, wanting to spend the holiday at home. The auction is on the 3rd day of the new year. It seems you really want me to come over? Are you bringing Charan? Xia Qing didn't actually want to take him, as the chaos in Myanmar was dangerous. She was just testing the waters. You don't need to bring him. I can protect you better. After the 3rd year of junior high, I will visit. Hearing this, Chu Xiu felt more at ease. After all, Xia Qing is now his major shareholder, and the auction of the jade factory is worth at least 20 million. That evening, she chose the teleportation location next to Suyu. Suyu, I've arranged for the aviation fuel. It should arrive the day after tomorrow. This item is considered dangerous, so delivery takes longer.
Okay.
As long as it arrives. By the way, the new year is coming soon. Do you want to come and visit? Xia Qing said with a smile. Suyu paused for a moment, then frowned and said, I'm just an ordinary person. Will visiting your world cause you trouble as long as you don't stay in a hotel, take high-speed trains or planes, or go to an internet cafe? It should be fine. Although there are cameras everywhere, she has a jammer. But if you come to our place, you can't just hit people. That would be illegal, Xia Qing joked. In a few days, I will also go to the Myanmar area. It's quite chaotic there, and you can go even without an ID. Maybe I can help you get an identity in Myanmar. Suyu's eyes lit up. He could actually go to Xia Qing's world anytime, but he never thought to do so. He knew that her world was different from his, and he was afraid of causing her trouble. Besides, there is so much to do in this post-apocalyptic world. Now that Xia Qing mentioned it, he felt much more relaxed. By the way, Mubo is coming to collaborate with the research institute at the base. Of course. A minute later, Xia Qing brought Mubo through the teleportation. The base currently has 4 research institutes: the Biological Research Institute, the Technology Research Institute, the Weapons Research Institute, and the Agricultural Research Institute. Recently, the base established a special research institute focused on studying the weaknesses of zombies. Mubo knew about the Technology Research Institute. He had helped there before, but it was not very valued, probably because it was filled with top-level researchers. Take these. They will help you build connections.
Xia Qing handed Mubo a black bag.
When Mubo opened it, he found various cigarettes inside. These brands were collected by Xia Qing from the post-apocalyptic world.
Mubo's eyes brightened.
These are indeed the fastest tools for men to build relationships. Even in the apocalypse, most men cannot quit smoking. Otherwise, why is tobacco tax the largest source of revenue for their country? Thank you, Deputy Base Leader. I have high hopes for your research. Build good relationships with them and quickly get your work done. You won't be short on supplies later. Hearing this, Mubo felt even more motivated. He knew that those working for Sia at the base might have food and supplies that others didn't. Try to bring everyone to our base. For every person you bring, I'll give you a bonus. You can have whatever you want. Mubo couldn't help but swallow hard and said, Roast chicken? Fried chicken. Sia shook her head, thinking that was too easy of a request. How about chicken legs instead? Meat was scarce at the base, and the only redeemable meat was preserved ham, with canned food being the most expensive option. Now, others at the base had brought back a batch of meat from Siang City, but without special abilities, they had to stay at the base and had no way to get more meat. The delicious fried chicken was just a memory from before the apocalypse, and even then, food was expensive. For example, watermelons were sold by the piece, and potatoes were sold individually. If you bring one person, I'll give you 10 pieces of fried chicken. This got Mubo excited. He had a big bag that was his ticket in. Xiu went to find Sia and briefly explained the situation. Later, seeing Xiu's attitude towards Sia suddenly understood. Sia was the deputy leader of the Tian base, and to Sia, it was clear that Xia's relationship with Xiu was special. If they could ease the tension between Xiu and Sia, it might be a good solution. Sia personally took Mubo to the research lab in Manhwa, where entry required fingerprint registration. This made Mubo feel both honored and nervous, and he quickly took out 2 boxes of cigarettes from his bag. Thank you, General Sia, for leading the way. If it weren't for Xiu personally bringing him, Sia wouldn't have bothered to him. However, seeing Mubo with the 2 boxes of cigarettes made him smile slightly. Not bad, he was a considerate person. Their base used to have cigarettes, but they were consumables and had long been used up. When he wanted to smoke, he often found himself chewing on a stick instead. This is a researcher from the Tian base. You all need to cooperate well, Sia said sternly. In the Technology Research Institute, there were all professor-level individuals, but at that moment, only younger people were working. Professors in their 60s, who were national treasures, were often resting in the lounge due to long-term malnutrition. Mubo handed out a box of cigarettes to everyone in the Research Institute. Don't hit someone who is smiling, especially not someone who brings you gifts. In the base, 1 cigarette can sometimes be traded for a meal. Now, Mubo has given each person a whole box. Those who didn't want to pay attention to him before have suddenly changed their attitude. This is Huazi. It's cigarettes. I haven't seen this in a long time, a man said excitedly. He had almost been forced to quit smoking, but seeing the cigarettes reignited a spark in him. Mubo, didn't you escape? Did you go to the sunny base? Another programmer asked in shock upon seeing Mubo. Both of them were from the Tech Research Institute and were quite capable, but in this crowd, they felt insignificant. The man felt a bit disappointed seeing Mubo being so generous.
Yes.
I am now a researcher at the Sunny Base. This is just a small gesture. I came back to collaborate with everyone. I hope we can work together more in the future. There are plenty of cigarettes. Instantly, the Research Institute became lively. Mubo, does your base really have food? But isn't it unsafe since it's on the ground? The ground is filled with zombies and mutated animals. It's okay. We have protective nets around the perimeter. This time, I have developed a preliminary body ability detection device and hope to get everyone's guidance. Although he was a talented researcher, everyone here was exceptional, with many being top students. At first, there was some resistance, but with a whole box of cigarettes, even female researchers who didn't smoke could trade them for things they needed. All right, let's exchange ideas, a young professor said. Mubo recognized him as a brilliant scientist. Mubo took out the device he had found. This is a preliminary detection device powered by ability crystals. All abilities are activated by these crystals, which have sufficient analytical capability. In no time, 5 or 6 researchers joined in. After a few hours, a soldier arrived with a woman.
It was Sia.
I am from the sunny base, here to deliver 3 days' worth of food for Mubo. Food delivery? The soldier said nothing but saw Sia carrying a large box overflowing with bags.
Come in.
The soldiers couldn't stop her, as they had received orders from above. Sia took out a bag of red sausage from the box. Here you go, this is for you. The soldier looked at the sausage in disbelief and couldn't help but swallow. Although the base was cooperating with Tian base to exchange some food, there were too many people at the base, and everyone could only have one meal. Special personnel, like those with abilities, could eat 2 meals. A young boy could get sick from eating too much, let alone these tall soldiers averaging 180 centimeters. The daily ration was barely enough for 1 meal, especially with their ongoing tasks. This is food. Don't worry, our Tian base is plenty. Sia said generously. Once they entered the research institute, it looked very advanced. Mubo heard someone calling for him and saw Sia rushing over. Deputy base leader, what brings you here? I figured they wouldn't provide meals for you here, so feel free to eat from this box of food, Sia said. Although Mubo was a tech guy, he immediately understood her implication.
All right.
Thank you, deputy base leader. Mubo thought about the large box of food and felt very pleased. This trip was definitely worth it. After achieving her goal, Sia left. Soon, many people gathered around Mubo, including a staff member who had previously teased him, now envious of the food. It was noon, and they were quite hungry. In the research institute, they only had breakfast with no lunch. Breakfast consisted of rice soup with some side dishes, and dinner was plain rice. That was already an improvement, as before they only had compressed biscuits. Mubo rummaged through the bag. What should I eat?
Instant noodle, bread.
There was even fried meat. One bag contained 10 warm buns, filled with meat and vegetables. There were also cola and Sprite. Lu Chong, Wang Ping, here are 2 buns for you. Thanks for your help this morning. Lu Chong and Wang Ping worked hard because they both loved to smoke. Mubo pulled out 2 bottles of cola and shared them with them. At that moment, others were watching too, especially Lu Chong and Wang Ping, who couldn't resist and started eating right away. The buns with meat were actually hamburgers. Mubo also took one out. It was a beef burger, still warm. The 3 of them enjoyed their meal, sipping cola, and the taste was delightful. In the afternoon, 2 more people came to help Mubo. In the evening, he shared food with them. With their help, the research progressed very quickly. They were indeed experts, and the equipment and materials here were very complete. After 1 day, his initial ability detection device had already improved a lot. He believed that soon it would become even better. In the next few days, Sia took time to bring various snacks, and recently, she brought strawberries. Their greenhouse strawberries had ripened too much. Are these strawberries? I thought they couldn't be grown anymore since over a decade ago. Yes. I have only seen strawberries in photos.
Wow.
They are real strawberries. Let's all eat together. Our deputy base leader said these won't last long. Mubo was very shocked but also proud. Leaving here to venture to the sunny base was the best choice he ever made. Several researchers took a bite of the strawberries, and the sweet aroma instantly filled their mouths. 2 people with children at home were reluctant to eat them and carefully packed them to take back for their kids. Nearby, researchers from the Agricultural Institute heard about the strawberries and couldn't help but rush over to speak with the director of the Technology Research Institute. Director Wang, I heard you have strawberries. Could you lend us one for research?
Yes.
Strawberries were rare before the apocalypse. If they have them at Sunny Base, maybe we can grow them too. This is a great opportunity for humanity. The vegetables we exchanged before were sent to your Agricultural Institute, but we haven't seen any results yet. Wang Shuxiang frowned. Ahem.
Yang Suewen felt embarrassed.
You know our conditions are limited, especially my agricultural team. Even with advanced technology, we can't grow anything. How can you not grow anything? Didn't you have a batch of mushroom kits? You divided those among yourselves. You always want us to provide things for your research, but in the end, we don't get to share the food produced. Wang Shuxiang complained. Are we all working for the base? We are serious about our research. Otherwise, many people would have starved due to lack of food. Wang Shuxiang thought about the purification project at their institute and frowned slightly, realizing it was only suitable for those who knew nothing about food. You all at the Agricultural Research Institute are quite tough. The protein blocks we study have saved many lives, and after thorough purification, there are no issues. Being able to recycle is the most efficient. Wang Shuxiang didn't want to continue discussing this topic because they had eaten the protein blocks too. While eating, there were no problems. They were like compressed biscuits, with a cake-like texture. However, if they knew what it was made from, they wouldn't be able to eat it. Even eating cockroaches or rats would be better than this. Besides, in the desert, people without water even drink their own to stay hydrated. What we made is fine. Wang Shuxiang didn't want to argue with them. It's not that I don't want to lend it to you. The strawberries aren't ours. They were brought by researchers from the Sunny Day base for exchange. They kindly shared with us, but there aren't any extra, Wang Shuxiang said awkwardly. Even if there were extras, who would give them away? Yang Xuejuan frowned slightly. It seemed unlikely he could get strawberries for research, so he had to think of another way. He went directly to find Xiao Shanping. Mr. President, our people at the Biological Research Institute are also eager to have the Sunny Day base's researchers come over for mutual learning. Mr. President, our Weapons Research Institute is also willing to exchange. Yang Xuejuan quickly pushed his way in and said, President Xiao, our Agricultural Research Institute urgently needs to exchange too. Xiao Shanping looked at the three esteemed professors, all of whom were protected and kept confidential before the apocalypse, now coming to request exchanges with the Sunny Day base. This had never happened before. He naturally knew what was going on. If you want exchange, you can send a few people to the Sunny Day base. You all know that they have special space abilities and have established a teleportation channel at our base, so it's very convenient to go. Hearing about going to the Sunny Day base made the few of them a bit nervous. It was said to be built outside. There might be zombies, right? Let me tell you this. The leader of the Sunny Day base is my son, so you don't need to worry about your safety, Xiao Shanping said in a deep voice. This news stunned the three old professors. They didn't expect such a connection. However, for now, only 2 people can go from one place. The 3 professors frowned slightly, starting to worry about who should go. Should we go back to apply, or try to get tickets? The original idea was to have people from the Sunny base come over, but now they have to go outside, which makes them a bit conflicted. These researchers have been well protected. They haven't been outside since the apocalypse began. At the underground base in Long Country, the people coming from the Sunny base often bring food. It's all fresh, including meat. We've been searching for supplies recently, but we've already cleared the surrounding area. To find something useful, we need to go to the city. The city is filled with hundreds or thousands of zombies, which is very dangerous. Even though we are superpowered now, we still have only a little more food than those soldiers. There are many rules to follow here, the man complained. I heard that the leader of the Sunny base has a special relationship with the president. If we want to cause trouble, it might not work. We're not causing trouble. We can go to the Sunny base. Several people were very interested in the Sunny base. They are all superpowered individuals, and wherever they can get food, they will go. However, the Sunny base has very strict entry rules now, and will not casually accept outsiders. The people from the Sunny base have established a system and various habits, and newcomers must go through a review process. Suyu hopes that the Sunny base will remain united. Currently, the Sunny base encourages population growth, and entering requires identity registration. Becoming a resident of the Sunny base also has strict requirements. Why go there? They have even stricter rules than here. Isn't it better to have a few women around you here? That's just Lu Ting meddling in our business, Li Yong frowned. Let's not provoke Lu Ting. After all, he is very powerful and a soldier with weapons. Who knows, he might be the future president. Inside the underground base in Long Country, several research institutes were in chaos. Agricultural Research Institute. There are only 2 spots available to go to the Sunny base. Who wants to go? Some people were very tempted. One person's husband works at the Technology Research Institute and has recently brought back various items, though he doesn't share much. He only brings back what he can't bear to eat himself for the kids. I'll go. Me too. Instantly, several people signed up. Those with children or relatives were hesitant. After all, they were worried about their families when going to an unfamiliar place. How about this? Let's draw lots to decide. Whoever gets picked will go. This exchange will only last 3 days. It's just a preliminary meeting. There will be more in-depth exchanges and cooperation in the future. Soon, the Agricultural Research Institute selected a middle-aged woman and a young man. Both had children and felt conflicted at first, worried about encountering danger outside and the risk of being infected by a zombie virus. We'll be gone for just 3 days and will return safely through the base's teleportation array, which only takes a minute, Yang Xuejuan said. He wanted to see it for himself. After all, at his age, being in the underground base felt like being trapped in a big metal box, limiting his freedom. Mu Bo's ability detection device has been successfully developed, so he plans to return for the final tests. Only through testing can it be improved further. He looked at the advanced equipment, knowing that their Sunny Day base would have these in the future. Is your Sunny Day base really safe? Wang Shui, who was selected for the exchange, asked nervously.
Yes.
Although there are zombies around, we have walls that keep us safe, Mu Bo explained. There were indeed zombies attacking outside, but they had established walls, electric fences, drones, and various surveillance systems, along with evolved individuals clearing the zombies, making it quite safe. Can the teleportation point really send people over? We've discussed this spatial orientation theory before, but it was impossible to achieve. Now, it's different. We have ability users, special ability users, and we can't fully explain these things scientifically yet, Mu Bo said. Isn't the new Special Research Institute in the Dragon Country's underground base set up to study ability users? However, this Special Research Institute is not open yet. Don't worry. I'll take care of you over there. Plus, our deputy base leader is very generous. The base leader is also very strong. After hearing Mu Bo's words and enjoying his good food over the past few days, the two felt more at ease. As the saying goes, a soft mouth eats the food of others. All right, then we'll go. Mu Bo was thrilled. One person was like 10 roasted chickens. 2 people meant 20. They could eat that for a month without finishing it. This time, not only are you going to the Sunny Day base, but other research institutes will also send 2 people each, said Wang Xuxiang, the director of the research institute. Others are going too? Mu Bo was even happier. He was calculating how many roasted chickens he would be rewarded with. At least 80 roasted chickens. This amount is hard to imagine. From now on, there will be delicious roasted chicken, and he can't stop drooling. After the 4th day of eating it, he couldn't eat any more roasted chicken and asked Xiaoqing to trade for other food. Roasted chicken is tasty, but eating it every day is too much. Xiaoqing went to the warehouse in Seoul, and the aviation fuel she ordered has arrived and been stored. With the plane, so you can travel quickly. The single-person aircraft can only carry 1 person, so Xiaoqing didn't go with him. She is very busy at the base now. If someone can't go to Shunchuan for a day, they can't return either. She is busy with transportation and handling various tasks at the base every day. Xiaoqing updated the marked map on the Apocalypse website. She marked Suyu's locations on the map, and if someone wants to go out, they need to pay her with crystal beads or ability crystals at the teleportation points. This is a guaranteed profitable business for her. Unfortunately, she has to personally take them each time. If the space could stabilize, she could send people without being there herself. She hopes for an upgrade in the future that would allow such a feature. The new year is coming soon, and the aunts at home are on vacation. Xiaoqing bought couplets and hung them with her parents. The completed villas here haven't been sold, so only Xiaoqing's family is living in one. We'll have dinner here today and go back to the village to celebrate the new year tomorrow, said Xia Jixiang. Living in this big villa is very comfortable. Going back to the village feels inconvenient now. It's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but hard to go back. The village houses have been renovated, and the main entrance has a new security door. This has been the most comfortable year, Yang Xia said cheerfully. The village repaired the roads, and even built a monument for us. Tomorrow we should visit the temple. Okay. Xiaoqing replied happily. Linuan called. Qingjie, this year for the new year, I'm going back with my mom. Also, have you seen the news? That special edition variety show aired, and you are trending. Have you noticed your followers on Douyin and Weibo have increased? I haven't had time to check. She is very busy every day, traveling back and forth between two spaces. She feels more like a traitor. In the other timeline, her phone has no signal at all. Linuan knows that sometimes when she calls Xiaoqing, it either can't connect or is out of service. She really doesn't know why her cousin's phone has such poor signal. Two people chatted for a while, and after Xiaoqing hung up the phone, she scrolled through Douyin. Most of the information pushed to her was about Linuan, with mostly positive comments, although there were a few negative ones that Xiaoqing ignored. Fairy cousin. I want a cousin like that too. Linuan openly admits to having support from her wealthy cousin. Most comments were filled with envy, and the rumors about Linuan being a mistress were quickly dismissed. Xiaoqing had attended Linuan's variety show to help clarify this matter, and she was happy to see things improving. In the past, on New Year's Eve, they either had dumplings at their house or went to their uncle's house for dinner. This year, no one mentioned going to their uncle's house. Grandma Sia was also very honest and recovering well. In her younger days, she worked hard, and now she was quite strong. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were busy in the kitchen. The 120-inch laser screen was playing Heroes Slay Gods, and Chu Ran was very interested. Every child has a dream of being a hero. Grandma Xia sat on the soft sofa, not having to work this year. In previous years, during holidays at Xia Jiqing's place, she always had to help out. This was the first time she could just sit and watch TV. Xiaoqing took out a thick red envelope. Here's your New Year's money, Chu Ran.
This.
So much? I can't spend this at school. The private school covered meals, and Xiaoqing had already bought him clothes.
Keep it.
You'll need money to go out with your classmates, Xiaoqing said with a smile. Time flies. It's been almost a year. Last year at this time, she was quite scared of the new year as a new intern with little money, and the village kids expected red envelopes. But she had to give money to her uncle's family and a few close relatives. Even as a new worker, she had to give her grandma money. She gave her grandma a red envelope of 1,000, while Xia Lei only gave 500, which was later returned by grandma. She was quite upset about this and decided not to give her grandma red envelopes anymore because she felt grandma was too biased. Seeing Xiaoqing casually give Chu Ran such a thick red envelope, which must be at least 20,000, Grandma Xia frowned slightly, her brows knitted together, wanting to say something but hesitating to speak to Xiaoqing. She looked quite frustrated. This New Year's Eve was just family, and they had a great time eating together. The Spring Festival Gala is playing on TV, and I wonder when Linuan and Xiaozhan will be able to appear on it. These two are currently being heavily promoted by their company, and Tian Cici has also become well-known because of the drama Hero Slays the Gods. Qing, where did you buy this wine? It tastes so authentic. It makes me feel warm all over. This is a medicinal wine that strengthens the body. A friend of mine, an old Chinese medicine doctor, gave it to me, said Xiaoqing. It strengthens the body and supports the kidneys. You can't find this around here. It was sourced from a traditional medicine shop in a post-apocalyptic area where they have a deep understanding of herbal medicine. Xia Jixiang heard that it could help with kidney health and wished he could drink more. You shouldn't drink too much medicinal wine. Just 1 or 2 cups a day is enough, Xiaoqing advised. Okay, I'll bring some for my friends in the village tomorrow, Xia Jixiang said happily. On the first day of the new year, the family always has a meal together, with many relatives from the same village. After the 3rd day of the new year, I'll be busy, so I probably won't be back until after the holidays.
Don't worry about me, Xiaoqing said.
All right, I know you're busy now. Just don't go too far abroad, Yang Xia said. They were all scared after seeing the news about the last incident.
Got it,
Xiaoqing replied, though she didn't sound sincere. After the 3rd day, she has to go to Myanmar. Although it's chaotic there now, it's also a great opportunity to develop her career. She has to go. for a legitimate jade mining business in the future. If she can take the chance to change things in Myanmar, it's not impossible. While eating nuts and scrolling through her phone, Yang Xia suddenly leaned in. Ching? Didn't you say you would bring back a son-in-law for the new year? Didn't you see that side profile last time? Just from the side, he looks very energetic. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the better he seems. Sia Xiang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Yes. I remember you said he would join our family, right?" Sia Xiang was a bit excited about the idea of him joining their family. It would be quite impressive, but he was worried about what others might say about them supporting a man who relies on his partner. That reputation isn't great. Your dad isn't unreasonable. We're not really asking him to join the family, right? If they have 2 kids in the future, the first one, no matter the gender, will take our surname, and the second one will take his. That works too. If they have a child, it can take his surname first, Sia Xiang added. Xia Qing felt that the pistachios in her hand didn't taste as good anymore. In the past, it didn't matter what she said. Suyu wouldn't come over or know about these things. But now, thinking about that time, Suyu suddenly entered her life, and she even invited him to the border area. Her parents have seen Suyu's photo. He's probably not coming. You know he's a soldier protecting the country. Xia Qing said nervously. Well, it's the new year, so he should have a day or 2 off, right? That way, we can meet. I can check him out for you.
Yang Sia replied.
Dad, I'm taking the kids out to set off fireworks. Saying this, Xia Qing hurriedly took Chu ran outside to enjoy the fireworks. The lights in this villa area were very colorful and bright. Not far away, the film city was almost complete. They were just finishing the interior decoration. From the outside, it looked beautiful with colorful lights. Some scenic areas were still under construction, but it would probably take another 2 or 3 months to finish. This year, the nearby villages had a good new year. The construction of the film city has paid all the workers' wages without any delays, and they even received supermarket benefit cards. The county chief said happily. He was initially worried that the development company would delay the workers' pay, which could lead to many debt disputes around the new year. In the past, they had faced similar issues, especially during the holiday season when it was hard to pay workers. This film city has boosted the economy in our surrounding villages, allowing workers to work nearby. Once it's officially completed next year, they will definitely hire more people, which will help our county's economy. The county chief said with a smile. This was also a significant achievement for him. This year, every worker in the nearby villages earned quite a bit. We had a great new year in our county. We will do our best to support the construction of the film city and help with its opening by providing a green channel. The nearby villages were lively on New Year's Eve. In the city, fireworks were restricted, but in the villages, every household set them off. In Lin Village, the Wang family said this year, after working for 3 months, I earned 27,000 with a daily wage of 300. Plus, I received a 1,000 supermarket card for the new year. Ting, when you get into college next year, this money is for your education.
Thank you, Dad.
I will definitely get into a good university. The girl replied happily. Even getting into college doesn't guarantee a good job. Besides, in 2 years, Ting will be getting married, so it's better to save this money. The woman beside him frowned and said, Ting is a good student. The teacher praised him. If he can get in, let him go. The girl from the Xia family is quite capable of getting into college. Nowadays, women can earn just as much as men. The more knowledge you have, the more you can earn. Your father has only done hard labor his whole life.
But
the woman nearby felt sorry about the money. Old man, by February next year, the construction here should be finished, and you workers won't be needed anymore. Where will you find work that pays well and is close by? After finishing their work, they wouldn't interfere with the farming in the village, so they were quite willing. Don't worry, I heard that once the film studio is built and opens, they will hire people. A studio this big will definitely need a lot of staff. Can I go too? The woman asked nervously. If she could work, it would ease the burden at home. She usually had to farm, and with elderly people at home, she couldn't leave to find work. Many people in the village were in a similar situation, so most of those who went out to work were men. You should be able to. When they start hiring next year, there will surely be many applicants. A studio this large will need a lot of cleaners. Today, the villagers from several nearby villages were quite happy after finishing their work. A thriving business could support several surrounding villages. The next day, Xiaqing's family put on their New Year clothes. Qingqing, you're only wearing a thin jacket. Aren't you cold? You really want to look beautiful at the cost of your health? Yang Xia scolded as she looked at Xiaqing's outfit. Chu Ran was wearing a down jacket and snow boots. In the -4.5-degree weather, Xiaqing was only wearing a black coat and ankle boots, without even a scarf. There's a kind of cold that makes a mother worry about you. Xiaqing was forced to put on a down jacket. She really wasn't cold. Maybe it was because she had awakened the ability to gather ice. The cold didn't bother her. Even in the summer, her hands were cold. They got up at 4 a.m., drove back to their hometown, and first went to the village temple to offer incense. On the first day of the new year, there were many people waiting outside. Jixiang, your family is the first to offer incense this year, the village chief said. Many people below were not happy about it, and a large part of them remained silent. This large group had sold vegetables to the Xia family. Village Chief Xia. We've been waiting since 1 a.m. for the doors to open. Although this temple is in your village, people from the surrounding villages should also be able to come and pray. Why do the villagers from your village get to offer the first incense this year? That's right. We stayed up all night waiting in line for the doors to open here. Xia Jixiang looked at the man. He was not from their village, but from Lin village. The person speaking behind him was an elder from their village. Their land temple had been built for hundreds of years. During past floods and earthquakes, the surrounding trees fell, but the temple remained unharmed. That's why people from nearby villages come here to offer incense and pray. The incense is very popular. Everyone values the first incense stick on the first day of the new year. What's the big deal? Everyone else will also offer incense. It's just a matter of who goes first. The woman speaking was from the Sun family, and Xiaqing often went to their house to collect vegetables. I know there are disagreements. So let me explain why Xia Jixiang's family should offer the first incense. In the past 6 months, which vegetables and fruits from our village weren't harvested by the Xia family's daughter. If she hadn't helped, would you have sold all your winter vegetables? They would have rotted in the fields. And the elderly in the village who farmed, how many people did the Xia family's tractor help? This year, our village is repairing the roads, and the Xia family contributed a lot. Do you think they should offer the first incense?
Yes.
Jixiang, you go ahead. Old Man Sun said supportively. Yes. We all agree. The others also nodded in agreement, with only a few complaining. They had waited half the night for good luck. The majority ruled, and even those who were reluctant stepped aside to make way. Sun Guoqiang looked on, feeling an indescribable envy. This time, he clearly noticed changes in Xia Jixiang. He almost didn't recognize him. After offering incense, Xia Jixiang gave the village chief a bottle of herbal liquor. My daughter got this recipe from an old Chinese medicine doctor. It's good for men's health. Just don't drink too much, 1 cup a day.
Oh.
This is a good thing. The village chief could tell from the aroma that it was quality liquor, especially one with health benefits. Xia Jiqing and Tian Kaihua squeezed through the crowd to move forward. Look how well Yang Xia walks now. They said she was disfigured, but her skin looks much better. Tian Kaihua complained. Her son had been in detention, and now he couldn't find a job in the civil service. He had also broken up with his partner and couldn't stay in the village for the new year, claiming he was going abroad to work. Before leaving, he said to them, "What's so great about Xiaqing? She's just a woman who can earn money. The tides will turn. I'll earn more in the future. Dad, I'm going out to work. My monthly salary is 30,000. If I do well, I can earn 100,000 a month with bonuses." Tian Kaihua thought about her son's words, waiting for him to earn money and show Yang Xia what he could achieve. Xia Jiqing also wanted to light the first incense, but with so many people around, he couldn't get in. Xia Jicheng, isn't that your brother? Why not go with him? A man said with a tone of amusement. Everyone in the village knew that the two brothers didn't get along well. It's common in the village for families with many siblings to fight over land and property. The elders often get caught in the middle, but some families are quite harmonious. You could say there are all kinds of people nowadays. Isn't human nature complicated? Some people seem happy when they see you struggling. They say the best way to comfort someone else is to share that you have it worse. Xia Jixiang and his family finished lighting the incense with their child. Many people below were whispering, and soon the gossip spread from person to person. That little boy can't be their illegitimate child, can he? They brought him to light incense. Impossible. Xia Qing is so young. How could she have such a big illegitimate child? Besides, Xia Jixiang said they have a son-in-law. This year during the New Year, I didn't see their son-in-law. Xia Qing had good hearing, and the rumors drifted into her ears like the wind. Illegitimate child. Hearing that word made her feel uneasy. By the second day of the New Year, after having lunch at her grandmother's house, she planned to quickly leave for the border area to pursue her career. After lighting the incense, they also paid New Year respects to the elders in the family. Xia Jixiang prepared small red envelopes for good luck, since there were many children in the village. When they returned home, a layer of dust had settled. I just saw your brother. He didn't even come over. Your mom doesn't need him to worry about us. He doesn't care at all. Yang Xia said angrily. He's probably still upset that we sent his eldest son to detention. Let him be angry. Xia Jixiang quickly reassured his wife. After living in the big villa, this house feels so inconvenient. Xia Jixiang laughed. Indeed, after getting used to a nice house, it was hard to live here again. All that was left were nostalgia and memories. Let's stay here tonight and go to my mom's tomorrow, Yang Xia suggested. Okay. Just as they were talking about how their uncle's family wouldn't come today, unexpectedly, Xia Jiqing didn't come, but Xia Peng did. Happy New Year, uncle and aunt. The couple realized he was there to ask for his New Year's money. They had conflicts with the older brother, so they couldn't bring the child along, could they? Yang Xia handed 2 small red envelopes to Xia Peng. Grandma, Happy New Year. Xia Peng ran to his grandmother, smiling widely. Although Grandma Xia could walk now, she still needed a cane. She had no money left. Previously, she had helped with expenses for Xia Lei's engagement and wedding, as well as fines when he was in detention. As an elderly woman, she didn't have a pension. In the past, she would sell some vegetables or collect scrap for small amounts of money over time. Usually, Xia Jixiang was filial and would give her a little money each month. After Xia Qing started her internship, she would also give Grandma red envelopes during holidays. Grandma Xia loved her little grandson, but without money, she couldn't give him anything. She could only pat Xia Peng's head. Good grandson. Good grandson. You've grown another year. Grandma will get you some candy. Xia Peng's expression changed instantly. Grandma, where's my New Year's money? Xia Peng blinked and asked.
Ah, cough cough.
Grandma Xia looked at Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia for help. But the 3 of them seemed to have a silent agreement and went back to their rooms, feeling nostalgic since they hadn't been home for a long time. Grandma, I'll give you your New Year's money in a couple of days. Grandma Xia said unconvincingly. She didn't need to spend money on food or clothing now, and the family of 3 didn't give her any money. How could she ask for it? Although she favored one side, she clearly knew that only the second family was taking care of her. Xia Peng was unhappy when he saw that Grandma Xia hadn't given him his New Year's money. Grandma, why have you become stingy? Xia Peng pouted. Grandma Xia felt embarrassed and didn't want to disappoint her little grandson, but when she turned around, she found the living room empty. Xia Qing had taken Chu ran to the second floor, where the bedroom was covered in dust, filled with various photos from her childhood and small wind chimes. Girls often liked to decorate their rooms with quirky things. Xia Peng pouted and went back, holding only a few red envelopes. These small envelopes contained 10 yuan each. Xia Jixiang is so wealthy now, yet he only gives his nephew a few dozen yuan? And your mom always says she loves her grandson the most. But look, there's not a single cent for New Year's money. Tian Kaihua said angrily. Xia Jiqing's expression was also not good. He increasingly felt that his mother was biased. Your mom, too, after staying for a couple of days of good times, has she forgotten about you? Before, she always talked about her grandson, but I never saw her show much love for him.
Stop it.
Xia Jiqing frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. In the evening, the Xia family gathered for dinner at the home of elder Xia Qing. Xia Jiqing was there too, and the two brothers hardly spoke. One of the guests was Xia Fang's mother, who was also Xia Qing's second aunt. I heard your daughter is working at Xia Qing's shop. The pay must be good, right? Good pay? Not really. She has to clock in every day, and if she's late, they deduct her pay, the second aunt said with a slight frown. Deduct pay? We're all relatives. It's not like the shop is busy. I heard that a film studio is opening soon and will be hiring next year. When that happens, Fang won't be working there anymore, the second aunt said, implying her daughter was helping Xia Qing. Xia Qing, who had excellent hearing, naturally caught this conversation. She felt speechless. If the second aunt knew that the film studio was also hers, would she still want to work there after speaking poorly about her? It would be impossible for someone who benefits from her to undermine her and then expect to be hired again. When she got home, she messaged the HR director. The Xia family has 3 branches: Elder Xia Qing, the eldest uncle, and the third uncle. On the first night of the new year, the 2 families would have dinner together, with the elders sitting at the main table. Elder Xia Qing had passed away, but the grandfather was still alive this year. The younger generation, including Xia Qing, sat at the back. Once the girls got married, they couldn't come here on the first day of the new year. Qing, where's your boyfriend? Didn't you say he would come back for the new year? Tian Kaihua asked with a smile. Xia Qing felt like there was a hidden agenda in her smile. In the past, they would have lunch together on New Year's Day, but today they all silently avoided it. However, dinner was unavoidable. Everyone secretly disliked each other, but in such situations, they still had to exchange polite words. My uncle is overseas serving the country. I'm here to keep my aunt company, Chu Ran suddenly said, surprising everyone. Xia Qing wanted to explain, but it seemed like it would only make things worse. Tian Kaihua didn't expect this child was from her boyfriend's family. She was momentarily speechless, and others who had intended to introduce suitors to Xia Qing dropped the idea. Not far away, Xia Jixiang was unloading a box of medicinal wine from the car. Each bottle contained 200 milliliters of medicinal wine. These are medicinal wines. Herbal medicine is good for health, and this drink is for men. Uncle Air has brought you a bottle. My daughter got it from an old Chinese doctor. De Chong, here's a bottle for you to share with your father-in-law. Uncle San, I'm giving you a bottle too. This drink is perfect for men. In no time, he had delivered the entire box of herbal liquor. Is this drink safe to consume? I've heard herbal liquor can be quite expensive. I don't know about the price, but my daughter had it made by an old doctor. After drinking it, I feel refreshed, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Everyone could see that Xia Jixiang seemed younger than before, even his hair looked thicker. They say hair is a sign of vitality in men. One of the uncles opened a bottle, and the aroma of the liquor filled the air. Unable to resist, he took a sip and confirmed it was indeed good liquor. Today, Xia Jixiang brought a whole box and shared it with close relatives. Those who didn't get any gathered around. Xia Jixiang kept a few bottles for everyone to try, and each person received a cup. After drinking, they felt warm all over. It wasn't like ordinary liquor that burns the throat, but had a sweet herbal taste with a rich aftertaste. This is really good liquor. One of the uncles who enjoys drinking exclaimed. They hadn't tried Mao Dai, but this was the best liquor they had ever tasted. They truly felt invigorated. One young man, Xia Chao, now works in the city selling products online. Xia Chao also came over for a cup. He had sold many items, including liquor, and had even tasted some that cost 1,000 or 2. The richness of this liquor was on par with those expensive ones. Uncle C, do you have any more of this liquor? Can you sell me a box? Xia Chao asked with a smile. He genuinely thought the liquor was great, but since it was herbal, he needed to have it tested. However, he was sure it was good liquor. He just needed to verify its effects. After all, if he wanted to sell it, he would need to test it and label the ingredients. I do have some, but I'm saving it for myself, Sia Xiang said reluctantly. His liquor collection included many herbal drinks and other types, all bought by his daughter. Can we make a deal? Can I buy a box from you? Xia Chao asked. This is all a gift for my daughter. It wouldn't be right to sell it. Today is also a celebration to share with relatives, Xia Jixiang replied, feeling conflicted. He was okay with sharing, but selling a few boxes made him hesitant. Today, many people praised the wine he brought, which made Xia Jixiang very happy. It's better to share joy than to enjoy it alone, and since he gave it to relatives, everyone praised him for having a dutiful daughter. He loves to show off his daughter. Good daughter. Obedient daughter. Xia Qing didn't correct her father. Instead, she played along. When she was little, her father often bought her floral dresses. Although Linuan, who came from the city, looked a bit outdated, Xia Qing really liked them. As long as her parents were happy, she felt warm inside. Her father's pride was also a form of love for her. Xia Chao was persistent. He truly believed this wine had great market potential, so he went to find Xia Qing. Xia Qing, do you remember me? It's Fat Chow, Xia Chao said, scratching his head. I remember. When they were kids, Xia Chao was very chubby, and everyone called him Fat Chow. He was often teased by other children in the village. Kids can be cruel, especially to those who look different, like being short, overweight, or dark-skinned. They were treated as outcasts and often bullied. I remember when someone hit me on the head with a bottle, and you took me home, Xia Chao recalled. He had been tall and chubby back then, crying quite a bit. Xia Chao was very overweight as a child, and with many kids in the family, he was often dirty. The big boy, who seemed like he would bully others, ended up being bullied himself. Some kids were just mean, while others blindly followed without knowing right from wrong.
Yeah.
Xia Chao now looked completely different from his chubby self. He had lost weight and worked out. You've changed a lot. You look much fairer now, Xia Chao said honestly. As a child, helping out in the fields made her tan, which was normal. Now her skin was fairer, and with a healthier complexion, she had also improved her overall appearance. Having money can enhance one's presence and confidence. By the way, I just saw the medicinal wine your dad brought. It's really good. I'm currently doing live streaming in the city. Have you heard of Good Selection? Xia Qing seemed to recognize it. It was a popular live streaming sales account recently. I'm in charge of offline product selection for that live streaming company. We only sell quality products. Are you interested in my medicinal wine?
Xia Qing understood Xia Chao's intention.
Her medicinal wine collection is quite substantial. Sui would gather some for her during the apocalypse, but it's still not a lot. It can't be mass-produced either. Yes, I want to buy a case to take home and try, said Xia Chao. Although he is a product selector, he is still a junior employee, so whether he can choose it depends on the company's decision. However, it is indeed a good product, and if he can find it, he will earn a commission for selecting it. Xia Chao just saw that there are more than 20 bottles in a case, each being 200 milliliters. We're all classmates and relatives, so I'll give you 2 cases, Xia Qing said generously. That's not acceptable. This wine may look ordinary, but it tastes better than many expensive ones, Xia Chao quickly replied. Most wines on the market focus heavily on packaging. For every 100, 20 is the value of the gift box. I know you're quite popular now and don't lack money, but this is what I should give you, Xia Chao said. He also does live streaming and knows that Xia Qing is selling chili peppers. She was even on a variety show a few days ago. The currently popular Linuan is Xia Qing's cousin. Seeing that Xia Chao insisted, Xia Qing did not refuse anymore. They exchanged WeChat, and Xia Chao directly transferred 2,000 yuan to Xia Qing. You must accept this money, Xia Chao insisted.
Take it home first.
If you get selected, keep it. If not, just return it to me and you only need to cover the shipping cost, Xia Qing said. I know living in Shanghai is not easy, and you must have spent a lot of money coming back for the new year, Xia Qing added. Hearing this, made Xia Chao's eyes warm. Everyone thinks he earns a high salary in Shanghai, but when he returns, he quickly spends 1 or 2 months' worth of savings. With many relatives at home, he needs money for red envelopes, gifts, and New Year goods. He also has a younger brother and sister. Xia Qing understands this because she has been through it herself, but she is different now. Having seen the complexities of human nature during the apocalypse, she only needs to ensure her own and her family's well-being. However, in this world, within her means, she doesn't need to be overly calculative. The two worlds have different ways of dealing with things. In the apocalypse, strength is respected and problems can be solved with force, but here, it's not that simple. Human connections matter. The next day, at her villa, her grandparents, uncle's family, and her Aunt Linuan all came over. Xia, you are so lucky to live in such a big house. I'm really happy for you, Grandma said with a smile. The better her daughter does, the happier she is.
Yes.
Xia, if you find a good husband, your daughter will also succeed, Grandpa said. Sis, your villa design is really nice. I want to buy a villa next to yours. Linuan said. I'll buy it after the new year. Linuan is a very proactive person. Then Mom will help you with some money. Yang may also like this house, and the view outside is quite nice. The houses are all uniquely built. Each villa in this row has a different style. No need. I'm a little wealthy now. Recently, I got 2 endorsements. There are many scripts coming my way. Especially my former agent, who wants me to collaborate with their second artist, but I didn't agree. She talked about me online and wants me to help her with the second female role. These villas shouldn't be too expensive, right? Linuan quietly asked Xia Qing. Although she has money, some of it hasn't arrived yet, and she still has to pay taxes. She is a law-abiding citizen. Don't worry, I'll give you a 30% discount. Xia Qing made a gesture. Sis, can you buy a house here, because you know someone? Xia Qing smiled mysteriously, leaving her to guess. Once you buy a house here, Mom, you can live here. This way, you'll be close to Grandma and Aunt. Linuan said with a smile. Good. Yang Mei was very happy. Soon, Linuan received a call from her brother Linze. My brother said he can come over on the 4th or 5th day of the new year. It's normal to stay a few extra days at the bride's family during the first year of marriage, Yang Mei said generously. Uncle's family helped with the preparations, and Xia Qing gave big red envelopes to the children in her uncle's family. Aunt was also very happy. Since Yang Ziyuan started working in the store, their family income has increased, and they have also paid for insurance. Thinking about her mother's request, she felt a bit awkward and gave Yang Ziyuan a look. Ching. What is it, Uncle? Well, it's your aunt's brother. He has been looking for a proper job and wants to work with us. Can we help him with insurance? Of course, we will pay for it ourselves. Yang Ziyuan quickly explained it. He just wants to be affiliated with their company. Xia Qing didn't want to upset her uncle during the new year. Okay, just let the company know when the time comes. It's fine to affiliate him, Xia Qing said with a smile. Aunt seemed a bit unhappy. She originally wanted to help find a job, but now they also have to pay for insurance. She didn't want to, but her parents kept asking her. Our family is doing better now, so if we can help, we should. But helping can only go so far. If it goes well, they are family, but if it doesn't, they can become enemies. Aunt's expression wasn't good. She thought Xiaoqing was overreacting for just a small favor. But she also knew about her greedy brother and cousin. So she didn't say anything more because she didn't want to be taken advantage of. Family ties can sometimes feel like a heavy burden. The meal was still quite enjoyable, as the kids didn't have many worries. Yang Xia asked Grandma and Grandpa to stay a few more days, and Yang Mei and Linuan also stayed. Uncle's family left, saying they would come back in a few days to pick up Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma Xia didn't eat much and went to sleep, feeling a bit lost. She thought about her in-laws, who had a harmonious family, while her 2 sons had turned out this way. They're all my children. Boys and girls, they're all born for me. Grandma Xia thought about what her in-laws said and felt a bit embarrassed. At 11 p.m., Linuan couldn't sleep and went to the balcony to find Xiaoqing. Sister, my dad not only cheated but also has a child outside. Does your brother know about this? Xiaoqing asked. She couldn't comment much on the matter, but she would definitely offer support. He knows, Grandma knows too. My brother made a fuss about it, but Dad gave him money to buy a house. Surprisingly, my brother was the first to find out. He said he wasn't doing it for the house, but to avoid hurting Mom. This is a very realistic situation. Grandma won't say anything. How could she let Mom know when she's being taken care of by her? My mom said that the only one who supported her at first was you. Women should have their own careers. Sometimes, family and work can't be balanced, but we all need our own lives, right? Kids will grow up one day, and they'll have their own lives. Should we really rely on them when we get old? Everyone wants to live their own life without interference, yet they often want to meddle in others' affairs. Linuan felt that Xiaoqing was right. But it's not too late for Aunt now. Xiaoqing smiled. There was a 50-year-old divorced woman online who became a social media star. She even spent over 200,000 to get divorced. Some people might not understand why she would pay money to leave a marriage, like how she ended up with nothing. But if it means escaping a difficult life quickly, she was willing to pay that price just to start anew. Very few can do that, so Xiaoqing really admires her and supports her career. Otherwise, if someone has nothing after a divorce, it's hard to move on. Fighting over assets can be very stressful. That's why the aunt is very grateful to Xiaoqing. I know someone in our circle, a single mom who is both a manager and an assistant, tightly managing her son's life, Linuan said, laughing so hard that her face mask almost slipped off. After entering the entertainment industry, she realized there are many issues, but everyone keeps each other's private lives a secret. The circle is small, and everyone knows each other. People join the industry for fame and money, and no one wants to risk their reputation by offending others. My dad texted me to come home for dinner with Grandma, but I refused. He wants me to help. The younger brother of the mistress wants to enter the industry too, and asked me for help. Is my dad out of his mind? If I weren't a star, I would definitely confront the mistress. He always looked down on my aunt and uncle and never came back for years. Now that he sees I'm a famous writer and I'm gaining recognition, he suddenly wants to reconnect, Linuan said, frowning in anger. Even though he is her dad, she finds him very annoying. But she feels conflicted because he was good to her when she was little. He would call her sweetly and bring her cute dolls. She would playfully cover him in stickers, and he would just laugh. When her parents were in love, they were happy. I'm so conflicted. Divorce hurts the children, Linuan said, starting to cry. Xiaoqing just comforted her by patting her shoulder. Children who are loved by their parents can feel lost when they suddenly divorce. Linuan, being a girl, can empathize more with her mother. They want me to help the mistress with resources. That's really something. Not only can I not introduce anyone, but the younger brother of the other woman shouldn't even think about entering the entertainment industry. After calming Linuan, Xiaoqing sent her to her room. She returned to her bedroom, locked the door, and went straight to the end of the world. Deputy Base Leader Mubo was excited to see Xiaoqing. Although the current base leader is Xiu, Xiaoqing seems to be even more popular. After all, one is a wealth god, and the other is a killing god. The killing god is more popular when the base is in danger, but overall, the base is quite safe now. Xiaoqing, as the wealth god, is very well liked. How's it going? Have you developed it? Yes. Today, all the abilities have been collected at the base. We can detect the ability fluctuations. This requires a data collection function, which takes a long time to accumulate, Mubo said. Xiaoqing followed Mubo to try out the ability detection device. Strange, what's going on? Mubo frowned, feeling a bit awkward. The base had already completed all the measurements today, so why couldn't the deputy base leader get a reading? Even if they switched to an ability user, it should still be detectable, and the strength of an evolved person should show up too. What's going on? You're the only one who can't get a reading.
Mubo felt overwhelmed.
Xiaoqing thought it might be, because she wasn't from this world.
Don't worry about me.
Just make a few more of these machines and slowly gather the data. Sia instructed. After all, ability users are considered a risk at the base, so the data needs to be collected for unified management. Understood. By the way, Deputy Base Leader, 2 researchers from the underground base in Long Country have arrived, and more will come later. Should we expand our research facility a bit?
Mubo suggested.
Yes, we need to expand. I'll inform Li Yao to take care of it. The base is getting bigger and all departments need to be improved. Thinking of this, he prepared to discuss with Xiu about holding a meeting. Here are 20 servings of fried chicken. Take them to eat, Sia said with a smile. She had ordered a KFC family bucket before the new year.
Thank you.
Deputy Base Leader Mubo, smelling the aroma, was already drooling. He didn't eat it all himself, but shared some with the staff who had worked hard with him these past few days and brought some home for his wife. Fried chicken. So delicious. A bite is so crispy. Mubo felt this was the happiest thing. After a tiring day at work, being able to enjoy delicious food and drinks is the best. This drink is really refreshing. It tastes even better with ice. If it were Sudan, they would definitely say this has too much sugar and additives. Xiu is still on the plane and has already reached the first hidden military location. This place is in Siang City, in the Sagamla area, right next to the desert. Xiu slowly landed the plane on the road and stored it in a special space. Although the president gave him the position, in this post-apocalyptic world, all locations are changing, making it hard to find the exact spot. He can only follow a rough direction for now. The next moment, Sia greeted Xiu and teleported to his side. Sia was momentarily stunned by the surroundings. She quickly changed into new gear from her space. Fortunately, she had bought a lot of outdoor supplies when she visited the mall. When she had nothing to do, she would shop. On one hand, it satisfies her shopping instinct, and on the other, the joy of stocking up is something others can't imagine. She feels like something is missing if her space isn't filled with supplies. It had been a while since she checked her small accelerated space. The seeds she threw in had grown into big trees, and they were full of fruit. Even though she doesn't understand the principles of the accelerated space, it feels like there is a mysterious connection to her. If she wants to find answers, she needs to upgrade it layer by layer. Maybe it's because she isn't strong enough yet. Xiu, where is this? Why is there so much sand? The wide road's fence has been eroded by sand. This is Siang City, which used to be next to the desert. It's a border city in our country. You built a military base in a border city? Sia exclaimed. Aren't military bases usually hidden deeply because enemy countries target them? Yeah, it's right next to the Bear Nation, Xiu replied. Bear Nation? That name sounds a bit like their Ross Nation. Could they be a warrior nation? Do they also raise bears? No, their people are generally very strong. Even the average height for women is around 170 centimeters, Xiu said. Xiu isn't short at 188 centimeters, but in Bear Nation, the average height for adult men is around 195 centimeters. Wow, they must all be basketball players. Then I must look like a little potato next to them? Sia joked. Suddenly, Sia realized something. If all these people had turned into zombies, there would be zombies everywhere. It was like long cucumbers running down the street. To defeat zombies, you need to chop off their heads. With zombies that tall, wouldn't Sia have to jump to reach them? Thinking of such a strange image made Sia feel a bit odd. Suddenly, Xiu noticed something and crouched down. Sia followed his gaze. Is that a tire track? Yeah, it's still fresh. If we waited longer, it would have been covered by sand and wind. Xiu took out a motorcycle, and the two of them put on helmets and continued forward. Sia was also quite the adventurer. During the day, she relaxed at home, enjoying her comfort, and at night, she came to the apocalypse for an exciting experience. Although this life was dangerous, it was full of thrills. Her previous life felt like a stagnant pool, with daily routines of school, work, painting, eating, and squeezing into the subway. Occasionally, she would daydream about buying delicious cakes, But those thoughts would take half a day, and everyone around her was just ordinary men, not the high-quality ones like in TV dramas, who were beyond her reach. Those high-quality guys existed in a dimension she couldn't access. Now, her life was vibrant and colorful. She ran a company in her time, acted like a hidden wealthy person, ventured into dangerous areas, fought zombies, and confronted terrorists. Now, she was riding a motorcycle with a man from another world, speeding along a vast, deserted highway. The sand blew through her hair. If this were a vacation, it would be quite nice. "There's a trash bag on the ground," Sia said. The motorcycle stopped, and they saw garbage on the road. "It's military canned food from Bear Country," Sia said. The writing from Bear Country looked a bit like that of their own country, but she didn't understand their language. That country's language was too complicated for her to speak. Could it be that people from their country came here to search for supplies? Most likely. "We need to hurry to the military base," Sia said, his handsome brows slightly furrowed. "Hold me tight," Suyu's pleasant voice said. Those 3 simple words sent ripples through Xiaqing's heart. "I'll drive fast," Suyu added. "Okay, I will." Xiaqing's soft and sweet voice, mixed with nervousness, tried to sound serious. Suyu seemed to notice that Xiaqing was hesitating. Through the rearview mirror, his gaze fell on her face, but the helmet obscured her expressive eyes, which were filled with tension. Suyu turned the handlebars, and nervous Xiaqing instinctively wrapped her arms around his strong waist. Inside the helmet, Suyu's smirk slightly lifted at the corners of his mouth. After a moment, he spoke softly, "Hold tight." All around them were the sounds of the wind and sand, the scorching sun, and the heartbeats of Xiaqing and Suyu. About half an hour later, Suyu compared the map and confirmed that the military base was nearby. The sign had been blown down by the wind, but the outline of the base was still visible. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust. "This is the place," Suyu said seriously. Xiaqing was stunned by the sight before her. Although some things were buried in the sand, what was that? A tank? An airplane? "Don't go in yet. I need to set up a coordinate point here and send a few people back to the base," Suyu said. The trash bags and tire tracks they encountered on the way indicated that someone had been here. Suyu, who is usually cautious, would not act recklessly. "Okay." Suyu used his ability to establish the spatial coordinate point, which Xiaqing could also sense. She first sent Suyu back to the base. The first thing he did upon returning was to call everyone for a meeting. In about 10 to 15 minutes, all the key members of the base had arrived. Base leader, deputy base leader. "Everyone, please take a seat. To keep it brief, let's discuss the establishment of departments first," Suyu said. Xiaqing had already communicated with Suyu about the department formation, so she took over from there. "We mainly need to establish the following departments for comprehensive improvement. The guard team will consist of evolved individuals, the special abilities team will be made up of those with powers, and we will have a construction department, research institute, biological research institute, weapons and equipment department, supply management department for resource distribution, base security department, logistics department, mechanical repair department, school and administration department. The appointments have been discussed and agreed upon by me and the base leader. If anyone has concerns or disagreements, feel free to speak up. The clothing factory, ceramics factory, and pharmaceutical factory will all be under my management, including any future factories I plan to open. Does anyone have any objections?"
"No."
Everyone replied, as they had no objections at all. What the deputy base leader said was final. Suyu read out a few names and assigned them to their roles. Now only the leader of the special abilities team was left to appoint. Wang Chong had always served as the leader of the guard team, while Zhang Liang continued to be responsible for base security, including penalties. The logistics and supply management departments were assigned to Li Yao. "How many special ability users are currently in the base?" Suyu asked. Zhang Liang replied, "After registration and testing, there are more than 70 special ability users, but half of them, about 30, are children under 12. Children with special abilities must strengthen their learning management and establish a reserve group managed by Sia and," Xiaqing stated directly. Sia and, being a father himself, should have no problem managing a group of kids. The special abilities will be directly overseen by me and the deputy base leader. We will form groups. Zhou Chun, Sia and Zhang Liang, Wang Chang, Yang Shua, and Wang Han will each lead a group.
Yes.
Zhou Chun immediately replied. The others followed suit. These individuals are the ones who have awakened their abilities. Out of the 7, there are now 40 others who have also awakened. Now that the meeting is over, the remaining issue is the assignment of these 40 special ability users. Let's decide their group assignments by drawing lots, Xia Qing suggested. That won't work. We need to assign them based on their abilities, Sia said. At first, Xia Qing didn't understand, but then she quickly realized. Some of their abilities are offensive, while others are more supportive. It might cause dissatisfaction to have support users paired with offensive ones, so it's better to categorize them. I have absorbed 7 ability crystals and still haven't awakened. Li Yao said, frustrated. Take your time. Don't rush. Wang Chang replied. You awakened after absorbing 3. Why is my luck so bad? Li Yao lamented. 7 is nothing. I've absorbed over 20.
Zhou Chun said.
He had spent quite a bit of time in Siang City with Sia and Qingjie. Please teleport me to Siang City. I won't come back without collecting dozens of ability crystals. Seeing his friends awaken their abilities while he had not, he felt stuck as just the head of logistics and storage. Actually, the logistics and storage departments are very important. All the supplies for our base are in your hands. Wang Chang comforted him. This is indeed a crucial role. But he also wants to fight alongside his friends. He is a soldier too. Ding ding, Xia Qing's post-apocalyptic phone rang. Continue your conversation. I need to chat with our sister group for a bit. Okay. Next, so you needed to discuss matters regarding the military base and arrange who would teleport with him. There are definitely people over there, but it's uncertain whether they are friends or foes, so everything must be done carefully. If we can obtain the weapons from the military base, we can not only ensure the safety of our base but also clear out zombies and expand our secure area, Sia said. The group was deep in discussion. Meanwhile, Xia Qing went to find Tian Roui and Su Dan, as she had just messaged these two. She only had these 2 phone numbers for communication in the apocalypse. Xia Qing, you finally made it. Look at my new beauty serum. Just a gentle pat, and your face will be smooth and soft, Su Dan said. She was getting deeper into the world of skincare. Not bad, not bad. It seems I have a new product. Last time, the whitening cream was a hit. Many people wanted to buy the patent from her. Xia Qing took out fruits, cakes, and various desserts. Having a tea party with the 3 girls seemed nice. Try this. It's durian. Those who know, know. And this toy is for Little Do Ding. Little Do Ding was overjoyed to see the toy Xia Qing gave her. Godmother is pretty. The little one was almost 3 now, with longer hair, a chubby face, and sparkling eyes. She was becoming more and more adorable.
Haha.
Xia Qing had lost count of how many kids called her godmother. Why did so many children like to call her that? On the surface, she was a godmother. But was she more like a support? Is Cini not here? Xia Qing asked curiously. She used to see Cini following her around. Xia Qing had a strange intuition about that girl. Upon hearing this, Tian Rui's expression changed slightly, and Su Dan frowned. Noticing Tian Rui's discomfort, it was better for her to explain. Cini is a special ability user. A hidden one. We just found out today. Our base has the special ability detection device, right? At first, everyone was notified to register their information, like an ID. The results showed that Cini is actually a special ability user. When we asked her what her ability was, she wouldn't say. Later, the detection device was upgraded or something, and it could sense her ability fluctuations. Her ability level is very high, not at all like someone who just activated their powers. If it were just activated powers, the detection device would show a low ability level. All special ability users in the base must register to prevent any harm to the base. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the base. Cini said her ability allows her to know what others are thinking when she touches them or is within a certain range. Who would dare to let her touch them? Unless they have no thoughts at all, Any little secret would be known. Su Dan said in one breath. Actually, I don't mind that she has this special ability. I just can't believe she kept it from me. I thought we were really close friends, and it surprised me that it turned out this way, Roui sighed. It's like meeting a boyfriend who seems to match you perfectly in every way, only to find out he was pretending to fit your tastes all along. This kind of deception and secrecy feels uncomfortable. She has that kind of ability? Xiaqing was quite curious. I didn't expect there to be such a power. No wonder I always felt she wanted to connect with me. But her gaze towards me is still a bit strange. She's an ability user, so of course, she joined the special team. Siang City later came to apologize to me, but I still feel a bit uneasy about it, Roui said. It's like being deceived in a relationship. Although I can understand her, since having a special ability is like keeping wealth hidden, understanding is one thing, but forgiving is another. The three girls had been chatting for over 2 hours, and Xiaqing decided it was time to go home and rest. Otherwise, it would be dawn soon, and she needed to prepare for her work in the border area. The special team had already been formed, but most of the awakened ability users were still ordinary people. Even though they had powers, their skills were quite average. They still needed to train together. Meanwhile, Sia said, tomorrow, I'm planning to send 3 people to the military base in Siang City. Okay. I understand. I'll come by tomorrow. Xiaqing arranged the transfer time with Xiu before leaving. Xiaqing returned to her bedroom, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went back to sleep. She woke up at 10 o'clock. Everyone except Linuan was already up. Mom and Dad, I'm heading out today and might not be back for a few days. You're leaving before the new year is even over? You should rest at home for a few more days, Yang Xia said, not wanting to let her daughter go. She had been staying at home every day recently. Go ahead, you're grown up and need your own life. Just remember to call and let us know you're safe, so we don't worry. Last time you didn't come home, your mom almost bought all the gold ingots from the offering shop. Is that really true? But it does sound like something my mom would do. She takes incense and prays for me before every art school exam.
Got it.
Now, Xiaqing often goes out, and when she was in college, she would only come back once every few months. Sometimes during summer vacation, she wouldn't come back because she wanted to save on travel costs and didn't want to buy a high-speed train ticket. Now, she easily bought a first-class ticket for a flight. During the new year, flights heading south are very expensive. Mom, Dad, when I come back this time, I'll take you on a trip to the south. Now that she has money, she can also make her parents happy and relaxed. Traveling sounds great. Actually, we want to go to the north to Hajir and Mo. Sia Jixiang felt a bit shy to say that over 20 years ago, he and Yang Xia had gone to Mo, taking a train for days and nights. That was their only adventurous trip, and they spent all their money. They were lucky to see the aurora in Mo, and shortly after, Xiaqing was born. The north? It must be very cold, below 0 degrees. Okay. When I come back, I'll take you there. Her parents have hardly traveled in their lives, so once she settles things in the Myanmar area, she will take them on a trip to the north. In the next few days, she will go to the southern border city and then bring her parents to the northern border city. One in the south, one in the north. She is willing to do this as long as her parents are happy. Having money is for making family happy and being free to go wherever they want. When there was no money, there was no freedom, and time was spent in that small office chair. Xiaqing sent a message to Chu Xiu, saying she would arrive in Roui on the afternoon flight. She thought Chu Xiu wouldn't reply, but he responded immediately. Okay. Xiaqing told Chu Ran to enjoy his time there. If you need anything, just let my parents know, and they will take good care of you. If you feel shy to ask, you can buy it yourself. Qingjie, can you take me to find my uncle? I miss him. Chu Ran's tone was a bit pitiful. No, that place is a bit chaotic and not very safe. Once it stabilizes, I will take you there. Study hard. Don't you want to be a soldier or a police officer? You need to exercise and study well. Xiaqing patted Chu Ran's head to comfort him. Chu Ran nodded. He would work hard too. Xiaqing packed light, carrying only a small bag as she headed straight to the airport. She was already familiar with the route. The afternoon flight arrived, and since the temperature here was high, Xiaqing changed into a short-sleeved shirt. After checking into the hotel, Xiaqing didn't rush to the end of the world. Instead, she quickly absorbed the crystal beads and abilities and expanded her space a bit. She tried to take out the fruit trees from the accelerated space, but in the apocalypse, they quickly withered as soon as they were brought out. The fruits were edible. In her time and space, there was no such problem. It seems there must be something wrong in that time and space. For now, she couldn't find the answer, but she wouldn't worry unnecessarily. The answer would come in the future. She checked her watch. It was almost time to meet Xiu. At the base, Xiu and a few others were already waiting for her. Xiu was patient and didn't rush Xiaqing. Xiaqing arrived a few minutes late to the apocalypse, already wearing her gear. This time I can bring 5 people at once. Should I add one more? Xiaqing asked. No need, this is enough for now. Xiaqing noticed their gear was complete. After all, it was a desert over there and they needed windproof hats and goggles. Joining Xiu this time were Zhou Chun and 2 new faces. Zhou Chun was now the leader of the 3rd team of ability users. Those who are being teleported for the first time might feel a bit dizzy, so prepare in advance, Xiaqing reminded them. Among them were 2 new ability users, one of whom was teleporting for the first time. Okay, Deputy Base Leader. The longer the teleportation distance, the more noticeable the feeling would be, but those with good physical fitness would be fine. Evolvers have good physical quality, and ability users possess special energy. Some are both evolvers and ability users, like Zhou Chun and Xiu. In a few seconds, everything spun around, and the 2 ability users felt a bit distorted. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves on a road covered in yellow sand. Each person had a gun and a knife. It was quite a magical feeling to instantly arrive in another place. The number of people lining up to go to Siang City at the base was increasing. Xiaqing could still only teleport 4 people a day, but starting today, she could add 1 more. Xiaqing didn't plan to return immediately. This was a military base of the Dragon Country, and she wanted to explore how powerful this parallel time-space military base had become. Xiu had told her that their Dragon Country was the largest nation in the Qin Star. There were only 8 major countries in Qin Star. The smaller ones had long been swallowed up, or their people had become homeless and stateless. As resources gradually decreased, larger nations consumed smaller ones, leading to conflicts until only 8 major countries remained. There were many homeless refugees, and the borders were never peaceful. Their soldiers were very busy. Before the apocalypse arrived, there had even been a war. The war has not yet started, but the apocalypse has suddenly swept in, feeling more like a punishment for humanity. On Blue Star, where Xiaqing is, there have been many small and large wars recently. After the Akan Civil War, women cannot even show their faces, as they are completely covered in black cloth. It's all about resources. A few people entered the military base, and it must be said that it is really large. J-4 tanks, stealth fighters, armored vehicles are all here, but there are no signs of them being used. There should be soldiers in the military base, so why are there no zombies? Zhou Chun questioned. Could they be buried in the sand? The military base covers a wide area and is mostly hidden. I hear something. Xiaqing has always had good hearing, and Xiu heard it too. It sounds like heavy breathing. Xiaqing exchanged a glance with Xiu and walked toward the sound. Zhou Chun and the others held their weapons, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. At the first sign of danger, they would immediately respond. Zhou Chun's ability is to control sand, which is why Xiu brought him on this mission. Here, he can fully showcase his strength. Since they are all among the first to awaken their abilities, their power is not very high. Even those who have awakened their abilities are still in the exploratory stage. Low energy is the norm. The other 2 are new members of the team, one is 18 and the other is 32. The 18-year-old is named Zhang Bai, a former athlete who awakened his ability on his own. The 32-year-old is named Zhang Chang. They are cousins, and Zhang Chang awakened his ability using a crystal. Zhang Chang's ability is X-ray vision, allowing him to see up to 20 meters away, and he is also an evolved being. Zhang Bai can control wind speed. Mu Bo analyzed the number of evolved beings and those with abilities in the base, finding a strong connection between ability awakening and genetics. For example, if one family member has an ability, it's likely that another will too. If a family has no ability users, the chance of awakening is very low, unless there is a genetic mutation. Zhang Chong used his ability to check ahead. There's no zombie inside. It seems to be an animal. And mutated animal? Xia Qing frowned. Mutated animals are also very dangerous. When she was trapped here during her space upgrade, she encountered a mutated animal that was extremely fierce. Xia Qing and Xiu approached and found an armored vehicle with shattered glass, bloodstains in the back, and sand on the seats. A small creature was lying on the front seat. "This is a newborn animal," Zhou Chen said in surprise as he saw it. "To know that now there are mutated and fierce animals. The one in front of us looks like it was just born, with its eyes still closed. It has not eaten for a long time, its body is a bit dry, and its fur is matted with bloodstains. This is a desert spirit, an Arabian wolf. It seems like it was just born," so you recognized it at a glance. The Arabian wolf is the smallest of all wolves, with a strong ability to adapt, also known as the desert spirit or desert wolf. They are versatile carnivores that live in deserts and mountains. This type of wolf is very independent and is a rare animal, seldom seen even before the end of the world. It's surprising to see one that was born not long ago. It looks like it hasn't eaten or drunk water for several days. The heavy breathing is coming from the little creature. Xia Qing has always liked pets, and seeing a weak little animal makes her heart swell with affection. However, she knows that pets here are different from those in her world, so she hesitates to make a decision. On the other hand, Suyu picks up the little one without resistance, perhaps because it has no strength left. It lets out a very faint whimper. It's a normal desert wolf. Mutated animals undergo changes. Their fur falls out, their skin develops sores, and they emit a foul smell. The one in front of us is dirty and has some odor, which is normal. Then I'll feed it some milk. Since a bottle wouldn't work, Xia Qing takes out a syringe from her space and mixes some baby formula. She feeds it to the little wolf. Upon encountering food, the little one's survival instincts kick in, and it starts to gulp it down eagerly. "Drink some more." Xia Qing gently pats its furry head. It's going to open its eyes. The first person an animal sees when it opens its eyes will be recognized as its parent, Siu says, holding it by the neck and watching it struggle to open its eyes. Xia Qing listens to Suyu and blinks as she looks at the little wolf. It is making an effort to open its eyes, which haven't been opened for a long time. The bright sunlight makes it a bit uncomfortable, but it doesn't give up, striving to open its eyes. The blurred light allows it to see a shadowy figure, as if surrounded by a gentle glow. She gently stroked its fur. "Once it finishes eating, I'll take it back for a bath." Xia Qing decided to keep it. The sounds, smells, and its eyes locked onto her. Wow, why does it have slit pupils? And am I seeing things, or does it have purple eyes? Xia Qing leaned closer to the desert wolf, its purple pupils reflecting her surprised face and icy blue eyes. "A mutated desert wolf. It might be a successful mutation," Suyu said, thinking of something. Zombies are the result of failed human evolution, and mutated animals are similar. Some humans have successfully evolved into superhumans. Animals should also have this potential, but successful evolution in animals is likely much rarer. In such an environment, ordinary animals only have two options: success or failure. Humans, at least, have a social instinct and can band together, so even if they fail to evolve, they have a chance to survive. These are the ordinary humans. Those who survive have also improved their physical abilities. Xia Qing took out a clean cloth from her space and wrapped the little creature in it. "The space can't hold it. Should we take it with us for now?" Xia Qing really liked the little wolf's eyes. Purple pupils are so rare. Of course, a wolf only recognizes one owner in its lifetime, and it looked at you first. Seeing the little one looking weak, Xia Qing took out a bottle of physical enhancement liquid. This liquid is currently very expensive on the base's points leaderboard. Xia directly fed it to the little wolf. Then I'll take her back to the base first. Her mother won't come looking for her, right? If she sees the little wolf is gone, she won't attack you all, will she? Animals have a natural instinct to protect their young. No, Deputy Base Leader, look, there's a half-eaten animal carcass behind. Zhang Chang's keen eyes spotted an animal carcass behind the armored vehicle. Xia walked over and saw it was a large mutated wolf with its entire back half missing, sand filling its body. Xiu looked at this with a heavy expression. Looking at this wound, there must be a larger mutated animal that bit it off. We all need to be careful. This wolf was also quite large and fast. It was unclear what kind of animal could have bitten off its back half without swallowing it whole. Zhou Chun and the others became more vigilant. Xiu, there's a timed bomb in the space. We can use it if needed. I'll take the little wolf back first and come back later. Okay. Xiu replied that he would feel more at ease knowing Xia was back. Upon returning to the sunny base, Xia went to her own room, which was specially assigned to her. She planned to buy a dog crate tomorrow to take care of the little wolf for now. Finding a large basin, she put on pink rubber gloves and placed the little wolf in warm water. It was very well behaved and didn't fuss at all, possibly because it had just eaten and didn't have much energy. Since there was no pet cleaning solution, she used body wash to clean it instead. Oh, it's still a little female wolf. When she bathed her big yellow dog, it would shake and splash water everywhere, leaving her soaked after the bath. Once it was clean, she placed it on the bed. Sleep now, I'll come back to feed you tomorrow. In the next moment, Xia appeared beside Xiu. At this time, they had entered the military base. Xiu restarted the backup power. The military base was self-sufficient, with 3 backup systems. There are many bodies inside, Zhang Chang said with a slight frown. Hearing Xiu, Xia teleported Wang Han and Qing Jun over as well. What kind of monster did we encounter? It bit someone in half, Wang Han said, frowning. Although the scene was a bit bloody, they were already used to it. It's probably some mutated creature that only eats the lower half. Xiu looked at the 3 passages ahead and said, split up and search. 2 people per group. Everyone quickly paired up. Zhang Chang and his brother Zhang Bai took the left passage, while Wang Han and Qing Jun went down the right, leaving the middle passage for Xia and Xiu. There's a big door here, and there are bloodstains on the floor. These claw marks on the wall definitely indicate some kind of mutated creature. Xia looked up and saw a camera. There should be surveillance here, and checking it could reveal what kind of creature it was. The door won't open. Xiu frowned. The recognition system was broken, and there were blood handprints on it. Xia kicked the door, which looked like a sturdy iron gate, but it wouldn't budge. This iron is very strong. After saying that, Xiu gathered golden flames in his hand. Sizzle. The bars began to melt under the heat of the flames, which looked even more dazzling. After burning, several bars were severed. The heat was still intense, so Xia tried to use her powers. In an instant, she condensed ice and froze the hot bars. Due to absorbing special abilities, her powers have strengthened. Xia looked at her hands. It felt quite wonderful. She truly became a snow princess. Once inside, there were no bodies to be seen, but there was plenty of dust. This is the weapon storage. Xiu had the code for this place, given to him by the president. As a heavy sound echoed, the weapon storage opened. This is the base for newly developed weapons, laser weapons. Saying this, Xiu took out a laser gun from inside, which was somewhat heavy, and handed it to Xia. A laser gun? Xiu opened one. It still had 70% energy left. The high-temperature chip inside the laser gun can instantly generate a temperature of 1,000 degrees concentrated at one point. These items can all be stored in space. There has been someone in the weapon storage. Xiu frowned, noticing that some weapons had been taken. Maybe it was the soldiers here. Suddenly, gunfire erupted nearby. Xia and Xiu hurried over and encountered Zhang Chang and Zhang Bai at the intersection. Someone's here. Zhang Chang used his X-ray vision to see the passage ahead. Let's go. The group quickly ran to the right passage, where the sign indicated it should be the military supply warehouse. Don't shoot. We don't mean to harm you. If you keep shooting, I'll keep shocking you. Wang Han had electricity crackling in his hands, and it seemed you could still hear popping sounds. If you're here to steal supplies, then you'll die. If not, then get lost. We're here to find equipment, not food. Our Qing Tian base doesn't lack food. On the opposite side stood a woman, her skin rough and wearing a headscarf, as she had almost lost all her hair. One of the girls was pointing a gun at Wang Han. Chung Jun was knocked out nearby, having been ambushed as soon as they entered. Wang Han, who used to be in a peacekeeping force, reacted quickly and subdued the attacker instantly. However, another woman aimed a gun at him, leading to a standoff. One spark from me, and your friend won't survive. Hearing the commotion, Chu Xiu and Xia Qing rushed over to see the scene. Chung Jun lay unconscious on the ground, while a woman aimed a gun at Wang Han's head. Wang Han had one person restrained, pressing her arm down. The girl's clothes were modified by herself, but still didn't fit well. With Wang Han pressing her down, part of her clothing was exposed. The girl with the gun saw so many people and suddenly became emotional. I can give you food if you let my friend go. Her voice was hoarse from a lack of water. We can't. This is our last food, the girl shouted hoarsely, suppressed by Wang Han. I have no choice. I can't lose my friend again. You can't give it. Just go back. Xia Qing watched as the two were lost in their own world. Miss, please put down the gun. We won't hurt you. We're not here to take your food. Chunya looked at Xia Qing and felt a spark of hope. Do we look like we don't have food? Their thick hair was a stark contrast to her nearly bald head. Then she glanced at Sia standing nearby. She hadn't seen a handsome man in a long time and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Chunya observed the others. Their faces were rosy and shiny, with no signs of chapped lips. Their hair was also thick. You don't look like people who live in this place. Even if there was food, how could your skin not be cracked from the wind and sand? Xia Qing took out 2 bottles of mineral water, instantly catching Chunya's attention. Even though the man was handsome, water was what could save them. Put down the gun and catch the water. What can't be solved? Seeing that Chunya was moved, Wang Han noticed her gun slowly lowering. Wang Han also released the woman, who quickly took the 2 bottles of water from Xia Qing, afraid she would change her mind. She gave 1 bottle to Chunya and opened the other, taking small sips. The clear water soothed her parched throat, like dry land being watered. Instantly, she felt refreshed. Chunya, it's water, it's water. Lin Jie said excitedly. After 3 days, she finally had clean water. Even though it was indeed water, Chunya didn't immediately let her guard down. She held the gun in one hand while twisting off the bottle cap with the other. Xia Qing had stocked up on many bottles of this water, mainly because it was convenient to drink and easy to access. Chunya cautiously took a sip, feeling her throat moisten. It's water. Water was precious, especially in this place. She never expected this girl to offer her 2 bottles of such valuable water. To get just 1 bottle in the city could lead to conflict. How many people had lost their lives over a bottle of water? Despite receiving the water, Chunya still remained vigilant. Xia Qing looked at Chunya and thought that there was nothing food couldn't solve. She decided to take out 2 steamed buns, which were easy to eat when hungry. She had bought a lot of buns, bread, and dumplings to store, knowing they wouldn't spoil in her space. Here are 2 buns for you. Let's have a good chat.
We mean no harm, she said.
Lin Jie didn't wait and quickly grabbed a bun from Xia Qing's hand, devouring it in just a few bites. If this were a food show, it would probably attract many viewers. Chunya was different from Lin Jie. Even though she was extremely hungry, she only took small bites and ate half a bun, saving the rest in her old shoulder bag. Did you come from outside? Are you here to rescue us? Chunya wondered if those who generously offered food might be soldiers or people sent by the government to save them. Seeing that the 2 had relaxed and no longer seemed hostile, Xia Qing felt relieved. After all, there weren't many people willing to provide food and water in these times. The outside world is in chaos. The country is gone. We are from the Qingtian base, where there is food and water, Lin Jie explained. Chunya and Lin Jie were excited to hear this. Where is it? In Siang City, Xia Qing replied. The two frowned slightly. Siang City was too far from where they were. Now it's my turn to ask you. Where are you from, and how did you end up here? Lin Jie asked. Chunya and Lin Jie exchanged glances, and then Chunya began to speak slowly. We are residents of Siang City. 6 months ago, the animals in the city mutated. Our domesticated camels, horses, and other animals became terrifying. They went wild and attacked humans, changing from obedient creatures to aggressive ones. Their bodies altered, growing fangs, and their skin became repulsive. In just a few days, Siang City turned into a sea of blood, and people hid in their homes, too scared to come out. When we called for help, no one came. No one rescued us. Later, people from the Bear Nation came to steal our supplies, and that's when we realized how much the world had changed. My boyfriend was stationed here and told me about this place, so I came here to find supplies. Chu Xiu and the others listened intently, but caught one important detail. In Siang City, only animals mutated? Did humans mutate too? Yes, some people develop special abilities, just like in a sci-fi movie. They awaken special abilities and are the main force in this city. Chunya is also an ability user, Lin Jie said proudly. Wang Han was surprised because he hadn't seen her use any special abilities during their earlier encounter. Are there any? My boyfriend was stationed here and told me about this place, so I came here to find supplies. Chu Xiu and the others listened intently, but caught one important detail. In Siang City, those people from the Bear Flame Kingdom are too much. Since we are just a wall away from the border, they often capture our people. Didn't the people from the Bear Flame Kingdom mutate? Xia Qing asked curiously. They did. Their bodies became stronger, and they even eat their own kind. They are a bunch of monsters who don't deserve to be called human. Chunya replied angrily. Then, why don't you escape from Siang City? Chunya and Lin Jie, those people from the Bear Flame Kingdom are too much. Since we are just a wall away from the border, they often capture our people. Didn't the people from the Bear Flame Kingdom mutate? Xia Qing asked curiously. They did. Their bodies became stronger. Besides, going out could mean death on the road. Staying in Siang City at least gives us some shelter. Originally, we were in a desert city with very few people. At first, we hoped that the police and soldiers would come to rescue us. But as time passed, their hope turned into disappointment and despair. The Bear Flame Kingdom invaded Siang City, and the army didn't come. In the past, who would dare to step into our Dragon Kingdom's border? Besides, going out could mean death on the road. Staying in Siang City at least gives us some shelter. Originally, we were in a desert city with very few people. At first, however, it's strange why in other places humans failed to evolve and turned into zombies, while only the people in Siang City and the Bear Flame Kingdom seem to have mutated. Xia Qing said, frowning with curiosity. Are you saying that everywhere else has turned into zombies? Lin Jie asked in surprise. Yes. Fortunately, they didn't rush outside. They thought all the animals in the world had mutated, but it turned out they had become zombies. The population in the Dragon Kingdom is the largest, so one can imagine how many zombies there must be. Hordes of zombies are even more terrifying than mutated animals. Are there others who have come here besides you? Xia Qing asked. Yes, we are not sure either. This is a military supply depot with individual self-heating meals that have a long shelf life. We rely on these to survive, Lin Jie said, feeling Chunya roll her eyes. We don't need these supplies. They already had enough food. How about this? You keep the food, and we take the weapons. We won't disturb each other. Okay, Chunya replied. There were many weapons here, and since there were only 2 of them, they wouldn't need too many. As long as they had the charging energy, they could use it for shopping. They needed food in large quantities. They split up to search for supplies in the military depot. Base leader, should we check out Siang City? Zhou Chen asked. There had been no zombie mutations in Siang City, which piqued their curiosity. Maybe they have antibodies? Xia Qing remembered that Yang Fan, Su Dan Sr., had been researching this serum. However, there had been no progress so far. Perhaps they would find something in Siang City. Otherwise, it was strange that only the people in Siang City had not turned into zombies while others across the country had failed to evolve. Yes, we should take a look. Siang City is a small border town with hundreds of thousands of residents. If this place is not affected by zombie evolution, it would be the best location to build a base, Sia said in a deep voice. Su Yu's idea was good, but the mutated animals in Siang City were too fierce. Many soldiers in the base had been attacked. To build a base here, they would need to clear out these mutated animals. Not to mention that mutated animals were currently roaming around Siang City. Su Yu decided, let's finish gathering supplies first, then we can go to Siang City.
All right.
I'll head back to the base to clear some space. You stay here to collect supplies, and I'll drop off the supplies at the base. They worked well together when it came to gathering supplies, as they had experience from working together for a long time. Xia Qing teleported to the base and immediately called for Li Yao, the head of the logistics and warehouse departments. Quickly clear out the warehouse and make some space. Understood. Li Yao went to arrange for personnel. Su Yu didn't move all the weapons from the military base because there were too many, enough to equip 100,000 people. There was no way to fit that into the small Qingtian base. After all, the Qingtian base was still under construction. Su Yu had already established coordinates, making it easy to retrieve supplies whenever needed in the future. Now, we have received some supplies and still need to train a group of people to guard the military base. Su Yu also needs to know what kind of creatures are at the military base and find a way to eliminate them. Otherwise, it would be dangerous for people to encounter these creatures. Su Yu copied the footage from the base's camera system, which he could give to Yang Shua to find out what had happened at the military base. This is a new type of thermal laser gun. Li Yao exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the gun. This gun is powerful, lightweight, and very easy to use. However, the thermal energy chip needs to be charged with high-voltage electricity. Unfortunately, the power supply at their base is not very reliable right now. The next moment, Xia Qing brought out a complete set of power supply equipment for the military base. There were also disassembly tools that needed to be assembled. We're in luck. We're really in luck. Be careful when moving these. Get someone from the base who knows about electricity to install it. This equipment must be handled with care. With this power supply, we won't have to worry about energy at the base. Even if the weather gets hot, the air conditioning will be able to keep up. This is military-grade energy equipment. After moving for a whole hour, Xia Qing had only managed to move 1/3 of the supplies, while Su Yu's team was still working at the military base. Let's leave the rest here. We can teleport it over when we need it. Okay. Everyone go back to the base and rest. Xia Qing raised her hand and created a teleportation circle to send Zhou Chen and the others back. Meanwhile, Chunya and Lin Jie found a military forklift and were struggling to move self-heating meals. There weren't many self-heating meals left, but the special packaging had kept them safe from bacteria. Xia Qing approached the two. At first, they were wary of her, but she not only offered them water and food but also gave off a sense of warmth and closeness. It was like the moon at night, drawing people in. These foods have been eaten and now only a few boxes are left that are still good. The rest have been damaged and contaminated. We need to find a way to bring these boxes back. Otherwise, if others find out, they might come to take them. Do we really have to bring the food back? Lin Jie frowned, struggling to think of a good plan. Otherwise, we could just stay here for 2 months. Living here is still living, right? Lin Jie's suggestion did make Chunya consider it. No, our family is still here, Chunya said with a frown. If they didn't go back, the food at home wouldn't last for long. Chunya and Lin Jie were cousins. Can I talk to you for a moment? Xia Qing's sudden appearance surprised them, but they knew she had kept her promise and hadn't harmed them or taken their food.
Okay.
I brought you these. Xia Qing took out 2 bags of clothes. Their clothes were quite worn, especially one girl who seemed to be having her period. Clothes, and there are even clean sanitary pads? Chunya was slightly taken aback by this. What's your name? My name is Xia Qing. Thank you. I want to tell you that when you kill mutated beasts, they have something like crystals in their chests, and that stuff is very useful. Chunya didn't elaborate on how it was useful. Xiaqing nodded, not thinking much of it, assuming it was some kind of ability crystal, but she found it strange, since the zombies and mutated animals she had killed before had their crystals in their heads. After Xiaqing left, Chunya and Linjia looked at the clean items in the bags and quickly changed into them. There was even a can of rainbow candy inside. It's candy. Life was tough, but candy was sweet. When they were often hungry, eating a piece of candy could help maintain their strength and reduce low blood sugar. Did she just give us these things? Doesn't she know the value of this can of candy? A bottle of water, a bun, a can of candy. These could mean life or death. Yet she just casually gave them to us, Chunya said, feeling incredulous. Maybe she doesn't need it? She looks a bit malnourished. Look at her hair. I'm about to lose my last strand. Lin Jie, in her excitement, accidentally pulled out her last strand of hair. Now I have none left, she said, feeling hopeless. With no hair left, it didn't matter anymore. Her spirit was gone, and in a time of hunger, looks didn't matter. Do you remember what my grandfather said? This evolution is caused by the rapid division of superimmune cells in everyone's body. If the cells don't successfully reorganize, the evolution fails. That means turning into a zombie. The animal cells didn't evolve as perfectly as human cells. Their evolution failed. Chunya recalled her grandfather's words. I heard people say that those who failed to evolve nationwide turned into zombies. Only in our Siang City could it be. Could it be what? Could it be because of the sandy beach? Our only water source in Siang City. I remember my grandfather telling me that the water from the sandy beach has special qualities due to certain active factors. It's a pity that even though he was a geologist his whole life, he never figured it out, Chunya speculated. The water from the sandy beach is getting scarcer each year, and now it is controlled by certain people. That's why it's so hard for them to find water. Those jerks aren't even government officials, yet they pretend to be and collaborate with the people from Xionglagua to take over the water source. If you don't join them, they won't share any water. Xiaqing, who had just walked a short distance away, overheard this and quietly noted down the name of the sandy beach. She decided not to get involved further and wanted to go back to catch up on sleep. Suyu checked the surveillance footage on the hard drive, and when Yang Fan heard about this, he hurried over to ask, Zhou Chun, is this true? Is there really a city where people haven't turned into zombies after failing to evolve? We haven't confirmed it yet. We'll check when we go there in a couple of days. Can you get me a sample of the soil and air from there? I also need a few samples of their blood. Yang Fan was persistent. He had been researching a vaccine for a long time, hoping to develop one that would prevent infection even if someone was grabbed by a zombie. If Siang City hasn't been turned into zombies, it's very likely that their people have immune cells. Okay, I'll bring it back for you once I get it, Zhou Chen quickly agreed. The research staff from the underground base in Longhua had already arrived. Wang Shui, Zhang Xueyao, you two will stay in this dormitory. This floor is for our research staff, Mu Bo introduced. As soon as Mu Bo left, Wang Shui and Zhang Xueyao became excited. This place was converted from villas, with each room accommodating 2 people, featuring bunk beds and desks. The researchers at the base could still enjoy a relatively good living environment. The base was currently undergoing expansion. The room had 2 sets of clean toiletries, and the 2 felt a bit nervous. Mu Bo led them to the cafeteria. Our food here is exchanged with points. Since you are here for an exchange, all meals are free for the next 2 days, but you can only choose 2 items per meal. Don't waste food, Mu Bo said. At Qing Tian Base, there are also 2 meals a day, while the Orphan Academy has 3 meals, with extra snacks in between. Most of the food consists of fresh vegetables, which need to be exchanged and prepared at home. The daily staples are steamed buns, noodles, and rice. 2 girls received 2 steamed buns, a bowl of vegetables, and an apple. This smells so good. There's even an apple. It's a real apple, right? Wang Shui said, enjoying the scent of the apple in her hand. Before the apocalypse, 1 apple cost 100 yuan. I really feel like we came to the right place. I finally get to eat a full meal. Chushio, why are you only eating half a bun? Do you usually just drink rice soup and make your stomach smaller? I used to be so hungry that I didn't want to work every day, but now I can eat enough in one meal. I want to take some back for my son. You know he's growing, but he only gets one meal a day. That isn't enough. At the base, when they were only given compressed biscuits, she would eat half and take the rest home for her child. The food at the base was said to be prioritized for those with special abilities. Researchers like them were treated like ordinary people. It's a pity we can only stay here for 2 days. I wish we could stay longer. If we could stay here, we would always have enough to eat. Zhang Xuya was tempted by this idea because she could endure hunger, but she felt too sorry for her son. Here, everyone was motivated because the food was good. After the meal, Mubo came to find them. Mubo was mainly responsible for the exchange between the two bases. We have received a new batch of military energy equipment, and the system needs professional installation. I can do that. The military energy system is what we developed. That's great. Mubo was very happy and quickly took the two of them over. Li Yao was arranging for people to sort out the supplies. Li Yao was thrilled that the two researchers from the underground base in Longwa could activate the new energy system. The main system of this energy equipment needs a separate room as the control center, Zhang Xuya said. Sure, I'll arrange that right away. With this system, our base won't have power shortages anymore, Li Yao replied excitedly. The outer power grid could be expanded, and those thieves wanting to break in would have to think twice. Suyu also restored the military base's internal surveillance through Yang Shoa. Due to the long time, some cameras are damaged and didn't capture anything, but a few cameras did catch this thing. Yang Shoa processed the video footage from the cameras in high definition. What is this? Is it a horse? Or a military horse? Suyu recognized it immediately. At the military base, although there were various military vehicles, they also kept a few military horses. Mutated military horses, they are at least 3 to 4 meters long, Suyu estimated. The next video is a bit graphic. Yang Shoa warned everyone before clicking the mouse. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were still survivors in the military base. After all, there were stored military supplies, but one day, these military horses suddenly mutated and began to attack people. They ran extremely fast and could bite someone in an instant, but they only consumed half of their victims. This is why there were half bodies scattered throughout the military base. That's a terrifying creature, Yang Shoa said with a frown. Let's take a break. We've had a long day. Suyu planned to take a single-person aircraft to Siang City tomorrow, and once he established a coordinate there, he would have them teleport over. Meanwhile, Xia Qing had finished her shower at the hotel, changed into clean clothes, and felt refreshed after sleeping for 2 hours. Thinking about the desert wolf, she went out early, rented a car, and searched for the nearest pet store on the map. She wondered if it was wrong to feed the wolf dog food. However, the little wolf had just been born, and its appearance was somewhat similar to a husky. Only the little wolf's eyes were special, with purple slit pupils. What do you want to buy? The clerk asked, frowning as she noticed Xia Qing didn't have a pet with her. I'll take these pet food cans and dog food, and I need a large dog crate too. Note: the dog crate was too small. Upon hearing Xia Qing's request, the clerk immediately stood up and became excited. She packed everything for Xia Qing and placed it in the rented car. Back at the hotel, Chu Xiu had already sent a message. When will you arrive? I've sent someone to pick you up. Xia Qing glanced at the time.
10 o'clock.
After replying to Chu Xiu, she entered her space and went to the apocalypse room. The little wolf was already awake, and Xia Qing quickly prepared some milk for it and set up the items she bought from the pet store. Then she went to Suyu's room. She was heading to the Myanmar area tomorrow, which was perfect for Suyu. Suyu should be resting now. Their 2 rooms were across from each other. Only 4 people lived on this floor, but there were really only 3 since Xia Qing didn't sleep here. Next to Xia Qing and Suyu's room was a nursery, where Xia Qing had adopted a baby named Xia Yang. Usually, the aunt from the base took care of the baby, and she was very attentive. After all, taking care of a little one comes with great benefits, and she can also move into this villa alone. When she takes the child out, Others look up to her. Her husband at home doesn't dare to bully her. Xia Qing heard the baby crying, so she went to the nursery to check on Xia Yang. The nanny was preparing milk for the little one. I was wondering why the baby was crying. It turns out you came, the nanny said with a smile. This little one really responds to you. Xia Qing held the baby, who had grown a bit in just a few days. The baby's face was soft and tender, and she couldn't help but gently pinch it. After saying a few words about taking good care of the child, she left. There were cameras in the room, because she was worried about the baby being mistreated. In her time, there had been incidents of babies being hurt by caregivers. However, in her world, hurting a child would lead to a police report and fines, or at most, detention. But in the apocalypse, anyone who dared to mistreat a child would face severe punishment, like being thrown out of the base, or worse, a death sentence. For the people in the base, being thrown out was almost like a death sentence, and under such strict punishment, everyone behaved themselves. As soon as she left the nursery, she saw Chu Xiu waiting for her at the door. He not only had an extraordinary appearance, but also an aloof demeanor that kept people at a distance. Yet, despite his cold look, he often showed unexpected kindness. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked, having just spent some time playing with the baby. Hearing her voice, Chu Xiu's tense lips relaxed slightly, and his gaze fell on her. Not long. In fact, as soon as Xia Qing arrived in the apocalypse, he had sensed her presence. He looked at Xia Qing, who was small and seemed to only reach his chin. She wore a pink bear t-shirt and plain denim shorts, looking like a high school student. Xia Qing rarely wore makeup, and her porcelain white face had a touch of freshness and delicacy. Her ice blue eyes, clear and bright like a little deer, caught his attention. Feeling Chu Xiu's gaze on her, Xia Qing felt a bit uneasy. Every time she came to the apocalypse, it was always hurried, gathering supplies in exchange for other goods. Their relationship was one of mutual rescue and trade. They were from two different worlds, yet were drawn to each other. The more impossible it seemed, the more they wanted to try. Chu Xiu shifted his gaze, and his cold expression softened slightly. "Can you take me to your world?" Chu Xiu still maintained his calm demeanor, his eyes filled with hope, and his clear voice was full of charm. At first, she had liked his voice, which had a hint of huskiness. "Sure. I was planning to do that too. I will go to the Myanmar area soon, and I will call you when I get there. But you probably won't be able to stay in my world for long." Xia Qing felt a bit worried. This could be a problem because Xia Qing's world doesn't have strange things like those with special powers. If Chu Xiu suddenly disappears in front of a crowd, it would raise suspicion and might become one of the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries. "I can stay for half an hour." Chu Xiu had calculated this precisely. He knew that Xia Qing's world was peaceful and without an apocalypse. So he had to be prepared and not cause any trouble for Xia Qing. Of course, he also wanted to see her world, and the differences between their worlds. "Okay." Xia Qing smiled brightly. "When we arrive in the Myanmar area, I will take you around first, and then find a way to get you an identity. It's very difficult to enter a country, but getting a Myanmar identity should be easy. If the identity in Myanmar isn't good enough, she could help Chu Xiu change his nationality in another country later. Their country's nationality has the highest requirements in the world. Getting an identity through Chushio shouldn't be too difficult, right? It should be possible to buy one."
"All right. Then you should rest."
It was still night here, and Chu Xiu needed to sleep too. Xia Qing drew a circle and disappeared. Chu Xiu returned to his bedroom and noticed that the flower Xia Qing gave him seemed to be wilting, but it was still alive. He watered it again. This was the third pot of flowers Xia Qing had given him, and he wondered how long it would last. Could plants from her world really not survive in this time and space? He had absorbed as many crystal beads as Xia Qing. For such a long time, he could only stay there for half an hour, as if something was blocking him. Did Xia Qing feel the same way? Chu Xiu's gaze deepened as he looked out the window. The bright moon had a hint of red, as if it had mutated. What exactly happened in this world? Could they return to how things were before? What would the space connecting him and Xia Qing be like? If they could find the cause of the apocalypse and the reason for the global changes that day. Perhaps they could find a solution? The moon. Suddenly, Chu Xiu stared at the moon in the sky. He saw something, a flash of red. He thought of something and immediately called Li Yao. Late at night, Li Yao, Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, Yang Shua, and Wang Han were all called over. Chu Xiu brought out some crayfish, peanuts, clams, grilled skewers, and a case of beer. Brothers indeed, let's enjoy a late-night snack together, Li Yao said with a grin. The group ate and drank together. Do you remember the day of the apocalypse when humans mutated and the sun and moon changed? Who remembers? We were too busy trying to escape. I was stunned when I saw my friend next to me turn into a zombie. I thought it was some kind of survival game. As they ate, they reminisced and joked about the first day of the apocalypse. I don't remember the sun, but I do remember that night. The moonlight was red. Zhang Liang's words instantly brought back memories for everyone.
Was it?
When I came over, I looked up at the moon and thought it looked a bit red. Li Yao's comment made everyone look toward the balcony to see the moon. However, at that moment, the moon was hidden behind clouds and was not visible. After a while, the clouds slowly moved away and they could see the moon clearly. It seems a bit red? It looks pretty normal, right? Everyone was quite sure, but Chu Xiu looked up and frowned slightly. Could it be that he had seen it wrong? That was impossible. Li Yao frowned and said, I'll have someone find a telescope for us tomorrow when they look for supplies. They couldn't see anything unusual from where they were. The moon looked quite normal now. Look, it turned red, Zhang Liang exclaimed, pointing at the moon in the sky. The moon appeared to have a gradient color, gradually turning red, but within seconds, it returned to its normal state. No way. Wang Chong, who looked up late, stared at the moon in confusion. There was nothing there. Yuga, I really saw it, a flash of red. Zhang Liang, are you seeing things?
No.
I really saw it.
Yes.
Chu Xiu had been watching the moon closely and saw the fleeting red moon again. Get someone to record the moon. Let's arrange it for tomorrow. For now, let's keep drinking. These crayfish are really tasty, but the shells are a bit hard. They were chewing the crayfish along with the shells. No matter what food it was, they had no habit of wasting it. In this era, anyone who had experienced days without food learned to cherish every bite. It has been a long time since we relaxed. Ever since Brother Yu awakened the space and met the deputy base leader, our lives have been getting better and better.
Yes.
The changes in the base can be described as revolutionary. Today, we have added a lot of military equipment, and the strength of our base is increasing along with the residents' sense of belonging. By the way, Brother Yu, Zheng Chun hasn't exchanged food with us for the past half-month. He even brought 2 people who wanted to join our base, but they were rejected. Now, many outsiders want to enter, but we have turned them all away, Li Yao said while taking a sip of beer, noting that the outside survivors are too chaotic. However, those outsiders are trading with our residents. Our residents give some food, and the outsiders provide valuable items in exchange. We can turn a blind eye to this. It also helps strengthen the sense of community among our residents and makes it easier for them to integrate into this sunny base.
Okay.
As for Zheng Chun, he is not someone who will just sit and wait. We don't need to worry about him. To survive in the apocalypse, relying on oneself is not enough. Unity is strength. Only a group of ants can survive against a wave, while a single ant facing fire is doomed. The apocalypse has just begun. They need to be well prepared. In the outside world, zombies are evolving, animals are mutating, and human abilities are awakening, all indicating the instinct of biological subconscious. The strong evolve, and the fittest survive. Xia Qing returned to her bedroom, changed her clothes, and grabbed a small, inconspicuous bag. She took a taxi directly to the border area. You really need to reconsider. The Myanmar area is very chaotic right now, and we do not recommend citizens go there.
Yes.
There is a lot of fraud in Myanmar, and there is war. It's very dangerous. You should not go. How old are you? Do your family members know you are going to Myanmar? Xia Qing felt a bit confused by this series of questions. The last time she crossed the border, it wasn't this troublesome. Why are the staff so obstructive this time? Xia Qing patiently replied, My family knows. I have important matters to attend to. I'm not going there for work. My brother is also in Myanmar.
Brother?
Is he your biological brother? You should know that fraudsters in Myanmar are very bold and specifically target young girls like you. Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? I suggest you not go. I really have to go. Could you please help me with my documents? Xia Qing's tone became firm. If you are sure you want to go, please sign here. The staff handed her a notice and a pen. Xia Qing signed without hesitation. If she had known crossing the border would be so complicated, she would have taken a shortcut. But now, with fences and electric wires at the border, it felt a bit risky. This is the embassy's phone number for the Myanmar area. You can contact them if needed. Okay, thank you. The city she was going to did not have an embassy from her country. That girl is really bold to go to the Myanmar area at this time. We soldiers are on standby 24 hours a day to ensure border safety. Unfortunately, there are still some reckless people. We are trying to protect her. In the past few days, we've stopped several people, but some still want to go. I heard the ones who escaped a few days ago were terrified. The two staff members chatted, thinking Xia Qing was putting herself in danger, watching her thin figure with pity. Hopefully, she won't call for help later. It would waste public resources if something happens. We've done our duty to warn her. If we had tried to stop her, we might have faced complaints. Exactly. Remember that man a few days ago? We warned him many times that high-paying jobs in the Myanmar area are scams, but he didn't believe us and insisted on going. One said he was going to find his sister. Another said he was looking for his brother. Those excuses were too weak. Let's just fulfill our duty to warn. Xia Qing overheard them talking about her, but wasn't angry. She understood they were concerned for her safety. She really wasn't afraid of going to the Myanmar area. She had faced much more dangerous situations. Just 10 minutes after she left, an urgent notice came in. From now on, to ensure citizen safety, no one is allowed to go to the Myanmar area, Dong Pu village, or Vietnam. Only returns are allowed, not entries. The two staff members frowned at the notice. Oh no, I just let someone through. I hope she doesn't get into trouble. The girl felt a bit guilty. What's done is done. We already warned her. It was her choice to go. Even if something happens, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself.
But
that girl didn't listen to advice. I hope she takes care of herself. I just hope she can return safely. However, we have already sent 3 people over. They had seen it before. Parents spent a lot of money to get their children back, but it was never without a cost. Some returned missing a kidney, some had lost their eyesight, and others came back with broken legs. In short, no one returned completely whole. Everyone knew that the hope for that girl to come back safely was slim. An urgent notice had already been issued, highlighting how dangerous it was. Now, their country was growing stronger, while several smaller neighboring countries were teaming up against them. Today there was trouble at the border with Vietnam. Tomorrow there would be a fight at the border with India, and other countries' warships were crossing into their waters. In summary, the borders were chaotic. It felt like the whole world was against China. Fighting could break out at any moment, and if China really engaged in battle, war could erupt at any time. This was something no one wanted to see. War meant losing lives. 2 tall girls stood by the roadside. Why hasn't anyone come to pick us up? Didn't your boyfriend say he would wait here? The staff just said that the area is very dangerous. Shouldn't we go back? The other girl suddenly seemed hesitant. It's not dangerous. If it were, could I have come back here? Don't worry. My boyfriend is very capable in this area. Coming here with me means you can make money. Besides, if you go back to China now, you won't be able to pay off your student loans, and those compromising photos will be everywhere.
how will you manage then?
Stick with me, and I guarantee you can earn 20,000 every month. Look, that girl is doing it too, one girl said, pointing at Xia Qing, who was walking ahead. Before long, a car pulled up in front of Xia Qing. You're half an hour late. The familiar voice made Xia Qing pause for a moment. I didn't expect you to come pick me up in person. After saying that, Xia Qing naturally got into the passenger seat. Another car followed behind. Given the chaos in the area, Chu Xiu would definitely bring his men along. You are my big investor. I thought it would be more appropriate for me to pick you up myself. Indeed, it was Chu Xiu who had come to get her. She had recently invested a lot in his projects, and this trip was for a major jade mine. Thank you very much. Xiaqing wasn't nervous or scared. She rolled down the window and looked outside. The place was as dim as ever. She had brought colored contact lenses to cover her icy blue pupils. Chu Xiu noticed her action out of the corner of his eye, and a small smile appeared on his lips. He has killed people and met many girls, but only Xiaqing can sit beside him so calmly without fear. From the beginning, he felt this girl was different. She looked like a typical neighbor girl. Occasionally, she showed a sharp aura, and he would bet that Xiaqing had also killed someone. Although she hid it well, thinking about it made him feel a thrill inside. Xiao, Ran sent you a gift. Xiaqing took out a gift box from her backpack. What did you get? I'm driving, so I can't open it. Hearing his words, Xiaqing opened the gift box, revealing a box of lollipops. Planet lollipops. Just like something a child would give. Do you want to hear about Chu Ran? Chu Xiu drove with one hand, tore open a lollipop, and lazily said, You can tell me. Chu Ran's parents were shot, and that day my parents were also killed. A group burst into my home and killed everyone, including a 7-year-old child. Only 2.5-year-old Chu Ran survived for 2 days inside. No one knows how he lived those 2 days, sleeping next to several bodies. Xiaqing, who had been calm, was now beyond shocked, but she quickly composed herself. Scenes like this were too common in the apocalypse, yet this was about Chu Ran, and her emotions were still unsettled. When he was found, he was covered in blood, holding a lollipop. What happened to the killer? Was he executed? The killer was caught but was just a scapegoat because my identity was exposed, so I lost my nationality and became a mercenary. Who did you offend? The country should protect you. I left voluntarily. Otherwise, how could I seek revenge? So, I went to Afghanistan. Xiaqing suddenly paused, as if remembering something. She recalled a shocking news story from years ago about someone bombing the Afghan government. She turned to Chu Xiu. You're not saying you killed the king of Afghanistan, are you? Now their country is in chaos, and the rebels have won. The status of women has dropped drastically. When going out, they must cover themselves completely, and even a glimpse of skin could lead to severe punishment. Xiaqing didn't want to know more about Chu Xiu. He was indeed more complex than he seemed. Thinking of Chu Ran, a child facing such a scene, how did he survive? He had been found after living with the bodies for 2 days. This thought kept Xiaqing's emotions in turmoil. I haven't wronged the country. If I choose to do what I want, I can only do so by giving up my nationality, so I won't drag anyone down, including the country. Besides, those few people were the ones I executed. He just doesn't want to involve others or the country. If Hua country takes action, it won't be just one person's matter. It's about the peace of over 1 billion people. Is Chu Xiu a good person? She doesn't know. She can only say that this person is very complicated. Chu Ran, Xiaqing feels a bit heartbroken for Chu Ran and thinks she needs to take good care of him when she gets back. At this moment, Chu Ran in the Xia family's villa is being forced to learn how to play mahjong. Your little brain works quite well. You're learning fast. Linuan pinches Chu Ran's cheek. You've beaten me several times. No more winning. Sister will take you to Disneyland.
Okay.
Chu Ran glances at his phone, wondering if his uncle received the lollipop he sent. It's his favorite flavor, the one he remembers the most. In the car, the atmosphere is a bit heavy. Xiaqing looks at the lollipop and feels it's not sweet anymore. This is a bad story. It's not finished yet because another person is still alive. Another enemy? Is that person in the Myanmar region? Xiaqing frowns. Is that why he came to Myanmar? What did he do back then? He didn't say, and Xiaqing doesn't want to hear more. She just feels the story is a bit heavy. But she still speaks up, an eye for an eye.
Haha.
Hearing Xiaqing's words, Chushio suddenly laughs. Chushio isn't exactly handsome. He doesn't compare to Suyu's looks. He has a somewhat mischievous aura, sometimes reserved, sometimes bold. You're the first person to say that in all these years. Because everyone else has been advising him to give up and live the rest of his life well. But they're all dead. His parents, all his family, even his uncle's family. All gone. No, there's still Chu Ran, who was sent to an orphanage and survived without any information. I feel like we are the same kind of people. No, I'm not like you, I'm a girl. Xia Qing frowns, not wanting to continue this topic. Although she hasn't studied psychology, it's clear that Chu Xiu's state is a bit off. Chu Xiu doesn't say anything more and continues to drive forward. Shall we go check out the KTV you invested in?
Okay.
Xia Qing replies, as she isn't very hungry right now. This area is now all my territory, so you don't need to be afraid. Xia Qing gives him a glance. Are you afraid I would still come here? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, seeming not surprised at all by her words. Her personality appeared gentle, like a docile cat, but she was actually a fierce tiger. Xia Qing frowned, feeling that Chu Xiu's gaze was a bit strange. She initially thought the KTV in Myanmar would be a bad place, filled with indulgence and filth. The exterior looked quite outdated. Is this what I spent millions on? Xia Qing felt a bit disgusted. She knew where her money should go. The outside looked like a public bathhouse or foot massage parlor in a third-tier city in China. Xia Qing couldn't help but complain, but the place was quite large, with 4 floors. Considering that the Chinese yuan is worth much more than the Myanmar kyat, spending hundreds of thousands to renovate a public bathhouse? Just thinking about it made her feel frustrated. You'll know once you go in. Chu Xiu walked ahead and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, over 20 men walked out from the entrance, looking quite energetic. Brother Xiu. The synchronized call startled Xia Qing. These are the younger brothers rescued from the park. They were forced into scams and couldn't go back, so they stayed. Of course, those who wanted to leave were sent back home. Chu Xiu did mention that some who had committed crimes were forcibly sent back as well. They deserved legal punishment. Xia Qing knew about this. In the northern city of Myanmar, there were several parks, big and small. Chu Xiu had rescued 2 of the largest factories and a few smaller ones. Now, building this KTV was within his territory. To quickly expand his influence, Chu Xiu had been fighting almost every day recently. Fortunately, he had support behind him. As Chu Xiu stepped forward, his aura instantly became sharp. The younger brothers respectfully bowed and didn't dare to look up. Look up, everyone. Remember this person in front of you. The younger brothers all looked up with wide eyes at Xia Qing. Cough, cough. With so many eyes on her, Xia Qing frowned slightly. It felt a bit embarrassing. This is your big boss. What she says is what I say. Call her Sister Qing. Sister Qing. Sister Qing. Hearing them call her Sister Qing, she felt like a big boss, not a gang leader. The scene felt like the younger brothers were meeting a gang boss. Xia Qing nodded slightly, exuding an air of authority. After all, she was now the deputy leader of a base in the apocalypse, so this situation felt easy for her. Let's go inside and take a look. Chu Xiu led Xia Qing through the entrance, and she didn't have high hopes, as the exterior looked quite shabby. Moreover, this place seemed like a KTV that only opened at night, right? Unexpectedly, as they entered, the interior transformed into something luxurious, and everyone was dressed in special attire from the region. Soon, Xia Qing followed Chu Xiu to the 4th floor via the elevator. The receptionist noticed that Chu Xiu was personally escorting Xia Qing upstairs, and they were walking side by side. Who just went up with Brother Xiu? Could she be Brother Xiu's girlfriend? The woman's tone was a bit envious. They had never seen anyone walk alongside Chu Xiu like that. Chu Xiu had rescued the area, freeing those who had been tricked and brought here. Some chose to return home, while others stayed to work. Here, women didn't have to entertain clients. They just needed to do their jobs on time, and the work was easy. They had suddenly moved from to paradise. Especially with Chu Xiu, who never invited women to drink with him, which made everyone even more curious. Not only do men have a desire to conquer, but women do too. The more aloof a man is, the more they want to try. Everyone wants to be the most special person in a man's heart. But reality is what it is. Don't talk nonsense. That's Sister Qing. If any of you offend her, you won't have a good outcome. Seeing it was Brother Ho, the woman immediately whispered, Brother Ho, we understand. The two girls, hearing Brother Ho's warning, dared not speak out again, but they still felt envious. Xia Qing followed Chu Xiu into the VIP room. I didn't expect you to surprise me. Upon entering the room, Xia Qing saw that the decor indicated this was not just a KTV but an entertainment auction house. The jewelry you gave me was all auctioned off from here. There are a total of 25 rooms, each equipped with screens for online auctions, and there's also a venue for live auctions. The network in this region is extensive, and of course, to cover more countries, he spent a lot of money on equipment. The current chaos in this region is also due to a lack of funds. Many pieces of jewelry sell quickly, and people from other countries want to get a share. I know about that. It's just like the US attacking Afghanistan, which led to internal conflicts and wars with Iraq, all for resources. Thinking of this, Xia Qing frowned slightly. She had heard Sia mention that their world also faced unequal resource distribution, leading to conflicts as resources dwindled. Would their world slowly develop towards that situation too? Although it was a parallel world, she knew that the historical paths of the two timelines were quite similar. If that were the case, Xia Qing knew she had to be prepared. This place has an underground casino, a restaurant on the first floor, entertainment and drinks on the second floor, games and a dance hall on the third floor, and an auction on the fourth floor. No wonder there were so many security guards on the fourth floor. Not bad. At least it makes me feel like my investment wasn't wasted. Have you checked the balance at the International Bank? I've been sending you money for the jewelry you gave me on time. Xia Qing took out her phone to check the balance and smiled slightly. It seems working with you is quite pleasant. Take a day off today, and tomorrow I'll take you to the jade mine?
Sure.
She also wanted to invite Sia to explore the Myanmar area later. This time, the local military in northern Myanmar sold 2 jade mines. One jade mine's operating rights are worth $1 billion. Xia Qing expressed her concern. Buying the operating rights might not be that simple. Chushio looked at Xia Qing and smiled slightly. You're right. If the government forces in central Myanmar win against the northern rebels, they won't recognize the jade mine rights you bought from them. And if the northern rebels win, who knows if they will change their minds later? Listening to Chu Xiu's analysis made Xia Qing's head ache a bit. She didn't really understand all this because she was new to wealth. Although she had grown rapidly in the past 6 months, she still lacked much experience compared to these people. Just having money didn't guarantee she could protect her assets. So I can't choose either path, yet you still called me here. Of course, you're the big investor. With such a huge amount spent, how could you not come in person? Chu Xiu lit a cigarette, and the air filled with smoke. He exhaled a puff, and Xia Qing frowned slightly. She couldn't say she disliked the smell, but she didn't particularly like it either. After taking a puff, he tossed the cigarette into the nearby ashtray and poured a glass of water to extinguish it. He then took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. So, how do you want me to choose? I'm already here. Xia Qing preferred to be straightforward, especially with Chu Xiu. I want the jade mine. Having the jade mine would help her sell raw gemstones better in the post-apocalyptic world. Well, it depends on how brave you are. Invest in me. Xia Qing frowned slightly and paused for a moment. On the table were prepared fruits, including cut pineapple and a special fruit from Myanmar, the Myanmar peach. Xia Qing picked up a fork and took a piece of pineapple, finding it quite tasty. With a hint of playfulness, she asked, "What do you think you have?" Xia Qing didn't rush to agree with Chu Xiu. She was surprised by his bold idea. I have 8-pack abs. Uffed. Xia Qing almost spat out the pineapple she had just eaten. Chu Xiu's serious demeanor didn't seem like someone who would say such a thing, yet he had a playful side at that moment. She hadn't seen Chu Xiu's 8-pack abs, but she had seen another person's neatly arranged abs and defined V-line. Just say what you want to do. Didn't you already set the stage for me in the car? Besides, your information is really secretive. I spent 500,000 to buy it, and could only find a little. All she could find was that his family had tragically died, and he had fled abroad. The rest of the information was hidden, likely by relevant authorities. Spent 500,000?
You truly are my benefactor.
Just ask me what you want to know. I'm very affordable. Sia Qing thought to herself. What's the big deal? In another parallel world, she had supported quite a few men. And women. Of course, I need to understand your information to collaborate with you. I trust you with Xiao Ran. I won't treat Xiao Ran as a tool. Xia Qing's tone shifted slightly. Chu Xiu's expression showed a moment of surprise, his eyebrows raised slightly. Hearing Xia Qing say this made him feel he hadn't chosen the wrong person. She was destined to help him. But more importantly, they were helping each other. They hadn't known each other for long. It could be said that their relationship started as a simple employer-employee one. However, each meeting built a sense of trust. Chu Xiu believed that everyone has a magnetic field, and only those with similar fields can get close and attract each other. I want to eliminate the northern Myanmar rebel army and the chaos here. Although Xia Qing had a vague guess in her mind, hearing Chu Xiu say it out loud was different. You're impressive. Isn't that like making enemies of both the Myanmar rebel army and the government army? How could he dare to say such things in front of two armies? The official Myanmar army couldn't even do that. It won't be a problem. The enemy of my enemy is my ally, and the Myanmar government army will support me. The Myanmar region is a small country, and the unrest in northern Myanmar has been ongoing for many years without resolution. This time, the turmoil is even reaching the areas controlled by the Myanmar government forces. What do you want to do? I have ordered a batch of guns in Dongpu village, and I need 200 million. You ordered guns without my approval? Even if you did, do you have anyone to help you? Don't forget I am a mercenary. The Wild Wolves are a group. The Wild Wolves are a group of people who voluntarily left their original packs. When the situation in northern Myanmar is stabilized, I will give you control of 2 jade markets. You'll have the final say here. I am the commander, and you are the deputy commander. Did she just find herself a deputy? Or you could just ask me for the money directly. 200 million is not a small amount. It's better if you come in person, and this is something we are building together, right? It seems she won't be returning to China anytime soon. If she can't make it to send Chu Ran to school, she can ask Linuan to help. I'm afraid it won't just be 200 million in the end. Xia Qing felt like she had walked into a trap. The future profits will be huge. The people behind you will want to share too, right? People behind her? Xia Qing quickly understood. She spent money to investigate Chu Xiu, and he could investigate her as well. Her identity is clean, but her family's background in the village doesn't change that. But why does Xia Qing have so much money? Luckily, she initially earned money from writing novels. She sold gold without invoices, going directly to shops to sell at lower prices. Later, Xia Qing started various companies and invested money. She didn't deny it. Since they suspected she had powerful backers, she might as well accept it. It would avoid a lot of trouble. If they couldn't find anything, it would mean they weren't very skilled. Xia Qing said seriously, "Do you want to become the king of northern Myanmar?" "No, I just want to end the chaos here." "Wouldn't that make the border with China safer?" Xia Qing looked up at him. His eyes were deep, filled with things she couldn't understand. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what he really wanted.
All right.
Who said my wish is for world peace? Then our wishes are indeed aligned. Both felt the other was joking. After all, that wish is quite ambitious. Xia Qing has always been worried about the direction of their world, as its historical trajectory closely resembles that of an apocalyptic scenario. Would their time and space end up like that?
No.
She cannot watch her world head towards destruction. Her family and her familiar surroundings are here. Xia Qing's eyes sparkled. She would make it happen. Please arrange a place for me to stay. I want to rest. Stay with me. It's safer and easier to discuss things. Xia Qing shook her phone and said, "This is more convenient."
Xiao Chuan.
A boy came out as soon as the door opened, clearly under 18. There are few children studying here. Poor kids grow up fast and start working in their teens. From now on, stay with Sister Qing and ensure her safety. Do whatever she asks.
Yes.
I will definitely protect Sister Qing well. The boy's serious tone made Xia Qing feel a bit more favorable towards him. However, he looked too young to be her protector. That seemed unlikely. Still, this reassured Xia Qing. She didn't want to be with a rough man. She would refuse that on the spot. She had a gun. Although her aim wasn't great, she could protect herself. All right, I'll leave for now. We can discuss the rest tomorrow.
Sure.
Chu Xiu readily agreed. After all, such a big matter needed to be discussed with the people behind her, right? Xiao Chuan, right? Lead the way to my room. Okay. After Xia Qing left, another man wearing a mask stepped out from behind the door. She agreed to you.
Yes.
Chu Xiu wasn't surprised that Xia Qing would agree. The person behind her was ambitious and capable. The situation in Myanmar is chaotic, but it also presents an opportunity. I'll go back and arrange for personnel. These people are voluntarily renouncing their nationality. I've already given the order, and they will start arriving the day after tomorrow. If this succeeds, both of you will be unsung heroes of the nation. Several jade factories in Myanmar belong to Xia Qing. Let's make that clear. Of course, you've done enough. We wouldn't take that. We won't directly interfere in any matters in Myanmar. It's all for border stability.
All right.
This is Xia Qing's information. You can take a look. We've checked 3 generations with no issues. The young girl made her fortune through novels and antiques, but we couldn't trace the source of her jewelry. However, it's certain that this jewelry wasn't obtained through smuggling or illegal activities. Perhaps she has some businesses abroad. After all, we can't investigate foreign matters. They have nearly 1.8 billion people in Huaxia. Xia Qing's grandfather was once an old soldier and received medals. She also has an aunt who was adopted and raised in Singapore. We can't find out more details. A while ago, she went to Thailand, achieved something significant, and received a military honor medal. That's impressive. Only those who have contributed to the country can earn this medal. There are many wealthy people in Huaguo, and some have even moved their assets abroad. Giving their children small goals helps them grow. This situation is not only very dangerous, but what's worse is that Chushio's identity is too special. I can't help you with anything else or provide much support. Those spies are not to be underestimated. You also need to be careful. Akin's people might seek revenge on you, the man warned.
Ha.
Chu Xiu scoffed dismissively, lighting a cigarette. When Xia Qing was there and noticed her discomfort, he stopped smoking. Now he took a deep breath and felt much better inside. I understand. This dark path is full of thorns, but he is determined to move forward. A country has its open guardians standing in the sunlight and its dark protectors moving in the shadows. We will give you the greatest support we can. After the man finished speaking, he put down his things and left. Chushio looked at the unfinished pineapple Xia Qing had and took a bite. Not bad. His shoulder wound had opened a bit. Knock, knock.
Come in.
Xioge, I brought the doctor. Your wound needs to be treated. Chu Xiu nodded as a doctor entered with a medical kit. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles and the wound on his shoulder. The doctor quickly assessed the injury. It needed stitches and required anesthesia. Xiao Ho watched as Chu Xiu's wound was treated. He had been injured yesterday but went to pick up Xia Qing early this morning. They had planned to go together, but Chu Xiu insisted on going himself to show sincerity. Not every girl dares to come alone, and he also wanted to know who was behind Xia Qing. It was clear that her connections to the country were not malicious. Xia Qing is the first civilian to receive a military honor medal. The doctor quickly finished treating the wound, and Chu Xiu silently put on his clothes. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuan took Xia Qing to the restaurant downstairs. Sister Qing, what do you want to eat? Curry fish soup, meatballs, egg rice noodles, and a coconut jelly. Okay. After dinner, Xiao Chuan drove Xia Qing back to her place. It was only a 2-kilometer journey. Their residence was a 2-story small building, one of the better living environments in the area. Everyone living in this building is from our group, Xiao Chuan said as he led Xia Qing to the 2nd floor. The rooms had already been cleaned in advance. This floor only has you and Xioge living here. Xiaqing didn't want to share a floor with Chu Xiu. That guy was too cautious. This room is yours. We knew you were coming, so we prepared it ahead of time. The bedding, including the mattress, is all new. This flower was placed here by Xiugo. He said it would improve your mood. All the toiletries are ready too. Sister Qing, take a look and let me know if you need anything else, and I can buy it. Xiaqing glanced around the room, which was about 27.8 square meters and nicely decorated. It was definitely cleaner than the hotels in the Myanmar area. It's important to note that northern Myanmar's economy is much poorer than central Myanmar's. Even the wardrobe was filled with clothes and shoes, all brand new and unopened. She checked the sizes and found they matched her perfectly, though she didn't want to comment on the style. I don't need anything for now. Sister Qing, here's my phone number. Call me anytime if you need anything. Okay. Then, Sister Qing, have a good rest. Xiao Chuan understood and left, closing the door behind him. He would stay nearby to watch over the building and would follow Xiaqing if she went out. Xiaqing forgot to ask Chu Xiu how to give Sia a suitable identity. She could ask tomorrow. For now, she would be staying here for a while. Sia had only come for half an hour. She quickly entered her space to call Sia. In the late night, Sia opened his eyes immediately upon hearing Xiaqing's voice.
Chu Xiu.
I'm here. Knowing he was there, Xiaqing instantly transported herself next to him. Change into these clothes. It's very warm here. All set, you can come over now. Wait a moment, I'll call you. Xiaqing returned to her own time and space, knowing Sia would surely appear beside her. She went downstairs, and Xiao Chuan immediately followed her. He remembered Chu Xiu's advice to protect Xiaqing without being too close, so as not to annoy her. He would appear when needed and stay hidden otherwise. Xiaqing walked toward a small path by the roadside. She needed to find a place where no one was around. The surveillance in this small place is very limited, but to be cautious, Xiaqing still took out the shielding device. After checking that no one was around, she called out to Sia through space. Sia, you can come out now. In the next moment, Sia stood in front of Xiaqing, his golden pupils now covered. Xiaqing had specially bought him black contact lenses. Xiaqing felt very excited and quickly said, "Don't be nervous, I'm here." She knew that it could be nerve-wracking to visit an unfamiliar time and space. She had been scared during her first visit, almost being mistaken for a bad person by Sia. What happened last time you came to my time was an accident. This place is relatively safe. For now, there were no terrorist attacks. When Sia came last time, he had encountered a terrorist attack in Thailand. Let's go, I'll quickly show you around. Sia's time was limited. He was even more excited this time as he arrived in this time and space openly. He took a deep breath of fresh air. It was clean and beautiful. Unlike the bleakness of the apocalypse, he looked at the clouds floating in the sky and felt the warm sunlight. Is this what a normal world is like? Come on, I'll show you around. This is the border area, a bit messy. When you have an identity later, I'll take you to our country. We can watch movies and eat together. Xiaqing pulled Sia's arm as they walked out of the small path. Sia had not yet had the chance to experience the normal crowd around him. He was used to the sounds of zombies. Xiao Chuan, who was following them, widened his eyes. When did a person appear? Xiao Chuan became nervous and wanted to step forward to protect Xiaqing. She couldn't be in any danger. But seeing how familiar Xiaqing seemed with that boy, he quickly took a sneaky photo to send to Chu Xiu, but his phone had no signal. Sia frowned slightly and grabbed Xiaqing's hand. Someone is following you. They hid behind a large box, very close to each other. Xiaqing could smell Sia's scent. His throat moved slightly as his gaze fell on her face, turning a bit red. His heartbeat became irregular, and their fingers accidentally brushed against each other, causing him to unconsciously clench his fist. He was usually calm and composed, but for some reason, even the smallest action from the person in front of him made him nervous. While Xiao Chuan was taking a photo, he noticed the person had disappeared, his face turning pale with fear. It's him. Xiaqing frowned slightly, feeling a bit unhappy. Sure enough, that guy Chu Xiu sent someone to follow her for a reason. After the person left, Xia Qing brought Suyu out. Her heart raced, but she still appeared calm. Suyu looked at her small figure, and his feelings grew stronger as he glanced up at the sky. It felt both familiar and strange. Suyu, let's go, Xia Qing said with a bright smile and a soft voice that sounded lovely.
Okay.
Xia Qing knew Suyu had limited time and didn't want to waste it. As they walked along the street, passers-by couldn't help but glance at the handsome young man and beautiful girl. The last time Xia Qing was here, there were many scammers, but this time it was noticeably less. At least there were no high-paying job offers. Chu Xiu had already cleaned up the area. Along the roadside, there were small stalls with various fruits piled together, filling the air with a natural, lively atmosphere. Suyu hadn't felt such an environment in a long time. Looking at the nearby stalls, he felt an urge to gather everything into his own space. Do you want to try this? It's pineapple, really delicious, but it needs to be soaked in salt water first. This is avocado. It has a strong aroma, but the taste is a bit strange. However, it has high nutritional value. As Xia Qing spoke, she had already bought a lot. When Suyu saw her paying, he held back his earlier impulse. If he took everything, he would be a thief here. He had zero money, and suddenly having to pay was a surprise for him. Suyu had no money, so Xia Qing had to pay. In this world, the payment method wasn't cash or credit cards but using a phone. This is rambutan, and this is mangosteen. Buy some more so you can try them all. All these fruits are tropical. Next time, I must take you to our country. There are so many delicious foods you won't be able to finish them all. Xia Qing enthusiastically introduced each fruit, her eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Suyu's expression grew heavier. Some of these fruits had long disappeared from their world. Even before the apocalypse, he had never heard of or seen some of them. Perhaps they existed in books. Xia Qing eagerly introduced them while buying the fruits, her small face glowing with joy, making him smile slightly. However, the warm sunlight on his body felt like energy quickly draining away. Pain surged through his limbs, filling him with discomfort. Xia Qing focused on looking for things to buy for Suyu, wanting him to try something new. By the way, I won't buy you durian. I have plenty in my space. The spiky one is durian. Don't be fooled by its smell. It tastes soft and sweet.
Suyu?
When Xia Qing turned around, she found he was gone. She was holding a large pile of items and quickly stored them in her space at a hidden path. I'm sorry, I ran out of time, Suyu's apologetic voice came. He didn't know why, but his energy was draining quickly in Xia Qing's world. The sunlight felt a bit too hot, and he worried that staying in one place might attract attention and cause trouble for Xia Qing. While she was seriously picking fruits, he couldn't tell her in time and hurriedly found a hidden spot to disappear. Back in his own world, the heat gradually faded, and he returned to normal. Strangely, while his energy seemed to vanish quickly in Xia Qing's world, it felt like it increased after he returned. Was it really the sunlight? A wave of confusion filled his mind, clouding his thoughts. What was the reason for their worlds being connected, with opposite day and night? If he could find the reason for their connection, could he also discover the cause of the apocalypse? If he found the cause and ended the apocalypse, would their worlds still be connected? Everything was uncertain. The more Suyu thought about it, the more bitter he felt, struggling in a sea of despair. It was a fact he couldn't change. They were not from the same world. It's okay. Time will gradually increase in the future. Xia Qing felt a bit disappointed, very disappointed. And I can visit your world too.
Okay.
Suyu dared not think any further. His emotions were overwhelming, with countless thoughts racing through his mind, yet he felt lost. Xiao Chuan was almost scared to death, not finding Xia Qing, and quickly called Chu Xiu. Brother Xiu, I saw a man with Sister Qing, but he reacted very quickly. I was just following them when he noticed me, and now I can't find her. Xiao Chuan said anxiously, fearing she might be in danger. Send me the location. Ignoring the pain from his injury, Chushio quickly got dressed and headed outside. Brother Xiu, let's go. This area is our territory. Sister Qing will be fine. Brother Xiu, don't go. Your wound might open up. Chu Xiu ignored Xiao Chuan's words and hurriedly left, quickly gathering people. After a while, Xiao Chuan called again. Xiu, I found Qing at Wan Street. Go to Wan Street.
Beep.
Chu Xiu saw a blurry photo on his phone. It was sent 20 minutes ago, but just appeared now. In the photo, Xia Qing was holding Suyu's arm. The man was tall and strong. It was clear at a glance. This person has the same profession as him. Could this person be the one behind Xia Qing? Although the photo was unclear, his instincts from years of experience told him this person was not simple. His gaze shifted to Xia Qing's hand, which was holding the man's arm. He frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a mix of complex emotions. Whenever Chu Xiu got close to Xia Qing, she would instinctively pull away. This person managed to get Xia Qing to hold his arm. For some reason, he felt a mix of emotions. He needed to find out who this person was. He took out his phone and sent a message to someone with a red frame. Find someone.
Beep.
Who? A dangerous individual. The photo is blurry, just a silhouette, so it's hard to find. Then check every man Xia Qing has been in contact with. After sending the message, Chu Xiu hesitated and didn't click send. He gradually calmed down. The person was currently in the Myanmar area. He couldn't act recklessly. No matter who was behind Xia Qing, they didn't pose a threat to their safety for now. There was no need to expose himself. He had acted impulsively. Chu Xiu deleted the message and edited a new one. No need to search. The person on the other end frowned, knowing that involving them could lead to exposure. What was wrong with the usually meticulous Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu hopped on his motorcycle and headed straight for Wan Street. The roar of the motorcycle created a gust of wind. Wan Street. Come out. Xia Qing frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. She was holding some fruits and a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Qing, Sister Qing. I will call you if I need you, not to have you follow me. Xia Qing pretended to be angry. This behavior made her feel trapped. I'm sorry, Sister Qing. Xiu instructed me to ensure your safety. We recently took down several parks and are worried about retaliation. Xiao Chuan's apologetic attitude was very sincere. At just 18, he felt he had made a big mistake. Xia Qing understood that Xiao Chuan was just following orders. How about this? If I need you, I'll let you know.
If not, you don't have to follow me.
Okay. Xiao Chuan nodded and thought that he really needed to be more careful watching over Xia Qing next time.
There couldn't be a second chance.
These fruits are for you to eat. She had just bought a bunch and kept some in her space while holding some in her hands. Thank you, Sister Qing. As they were talking, a van suddenly stopped in front of them, moving quickly with men holding long knives. Without saying a word, they rushed in to attack. Sister Qing.
Run.
Xiao Chuan, you run too. They both shouted almost at the same time. Xiao Chuan pulled out a pair of nunchucks from behind and skillfully swung them open, charging forward without hesitation. The seemingly weak child suddenly displayed impressive fighting skills. With a smooth flow of movements, it was as if she were a star performing. The men were no match for Xiao Chuan. Xia Qing was stunned by the scene. She felt a bit embarrassed. She had thought Xiao Chuan was just a kid and had just told him to run. She never expected him to be so capable in a fight. Suddenly, another van arrived from behind, and men with knives rushed towards Xia Qing. One of them also held a cloth soaked with a tranquilizer. At some point, the street had emptied. Everyone was too scared to help. They just wanted to survive in such a place, even if it was filled with blood. Life had to go on the next day. Everyone wished to live in a peaceful time, but they couldn't escape or break free. More men jumped out of the van, immediately attacking. Xia Qing was not defenseless. She quickly fought back. However, she couldn't take out a weapon from her space and had to rely on her agility to dodge the attackers. She kicked one man in the chin while flipping in the air. With a crunch, his jaw dislocated from the force, and she had held back. She didn't intend to kill anyone. She pulled out a small, delicate dagger, hidden from her space. With a swift motion, she plunged the dagger into an attacker's eye. A scream echoed as he staggered back. Then, she delivered a powerful kick to another attacker rushing at her, sending him flying. In a quick spin, she kicked the legs of two men following her, knocking them to the ground. With a crunch, she remarked, "Sorry, you look strong, but why are your bones so fragile?" Xia Qing held a dagger, still dripping with blood, and spoke casually. She had fought against terrorists and mercenaries, so this group of small-time thugs was nothing to her. Her trainer was Chu Xiu, and her practice partners were zombies and fierce mutated animals. The last remaining person stepped back a few paces, pale and quickly supporting his friend as they got into a van. Despite the girl's beauty, they had no interest in admiring her. Usually, the girls in their area were bullied daily and couldn't fight back at all. They thought Xia Qing would be easy to handle, just needing to be knocked out to be taken away. Today, they met someone tough. There are always stronger people out there. Xiao Chuan skillfully used his nunchucks to leave several of them bruised, with some even losing their front teeth. Watching the van flee in panic, Xiao Chuan didn't chase after them. He had already sprinkled something on them. He folded his nunchucks back up and looked at Xia Qing with admiration. "Sister Qing, you are amazing. Your nunchucks are pretty good too." The fierce and ruthless Xiao Chuan seemed to vanish in front of Xia Qing as they exchanged compliments, but they both remembered how the other had acted. You can't judge a book by its cover. There are always deeper waters. Xiao Chuan finally understood why Xia Qing didn't want him to follow her. She was very strong. Xiao Chuan had always admired strong people. Chu Xiu was the first he respected, and Xia Qing was the second. "Sister Qing, wait a moment." Xiao Chuan took a roll of paper from a nearby store. "Here, wipe your hands." Xia Qing looked at her hands, which had some blood on them. The dagger was convenient, but still a bit small. Buzzing. A motorcycle rushed over and stopped in front of Xia Qing. "Brother Xiu." Xiao Chuan tensed up when he saw Chu Xiu. There was a group of people, but they have been dealt with. Chu Xiu noticed that Xia Qing was unharmed, but the fruits they had bought were smashed on the ground. "You did well. Sister Qing is also very impressive." Xiao Chuan wanted to say more, but Xia Qing interrupted him. "Everything is fine now. I didn't expect you to be so strong, kid. Get in the car." Chu Xiu frowned slightly, his eyes darkening and his gaze becoming deep. He didn't realize that his tone sounded a bit strange. "I'll walk back. It's not far anyway." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Chu Xiu's dark eyes fixed on her, his expression a bit off. Chu Xiu's expression became slightly colder as he recalled the photo he had just seen, his brow furrowing slightly. "Get in the car. It's not safe here."
His tone turned chilly this time.
Xia Qing remembered she needed Chu Xiu's help with something.
"Okay."
This time, Xia Qing didn't refuse again and got on the motorcycle, keeping her distance from Chu Xiu. Seeing Xia Qing on his motorcycle, he quickly drove off. "Xiao Chuan, he's still there." Xia Qing looked back at Xiao Chuan, who had returned to his usual silly self, standing still. "He's busy."
"Yes."
Xiao Chuan was waiting there, and after a while, a van drove up. Xiao Chuan quickly jumped inside. "Keep up, it's in front. How dare anyone cause trouble here? Last time, Brother Xiu demolished their base. They only had one left, and we were worried about where they were hiding. Today, they delivered themselves to us. Follow Ate, let's go." Earlier, Xiao Chuan had scattered something on that person, and their trained German shepherds were ready. The motorcycle led the way, with Ate the dog searching for the location. Once they left, people hiding in the shops along the street began to come out one by one. We were finally calm for a few days, and now there's another disturbance. But everyone was used to such events and quickly returned to their normal lives. "Chu Xiu, do me a favor and help a friend with some identity information." "Is it really a friend?" "Okay." Chu Xiu didn't ask anything and simply agreed. He thought of that photo and had some vague suspicions. Xia Qing didn't say anything else. There was no rush. Su Yu's visits were always brief. "Do you want that nationality? Can I choose?" "He's a stateless person. It would be best to get him an old Singapore nationality. Old Singapore has a large Chinese population, and the country is very diverse." It blends multiple cultures, including Chinese, Malay, Indian, and others, and offers visa-free travel worldwide, making nationality easier to obtain. Money can solve 99% of problems. However, Xiaqing currently had no connections, but she would in the future. Okay. Send me the photo and name. How long will it take? Chu Xiu gave her a meaningful glance, his eyes slightly complicated. Half a month. Okay. After all, she couldn't return to Huagua anytime soon. I've already sent the photo and name to your phone. The motorcycle stopped. They had arrived at their place.
Siu Yi, King Yi.
When a few people saw it was Chu Xiu and Xiaqing, they immediately stepped aside. One young man came over to park Chu Xiu's motorcycle. The two of them went upstairs. Rest well. There's a bathroom nearby, and I won't use it tonight. I'll take you to the Jade Quarry tomorrow, just to check it out. When are we going to Dongpu Village? We'll wait until everyone arrives. Xiaqing nodded. Although she didn't know who he was talking about, she returned to her room. After a long day, she didn't feel tired. After absorbing the crystal bead, her energy had changed. She felt full of vitality. Chu Xiu watched Xiaqing enter her room, but didn't go back himself. Instead, he opened Xiaqing's WeChat. The name Suyu looked familiar, and to him, it seemed magnified. There was also a front-facing photo. Even though he had only seen the person's back, he felt this was him. With a sculpted face and distinct features, he had a somewhat stern look, and his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. His strong, bold lines suggested he had definitely been in the military. Anyone who had served had a different aura about them. However, Suyu was indeed more handsome than him. He touched the 1-inch scar on his left cheek. Was this the first time he felt a bit dissatisfied with his looks? Xiaqing changed into a new outfit, not taking anything from her space. She could only find a piece of clothing from the wardrobe. The clothes inside were either black or white. Thankfully, they weren't long skirts, or it would have been inconvenient. Every day here involved fighting. Xiaqing went to the bathroom and found all the toiletries were new and unopened. They had a coconut scent. After tidying up, she locked the room door and took out a shielding device. She closed the window and drew the curtains. First, she went to the post-apocalyptic space to complete a few teleportation tasks. Then she went to find Suyu.
How are you?
Noticing something was off with Suyu. Xiaqing, have you felt the sunlight or moonlight here? Sunlight? Moonlight? Every time she came over, it was daytime. She had stayed here during the last space upgrade. It seems normal, right? Just as they were talking, Yang Shou approached. I observed the moon all night and saw a flash of red. Here's the video. I've slowed it down. The two of them looked at the video and saw the crimson moonlight as if it had been stained, quickly engulfing the moon before fading away. It felt like the moon had dimmed a bit. What is happening here? This was the first time Xiaqing had seen something like this. Could it be a lunar eclipse or something unusual in the sky? I don't know either. Let's keep observing.
Okay.
Yang Shua hurriedly brought over a video and quickly left again. I suspect there is a mutation in the world or it is related to the moon's phenomenon. Xiaqing frowned slightly. Should she also take a look at the moon when she gets back? Today, when I arrived in your world, I found that sunlight could increase the energy of the fire within me. So, amazing? So you didn't mention that the sunlight also caused him a strong burning sensation. Should I go outside to soak up some sun too? She had sunbathed before and only felt a bit hot. But now, it seemed like she didn't feel anything at all. Since awakening her ice powers, she was no longer afraid of heat. After walking around outside, nothing seemed unusual. Take me there, through teleportation.
Okay.
Xiaqing and Suyu were instantly teleported to a military base near Siang City. The wind and sand were still strong here, and Xiaqing skillfully put on black sunglasses. As soon as they arrived, they heard a roaring sound that shook the air around them, and the sand was swirling as if something was about to emerge from it. They both turned around at the same time and saw a huge mutated animal rising from the sand. Its twisted and fierce shape vaguely resembled a horse, but its mouth was abnormally large, with rows of exposed teeth. What is that? Startled, he quickly drew a handgun from his space and aimed at the mutated animal's head, firing a series of shots that cut through the wind and sand. But not a single shot hit. Shooting also required skill. Xiu calmly took out a laser gun, and each shot accurately targeted the creature's head. This creature had a huge head and seemed to feel no pain. Even when the sharp beams from the laser gun pierced through its head, leaving a charred hole, it continued to roar and charge at them. Is this the mutated horse Chu Xiu mentioned? A creature that only eats the lower half of its prey. The gun seemed ineffective. Xiu spun his palm, and a burst of golden red flames leaped out. Seeing this, Xia lightly tapped her fingertips, and cold air gathered in the air, instantly forming a crystal-clear ice pillar. The blue and red forces quickly approached the mutated horse. The mutated horse's body was half frozen in the icy blue chill, while the other half was mercilessly consumed by golden red flames, roaring fiercely. In just a few seconds, the half that was burned turned to ashes, scattered by the surrounding wind and sand. Its other half remained frozen. Xia was surprised at how powerful their abilities were. It seemed that in this post-apocalyptic world, special powers were stronger than firearms. As special abilities grew stronger, the world changed and conventional weapons would likely become weaker unless they were updated or improved to create more powerful weapons that could combat these abilities. What surprised her was that her powers and Xuyu's did not interfere with each other. Despite being ice and fire, they coexisted harmoniously, half ice and half fire. Xia walked over and noticed a shiny object on the mutated beast's chest, especially noticeable in the sunlight. She remembered Chunya's warning. She approached and took the object from the ice, which had frozen the other half into a sculpture lying on the ground. She also had special powers now, and using them here felt great, with energy surging through her body. In her own time, her abilities felt suppressed, and even taking enhancement potions didn't compare to the strength she felt here. She looked up at the glowing sun. Staring directly at it didn't hurt her eyes. Her ice-blue pupils narrowed slightly. Xiu, maybe some magnetic field in this time is changing, she suggested. I think so too, especially after visiting your time. The feeling is even stronger. The sun and moon could influence changes in time that affected the entire world. Xiu crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil. The soil here seems unchanged. I took some last time and had it tested at the base's research lab. However, the results weren't back yet. He always collected soil from each place he visited for testing.
Xiu, take a look at this.
Is this a crystal orb or a power orb? I can't sense any energy inside it. Chunya told me that the object on the chest of mutated animals is very useful. She had initially thought it was a crystal orb, but it didn't seem like one. The mutated animals looked quite unpleasant, yet the crystal on their chest was exceptionally beautiful. Now I understand a bit better. Does this mean the fatal injury of these mutated animals is in their chest? After all, Xiu had shot several holes in its head with a laser gun, and it hadn't died. That's very possible. Xiu took the crystal-like object, feeling no change in the energy inside. Let's put it in storage and study it later. When you get to Siang City, you might understand its use. Xia remembered Chunya's words. There were still some large equipment left at the military base. Zhang Liang was already organizing the staff, and the military base needed to be rebuilt. Roar. Another one has appeared. These mutated animals were coming out of the sandy ground. Xia aimed her laser gun at a mutated horse and fired several shots. It was useless. She had already given up on using the gun. In the end, she used her powers to freeze it. Puff, puff. After dealing with a few mutated horses, Xia felt a bit tired. It was her first time using her powers for such a long period. Xiu took out a personal flying machine from storage. You should go back and rest. Okay, be careful, and if you encounter danger, go straight into storage. To her world. Xiu nodded gently and slowly lowered the transparent glass shield of the plane. At a height unseen by Xia, the corners of his lips curved into a warm and deep smile. Even though this world had collapsed, there were still people from another world supporting him. The plane buzzed as it took off, light pouring down and casting a golden glow on the person inside, making Xiaqing's gaze follow the gradually disappearing figure. Su Yu was very handsome. If he debuted, she would be the first to support him. With great enthusiasm. Then, Xiaqing transported back to her world. The crystals in the storage quietly merged into the space. How could this happen? In the past, she absorbed crystal beads and energy crystals to upgrade her space. But this object actually melted. It became one with her space. There was no noticeable change in the space. Perhaps it was too small to feel anything yet. However, she had a vague sense that this was a good thing for her space. Glancing at the time, it was only 2 in the morning. She pulled back the curtains. The sky was dark blue with no clouds. There was no light at all, just darkness. She looked up at the moon. The night was peaceful, and the moonlight was cool. The bright moon hung high, casting a hazy glow. Upon closer inspection, the moon was not red, still as bright as ever. Her world would not become like that, nor would it fall into such a desolate state. Sighing in relief, Xiaqing lay down on her bed to rest. The next morning, Xiaqing braided her hair neatly. As she stepped out of her bedroom, she found someone in the living room. It was Xiao Chuan in the kitchen. Lu Xiaochuan, wearing an apron and looking quite innocent, seemed like a different person compared to yesterday when he was fierce with his nunchucks. Qing Jie, breakfast will be ready soon. Please have a seat. Xiaqing looked at the table, which had warm milk, orange juice, and even soy milk. Xiao Chuan brought out a fried ham and egg pancake, bread, boiled eggs, and a vegetable salad. Xioga never eats breakfast, so I made all this. That's great, thank you. It felt a bit wrong to have a young boy make her breakfast. Let's eat together. Qing Jie, all this is for you. I've already eaten. He wakes up at 5 a.m. to run for an hour. Did he make so much for her? Maybe he was worried she wouldn't be used to it, so he made a little of everything. Chushio's door opened. He usually dressed casually in sweatpants and a black t-shirt, but today he was more formal in a flight jacket, and his hair seemed neatly styled, looking sharper and more rugged. Do you want to sit down and eat something? Xiaqing, believing in not wasting food, invited Chu Xiu to join her for breakfast.
Sure.
Lu Xiaochuan was surprised. Xioga never eats breakfast. Although Chu Xiu sat across from Xiaqing, he only took a sip of orange juice. Aren't you hot? This area is tropical. Why wear a flight jacket? Xiaqing didn't quite understand. Chu Xiu had rummaged through his closet all night and thought this looked cooler, enhancing his appearance a bit. It's okay. Today we're going to the jade factory. Your outfit won't work. What's wrong with this? I just took it from my closet. I'll take you shopping for clothes later. I'll dress you up like a super rich person from our country. You just need to act the part. I'll handle the rest. We're meeting with the rebel army today, so be careful. Xiaqing took a sip of hot milk and asked, aren't we going to Dongpu village to buy guns first? Their city is also very close to Dongpu village. Yes, we'll meet tonight. Looks like today's mission is heavy. You should eat more. The rebel army in the area is currently in intense conflict with the government forces, and bomb attacks could happen at any moment. Xiao Chuan, your cooking is really good. Lu Xiaochuan smiled shyly and said, if you like it, I'll make it for you every day. After breakfast, Lu Xiaochuan quickly cleaned up. Xiao Chuan, have you always lived in the border area? No, I'm from China. It's been 2 years since I went home. You left home at 16? Yes. I followed Brother Xiu when I was 16, Xiao Chuan replied. Do you miss home? Once I'm done with my work here, I can take you back. Lu Xiaochuan seemed tempted but shook his head, as if he had something difficult to say. No, I can't go back. As he spoke, Lu Xiaochuan's eyes dimmed for a moment before brightening again. I'm happy to be with Brother Xiu. Beside them, Chu Xiu's eyes darkened a bit, carrying a heavier burden on his shoulders. Xiaqing changed into a shiny outfit, adorned with sequins and plenty of jewelry. In the car, Chu Xiu and Xiaqing sat in the back while Lu Xiaochuan drove. No other cars followed them. We're going to meet the deputy leader of the rebel army, who is in charge of these 2 jade stone factories. I'll tell him we're buying the operating rights to one of them. He'll want to verify your funds. Just show him your international bank balance. No guns are allowed inside. The deputy leader of the rebel army? Haven't they already moved into the central part of Myanmar? Yes, but some are still here. This is their weakest moment internally. Today, it's not just us. There are people from 2 other large areas here to bid. Can we really win the bid with 200 million? This is a jade mine we're talking about. Myanmar supplies 2/3 of the world's jade rough stones, and despite the danger, many people are willing to take the risk. Do you have other plans? Don't worry, I will protect you. Chu Xiu said this very seriously. Sia felt more confident, but now that things had come to this point, they had to move forward.
Okay.
The car drove for a full 2 hours. The infrastructure in the border area was really poor. The roads hadn't been repaired in years. The dirt road was bumpy, making the ride uncomfortable. I feel like this outfit you made me wear is weighing me down. Rich people are usually very low-key. They don't dress like this every day. Is there anyone who wears formal clothes every day just because they are wealthy? They're foolish. Only this way can you show that you have enough assets. Just like those local bosses, why do they buy luxury cars? It's not just to show off that he's wealthy. Only then will others be willing to invest in him, Chu Xiu said seriously. Sia listened and seemed to find some truth in it. In the conflict areas of Myanmar, there are hardly any schools, and being able to attend school up to middle school is quite good. There isn't much exposure to the outside world. In their eyes, jade and gold are valuable. Moreover, being able to wear such things shows that you have money and are bold enough to wear them. After all, here, if you wear something expensive, you might get robbed. It's not an exaggeration. Of course, if you go to central Myanmar, it's much safer since it's under government control. Unlike here, where several ethnic groups are divided and there is no unity, the conflict forces are like bandits. What can you even discuss with them? Astronomy, concepts, or the design of clothing? They wouldn't understand. You talk to farmers about planting crops, to special forces about weapons, and to gamers about which games are fun. If you were in a wealthy country, wearing luxurious clothing would be normal, but in China, having a private tiger is unheard of. Just like the conflict forces in Myanmar, they are like bandits. Why do they start wars? Is it to prove their existence? No, it's for money and profit. I see your point, Sia said, not wanting to argue with Chu Xiu. After all, she had no experience in this area and had only seen news about the conflicts in Myanmar. It's important to understand that the darkness of human nature can be more terrifying than you think. But the goodness in human nature can also be greater than you imagine. Where there is sunlight, there is darkness. The huge jade mines in the Pakong area are a place for raw jade production. Mines are good places, but also dangerous ones. This is such a large mine, Sia said, as it was her first time visiting such a place. Yes, this is one of the largest mines, Chu Xiu replied in a low voice. Surrounding them were casually dressed men, all carrying weapons. The mine had many large and small pits, and there were people working inside. Brother Xiu, please come in, a man with short hair and a floral shirt said warmly. At that moment, someone rushed over in a panic. Brother Hua, the small mine in the east has collapsed, and dozens of people are trapped. So what if they are trapped? Why are you so panicked? Don't you know what day it is? The man in the floral shirt replied angrily. A bunch of cheap labor, just get someone to dig them out. If they are dead, then bury them. Yes. Only after receiving the supervisor's orders did the workers dare to go and rescue people. Sia frowned slightly, unable to believe that in her world, there were some corners where human life was not valued at all. Is the human heart even scarier than the end of the world? Brother Xiu, please come in. The man seemed indifferent to the fact that dozens of people had died here, with no compensation for their loss. With no one to care, they continued to deceive others. After all, there are many fools who believe in high-paying job offers. Is there really free lunch from the sky? That's not a treat. It could crush you first. They were led into a large metal building. Inside, there was a long table that looked very simple. Xiaqing frowned and looked at Chu Xiu, wondering why she had to dress like this for such a shabby place. Brother Xiu, we need to go through a routine check. Then, he took out a metal detector, which seemed to be the same kind used at high-speed train stations in their country. Chu Xiu was found to have a gun and a dagger, which he handed over. Beep, beep, beep. When it was Xiaqing's turn, the detector beeped all over her body. What's going on? The man in the floral shirt looked at Xiaqing, who was adorned with various metals, including a gold necklace and earrings, and even had something hanging from her head. She was wearing shiny sequined clothing that must have weighed several pounds. The man frowned slightly at her outfit. Brother Xiu, please wait a moment. The man went inside and returned about 5 minutes later, accompanied by a woman. She wore a black slip dress, had long hair, and despite her heavy makeup, the bruise around her left eye was visible. Brother Xiu, we need to search you. Chu Xiu frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Go ahead. The woman didn't search thoroughly. She just gave a quick pat and stopped when she found no large items. Xiaqing had only seen such scenes in movies before, never expecting to encounter a real-life version today. Come in, Brother Xiu. The factory was arranged decently, with wooden chairs around a meeting table that looked quite cheap. Besides Chu Xiu and Xiaqing, there was a middle-aged bald man sitting across from them, adorned with a large gold chain that extended from his neck to his arm. Next to him was a man from France, dressed in a suit that seemed out of place here, with a dark blue tie. He was smoking a fine cigar. This man was likely the one seeking to gain control. As she looked around, Xiaqing noticed that there were indeed many people dressed like this. Did such a mine really need so many? As Xiaqing and Chu Xiu entered, several pairs of eyes turned toward her. There were looks of amazement, disdain, and various bright thoughts reflected in their eyes. This gaze made Xiaqing feel sick. It seemed they were not looking at a person, but at a bare body. Suddenly, there was some noise outside. Then, a few gunshots broke the silence. A woman walked in, with bold red short hair and thick long eyelashes. She had a red flower tattooed on her neck, resembling a mandala. Wearing high heels and an elegant black suit, she accessorized with exquisite jade. Sister Shuang. Everyone in the venue stood up as the woman approached. She scanned the room, casually tossing a bloody dagger from her hand, indifferent to the blood on her fingers. Her expression was cold, but her eyes sparkled with a twisted satisfaction. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. This woman was the deputy of the rebel army in the Myanmar region, and she was ruthless. The chaos in this area was largely due to its heavy influence from China. In the past 20 years, China had vigorously cracked down on criminals, especially organized crime. Those who had committed serious crimes fled abroad. The wealthy and capable escaped to larger countries, while many of the less fortunate ended up in Myanmar. Clearly, this woman had just killed someone outside, which explained the earlier cries for help and the commotion. Everyone here is my friend. This jade mine, the famous Pakong mine, produces 95% of the world's gemstone-quality jade, highlighting its importance. Here, you can find jade of all qualities, whether deep green or crystal clear. The starting bid for the management rights is 200 million. If we didn't need a lot of funds, we wouldn't be selling the management rights. There were 3 people here, all with foreign guests. Xiaqing frowned. The starting bid was indeed 200 million. This was different from what Chu Xiu had said. Were we told that we could obtain the management rights for 200 million? How could this be? The atmosphere grew tense. On my territory, I make the rules, the woman said coldly. Buy or leave. Xiaqing and Chu Xiu remained seated, sensing that things were not so simple. At that moment, a man beside them frowned and said, "Sorry, then our ex-family will pass." The man stood up and walked outside. Lin Shuang smiled coldly, raised her hand, and shot the man. The others hesitated to leave after seeing this. Sounds nice, but 200 million is just buying your own lives, the woman said with a laugh, glancing subtly at Xiaqing. What does that mean? Didn't you tell me that we could buy the jade factory here for 200 million? The man in the suit questioned the bald man beside him. Our people are outside too. Another man added defiantly. Only Sia remained calm, sensing another fight brewing. During the day, she had been in a physical fight with Chu Xiu, and at night, she was dealing with Suyu's supernatural battles. Old man Wan, what do you mean by this? The suited man asked, frowning. What do you think it means? We've been tricked. I said the jade mine in Myanmar could be bought for 200 million? That's just nonsense, the man next to him scoffed. Unless we shed blood today, we won't leave here safely. Old man Wan, I trusted you to bring me here. The whole venue erupted into chaos, with everyone holding at least 200 million. Are you foolish? 200 million for a jade mine? Last year, a top-quality jade sold for 200 million here. Everyone knew the risks, but thought no one would take over due to the chaos in Myanmar. They all hoped to find a hidden opportunity to get rich, relying not just on skill but also on luck and boldness. Today, to put it simply, we've become the fools who got sold. Lin Shuang gestured, and a quick-witted associate handed her a cigarette. The woman lit it, exhaling smoke rings while looking down on the others. Before leaving, Shang Kuan had warned her to just take the money and avoid killing. Otherwise, if things got too chaotic, even with the largest jade mine, no one would dare come. But it felt good. The man she shot earlier was still alive. Sister Shuang, this person is from Milan. Just a country in the northwest. The northwest was far from them and posed no threat. Only people from Huagua. She won't easily kill. What do you want? We are all jewelry agents from different places. If you do this, no one will come to Myanmar to buy raw stones. Who would dare to come here after this? Exactly. A few outsiders joined together. They were all in the same boat now. They could only unite. Lin Shuang sneered. We are not the Myanmar government army. Today, if each of you brings out 200 million, you can leave here safely. Otherwise, I don't mind having a few more miners here, especially since we just lost a few and need to fill the gaps. Old man Wan, you should speak up. Hey, brother, if you hand over the money, I'll help you leave, Old man Wan said, looking troubled. They were just a group of factory workers with dozens of people, the largest group having 100 or 200. How could they compare to these chaotic soldiers? They could only bow down. If they didn't pay 200 million today, then the factory workers would have to pay. They didn't want to pay? They were being threatened and protected by the chaotic soldiers. Every year, they at least paid a protection fee to the chaotic soldiers. Old man Wan Yu, today is really a disaster. Some people resign themselves to their fate, with guns pointed at their heads. Money or life. Naturally, it was the latter. Everyone who came here today had at least prepared 200 million in funds. Who will transfer first? Lin Shuang took a puff of smoke, exhaling with a smile that sent chills down people's spines. Her gaze swept around, landing on Xia Qing. Was it just because Xia Qing was dressed too flashy? Then she shifted her gaze to Chu Xiu. Lin Shuang clicked her high heels as she walked over to Xia Qing, blowing smoke in her face. Your skin is so smooth. I really want to see if it stays this smooth if I cut it off. Xia Qing's mouth twitched. Today, she had encountered a creep. Xia Qing opened her international bank account on her phone. There was not just 200 million in there. Chu Xiu, I didn't expect you to be with a rich woman. No wonder you ignore me. You really have money. But now that you've brought a rich woman here, you won't need to pay protection fees in the future. Lin Shuang's words were full of provocation. Xia Qing didn't care at all. I can transfer you the money, but I'm thirsty and hungry right now. This place is so bloody. It makes me feel sick. This is the universal password for the international bank. If I enter it incorrectly even once, it will automatically lock me out. If I want to unlock it, I have to go to Switzerland in person. Switzerland is far away, almost a 20-hour flight. Of course, if you kill me now, you won't get the money inside. It's hard to tell if she wants the money or if she wants to harm Xia Qing. Everyone here probably has less money than Xia Qing. Chu Xiu has been selling things to Xia Qing, so he likely knows about her wealth. But she wouldn't have this much without effort. She has had all her earnings from domestic companies transferred to the international bank after paying taxes. If money is the goal, why kill her first? Chu Xiu, you really brought a little rich lady here. I just love you so much. Chu Xiu frowned slightly, feeling nauseated by the woman's heavy makeup and strong perfume. Get away. That's disgusting. Despite Chu Xiu's harshness, Lin Shuang didn't seem angry. She just tightened her grip on her cigarette. Little Baozi, take our two friends to the back for tea. Lin Shuang smiled, but her tone was sharp. Understood, Sister Shuang. Oh, by the way, this lady is especially thirsty. Bring her plenty of water. Lin Shuang's expression turned icy. She couldn't stand any woman being better than her. Anyone more beautiful than her would be disfigured, anyone with a better voice would be silenced, and anyone with better skin would be harmed. At that moment, a large man came out from behind the door. He immediately understood the hidden meaning in Lin Shuang's words and grinned lewdly. Although he was only 5 feet 7 inches, he weighed at least 250 pounds. Little Baozi? More like a big guy. Xia Qing felt more convinced that this woman was psychologically disturbed. The man's earlier smile made her feel sick. She wanted to stab him with a knife. Xia Qing and Chu Xiu were taken to a small room in the back. My patience is limited. I don't have time to waste with you. With that, Lin Shuang sat down on the frontmost stool, crossing her legs. Everyone, the leaders of the park, today you only need to pay 10 million to leave. The leaders of the park frowned. Sister Shuang, we brought a big pig as you requested. Do we really need to pay? She gently clapped her hands. A few big guys appeared again. The heads of several parks knew what was going on. The scene was familiar, but today they were the ones in trouble. Usually, they used harsh methods to train people in the parks. Training people like dogs made them more obedient, which caused many to return home mentally disturbed.
I'll pay.
The old man didn't want to suffer this fate. Paying some money would spare him from pain. In the current situation, big fish eat small fish and small fish eat shrimp. The rebel army had support and advanced into the heart of the country. It's very likely that the entire area would soon be under their control. There would be no stable days ahead. Places like Aachen were avoided by women for tourism. Small countries, especially those with decades of internal conflict, had started fighting. The rebel army in Aachen had won, and the neighboring country was also facing terrorist attacks. The president of Thailand was assassinated, and a bridge bombing resulted in hundreds of deaths. Thinking of this, the old man decisively transferred 10 million, compared to 2 billion. This was nothing. Very good. Lin Shuang smiled happily. Sister Shuang, can I leave now? Lin Shuang didn't respond, and the old man had already lifted his leg to step outside. However, 2 armed men at the door stopped him. The old man's face turned pale. He knew he shouldn't have come to this dangerous meeting. But he had no choice. If he didn't come, everything would be destroyed, and his family wouldn't escape. They had no weapons. Sister Shuang. The old man swallowed hard. Even though he was a boss in the park, here he was nothing. He was just a dog. I said one part for 10 million. Didn't you hear me clearly, Shaowan? Which part will you keep for 10 million? Lin Shuang looked at him, finding him unappealing. She thought of Chu Xiu. Although he wasn't very handsome, he had a good presence and build. Unlike these men, who were overweight and looked old for their age. Men should look like men.
No.
Sister Shuang, we can't do this. With a glance from Lin Shuang, a man rushed over and grabbed a knife. With a swift motion, he cut off 2 of the man's fingers.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed. I'll pay. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. There's still over 2 billion to go, but we can gather it soon. Thanks for your hard work, Shuang. Once we have enough money, we'll send the tanks right away, and soon the whole area will be ours. We won't have to stay in this broken place in the north anymore. We can move to the central region and live in Mantle. Then the area will be ours, and you can do whatever you want. Shuang, no matter what it takes, we need to gather 5 billion today. Just transfer the money you've collected to me first. Lin Shuang frowned slightly. She sensed urgency in the voice on the phone but didn't think much of it. Their people were in the central region, engaged in battle.
Okay.
As for the rest, handle them however you want. Today, no matter what, you must gather 5 billion.
All right.
Lin Shuang frowned again, feeling something was off, but she didn't doubt Shang Kun. She took out her phone, connected it to the computer, and used international banking to transfer money to Shang Kun. Transferring such a large sum at once takes time. The international bank has several special transfer methods to protect customer privacy. Using a password device, if it gets lost, the transfer can't be completed. Or if a password is entered incorrectly, the account gets locked immediately. I'm going to transfer some money to you now. Don't worry, we will definitely gather it today. Lin Shuang said confidently, as she had seen how much money was in Xia Qing's international bank account. Great, Shuang, you truly are my woman. Meanwhile, Xia Qing and Chu Xiu were being taken to a metal shack. Xia Qing looked back at the overweight man pointing a gun at her, his disgusting gaze sweeping over her. What are you doing? There's a mole. The two communicated in a universal language, and the fat man couldn't understand them. Not a big deal. Chu Xiu appeared calm. Not a big deal? A gun was just pressed to my forehead. Where are we being taken? And look at that fat man's eyes. I want to take him out. Don't worry, they won't let you die. You're a wealthy lady. The fat ones are usually saved for last. What about your people? Are they here? They're here, but without guns. They had planned to buy guns that night, wishing they had done so the night before. They can't wait any longer. Do you know who the mole is? Chu Xiu remained silent, having already guessed who it was, but not wanting to say it. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Was this guy reliable? Was she really going to give away all her money? That was impossible. Giving it away would mean certain death, and not giving it would just mean a slower death, but it would likely involve some suffering. Suddenly, Chu Xiu grabbed Xia Qing's arm and pulled a silver hairpin from her hair. With a quick motion, he plunged the hairpin into the man's neck. The man couldn't say a word, only blood gushed out. He instinctively covered his throat, blood pouring out between his fingers. Let's go. Chu Xiu was the type to act immediately, leaving Xia Qing unprepared. The people in front noticed the commotion and started shooting in their direction. The two jumped into a nearby mine and ran inside. Someone's escaping.
Catch them.
Several gunshots rang out, but none hit their target. Most of the people were focused on digging in the collapsed small mine, leaving fewer people here. However, many were still chasing them. Xia Qing's belongings were falling off her. Chu Xiu thought she couldn't keep up and tried to pull her along, but she was running quickly and wasn't even out of breath, staying right behind him. Chu Xiu, I came here to buy jade stones, and instead, I'm running for my life. Paying to play a survival game? Fortunately, the mine was large and winding, allowing them to run fast. They hardly stopped and ran for half an hour. You have good stamina. Most women would panic and scream in such a situation, or become too scared to move. Even if they remained calm and tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to run this far. The mine's path was uneven, making it hard for even adult men to keep up the pace. Do you have a stamina-enhancing potion? Want to try it? 1 bottle costs 1 million. Xia Qing was serious, but Chu Xiu thought she was joking. What do we do now? Didn't you have a backup plan? I do, outside their factory. Then why not go find them? Is there a traitor inside? Xia Qing immediately understood. Yes, it's Xiaoho. Really? Isn't he supposed to be close to you? I don't know. People are hard to read. Don't worry, there are still others. The battle in the Myanmar area has just begun. Xia Qing noticed his tone was still relaxed. How many times had he escaped from danger? Was he used to it? The rain poured down. The sky was not on their side. The more anxious and dangerous the situation, the more it rained. It's raining. Xia Qing felt a bit frustrated. That's good. During their escape, the rain provided them with cover. Before long, Xia Qing was soaked to the skin. Chushio looked at her wet hair and felt a surge of emotion, swallowing hard. He sensed an electric charge in the air. Xia Qing noticed something strange, especially because Chu Xiu's gaze was intense. Being an adult, she had watched dramas and read romance novels. Chu Xiu, we're just partners. After saying this, Xiaqing lifted her leg and continued walking, not wanting to face the heat in his eyes. When she avoided him in her mind, her body followed suit. This jade mine was in a very remote area. Without Chu Xiu, she would just want to take out her motorcycle from her space. If Su Yu were here, she wouldn't need to hide. She could just take it out and use it. Having someone to share your secrets with and stand on the same side is a wonderful thing. Even though they came from different worlds, it was precisely because of that difference that they trusted and redeemed each other, making them indispensable. There were barriers between their worlds, yet they shared a close connection, serving as each other's emotional salvation. But how to choose? They both silently wished to maintain the balance. Behind her, Chu Xiu quietly repeated Xiaqing's words. A partnership? His gaze dimmed, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Besides his looks, all he had left were his beautiful eyes, but now they seemed dull. He felt a complex mix of emotions inside. What was he thinking? With chaos threatening the border, unrest still ongoing, and family grievances unresolved, why was he lost in thought here? The safety of the border was not just about the chaos. He had many more things to do. Soon, Chu Xiu adjusted his emotions. Yet deep inside, there was a sense of gloom and unwillingness. The man Xiaqing was holding on to, Su Yu, what was his relationship with her? Chu Xiu had a gut feeling. They would meet again. He was currently in the same area. So their reunion wouldn't be far off. In just a short time, Xiaqing's clothes were completely soaked. With Chu Xiu in front of her, she couldn't enter her space, nor could she get dry clothes. She could only endure the wet clothes, feeling as if she were submerged in water. Chu Xiu took off his flight jacket and tossed it to Xiaqing.
Put this on.
Chu Xiu turned his head with restraint. His eyes had returned to normal, no longer fiery, but somewhat dim. Xiaqing looked down at her clothes, which, although not transparent, were soaked by the rain and clung tightly to her, revealing her shape. She wrapped herself in Chu Xiu's oversized jacket, which covered half of her body.
Let's go that way.
Xiaqing followed closely behind Chu Xiu as they continued walking. She admired the girl's determination as she stayed right behind him. The rain here fell quickly and stopped just as fast. However, by the time they reached this point, it was already evening. There are some low buildings ahead. At least they could find a place to rest. The two did not rush into the buildings, which looked like rural houses with a large yard and a fence. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Okay. About 15 minutes later, Chu Xiu came out. It's a small factory area. I've dealt with the person inside, but what? You'll see when you come in. Chu Xiu frowned slightly. Xiaqing followed Chu Xiu inside, where there was a body on the floor. In the room, several children were chained by their feet, looking at them in fear. If this weren't her time and place, she might have thought she had entered a dark world. How could there be so many children? Where did you little ones come from? The children shrank back in fear, too scared to speak. They must be kids who were abducted, Chu Xiu guessed by their appearance.
Can you understand me?
Don't be afraid. We are not traffickers. The children were too frightened to respond, clearly traumatized. At an age when they should believe in light, there was no spark in their eyes. Only darkness remained, trapped in a cage. Who were these children to their families? Hearing the commotion, a middle-aged, overweight woman emerged from another room. Who are you?
Who let you in? What do you want?
When the children heard her voice, they instinctively crouched down in fear, looking even more terrified at the sight of her. It seemed she had tormented them often. Where did you get these children? Where are you from? I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Chu Xiu helped to free the children's chains. Are you the police? One of the older children bravely asked. Sort of. Are there any other children? Are you here to save us? A little boy said excitedly. He felt relieved because the woman who had been bullying them was dead, killed by the woman in front of him.
Yes.
There are more kids in that house who were just taken. I can show you. The boy said nervously, feeling guilty because two of the children inside were ones he had tricked into coming. He would pretend to play with them and say, "Come on, I'll take you to play." Usually, when kids come to play, adults let their guard down. They would take the children away, and there would be cars waiting to help them escape.
Okay.
Xiang and Chu Xiu went over and kicked open a small door. The room smelled terrible, a mix of and waste. Inside were two children about 3 or 4 years old. They had cried until they were exhausted, with chains around their necks. These traffickers are awful, treating people like animals. They deserve to be punished. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Come with me, and I'll take you home.
Mommy. Mommy. Don't cry.
I will help you find your mommy. Those two people got what they deserved. There was food in the room, noodles, rice, and some vegetables. I'll cook some noodles. These kids are starving. They were deliberately not feeding the children properly. Chu Xiu went to the kitchen, which had plenty of food. The kids were lucky to get 1 meal a day and often faced punishment. The older children were only 6 or 7 years old, with injuries all over their bodies. Does anyone remember their mommy? I will find a way to get you back. I don't remember. Can I come with you? The 6-year-old boy who had spoken earlier asked. He believed this woman would save him. He had been taken when he was 3. Many children have been taken from here before. People come to buy them. If they have no scars and look good, they might be rescued. The boy's eyes were dull. If he had no scars, maybe he could be saved too. Xiaqing shook her head. That was likely not rescue, but a path to another. Does anyone remember their mommy? Any family members? I remember my mom. I miss my mom. A 4-year-old girl suddenly burst into tears. She had only been missing for a few months and still had memories. Her crying seemed to affect the other children. Some remembered, while others did not, but they all felt like crying. Chu Xiu was in the kitchen cooking noodles, making a big pot of clear soup noodles. He boiled all the eggs from the fridge, which were dozens. Xiaqing counted. There were 8 children in total. The oldest was 7, and the youngest looked about 2 or 3. She wasn't sure of their exact ages. Chu Xiu took a large pot and served the boiled eggs. He scooped a bowl of noodles for each child. One child, feeling hungry, started eating with their hands.
Don't eat with your hands.
Xiaqing watched as the other children also began to eat with their hands. These children didn't know how to use chopsticks.
It's too hot, don't rush.
This egg needs to be peeled. You can't eat it like this. One child stuffed an egg into their mouth. These children had no common sense. They had never eaten eggs before. They were used to eating mushy food, and if they tricked a child, they would be rewarded with a bun or steamed bread. That was the best food they had ever tasted.
Don't eat like that.
Xiaqing had to peel the eggs for them, and several children rushed over to grab them and stuff them into their mouths. It was like watching a few puppies fight for food. Xiaqing was furious. This was the real world, and this scene made her feel like she was in Suyu's world. The man-made apocalypse was even more infuriating. She couldn't believe what would happen if their world faced an apocalypse one day. The early stages of an apocalypse revealed human nature. She would never let such a thing happen. Don't rush to eat. There's plenty for everyone. The big pot of noodles was finished off by the children, and a few had eggs in their mouths and hands. I'll go cook another pot. Chu Xiu went to cook another pot of noodles, and this time all the children finished eating. The leftovers were shared between Chu Xiu and Xiaqing. Xiaqing took a bite and sighed deeply. She had delicious food stored away, but chose to eat Chu Xiu's cooking.
Sigh.
She watched the children eagerly eating, thinking that the taste couldn't be too bad. It just showed how hungry they really were. Once you're full, we need to leave here soon. With so much money in your hands, they will definitely come looking for you. From what I know about Lin Shuang, he won't let this go easily. You know Lin Shuang well? Not really, I just know that his method of killing is brutal. It seemed like he would directly end the life of anyone truly evil with a swift strike. Lin Shuang was different. She took pleasure in killing. Xiaqing remembered what Lin Shuang had said about wanting to peel off her skin. What will happen to these children? The 2 people we dealt with were probably just small-time criminals, and there might be a whole network of traffickers behind them. These are children from China. Their families are searching for them nationwide. They probably have no idea their kids have been sold to this area in Myanmar. Chu Xiu frowned slightly. Sister, please help us. A 7-year-old child knelt in front of Sia, and a few other understanding children followed suit. Sister, please save us. We want to go home. I still remember where my home is. I want to go back. I miss my mom and dad. As they spoke, they repeatedly bowed their heads on the ground. The younger children, not understanding what was happening, also began to imitate them. Get up, get up. Since we've found you, I will find a way to take you back. Chu Xiu pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and stepped outside to light it. Sometimes, when a man smokes, it's not just an addiction, it's a way to relieve stress or think things through. Before finishing the cigarette, Chu Xiu tossed it to the ground and stepped on it. Take them all with you. If you return these children, the government will reward you with a commendation. Sia was unaware that she had already been awarded a medal, which had been sent to her home. The scene was grand. Even the village committee had set up a banquet, but the guest of honor was not present. I just saw a van behind us. Let's find a safe place to hide these children first. Let's go meet up with my people. Chu Xiu's identity was secret, and these people's identities were even more hidden, so aside from him, no one else knew. Okay. The children were excited to hear they would be taken with them. Finally, they could escape this place. Hope sparkled in their eyes. They could go home. They missed home so much. 2 older children looked confused because they couldn't remember where to go next. As long as they could have enough to eat, they were willing to go anywhere. At this moment, the children needed guidance the most. They hoped to be taken back and corrected in their thinking. Chu Xiu and Sia searched around again, finding some food and money to take with them. This van was originally meant for transporting children. There are only 2 seats in the front, and the back seats have been removed to make room for more children. Chu Xiu was driving the car, and Sia was sitting in the back. Big sister, it seems like little Duo has a fever, the little boy said nervously, touching the little girl's forehead, which felt much hotter than his. Here, if someone has a fever, they usually just give them medicine if they are in a good mood. Otherwise, they are left to manage on their own. Let me take a look. If it weren't for her dirty clothes, Duo would be very cute. Sia touched her forehead and frowned slightly. She does have a fever and there is no medicine right now. When we meet my people, there will be a doctor. Okay. Don't be scared. There is medicine that can help you. Duo seemed to have a high fever and was a bit dazed, her body going limp and leaning against Sia. There were several children sitting behind, and one of them asked, "You won't sell us again, will you?"
No.
I will safely take you back home to your parents. Will you trust me? Big sister, I trust you. You are so pretty. You must be a good person.
Huh.
No wonder children are easy to fool. Just because someone is good-looking, they are considered a good person? In the evening in Myanmar, there were no streetlights. The only light came from the car's headlights. The road was difficult to navigate, but the future looked bright. After driving for over 2 hours, it was already late at night, and the children in the back had fallen asleep.
We've arrived.
Chu Xiu stopped the car. They had reached the border area between Myanmar and Dongpu village. Wait for me here. After Chu Xiu said this, he got out of the car. The children were all asleep, and Duo felt very hot. Sia was worried she wouldn't make it, so she took out a diluted version of the first-generation physical enhancement medicine from her bag. She carefully fed Duo a few sips. Duo, drink some water. The little girl was already a bit dazed from the fever, but she instinctively drank a few sips of the medicine, though she couldn't finish half the bottle. Not wanting to waste it, Sia also gave a few sips to the little boy next to her. After about 15 minutes, Chu Xiu returned, followed by a man with a buzz cut who looked very energetic. Sia, hand these children over to him for care. When you return to your country, they will be sent back.
Okay.
This little girl is sick. Please take a look at her. Don't worry, we will take good care of these children. Sia got out of the car, and the man in black quickly got in. She noticed he had a reflective knife on him. Xiu, I will take these children back to settle them. Okay. Stay safe. Sia watched the van drive away, feeling relieved. Then, Chu Xiu led Xiaqing back and clapped his hands. Suddenly, dozens of men in black t-shirts emerged from the shadows behind them. Xiu Ge. Xiaqing quickly caught this title. She remembered the little brothers at the KTV called him that. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Liang, you two come with us. The rest stay here.
Yes.
The synchronized response puzzled Xiaqing. Where did Chu Xiu find these people? They looked well-trained, like soldiers. Qingjie. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing here? She remembered Xiao Chuan was supposed to be waiting with Xiao Ho. Xiao Chuan just smiled foolishly and said nothing. Let's go. I need your investment. The 2 jade mines in the border area will be yours. Xiaqing couldn't believe Chu Xiu's big promises, but she still followed him. At the borderline, there were only a few searchlights. On the other side, about 10 people arrived, and Chu Xiu was talking to the leading man. The man was holding a notebook. 200 million, no bargaining. You know how important firearms are these days. This batch is all from the Malay country. Okay, Xiao Chuan, Xiao Liang, check the goods. The two examined several large boxes. 10 minutes later. Xiu Ge, everything is fine. Xiaqing, come over and transfer the money. Chu Xiu, do you really think I'm an easy target with deep pockets? My little nephew is still in your hands. I will keep my promises.
All right.
Don't disturb me. You know if I make a mistake, the account will be locked. 10 minutes later. The other side checked their account records on a laptop. Xiao Chuan, tell them to come over and move the weapons.
Yes.
The other party's people were all smiles after receiving the money. Pleasant cooperation. The two shook hands symbolically and quickly left. This was the border. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to trade in the middle of the night. The entire transaction process was quick. Chu Xiu's people swiftly moved the weapons, and everyone received a submachine gun. Many people were also sneaking from the border to Dongpuzhai. You don't need to worry about the rest. Xiao Chuan, take Qingjie back first. In a few days there will be a good day. Thank you for the 200 million, it will save many people. Xiaqing didn't fully understand what Chu Xiu meant, but the people behind him quickly put on their clothes and equipped themselves. The actions were familiar, clean, and swift. These people are definitely well-trained soldiers. Chu Xiu is a mercenary, so the group he hired must have cost a lot of money. From the shadows, around 100 people emerged, all of them elite soldiers. They gave up a lot to come here. How much does it cost to hire these mercenaries? What Xiaqing didn't know was that they didn't want money. They wanted medals, faith, and recognition. Chu Xiu, be careful. Hearing Xiaqing's warning, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile. Don't forget, you still owe me 200 million. And 2 jade mines. The smile quickly faded, and he shook his head helplessly. Little Tiger is really obsessed with money. The richer he gets, the more obsessed he becomes. My promises are as solid as a rock. Chu Xiu left with his team. Although he didn't know what they were going to do, it was definitely something dangerous. Having bought so many guns, he hoped they would all return safely. Qingjie, let me take you back to rest.
Okay.
Xiao Chuan drove Xiaqing in another car, and she slept for a while. After some time, they arrived at a small factory area. As soon as they got out of the car, a man approached. Qingjie. Xiaqing recognized him as the man who took the child away. The doctor checked the little girl. Her illness was caused by a viral infection, and she has already received treatment. Good, can I go see them? Yes, of course. The man immediately led Xiaqing inside, with Xiao Chuan following behind. In a large room, there were 8 children sleeping on neat beds. They are all asleep. The children were very tense, and now that they can relax, they are a bit tired. The 2 older kids might need to see a psychologist. A capable-looking woman stepped out and said, "Who are you?" "I am the doctor, Lan Yu. We have prepared a room for you. You should rest for a bit. I will take care of these children. I'll find you some clean clothes." "Okay, thank you." She was still wearing Chu Xiu's jacket. After getting the clothes, Xiaqing followed Lan Yu to a single room, which was very tidy. Xiaqing locked the door, closed the curtains, took out a shielding device, and then entered the apocalyptic time zone. She first transported to Sichuan City, where many people were already waiting for her. I'm sorry, I have something to deal with today, so I might be late for the next couple of days. This time, I will bring 6 people at once. The rest can come back tomorrow.
There are still 2 people who didn't get a spot.
There's nothing to do but wait until tomorrow to return to the base. After finishing her tasks, Xiaqing hurried to find Chu Xiu, who had already arrived in Siang City and set up a teleportation mark.
Chu Xiu.
I'm here. Every time she heard his voice, it made Xiaqing feel at ease. In the next moment, Xiaqing teleported to the marked location in Siang City. Siang City is a desert city, half desert and half beach. At the end of the desert is the city. Many people used to love visiting here, but now it has become a habitat for mutated animals. Humans are barely surviving in the city. When Xiaqing arrived, there were others besides Chu Xiu. Please give me a little food, just a bit.
They all got some. Why not me?
I haven't found food in days, and I'm pregnant. Please have pity on me. As soon as Xiaqing arrived, she heard a middle-aged woman's cries. The woman looked up and saw a glowing circle appear behind Chu Xiu, from which a girl stepped out, leaving her speechless in surprise. Are you a deity? Please give us some food. Divine being, I'm pregnant too. Please give me some food. The middle-aged woman looked gaunt, kneeling on the ground in a pleading manner. There is often something to dislike about those who are pitiful. Go away. His expression darkened instantly, as if a storm was coming. Xiaqing didn't feel sympathy for the woman right away. The first thing she learned in the apocalypse was not to show kindness to just anyone, especially to someone Chu Xiu disliked. Xiaqing looked around. This was a convenience store, and the shelves had long been emptied, leaving nothing behind. Behind the middle-aged woman was a child about 4 years old, with bite marks on his neck. Xiaqing walked over, her body stiffening. In the corner, 2 children were holding large buns, and Xiaqing recognized that they must have been given to them by Chu Xiu. Seeing that Xiaqing wasn't giving her anything, the woman's expression suddenly changed. She ran toward the 2 children with the buns. Why won't you give me any? A bright beam of light flashed and pierced through the head of a middle-aged woman. She looked at the 2 children holding large buns with longing. Oh, I really want to eat that. The buns looked so soft and delicious. Chu Yu's expression was cold. What happened? That woman wasn't pregnant. She could harm her own child, so she doesn't deserve to be a parent. You're right. Looking at the child who had been harmed, Xiaqing nodded in agreement. Even in their peaceful world, there are news stories about parents who abuse their own children. There are also human traffickers who sell children for profit. In a post-apocalyptic world, people do terrible things for food. In her world, it's for profit and money. At least in the apocalypse, there is a sense of revenge. The darker side of human nature doesn't depend on the world, but on the individual. Most parents would sacrifice themselves for their children. Xiaqing had seen many people in the apocalypse while following Chu Xiu and had learned a lot. Her heart had hardened. Some people deserve to die. She also understood that freedom isn't about doing whatever you want, but rather about not having to do what you don't want to do. This place is more complicated than we imagined. In the entire Siang City, mutated animals could appear at any time. Humans can only hide in rooms. These mutated animals have become crazed, devouring flesh and blood. I found this in the chest of a mutated animal. I put it in my space, and it melted. Did you feel anything special? Xiaqing looked at the crystal energy in Chu Yu's hand and quickly checked her space. Indeed, the items she had collected before were gone, merged with the space. She examined her space and noticed no changes. No, I don't feel anything yet. Since the space can absorb, there will definitely be changes. Yes, I can sense upgrades. Do you want to come with me to the sunny base? The 2 children, around 8 or 9 years old, exchanged glances. Their parents had already been eaten by mutated animals, and they had no relatives left. They looked at Chu Xiu, the man who had saved them. I want to go. All right, come here. You might feel a bit dizzy for a moment. A circle of light appeared under Xiaqing's feet, and she quickly vanished with the 2 children. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived at the sunny base. The surroundings were still under construction, with walls and buildings being reinforced. They had arrived in the central square, where a disinfection room and a testing room had been built. Everyone who returns needs a full body check and disinfection before entering the base to prevent outside germs from getting in. The two children had never seen such a scene before, and their faces turned pale with worry. Did they agree too quickly? These two are children I brought back from outside. Please settle them in and explain our base rules. She was willing to take in the kids because they would feel a better sense of belonging and wouldn't cause trouble for the base. Yes, Deputy Base Leader. After Summer finished her instructions, she teleported back to find Chu Xiu. The man, wearing an armband and a mask, spoke to the children in a less serious tone. Don't be nervous. This is the Sunny Survivor Base. The person who just brought you here is our Deputy Base Leader, Summer. Now, please take off your dirty clothes and go to the disinfection room to clean yourselves, then change into clean clothes and shoes. The two boys nodded obediently and entered the disinfection room. After showering, disinfecting, and changing into clean clothes, they underwent a full-body X-ray scan, ability test, and blood draw. This is free food. You can take some. Your ages are 9 and 7. Both of you have energy fluctuations of evolved beings, so you'll be assigned to the Evolved Academy. When the boys saw the food, they quickly hid it in their arms, afraid someone might take it. Little did they know there was plenty of food here. Summer's accelerated space could produce thousands of apples in a day. Recently, the base only had apples as its fruit. She had placed durian seeds in her accelerated space, and soon they would grow into towering trees, producing a lot of durians. If she had awakened her accelerated space earlier, she wouldn't have had to worry about money. However, the previous space was too small to upgrade. Who would have known that the way to upgrade the space was through crystal beads from parallel worlds? Back then, she was worried about being studied by the government, but now she wasn't afraid. Even if she were studied, she could escape to Chu Xiu's world. Having a backup plan made her bolder. Once again by Chu Xiu's side, sunlight illuminated his face. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, his sharp features became clearer in the backlight, with deep-set eyes that sparkled like stars. Summer was someone who appreciated beauty and voice. Like every little girl, she dreamed of wonderful things. Men love to see beautiful women, and women appreciate handsome men. Of course, besides beauty, character is also very important. Xiaqing couldn't take his eyes off the simple black windbreaker he was wearing. It gave him a unique charm. It felt like clothes worth hundreds looked like they were worth thousands or even millions. Behind him was a broken wall, with wind and sand blowing around, and various pieces of trash scattered on the ground. This world was too fragmented. Cough, cough. Indeed, even in a post-apocalyptic world, a good-looking person still shines. Chu Xiu, I have sent the person back. Where do you plan to go now? I'm going to the beach you mentioned. The sand here has already been tested. Although the sand here has no virus, it lacks many organic materials, so nothing can grow in it. Also, the sand contains a special substance, which we will temporarily call X. Our research base is working with the Underground Research Institute of Long Country, and I believe we will have results soon. So, it's very likely that this special substance caused the animals to mutate? Chu Xiu shook his head. Until the results came out, no one knew the exact cause. Scientific research might not uncover everything, especially since humans have evolved special abilities now. This unique power cannot be clearly explained by current science, as our technology has not reached that level. Then, let's head to the beach. I remember Chinya said it was the only water source in Siang City. This was also the main reason the residents of Siang City had not mutated. It contains some active properties. It would be great if they could see Chinya. Xiaqing felt she must know something. Yes, we should bring back some water for testing. That might help us understand what's going on. Chu Xiu had not seen any mutated humans or zombies here, but various mutated animals were everywhere, suddenly appearing from corners to bite. The two of them left the convenience store, one after the other. Mutated animals are very sensitive to sound. Xiaqing nodded. No wonder it was so quiet here. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Let's hurry. That woman was screaming earlier. I wonder if it will attract other mutated animals. Even in its current state, Siang City still showed signs of being a beautiful city before the apocalypse. The fixed population of Siang City is less than 3 million, and it is aging rapidly. The city has about 3,000 closely packed buildings, ranging from 5 to 11 stories high. The buildings made of mud and stone are mixed together, capable of withstanding natural disasters, especially sandstorms. The overall architectural style resembles the Roman style from her world. The city has long been without water and electricity, and cars on the streets have been trampled by mutated animals, with some broken limbs already turned to sand. A gentle touch would turn them to dust. A bus is parked by the roadside, filled with numerous mutated rats that have made it their nest. Fortunately, they have no intention of harming anyone. Xiaqing and Su decided to ignore them. If they dared to come out, Su could easily turn them to ash with fire. Su made a gesture for silence. Ahead, there was a 2-meter-long mutated camel with 2 heads. Each head looked strange, one on the left and one on the right. Its eyes were bright red, as if completely bloodshot. One of the heads was eating a corpse on the ground. These mutated animals do not spare the bodies. Su took out a laser gun, and Xiaqing wanted to do the same. However, thinking about her shooting skills, she decided against it. Aiming and shooting in one smooth motion, Su fired 4 shots in quick succession at the same spot on the camel's chest. The mutated camel felt no pain. It only had a large hole burned in its chest, revealing a shiny crystal. Just as Xiaqing and Su approached to collect the crystal energy, 2 strong men suddenly appeared, one with an unusually long arm, as if he had eaten a rubber fruit that allowed him to extend his limbs. "They're trying to steal our stuff," Xiaqing exclaimed angrily. "They're from the Bear Flame Nation." Su recognized them immediately, noticing more people behind. "Be careful." Su pulled Xiaqing around a corner, avoiding their previous position. The spot where they had just stood now had 2 scorching gun marks. Seeing this made Xiaqing feel uneasy. There were indeed people from the Bear Flame Nation behind them, like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird waits behind. Siang City has the only water source that has not been infected. These people from the Bear Flame Nation are very strong. I remember Chushio saying they have taken over the water source. If we follow them, we'll find out where it is. They've noticed us. We need to hide. Okay. Su flipped and jumped onto the balcony of a second-floor apartment. "Come, grab my hand." Su leaned down, extending his hand to her. She could have climbed over from the side, but seeing Su's face and his hand reaching out to her made her hesitate. Long fingers with distinct knuckles and prominent veins on the back of the hand looked very strong. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to him. Su gently pulled, and Xiaqing's entire body was lifted up. For his strength, Xiaqing's weight was nothing. His other hand protected her head where she couldn't see, careful to avoid any bumps. Su's hand was warm. Even though he seemed a bit distant, his cold demeanor made it hard for others to approach. When he felt her soft hand slip away, he felt a slight sense of loss, wishing to hold on a little longer. Some things, once held, are hard to let go of, and he struggled to suppress his swirling emotions. Right now, the most important thing was to find the cause. They hid inside the room and saw through a small window that there were more than 10 people outside, all armed. These individuals were very strong, likely from the Bear Nation. Su was 188 centimeters tall, and with shoes, he was at least 189 centimeters. However, these Bear Nation individuals were all over 190 centimeters tall and looked quite robust. If Su's build was perfectly proportioned, those people appeared somewhat mismatched, resembling large bears. The key point was their thick beards. One word to describe them: strong. Missed the shot, what a waste. Too quick, they dodged it. They're climbing to the second floor. That one has a Dragon Army laser gun. Be careful, we must find it. Understood. A few from the Bear Nation began searching for them outside. Xiaqing couldn't understand what they were saying, but the pronunciation was similar to their own country, Ross. She looked at Chu Xiu in confusion. They're coming up. Let's deal with them together. Xia Qing nodded, realizing she would need to bring a translation device next time, or she wouldn't understand anything. Chu Xiu held a military dagger and hid behind the door, while Xia Qing had a handgun. At such a close range, if she couldn't hit them, that would be quite disappointing. Before entering the room, the entire space was sprayed with bullets. Then they didn't come in. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, Sia circled behind and precisely stabbed one in the neck. He used a special dagger, a Mitsubishi military knife. This was a fierce weapon among cold arms, capable of inflicting uniquely shaped wounds and featuring a blood channel, making severe bleeding very easy. It would be extremely difficult to save someone from such an injury. Moreover, Sia had stabbed him in the neck. Blood flowed from the military dagger like water, only it was dark red. However, as expected of a strong survivor, an ordinary person would have already perished from that. Yet the man was still able to cover his wound with one hand and fight back. Unfortunately, Sia would not give him that chance. With a dull thud, the man almost heard the sound of his bones cracking. These were ordinary residents of Bear Flame Nation, far from being a match for the battle-hardened Sia. However, these people from Bear Flame Nation would surely have no trouble dealing with ordinary residents from Dragon Nation. Dealing with one person took only a few seconds, so fast that Xia Qing barely had time to react. Truly, he was a master soldier. They climbed the stairs to the top floor and found two people hiding there. They looked dirty, and their age was hard to tell, but their cracked lips showed they were severely dehydrated. Don't go up. There are powerful vultures, a woman kindly warned. If you're light enough, you might get caught and carried away. The rooftop above was damaged, allowing them to see the clouds floating in the sky. Suddenly, it darkened as a vulture flew by. The mutated desert vulture was the largest bird of prey in the desert, with eyes that had turned a bright red. It passed quickly, its wings spanning over 2 meters. In Xia Qing's world, this creature would typically live in mountainous grasslands and forests, not in the desert. Can I ask where the beach is? Why do you want to know? That area is now under Bear Flame Nation's control, and we from Dragon Nation can't even get a drop of water. Not only that, but if you get caught, it would be terrible, the man said. They were a newlywed couple who had come here for a vacation before the world changed. After the attack by mutated animals, they had nowhere to go and could only hide in this hotel. Later, they awakened their powers and had been barely surviving. Xia Qing took out a bottle of water from her space. Here, take this. Can you tell us more? You have space abilities? The woman said in surprise. Sort of. Yes. Please tell us. A bottle of water was very precious. It hadn't rained recently, and they couldn't even collect rainwater. You must have come from outside, right? There are many mutated animals in the city now. They have sharp hearing, so as long as you stay indoors, you probably won't encounter them. They could only move around in the building. Talk about Bear Flame Nation, Sia said, frowning. The people of the Bear Flame Nation are very strong. They steal our food and take over our only water source. Do they have special abilities too? Yes, most of their abilities are similar. We've seen several of them with elongated limbs. Some have long arms, some long legs, and some have enlarged heads. You too must have special abilities as well, right? If we didn't have abilities, how could we have survived this long? The girl and boy did not hide the truth since Xia Qing had just given them a bottle of water. Here, water is life. Can you take us to the beach? We won't go empty-handed. Xia Qing took out more water and a few bags of bread from her supplies. This is food. The two couldn't help but swallow as they saw the food, their mouths watering instinctively. Their stomachs growled with hunger. Okay, I'll take you there, but you must give us the food. Deal. Sha, you hold on to this food and wait for me here. No way. I'm going with you. Sha frowned. They hadn't been apart for the past 6 months. Sha held the man's hand, both looking reluctant to separate, gazing at each other affectionately. This made Xia Qing and Sia feel quite awkward. Ahem. Could you share more about your abilities? We mean no harm. This person was once a soldier from the Dragon Nation, a legendary warrior. Xiu blushed slightly at Xiaqing's praise. Our water source in the Dragon Nation cannot be taken by the Bear Flame Nation. It wasn't allowed before the apocalypse, and it won't be allowed now. Exactly. This is our territory. In the past, who would dare to step into our land? Are you a soldier from the Dragon Nation? Why did it take so long for you to come? Have troops finally been sent to rescue Siang City? The Dragon Nation is a large country, and the sense of belonging is very strong. It's the end of the world now. Only survivor bases remain. Can we go with you? We live in fear every day. Plus, Shasha is pregnant. There are no options. Even if you don't want the baby, there's no way to have surgery. It's the end of the world, and there are mutated animals outside. You still have time to think about this? What's wrong with that? It's precisely because it's the end of the world, and we don't know if we'll survive tomorrow, that we want to enjoy the present. That's easy to say, but it sounds irresponsible. Now that you're pregnant, what will you do? Can you even take care of a child? I'm almost starving and dying of thirst. It's really frustrating. Xiaqing rolled her eyes in anger, questioning why anyone would want to have children under such conditions. She had seen many pregnant women in the apocalypse. Some were forced into it, as the pain of childbirth and care fell solely on women. We never expected to get pregnant. My wife has health issues, and we were planning to try IVF in 2 years. And I have some problems too. Before marriage, we had health checks, and getting pregnant was supposed to be difficult. Who knew this would happen? The man was shocked when he felt her pulse, unable to believe it. Xiaqing suddenly remembered that there had been research at the base. After the apocalypse, people's bodies had undergone special changes. Perhaps it was a failed evolution of humanity that led to a significant population decline, eliminating weaker genes. The remaining humans became more fertile, similar to mutated animals that were laying eggs more rapidly. Only plants continued to decline. Maybe humanity was evolving and reproducing. Let's go to the beach first. Once we find it, we'll take you to the sunny base. The two held hands, leaning on each other, and their bond in the face of danger made Xiaqing feel a sense of longing. True feelings are revealed in hardship. Emotions in times of crisis are more profound and moving. I should go with you. Our abilities can work together, said Shasha. Gurgle, gurgle. Their stomachs made rumbling noises. You two should eat first. Once you're full, you can take us, said Xiaqing. Wife, you eat first. I'm not hungry. Gurgle. No, husband, you eat too. Let's eat together. The two were being polite to each other, showing Xiaqing a different side of the apocalypse. She remembered seeing a middle-aged woman drinking someone else's blood for water when she first arrived. Human nature is complex. The shining goodness can be appealing, but there is also a dark side that brings fear. You two stop dragging it out. The food is filling, just eat. They were practically showing off their love, weren't they? Wang Shasha and Zhang Shan unknowingly fed her some dog food. Xiaqing couldn't bear to watch them eat. No wonder they could support each other. In the apocalypse, competition is the norm, but they were the first couple to be so considerate. Still, seeing such scenes in the apocalypse was comforting. Some people are cruel, but it cannot be denied that some are kind. However, in the apocalypse, kind people often meet an early end. Isn't it said that disasters can last for 1,000 years? Xiu leaned by the window, observing below, while Xiaqing glanced at the time. Her time was precious. Otherwise, she might as well drink a whole bottle of stamina-boosting liquid. Whenever she felt sleepy, she would drink a bottle and instantly feel energized again. No one had a life as rich as hers, running away during the day and traveling through the apocalypse at night. Such days were colorful and vibrant. It was much better than the routine of commuting to work and coming home at night, only wanting to collapse in bed, with no energy for nightlife. Lying in bed reading novels and watching short dramas was the happiest thing for her. Now she was building her career, saving herself, and saving the world, which was also an experience in itself. They were now on the 6th floor, and she stood beside Xiu, looking out the window. She could see 2 or 3 streets with a few mutated animals wandering around. Besides 2 mutated camels with 2 heads, she also saw a 6-legged mutated horse. It must run fast, right? The only feature of these mutated animals was their red eyes, bloodshot, and without pupils. On the opposite balcony, there were 2 corpses, and further away, a building had burned down to its skeleton. There were too many bodies in this place, scattered everywhere. Most were decaying skeletons, some half-eaten by mutated animals, while others had starved or died from illness. This city looked scarier than zombies. It felt more like a graveyard. When the people from the Bear Fire Nation invaded, the death toll increased, and they clashed with the guards of Siang City. Unfortunately, they lost, and many were captured by the Bear Fire Nation. It was an extremely terrifying and panic-filled time, where they feared not only the mutated animals, but also the invaders from the Bear Fire Nation. They were a group of aggressors, committing all sorts of atrocities. Xiaqing watched as Wang Shasha and Zhang Shan finally finished eating. "Can we talk now?"
she asked.
"Of course," Zhang Shan replied, feeling more open after a good meal. "What are your abilities?" Xiaqing was curious about what powers allowed them to survive for so long. "My ability is invisibility. I can become invisible along with anything I touch." Although it was invisibility, it had a time limit. The longer he stayed invisible, the more energy it consumed. "Is that so? Every time I go out to find food, I can make myself and my wife invisible to avoid danger. I used to sneak water from the beach, but recently they installed electric fences there. Last time I almost got caught." Xiaqing learned about Zhang Shan's ability and became curious about Wang Shasha's power. "I have what you could call a telepathy field. I can sense people's emotions and states within a 500-meter range." Xiaqing found this interesting, similar to a girl in their base, Shin, who can read minds through touch or close proximity. "So, as long as I'm within about 500 meters, I can sense someone's presence. Since people have emotions, she sensed them when Chu Xiu and Xiaqing were downstairs dealing with a bear. She could not only sense people's emotions and states, but also their inner qualities. If someone had never harmed their own kind, their heart would be normal. But if they had, she would feel twisted emotions, like those of mutated animals. Chu Yu's inner self seemed like an iceberg, hiding a blazing sun inside. So, she warned him. However, she was even more curious about why Wang Shasha couldn't sense Xiaqing. "It's strange. You're the first person I can't sense." Out of curiosity, Wang Shasha tried again but couldn't feel anything from the girl in front of her. Suddenly, she looked thoughtfully at Chu Xiu, whose gaze had grown slightly colder. Wang Shasha dared not look at Xiaqing again. This person had a strong protective instinct. On the surface, she showed nothing, and if it weren't for Wang Shasha's ability, she wouldn't have noticed. Even top micro-expression experts couldn't read Chu Xiu. "Alright, can you take us to the beach?" "Yes. But can you really take us to the survivor base?" Zhang Shan asked nervously. He was sure about his abilities. His wife was pregnant for 1 month and 5 days. If they could reach the survivor base, their child might be born safely. After struggling with infertility, wanting a child was a natural human instinct and a shining aspect of humanity. "What will I need to do when we get there?" "Our family has a long history in traditional medicine, and we are also ability users, right?" "Yes, don't worry. The food I give you will definitely be safe to eat. You just need to guide us." Zhang Shan nodded. "We have to walk 6 kilometers to reach the beach, which will take about 2 hours. He could become invisible, so if danger arose, he could take his wife and escape. But the 2 people in front of him couldn't do that. Flying over wasn't very realistic either. The target was too big, and there were vultures watching from above in the city." Xiaqing frowned. "You should go back and rest. I'll go with them." Chu Yu knew that their day and night cycles were opposite. For Xiaqing, who should be sleeping, coming here was like staying up late. Alright then. She could teleport to Chu Yu's side, making him like a movable coordinate. She had just taken a potion to boost her strength, so she wasn't really tired. However, being in a strange environment in Myanmar made her a bit uneasy. Plus, tonight, Chushio was going to stir up trouble, so there would definitely be chaos in Myanmar in the coming days. Xia Qing drew a circle and instantly disappeared. Did she just teleport? She has that ability? I'm so jealous. He remembered a sci-fi movie where a teleporter could send themselves anywhere through a photo. Can she take people with her? We could leave here. They missed home. After such a long time, their parents and relatives might no longer be around. Maybe, as they said, they had turned into zombies. Seeing Xia Qing disappear made him believe even more in her words about taking them to the survivor base. To the beach. He had many things to do and many mysteries to solve. Zhang Shan quickly led Wang Xiaxia forward. Xiu walked in front.
Whoa. Honey, don't provoke that man.
His calmness is frightening. She had encountered many people and seen a lot of emotions in others. Fear, anxiety, tension, anger, irritation, and worry, among others. But this person was very calm, only showing fluctuations when it came to that girl. They looked like a couple, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem that way. There was more restraint. She felt restraint from Xiu. Why hold back? If you like someone, just be together. Wang Xiaxia pushed those thoughts aside. As long as this person could take them to the survivor base, that was enough. She wouldn't interfere in others' feelings anymore. She had learned that lesson the hard way. When she first gained this ability, she felt too many emotions, all kinds. It nearly drove her to the brink. She became afraid of people and wanted to avoid too much contact. She felt overwhelmed by the emotions of many people, as if she had read hundreds of novels at once, forcefully filling her with feelings. Since girls are naturally more empathetic, this caused her to be on the verge of a breakdown for a while. It took her a long time to accept her special ability. With such a power, the first step is to overcome it and become indifferent. If she resonates with their emotions, she risks breaking down and losing her mind. Fortunately, Zhang Shan was always there for her. She was also very scared. If she went to the base and faced others, she wouldn't be able to survive alone. Humans are social creatures. They form groups and can feel lonely. Occasionally being alone can relieve stress, but long periods of solitude can change a person's mindset. I can only take you there. I can't go in. The beach and the surrounding area are surrounded by electric fences. My invisibility power is affected by electricity. I almost got caught last time. Zhang Shan feared being captured, as they used those they caught as bait to trap mutated animals for fun. Some even made people eat the meat of these mutated creatures, causing them to mutate as well. Those individuals would physically change, becoming half human, half beast, and would eventually lose their sanity, becoming pets of the bear-like creatures.
Manhwa sa sununtay iu replete kodli.
The sensitive Wang Xiaxia immediately sensed a difference. This was Suyu's true emotion, calm and flat, like a still pond in the deep sea. He seemed even more indifferent, with a sharper aura. Had he been holding back when that girl was around? Wang Xiaxia was very curious. Before the apocalypse, she was a famous best-selling author. If Xia Qing delved deeper, she would discover that 2 of the novels she had drawn inspiration from for this world were written by the girl in front of her. Authors often have vivid imaginations. She couldn't help but wonder if they had some story together. Wang Xiaxia's mind was already filled with many ideas. Xia Qing returned to her own time and changed back into the clothes given by Lanyu. There were no signs of a break-in on the door. She opened the curtains, and the bright moon outside looked the same as before. A distant sound echoed, but by the time it reached them, it was very faint. Was that the sound of a cannon? Had things escalated that much? Looking at the bright moon, she thought about someone in another world and wondered how Xiu was doing. She glanced at her electronic watch, which had 2 dials. One showed her current time, and the other showed Xiu's time. It would take 2 hours to reach the beach. Xiu should be safe. She was also curious about what substances might be at the beach. Feeling bored and unable to sleep, she realized her phone hadn't been charged for days and quickly plugged it in. When she opened her phone, there were many messages from Chu Ran. Qingjie, I helped a Huang take a bath today. Qingjie, Nuanjie said, she wants to take me to Disneyland. I want to wait for you to come back and go together. Qingjie, a lot of people suddenly came today. They said they were looking for you. There were also photos of her parents, Sia Xiang and Yang Xia, wearing red ribbons around their necks. Sia Xiang, Yang Xia, and Linuan had all sent her messages. So did Jin Shi and Yang Cheng. Qing. Today was quite a big event. The city leaders came. You child. Doing such dangerous things. The village had even held a banquet. Since you weren't here, your dad and I attended for you. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Your parents are still proud of you. This medal will honor our family for generations. Your dad has already ordered a frame to display it at home. Jin Shi, I haven't had the time to thank you for the last incident. Let's go out for a meal when you have time. Yang Cheng, Happy New Year. Our program team is having a gathering. Do you want to join us? Xia Qing replied to each message, and it was already 1 a.m. Zhou Shen, the manager of the biological company, messaged her. Qing Jie, recently, biological research companies from Milan and Ross want to buy our patents. They offered $2 billion for now. Xia Qing quickly replied with 2 words. Not for sale. They were currently using artificial bones, and the results were excellent. Foreign companies wanted to buy the patents, but their country hadn't even started large-scale use yet. These foreigners held some advanced special medicines that weren't covered by insurance, and hundreds of thousands of people in their country were taking these expensive medicines, costing $8,000 to $9,000 per bottle. They wouldn't give their country any benefits but wanted to buy their patents? Xia Qing wouldn't sell the patent for just $2 billion. Even collaboration was out of the question. After Xia Qing replied, Zhou Shen almost instantly responded, okay. Zhou Shen had not slept well for several days. This patent could sell for $2 billion. That's not just $2, 20,000 or $2 million. It's $2 billion, a huge amount for many people. $1 million could take a long time for an average person to earn. He didn't want to sell it abroad, but ultimately, the decision was up to Xia Qing. Hearing her boss's positive response made Zhou Shen feel much more at ease. He could confidently refuse now. Xia Qing was playing on her phone before going to sleep, and around 4 a.m., she woke up. She originally wanted to check on Chu Xiu, but then she heard noises outside. She immediately became alert. What was happening? She quickly put on her shoes and opened the door. There were sounds of a struggle and the cries of children. Oh no! Xia Qing took out her knife and saw several men in the yard. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will harm this child. In the yard, there was only the light from solar lamps, and these men had cut off their power supply. Several men were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Everyone had left with Chu Xiu, leaving only De Bin and Lanyu behind. This place was very remote, and it was surprising that someone had targeted it. The man who had just been knocked down by Xiao Chuan and De Bin was getting up, enduring the pain. These two can really fight. Let the child go. Xiao Chuan frowned, looking at the 2 kids whose arms were being held tightly, turning their faces red. Don't hurt the children.
Da Bin Said urgently beside Xiao Chuan.
Go tie them up. If you resist, I will harm these 2 kids. Xiao Chuan and De Bin exchanged glances, frowning slightly. If they resisted, the 2 children would be in danger. Don't hurt the kids. Take out your valuables. We've been watching you for days. How dare you fight back? Suddenly, a slap aimed at Xiao Chuan struck him. The boy's fair face turned red instantly, and a bit of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He remained stubborn, refusing to give in. He clenched his fists tightly, but when he saw the children's faces turning red from being choked, he shouted, "It!" Seeing Xiao Chuan being hit made Xia Qing's face change dramatically. Such a good boy, the one who made her warm breakfasts, was being attacked. At that moment, 2 figures rushed out, targeting one of the men. These 2 were Xia Qing and Lanyu, one on the left and one on the right. One was unarmed, and the other had a knife.
Ah!
Xia Qing's knife plunged into his arm, showing just how fierce she could be. Let's just get rid of them. Lanyu kicked at his knee. The man winced in pain and released his grip on the child, almost falling over. Lanyu quickly turned and caught him. It was quite a clever move. The 2 of them surprisingly worked well together.
Wingya. Dr. Lan.
Xiao Chuan and De Bin shouted at the same time. Others rushed over to help, for people charging in. Did they really think they could overpower two women? The earlier surprise attack was just an accident. In just a few seconds, the four were lying on the ground, unable to move. Xia Qing had injured the two she fought, breaking bones and ribs with her strength. The other two were different. Their joints were dislocated, affecting the most sensitive areas of the body. Never underestimate a doctor. She could inflict over 100 non-lethal cuts, resulting in minor injuries that wouldn't even require jail time, just a short detention. She could also deliver a precise, fatal, using just the right amount of force to immobilize their joints. One person was still holding a child. Let the child go. Xia Qing aimed her gun. Why didn't you take out your gun earlier? Linuan asked, speechless. However, Xia Qing's swift actions impressed her, creating a sense of mutual respect.
Xia Qing didn't respond.
Should she say she was afraid of accidentally hitting someone? That her shooting skills were terrible? This skill relies partly on effort, but mostly on talent. She wanted to improve, but didn't have time to practice. Having talent is also very important. She didn't need to be perfect. Put the child down or I will shoot. Xia Qing's tone was calm and commanding, making the man nervous. After all, a small child couldn't shield him from a bullet. 3,
2.
Before she could count to 1, the man released the little girl, but she had already fainted from the pressure. Seeing this, Linuan rushed over to provide first aid. After a long time of performing CPR, the child finally revived, and her vital signs stabilized. Xiao Chuan and Abin untied their ropes and bound the 6 people together. Let's lock these people up and deal with them when Brother Xiu returns. Please let us go. We just wanted to make some money. We won't come back again. A few days ago, they noticed cars frequently passing by, filled with meat and other goods, thinking it was a secret area where they could make some quick cash at night. Xiao Chuan and Abin ignored them, giving each a firm punch to quiet them down, and they were all locked in the basement. It hurts. The injured individuals felt intense pain whenever they moved due to their dislocated joints. The 2 people who got injured today didn't react. By tomorrow, they will start swelling. The kids who were rescued were also quite scared. Xia Qing wanted to comfort them but realized they were very resilient.
Sigh.
The suffering children grow up quickly. You're really skilled. Want to spar? Linuan pushed her glasses up her nose, looking eager. Why wear glasses if you're not even nearsighted? Just by looking at the thickness of the glasses, she knew they weren't for nearsightedness. Linuan wanted to say that wearing glasses made her look more refined. We can fight, but if I win, I get to ask you 3 questions. Linuan thought for a moment. She had never met a girl who could fight like this. Especially not someone like Xia Qing, who didn't look like someone trained in martial arts. Long-term training changes a girl's body and especially her aura. Okay. Linuan was confident she wouldn't lose. She took off her glasses and set them aside, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and they both moved to the center of the yard where they had just fought. At that moment, the first ray of morning sunlight shone through her fingers, brushing her cheek. It was already 5 a.m., so you should have found the beach by now. Let's start. Linuan bowed to her like in a taekwondo match. Xia Qing returned the gesture politely. Is there a ritual even for fighting? She didn't understand, but respected it. Linuan charged in first, delivering a powerful strike, while Xia Qing held back. After all, they were just sparring. She couldn't injure her teammate. Their movements were quick and precise. Linuan was strong, but Xia Qing's reflexes and strength were on another level. Years of training made a difference, while Xia Qing had a unique advantage. In the end, Xia Qing won. Linuan was pinned down and couldn't move. I lost. She accepted her defeat gracefully. She wasn't someone who couldn't handle losing. You're really strong. Linuan knew her own strength was considerable, even among women, but compared to Xia Qing, it didn't measure up. It's just natural for me. That was the only excuse she could find. After they finished, it was already 5:30. Can I ask you questions now? Of course. Go ahead and ask. Linuan kept her promise. Since she agreed to Xia Qing, she would answer honestly. The first question, What is your purpose for coming here? To maintain harmony and stability. That makes sense, Linuan thought, as it wasn't against the rules. The second question was, what is Chu Xiu's true identity? You'll have to ask him that. Only Chu Xiu could explain his situation. She didn't want to upset Chu Xiu. When he got angry, he could be quite scary. Although he didn't hit women, his cold behavior could be very intimidating. Chu Xiu was unpredictable, and perhaps that child was his last remaining hope. There's one last question. Linuan smiled at Xia Qing, appreciating her skills. I haven't thought of a question yet. I'll save it for later. Sounds good. It's valid forever. They exchanged smiles. Xia Qing used to think that female friendships were built on going to the bathroom together, shopping, watching movies, and chatting about favorite shows and stars. There was empathy, companionship, understanding, and a bit of competition and jealousy. But she and Linuan seemed to be different from that. They were not ordinary women anymore. Qingjie, Dr. Linuan, come have breakfast. Under the sunlight, Lu Xiaochuan's slightly swollen face made Xia Qing frown. But she had been quite harsh, striking him and knocking out 2 front teeth. Now, he probably had a gap in his smile, which was a good revenge. Lu Xiaochuan and Abin had prepared breakfast. A large pot of clear soup with noodles. The children lined up quietly to eat. Although they weren't as frantic as before, they were still excited. After all, their wish was to have enough to eat every day, and not being hit was the happiest thing for them. Their current life was something they had never dared to dream of before. Xia Qing enjoyed a bowl of clear soup noodles. It was really tasty. Xiaochuan, at such a young age, was a much better cook than Chu Xiu. Linuan checked the little girl's health again. Duo's fever is gone. She should be fine now. That's good. A viral infection usually causes a fever for at least 3 days. The child's immune system is strong. Xia Qing thought, isn't it? She had secretly given her a health-boosting potion. The older boy was named Guzi. Sister, can I stay with you? Stay with me? Wouldn't it be better for me to take you back home to find your real parents? They might be looking for you. Actually, I remember them. I don't want to go back. What happened? My mom died, and after my dad got out of prison, he sold me. Her mother was very sick and was also abused by her father. After she went to jail, she sold him 3 months later. When the 7-year-old boy spoke about this, his eyes were dull, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. He clearly remembered that it was a rainy night 2 years ago, when he was just 5 years old. He was very hungry and searched through trash cans for food, eating what others had left behind. His father ignored him and sold him for money and another woman. Even if he were to be found again, what would change? He would still suffer. He was destined to be beaten wherever he went. But being able to eat enough here was good for him. I can help you. I can pick locks and trick kids. But I promise I won't trick you. The boy spoke very seriously. Xia Qing's lips twitched slightly as she looked at the child with sympathy. If you want to stay with me, you must stop lying, especially to children. Their mothers would go crazy if they couldn't find them. Okay. I promise. He didn't want to lie, but if he didn't, he would be beaten and go hungry. I remember where those kids lived. I tricked them into coming here with San Air. I can help them find their homes. The children here were given random names after being taken. San Air, standing behind him, also looked down in fear. He was 6 years old and had been taken 2 years ago. Some children are just kids, while others are treated like goods. Linuan shook her head slightly at the sight of these poor children. She had seen even more terrifying things, mostly stolen babies. We'll talk about sending you back home later. If no one can take care of you, will you stay with me? Xia Qing gently patted the boy's head to comfort him. Okay. He nodded vigorously. She already had 1 child. Taking in another would make it feel like a shelter, right? But she had cared for many people in this world, so 1 more wouldn't hurt. Many hands make light work. Kids are strong. She hadn't had her own child yet, but had already given 2 boys the title of brothers, Xia Yang and Chu Ran. After finishing her meal, Xia Qing turned to Linuan. Linuan, do you know when Chushio will be back? I don't know. If things go well, it should be a few days. They had been here for 3 whole days. The younger kids didn't think much. and quickly played together. The older kids actively helped with chores every day. The people locked in the basement had also been thrown out by Xiao Chuan and Abin. After warning them, they finally left. These few people are useless, even if they survive. During the day, Xiaqing and Linuan take care of several children here. At night, Xiaqing hides in her room to enter Suyu's world. She organizes her time very clearly. On the beach, Suyu has already set up a safe coordinate. Xiaqing teleports to Suyu's side. Wang Shasha and Zhang Shan are already used to it. If a light circle appears next to Suyu, it means Xiaqing has arrived. At this moment, Wang Shasha can sense Suyu's emotional changes. After a few times, she realizes that Suyu's mood swings come from Xiaqing. Anticipation and excitement, but nothing shows on his face. If she could still write novels, she would definitely include this. You've seen the beach. Does that mean we can go to the base now? Will there be a lot of people at the base? You know my wife's special ability. She has some social anxiety. Encountering too many people and feeling all those emotions at once could overwhelm her, leading to an emotional breakdown. While others actively use their abilities, Wang Shasha's ability is passive. There are indeed many people at the base. If you don't want to go there, how about the military base outside Siang City? We are currently renovating it and there are about a dozen people there. Xiaqing can absorb crystal beads when she has free time, so she can now teleport up to 8 people at once. Safety shouldn't be a problem. The outer wall's electric fence has already been installed. They have established the Qingtian Base Desert Subbase at this military location. You can choose for yourselves. Of course, if the environment is good, Qingtian Base is the best option. Plus, you are pregnant, so you just need to exchange points for supplies. Points? Where do these points come from? The first way is through work. You are a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, right? You can earn points by working. The second way is to find valuable items, like gold, jewelry, or famous paintings. Of course, you can also offer some useful items. These useful items must be deemed valuable by Xiaqing. I have a family recipe for medicated plaster. Plus, I have supplements for men's health and a hair growth tonic. However, I don't think you need them. Your hair is thick, your health is good, and you seem very fit. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he can tell just by looking. Zhang Shan glanced at Suyu, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Men also have a tendency to compare. Cough, cough. I only write novels. Can I exchange this for points? My wife, Wang Shasha, writes very famous novels. Publishers all over the country are eager to get them. She has been the top-selling female author on Lychee Network for 5 years. Her works include The First Empress, Power Over the World, Foam Jiu Returns, Immortal Hidden, Spring Heart, and more. Zhang Shan looked very proud. Xiaqing's eyes lit up, and she felt a bit shy. The author she had found books from the bookstore was right here. Is your pen named Little Chili? Are you my fan? Her books were indeed very popular. Xiaqing shyly touched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. How about this? I'll cover all the food and supplies for your child after they are born as payment for your copyright. Wang Shasha looked a bit confused. You can continue writing novels, and I will buy your copyright. Really? Are you serious? Wang Shasha couldn't believe her ears. Novels seemed worthless now. People had turned into zombies and mutated animals had eaten them. Money had become worthless. Her novels and fame had vanished with the apocalypse. Supplies, food, and clean water were what she truly needed, especially now that she was pregnant. How would she feed her child? If she didn't have milk, where would she find formula? She had been anxious since she found out she was pregnant. Now someone was telling her she could solve this problem as long as she kept writing novels. She was willing, very willing. Of course it's true. To be honest, I've read your books before, and they're really good.
I'm willing.
I want to write. Writing novels was her hobby, and she could use what she loved to get what she urgently needed. If you're writing novels, I'm not in a hurry, so you don't need to rush. At least I need to prepare your supplies, right? They would at least provide her with a computer. Saying this, Xiaqing took out a bag of apples from her space. Recently, her space had upgraded, and it produced a lot of fruit in no time. Unfortunately, the apple tree couldn't be taken out. If she did, it would turn into an apple core. It seemed it could only grow and bear fruit in her space. Here, eat these first. Eating one apple a day is good for the baby. Thank you. Wang Shasha looked at the shiny red apples, each bigger than her hand. She could only hold them close, feeling a bit at a loss. She thought that her novel wouldn't be useful and that her husband's role was more significant. She didn't expect Xia Qing to be so enthusiastic about her. Wang Shasha discussed with Zhang Shan and decided to go to the base first. Okay, I'll take you to the base now. She asked Sia to wait for a moment and then transported the two of them to the base. Make sure to take good care of these two. Provide them with all necessary supplies. Understood. The base staff, seeing Xia Qing give such special instructions to the two survivors for the first time, couldn't help but pay extra attention to them. After all, it was a special request from the deputy base leader. Xia Qing transported a team of special ability users and a team of evolved individuals, totaling about 30 people. They had been sent in batches over the past 3 days. Their special ability team included a unique ability user who could create a light and shadow barrier, which could cover an area of 100 square meters. The user controlled sunlight to create an illusion, making it so that people from the Xiong Nation wouldn't see them as long as they didn't enter the area. The location they chose was also very hidden. When Xia Qing arrived again, Chu Xiu and the others were discussing how to attack the beach area. Although they hadn't entered the Xiong Nation in the past few days, they had seen how cruel the people there were, using people from Long Nation as bait. By the time they rescued them, it was too late, and they had already been tortured to death. The military base is being built gradually. We can use military tanks to directly attack the beach. Wang Han, that's a good idea, but who will drive them? This required professionals to operate. Their tanks included infantry and heavy tanks, which needed technical skills. It wasn't as simple as driving a car. I'll find a way to borrow people from the Long Nation base, Sia said in a serious tone. Now, the researchers from the Long Nation base were actively wanting to come to their base. The Qingtian base had recently become a construction powerhouse, constantly expanding and building, aiming to become the largest doomsday fortress. Keep a close watch on the movements at the beach in the coming days. Understood. What if we send a few people to infiltrate their ranks?
Wang Han suggested.
Isn't that too dangerous? The beach is full of people from the Xiong Nation, and they are quite extreme. Xia Qing frowned, feeling that this method was not very friendly. Then should we capture someone from the Xiong Nation and interrogate them? Zhou Chun proposed. I have an idea. Our base has a newly awakened ability, transformation ability, which can be used after 5 days of selection. This person is in Yang Shua's team. Due to her special abilities, she was assigned to a support team of ability users. I'll go bring him back. Xia Qing obediently acted as the transporter, and soon she brought someone over. When Xia Qing arrived with a person, she was puzzled because Wang Han told her it was a boy, but she brought back a mature woman instead. As soon as the woman appeared, several men's eyes were instantly glued to her. Sorry, everyone. My transformation hasn't reverted yet. You little rascal. Have you been watching something inappropriate? Ahem. Why would a grown man transform into a woman? The woman's figure combined with the man's rough voice was quite strange. He couldn't help but try his abilities, thinking of a woman, and ended up looking like this. Not to mention, he had transformed into someone with a curvy figure. It would take another day to revert back. In the end, they decided to capture someone from the Bear Flame Nation to let the man transform and infiltrate as an undercover agent. The rest was for Chu Xiu to negotiate for a group of people at the Dragon Nation base. However, they would definitely need food, and Xia Qing couldn't buy large amounts in the Myanmar area. Fortunately, she had the acceleration space, where she stored fruit seeds that could grow quickly. From planting to harvest would take at most 2 days. Recently, Chu Xiu had been absorbing crystal beads, and without an invitation from Xia Qing, he hadn't visited her time-space. However, their relationship remained harmonious and cooperative. Well, I'll head back now, Chu Xiu. Okay. Suyu's eyes darkened as he watched Xia Qing disappear, but he didn't move. Suyu, something seems off with you, Wang Han joked. Not at all. Really? You've been rushing in and out of the subbase lately, and your expression is very serious. The others also noticed Suyu's changes in recent days, but no one dared to speak up. Wang Han had some understanding of what kind of person Suyu was. He was good-looking, fit, and a special forces leader, which naturally gave him an aura. Before the apocalypse, many girls chased after him for his number, but he remained indifferent, even making some cry. He didn't care at all. Since the base was established, his status was clear, and being single attracted more people wanting to get close to him, but those individuals were quickly dealt with. He even coldly warned, if you show up in front of me again, you won't be able to stay at the base. That scared the girls, making them hide whenever they saw Suyu. Suyu, you are too restrained. Now that we are in the apocalypse, we don't have so many responsibilities anymore. In the apocalypse, we should let go even more. Wang Han was really worried about Suyu. After all these years alone, he wondered if there was something wrong with Suyu's orientation. But seeing his reaction to Xia Qing, anyone who knew Suyu a little could tell something was off. Suyu remained silent. He wasn't worried about responsibilities. He needed to find the cause of the apocalypse and the reason for their connection to this space. It was like a ticking time bomb, and he didn't want the end to come before it even began. If something did happen between him and Xia Qing, or if she agreed to it, what would happen when the space closed? At least for now, Xia Qing had an escape route. In the room, Suyu's sharp features were filled with coldness. His heart raced, and emotions swirled in his eyes, but he eventually closed them, swallowed hard, and opened his eyes again, returning to his usual calm. The more he restrained himself, the more it surged. One day it would explode. The next day, the food at home is running low. I need to go shopping today, Dabin said, looking at the dwindling supplies in the kitchen. It took over an hour to drive to the market from here. They lived in a remote area. Originally, their food was enough, but with a few kids arriving recently, it wasn't sufficient anymore. Those boys are eating me out of house and home, especially a bunch of hungry kids. They're all in a growth phase. Then I'll go with you. Xia Qing felt a bit bored staying here. It's dangerous outside. Xiuge said to ensure your safety. You've seen my strength, having another person helps. With so many of us, we need to buy a lot. Xiuge said to ensure your safety. You've seen my strength, having another person helps. With so many of us, we need to buy a lot. She thought about the chance to buy some things too. How about this? I'll go with Sister Qing to shop, Xiao Chuan said, wanting to accompany her. Dabin looked at Lan Yu. Alright, just come back early. Lan Yu knew Xia Qing's strength. If something really happened, she was capable of defending herself, especially since she had a handgun. Xia Qing packed up and set off with Xiao Chuan. They drove. This time, she wore a neat outfit that belonged to Lan Yu. When your brother Xiu returns, I'll be going back home. Next time I'll send you some. This time, she wore a neat outfit that belonged to Lan Yu. When your brother Xiu returns, I'll be going back home. Next time I'll send you something fun. Is there anything you like? Food is not lacking in the area, but supplies are still quite scarce. When Xia Qing heard that Xiao Chuan was going back home, his expression darkened and he hesitated. Thank you, Qing Jia. Can I ask you to check on my grandmother when you go back? My parents have passed away, and my grandmother raised me. I probably won't be able to return. At least for the next few. Sure, no problem. Just send me the address on WeChat, and I'll take some photos for you. Xia Qing vaguely guessed Xiao Chuan's situation, which is why she asked him. It's not easy. There are always some unsung heroes. These heroes are all young. This reminded her of the group of 18 and 19-year-olds who put out a big fire years ago. Everyone's choices are different, and so are their fates. At this age, some are carefree and attending university, while others, like Xiao Chuan, have lost their parents and are working to support younger siblings. Thank you, Qing Jia. Xiao Chuan was very touched. After an hour of bumpy travel, they finally arrived. They reached a place in the area that resembled a small town, with roads made of gravel. The entire street was quiet, with no one around. It was morning, and there should have been many people trading. Sia Qing frowned when she saw a body shot by a gun on the roadside, with items scattered all over the shops. It looked like it had been ravaged by invaders. Did the rebel army come here? This is their stronghold. How could they be so bold? It shouldn't be. Xiu is working with the government forces. The rebel army shouldn't have time to come here. Xiao Chuan noticed bullet marks on the wall. These were from Milan's new type of bullets. She and Xiao Chuan entered a shop where the owner had already been killed. Money won't help now. Even so, Xiao Chuan placed 500 yuan next to the body. They needed food, so Xiao Chuan and Xia Qing moved several bags of rice and flour, as well as noodles, into the car. They also took many sauces and other items. They didn't plan to stay long, so they hurriedly left to avoid encountering trouble again. They couldn't solve the fighting on their own. Just as they drove out of the town, a broken shell fell in front of them. The explosion made Xia Qing's ears ring. She heard a vehicle approaching from behind. Her hearing was very sharp. Xia Qing frowned and got out of the car. Xiao Chuan, you go back first. No way, Qingjie. If you leave, I'm leaving with you. Xiao Chuan was very determined. He had to ensure Xia Qing's safety. This was the task given to him by Chu Xiu, and he was willing to do it. Sister Qing was kind and warm, and she was fierce in a fight. Qingjie, you drive away, I'll hold them off. No way. She couldn't let Xiao Chuan stay behind. If she stayed, she could enter her space if things got dangerous. This was a secret she couldn't share with Xiao Chuan. If needed, she could call for help, but Xiao Chuan had no backup. Xiao Chuan's gaze was resolute, and she knew it was impossible to make him leave on his own. First, drive the car to the back of that hill. Hopefully, those people would just pass by and not cause them trouble. The road ahead had a large crater from a recent explosion. The windshield of their van was shattered. They had to take a detour. After Xia Qing got in the car, Xiao Chuan continued to drive. Before they could reach the dirt hill, a military truck caught up with them. The truck had changed from green to a dusty gray color, and it was large. With a loud crash, it slammed into the back of their van, flipping it over. Qingjie, are you okay? Xia Qing bumped her head, but wasn't hurt.
Stay calm.
If anything happens, don't worry about me. You run. I'll be fine. Trust your sister. Xia Qing spoke quickly, which made Xiao Chuan's eyes well up with tears. Xia Qing could hear the commotion outside, but she couldn't understand what they were saying. About 7 or 8 tall men got out of the truck. They clearly weren't from the local rebel army. These were trained soldiers. The rebel army was made up of various groups of troublemakers and terrorists, not comparable to a regular army. They raised their guns and fired into the van. Xia Qing was incredibly lucky. She didn't get hit, and neither did anyone else. But Xiao Chuan's luck seemed to run out. A bullet struck his left shoulder, and another hit his leg. The shattered glass from the van cut Xia Qing's back. Xiao Chuan. Blood started to flow down. Xiao Chuan gritted his teeth, his face pale, and pressed on the gas, trying to get the car moving. The tires were shot out, and the people outside watched them in a panic, like eagles hunting chicks. It was a feeling of playing with them. They originally came to the area to hunt, and now they were even more excited to encounter people. One man opened the car door and ruthlessly pulled Lu Xiaochuan and Xia Qing out. Xiaochuan was injured and wanted to fight back against them. Qingjie. Xiaochuan, despite the pain, wanted to protect Xia Qing. Don't touch Qingjie. A man nearby kicked Lu Xiaochuan away. Xiaochuan tried to resist, but his body was pinned down, and the man stepped his injured leg. The pain made Xiaochuan break into a cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth, remaining silent. A man behind him aimed a submachine gun at his forehead but did not shoot immediately. Instead, he seemed to enjoy Xiaochuan's suffering. Seeing that he didn't cry out, the man stepped down even harder. These people were dressed in gray camouflage and military boots, pretending to be soldiers from the area. Xia Qing glanced around and noticed several people from different countries, with the most being from Milan. These people are mercenaries. Only mercenaries would have such a mixed group. This was a mercenary team. The people from the nearby towns were probably killed by this group. Sia had seen the power of mercenaries in Thailand. How interesting, there's a beautiful woman in the car. I want to have my turn first. You're lucky, this girl is pretty, just don't kill her. Their mission was to create chaos in the area and hunt civilians, forcing many refugees to flee to the border of Huaxia. In the past few days of fighting, many people from the area wanted to escape to Huaxia, even trying to cross the border. Recently, the pressure at Huaxia's border had increased significantly, and they could not allow refugees from the area to enter. Moreover, there was unrest in the neighboring country, with shells landing on Huaxia's border and destroying a house. Huaxia had already sent 100,000 soldiers to guard the border, determined not to let any refugees enter. They would never take in refugees from other countries. Sia had fair skin and beauty, thanks to her improved physique and effective skincare products. Her skin was smooth and poreless. A burly man, likely from Milan, grabbed her by the hair. Sia had already taken out a small dagger from her space, ready to strike. The man walked to the back of the van and threw out some items inside. Hurry up, our brothers are waiting. One man didn't want to do this and turned to get back in the car, lighting a cigarette. Come on, let's go. As he spoke, the man pointed a gun at Sia.
Let me in.
Although I couldn't understand the language, I knew what the gesture meant. I didn't understand why men always wanted to do such things at times like this. Thinking about the invasion of our country, the streets were filled with women who were exposed and vulnerable. Women were treated as objects of amusement, as if hurting them was part of their enjoyment of the invasion. I lowered my head, pretending to crawl in, then suddenly kicked the man in the groin. I wouldn't give him a chance to cry out. I struck his throat, creating a wound that silenced him. The spot I aimed for was taught to me by Chu Xiu. It was a precise strike that left him unable to resist. These men had no special abilities and were far weaker than the evolved humans from the apocalypse. Recently, I had been drinking the body-enhancing liquid like it was a beverage, boosting my physical abilities and reflexes. Plus, this man underestimated me. I crouched by the car window and saw a few men discussing something in the distance. On the ground lay Lu Xiaochuan, who had been beaten. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you.
Wing Ye.
Lu Xiaochuan's eyes were bloodshot, desperate to save me, but his mouth was bleeding from the blows he received, and his fists were clenched tightly. He had been shot in the arm and leg, blood staining his body, and his leg was swollen from being stomped on. He was roaring in anger. But those men seemed to enjoy his suffering. The more he yelled, the more entertained they became. They grew more excited, and one even took out a phone to record the scene. To them, human lives were just trophies. I took out an air burst grenade from the apocalypse. I had many weapons from that time stored away, but I rarely used them in this world. Now, I couldn't worry about that. I threw it at the group. There was no sound. The air around us was suddenly away, creating a strong gust that knocked them back. Seizing the moment, I rushed over and picked up the severely injured Lu Xiaochuan. The driver nearby saw the sudden turn of events and immediately got out of the car. I threw a smoke bomb, also from the apocalypse. When it exploded, a thick pink fog spread over a 500-meter area, obscuring everything. What is this? The men had never seen such a smoke bomb before. The pink bubbles quickly formed, sticking to them like chewing gum as they approached. Sia ran quickly while carrying the injured Xiaochuan on her back. Jia, don't worry about me, just go. Xiaochuan's arms and legs were injured, and he weakly urged her to leave. No, I will take you with me. Xiaoqing's tone was firm, but Xiaochuan's eyes were red from pain, and he looked pale from blood loss. He was barely holding on with sheer willpower. Xiaoqing was strong, but Xiaochuan was losing too much blood, and if it continued, he might not survive. She couldn't stop now. She had to keep running with him on her back. However, after a while, she sensed something was wrong. The person on her back felt weak and cold.
Xiaochuan?
Realizing he was losing too much blood, Xiaoqing quickly took out first aid supplies from her bag and gave him a bottle of health-boosting liquid. She also sent a message to Lan Yu using Xiaochuan's phone. Then, She injected him with adrenaline, a hemostatic needle, and gave him medicine to prevent infection. She quickly followed a series of first aid steps. Although the bleeding had stopped for now, he needed surgery as soon as possible. However, she couldn't remove the bullet and had to wait for Lanyu to arrive. Xiao Chuan, you can't die. You have to stay alive. Xia Qing patted Xiao Chuan's face, and he opened his eyes weakly. Qing Jia, run. Seeing him in pain made Xia Qing's eyes red. She couldn't run far with the injured Xiao Chuan. The group might be chasing them. She set him down carefully. You must survive. I sent Lanyu your location. She will come to save you. Don't make any noise. Xiao Chuan wanted to tell Xia Qing to leave, but he couldn't muster the strength to speak, his grip on her shirt weak. He was extremely weak. Even in movies, people who get shot and fight back are just fictional. Xia Qing wiped away the blood on the ground, her ears alert to sounds nearby. She had planned to use a bomb to eliminate their pursuers. But instead of the mercenaries, a figure in a black tactical suit appeared, exuding a cold aura and holding a black laser gun. It was Chu Xiu. In another world, he could sense Xia Qing. When she was in danger, the space would automatically open a portal for him. He had been transported here right after she threw a flashbang. Someone nearby noticed his arrival and saw Xia Qing carrying a man as she fled. Chu Xiu had to deal with the person behind them. The man's voice was deep. Xia Qing.
Chu Xiu.
The two spoke almost at the same time. Chu Xiu's hand tightened as he struggled to resist the urge to rush over and hug her. He held his breath, seemingly enduring. Seeing Chu Xiu, Xia Qing sighed in relief. She had almost gone out to confront those troublemakers. Fortunately, she hadn't thrown the bomb. Chu Xiu noticed that Xia Qing was covered in blood.
Chu Xiu, please help me check.
The child was shot twice, once in the shoulder and once in the leg. I gave him a strength-enhancing liquid, a hemostatic injection, and adrenaline. Can you see if there's anything else? He can't die. Xia Qing was very worried about Xiao Chuan, the boy who had risked his life to protect her and help her escape. He was only 18 years old, and his grandmother was waiting for him. Xia Qing turned to look at Chu Xiu. His expression was calm, his eyes downcast, hiding his emotions. He looked at her, and a mix of feelings surged within him, a bitter taste in his throat. Take me to see him. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing hurriedly pulled Chu Xiu to check on Lu Xiaochuan. Her hand was soft and warm, but Chu Yu's heart was anxious, his deep gaze filled with turmoil. At that moment, Xia Qing didn't notice Chu Yu's feelings. She was focused on first aid, unsure if it would work, especially since Lu Xiaochuan's injuries were serious.
How is he? He won't die.
Chu Yu's tone was very cold, and if one listened closely, they could hear his displeasure. We need to remove the bullets. The longer they stay in his body, the more dangerous it becomes. What should we do? I'll carry him back and find Lanyu to take out the bullets. Xia Qing glanced at her phone, noticing weak signal strength. Although her message to Lanyu had been sent, there was no reply. I'll do it. I'll take them out. Xia Qing felt that Chu Yu's tone was a bit strange today. Chu Xiu took out a set of medical tools from his bag and began to disinfect the tweezers. He was familiar with this kind of work. He had been shot before. However, his movements were not very gentle. After disinfection, even though Lu Xiaochuan was unconscious, he still woke up in pain. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Quick, run, Qing Jia. Even in his unconscious state, Xiaochuan didn't forget to say this. Chu Yu's expression darkened as he quickly removed the bullets and bandaged the wounds. What happened here? Didn't you say that Huaxia is very safe? It's very safe, but I'm currently in the conflict zone. There's been unrest and fighting here, and many civilians have been shot. I came here to collect jade, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. Xiao Chuan has also been badly injured. She underestimated the seriousness of the conflict. Chu Xiu frowned slightly, looking at the boy's pale, clean face. He really wanted to ask who this man was. A friend? A boyfriend? Or something else? But he couldn't bring himself to ask. What right did he have? He understood they were from two different worlds. He also knew that Xia Qing had her own life here. But when faced with the reality, he realized it was a painful situation. The sky was getting dark. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside him. The unease felt like an undercurrent, always churning in his heart. In the end, he restrained his feelings and managed to calm down a bit. I'll carry Xiao Chuan back. She couldn't just leave Xiao Chuan here. His recently calmed heart began to stir again at Xia Qing's words. His breathing became heavy. I'll take you back. I'll carry him. What if we encounter danger? This internal conflict is very dangerous. The horror of war lies in its brutality. People are shot without reason. Those who are not of our kind may have different hearts. Exactly. Compared to zombies, inhumane humans are even scarier. Suyu's world is filled with constant conflict, and he is a special forces soldier on the front lines. Their wars are technological, hand-to-hand, and about survival. They fight for food, land, and water, just like animals in nature. Fortunately, there haven't been large-scale bombings yet. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to escape. The goal of those people is to create chaos in the conflict zone, forcing many refugees to flee to Huaxia, putting pressure on its borders. Suyu, can't you stay for long? The sun is setting, it should be fine. In your world, the sunlight hurts me during the day, but I'm fine at night. Xia Qing actually wanted to ask if he had been here at night. But given the current situation, it didn't seem like the right time to ask. Then you can't stay for long either, right? First, let's get you back. Where to? Recently, Suyu has been forcing himself to enhance his abilities, hunting mutated animals almost every day. In Xia Qing's world, he can't stay long during the day due to the sunlight, but the nighttime hours are significantly longer. Suyu had a faint suspicion that their current situation might be related to the sun.
It was just a guess.
Okay. Anyway, the place was chaotic, and Xiao Chuan was seriously injured, so Suyu felt a bit safer. Suyu carried Lu Xiao Chuan on his back, while Xia Qing followed closely, observing their surroundings. The van they had used was definitely not drivable anymore, which was a shame since she had bought so much food. Xia Qing didn't know the way back. Only Lu Xiao Chuan could drive. Their courtyard was also a very hidden place. At that moment, the sky grew darker. Let's go to the nearby houses. There were a few scattered homes ahead, mostly simple bungalows. They entered one that was empty. No one here. Let's rest here for the night. Xiao Chuan is seriously injured and can't keep moving. Although Suyu had given him first aid, he had been shot twice. Especially his leg, which had been shot and then stepped on by several people. Inside the room, Xia Qing was about to tidy up the bed when she suddenly felt pain in her back and her face turned pale. Suyu laid Lu Xiao Chuan on the bed and noticed Xia Qing's strange expression, then saw her back. You're hurt on your back. Xia Qing was wearing a black shirt, and while it was torn, it wasn't bleeding. It should be fine. She had been tense during their escape, and carrying Xiao Chuan had masked the pain. Now that they were in a safe place, she felt the pain. It's probably from glass shards. Xia Qing remembered that when the car window shattered, some glass had pierced her back. We need to take care of it quickly, or it will get infected.
Should you frowned, clearly worried.
Xia Qing was thinking about how to treat her wound, especially since it was on her back and she needed to remove the glass shards. She couldn't do it herself. As she was pondering, Lu Xiao Chuan's phone rang. Since he was still unconscious, Xia Qing answered the call. Xiao Chuan, where's Xia Qing?
How is she? Where are you?
A deep, tense voice came from the phone. It was Chu Xiu. It's me. I'm fine, but Xiao Chuan was shot twice. He's not in life-threatening danger, so don't worry. I'm on my way to your location. Stay put and wait for me. Chu Xiu's voice was unusually tense, sounding hoarse from days without rest. In the past few days, he had been busy dealing with Lin Shuang's people. Unfortunately, Lin Shuang had escaped, and then he received a message from Lan Yu. Lan Yu sent a text to Xiao Chuan but received no reply. He was hiding in the basement with a few children. Now, most of the chaos in the Myanmar region has been quelled, leaving only a few troublesome mercenaries causing havoc. Chushio started to worry, feeling tense. He had never been afraid before, but not hearing from Xiaoqing made him anxious.
Buzz.
The phone made a static noise. Many infrastructures in the Myanmar region were destroyed, and the phone signal was unstable. With the signal gone, Xiaoqing was still thinking about how to treat her wound. She could return to the Qingtian base to find someone for help. But Siachuan would probably need Siu's care. Xiaoqing, sit here. I'll help you with your wound. Turning around, she saw Siu taking out a set of sterilization tools and tweezers from his bag. He looked serious and professional, like a doctor, but there was something he was trying to hide in his deep eyes. Xiaoqing seemed reluctant to refuse. Suyu approached Lu Xiaochuan and turned his unconscious head to the side. He was already unconscious, so there was no need to move him. Xiaoqing felt shy to speak up. I'm a professional. If we don't treat it, it will get infected. Suyu's magnetic voice sounded serious, but carried a hint of other emotions.
Okay, fine.
Don't move. I'll cut your clothes open. Xiaoqing's heart started racing. Why did Suyu's voice sound so nice? It sent shivers down her spine.
Oh.
Xiaoqing had initially wanted to pull her clothes aside. She had been too bold. Suyu moved gently, afraid of causing Xiaoqing any further harm. He cut open the back of her shirt, revealing pink lace straps. His throat moved slightly, and his hands trembled a bit. Breath caught. What's wrong? Is it serious? Xiaoqing frowned slightly. She hoped the glass hadn't gone too deep. It shouldn't be worse than Xiaochuan's injury. A few pieces of glass went in deeply. I need to remove them. I'll give you a little anesthetic.
Okay.
Did he really have anesthetic in his bag? It seemed he hadn't used any when treating Lu Xiaochuan. The anesthetic needle pricked her back, causing a tingling sensation. His eyelids flickered slightly, and he discreetly shifted his gaze from the lace fabric his fingers touched. His throat moved again, as if he was controlling his emotions. Suyu was very careful. But Xiaoqing really wanted to complain. He had just treated Xiaochuan's wound and wasn't this careful. It made her very nervous. Suyu carefully removed several pieces of glass from the wound. The injury was indeed deep, so he could only apply some medicine and bandage it up. Xiaoqing's heart raced, and she felt a warm, gentle touch on her back. She was so tense that she couldn't focus on anything else around her, only on his fingertips. After finishing the last bandage, he said, "Your clothes are torn, and there's blood on the inside. You need to change." The pink lace top was stained with red marks. He stiffly looked up, his eyes swirling with emotions, and his throat moved slightly, showing he was also tense. He reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Seeing Xiaoqing's flushed ears, a faint smile appeared on his lips. All done. Siyu's slightly husky voice came from above Xiaoqing. I'll go change my clothes now, she replied, her soft voice tinged with shyness. After speaking, her ears turned red, and she hurriedly left the spot. Xiaoqing went into the small room and took out a set of clothes from her space to change into. Her back didn't hurt much anymore, but the slight tingling sensation was still there. Looking at her pink lace underwear, which had a small blood stain on the back, she thought, he must have seen that. How embarrassing. Why did she wear pink? She should have worn something black or white and modest. Cough, cough. How could she even think of such things? Suyu was very serious. In her eyes, he always upheld his principles even in the apocalypse. He was decisive against bad people and sincere with his teammates, a true special forces soldier. He clearly had a strong sense of justice, protecting the country. He was also very busy, wanting to solve the apocalypse and leading humanity's progress. How could he have such thoughts? Suyu turned around, his deep gaze landing on her as she seemed to flee the scene, and his cold expression softened a bit. After Xiaoqing changed into clean clothes, she came back in. Suyu looked at her, and the blush on her cheeks hadn't faded. It seemed to have deepened. A quick flash of amusement crossed his eyes, which Xiaoqing didn't notice. She asked, "How is Xiaochuan now?" "He's not in serious trouble. He fainted from blood loss, but will wake up tomorrow." It was getting dark outside, and the apocalypse was brightening. "How is the situation at the beach?" "I still need to send someone over. Our people have already infiltrated." We need to send someone, and I've made an agreement with the president of the underground base in Longwa. He will send a group to drive military tanks. Shall we go now? We need to hide Xiao Chuan. Hide under the bed.
Okay.
Xia Qing cleaned under the wooden bed and discovered a tunnel. How is there a tunnel here? Tunnels usually hide things. I'll go take a look. The tunnel was pitch dark, and she didn't know what was inside. Xia Qing followed behind, feeling no fear. She had seen everything in the apocalypse. What strange things could be in a tunnel? She was already used to zombies and decaying bodies. She took out a flashlight from her space and found that the tunnel was quite spacious. There were no bodies or anything bloody, just boxes and boxes of items. Xia Qing casually opened one box and found it was filled with canned goods. She looked at one can's label, which was in Milan language, with a production date from a year ago. These are military rations meant for soldiers. Self-heating rice, canned luncheon meat, type 18 chocolate, canned pork meatballs, and braised pork. There must be at least 10,000 boxes here. The bedroom under the tunnel was completely filled with military rations. That's enough food to supply hundreds of people for a month. Chu Xiu estimated the quantity. But there's no shortage of food in the Myanmar area. How did they get these military rations? Xia Qing was curious too. Military rations have a long shelf life. They can last for 5 years without issue. Regular food spoils, but canned goods are made through high-temperature sterilization and vacuum sealing, giving them a long shelf life. Weren't you saying that the country we're in is experiencing internal conflict? Maybe these are prepared for those people. When there's fighting, cooking is too time-consuming. These cans are very convenient. Moreover, if there's fighting and artillery strikes in densely populated areas, buildings become targets. Without intercepting missiles, it could turn into ruins. Isn't it very dangerous for us to be here now? Hiding here isn't great. We've ended up in a hideout for terrorists. Fortunately, Chu Xiu dealt with those people. They were also coming to collect supplies.
Yes.
What terrible luck. Then let's hurry and leave. Chu Xiu said that this food could feed over 100 people for a month, but there are only 2 of them now. The difference in numbers is too great. It's best to run away. We can fight and run. These supplies can't be wasted. Let's store them, and then this place up. After saying this, Xia Qing stored the items. She climbed up, and Chu Xiu carried Lu Xiaochuan on his back. This is a timed grenade that can flatten this place. Press the button. The red one is the timer, with a minimum of 30 seconds and a maximum of 2 minutes. Following Chu Xiu's instructions, Xia Qing set the timer for 1 minute and threw it into the room. Then, the 2 quickly left. A minute later, they heard a loud explosion. The area should be flattened, taking care of a stash of supplies for the mercenaries. Those mercenaries were probably sent by the Milan country, as there have been ongoing tensions between China and Milan. They walked for over an hour, surrounded by desolation, and the sky gradually darkened. I don't have enough time, Chu Xiu frowned. He didn't want to go back. I'll leave Xiaochuan here for now, and I'll find you in the apocalypse later. Before Xia Qing could finish her sentence, Chu Xiu was suddenly pulled back. Xia Qing had to carry Xiaochuan again. She checked her phone but had no signal, and Xiaochuan's phone was the same. The surroundings were desolate, with only the bright moonlight illuminating their path. Drowsily, she felt the person on her back move slightly. Xiaochuan? Seeing this, Xia Qing set Lu Xiaochuan down and noticed he had opened his eyes. Xiaochuan, how do you feel? Cough, cough. Xiaochuan coughed a couple of times, his voice weak.
Wing ye.
It's okay now, we're both alive. Now we just need to wait for Chushio to find us, or, do you know the way? Which direction should we go? She thought Xiaochuan would wake up the next day, but he surprised her by waking up in the middle of the night. Youth really has its advantages. Most importantly, Xia Qing had given him quite a few injections. Xiaochuan struggled to look around and pointed in a direction. It should be that way. Great, with you guiding us, we'll be fine. Saying this, Xia Qing picked up Lu Xiaochuan again. Her small shoulders, combined with her height, looked quite unbalanced. Xiaochuan lay on Xia Qing's back, his face slightly flushed. He had never been this close to a girl before. His handsome face turned a bit red, and his throat felt a little scratchy. Qingjie, let me down. I can walk by myself.
Walk.
Your leg is still swollen. How can you walk with a leg like that? I can walk by myself. Qingjie. Lu Xiaochuan insisted on getting down. It was one thing for her to carry him when he was unconscious, but now that he was awake, it felt wrong to be carried. His pale face was turning red from the effort. Xia Qing couldn't argue with him and had to let him down. As soon as he got down, Lu Xiaochuan felt a sharp pain in his left leg. Although the bullet was removed, the injury was swollen from being stepped on. He stumbled on his first step and almost fell. Xia Qing quickly caught him. In a caring tone, she said, I told you, you can't walk on that leg. Let me carry you. Don't worry, I'm strong. Xia Qing saw Lu Xiaochuan as a younger brother and didn't think much of it, ignoring his embarrassment. When it came to the man she liked, even a slight touch made her nervous, her heart racing, and she felt lost. Meanwhile, Xiu was pushed back, looking quite upset. Xiaoyu, we have 7 people from the underground base in Longwa. All of them are excellent soldiers. They can drive tanks, General Xie said. Xiu frowned slightly. This was far fewer than he expected. There were many soldiers in the base, but now they could hardly mobilize anyone. General Xie. It's bad. Li Yong and his group are coming over, claiming we unfairly distributed food to them. But we don't have much food in the entire base. Since Xia Qing had been in the Myanmar area recently, food was prioritized for the Qingtian base. We are all ability users. Why do those researchers get better food than us? Exactly. They have strawberries and fruits, while we have nothing. When the zombies attacked, what did they do to help? The people outside began to stir. Xiu was already in a bad mood. When those researchers went to the Qingtian base for exchanges, Xia Qing had given each of them a big gift bag upon their return. There's no secret that stays hidden, so it spread quickly. These awakened ability users at the bottom felt superior, thinking their powers made them saviors of the world. They started to complain about the food distribution. A few people rushed over, and the main door was smashed. The situation became serious. Li Yong, who was leading, shouted the loudest and was already at the front. He hadn't even had the chance to say the next words when a golden red flame suddenly engulfed him. Before he could scream in pain, he turned into a pile of ashes right before everyone's eyes. In just a few seconds, he was completely burned away. The others quickly calmed down, realizing how powerful Suyu's abilities were. They had seen fire users before, but even when fire burned a person, it usually took half an hour and left behind bones. Yet Suyu's flames turned a person to ashes in seconds. Anyone who disagrees can leave the base. We don't support idlers or useless people. Suyu's cold gaze swept across the crowd, and the previously noisy group fell silent. General Xie, I don't want to see these people in the underground base of Long Country anymore. All right. General Xie was stunned, not expecting little Yu to be so strong. No wonder he could maintain a base. He also noticed that Suyu was in a bad mood, and the unexpected incident had helped them resolve the chaos. Suyu turned to leave. He could only wait for Xia Qing to arrive so he could teleport, but time was passing. Xia Qing still hadn't come. No, he couldn't wait. He entered the space, trying to forcefully teleport to Xia Qing's side. He had always been restrained and patient, but thinking about her being with that man made him feel a different emotion. A sour feeling filled his heart, swelling with pain. He felt like it was a joke, imagining Xia Qing's future, thinking that if one day the space closed, she could live well in her own world, get married, and have children. Perhaps one day she would remember him from another world. And that anxious voice of the man on the phone. He would be arriving soon, right? He was a man too, so he understood. Suddenly, the entire space erupted with dazzling light. The colorful, flowing space accelerated. That's the sun. Just now, Xia Qing's space passed by the sun. Before Suyu could comprehend what was happening, he was teleported to Xia Qing's side once again. In her time and space, there was a bright moon. Xia Qing sensed the change in space immediately when Suyu entered. She could feel it as soon as he arrived. However, unlike Suyu who saw the sun, Xiaqing saw a round moon. The red moon has turned into a normal bright moon. She still couldn't enter the space, but she could clearly sense changes when they happened. Since connecting with Suyu, the space had been constantly changing or evolving. Xiaqing didn't know what it would become in the future. The future was uncertain, but she knew that only through evolution could the truth be revealed. Qingjie, someone is here. Xiao Chuan whispered, his eyes showing a hint of alertness as he pointed to a tall black figure among the trees ahead. Xiaqing recognized the familiar black outline. She paused for a moment, her bright eyes curving into a crescent shape, and her soft voice carried evident joy.
Suyu.
The slight displeasure in Suyu's heart faded as he noticed the smile in Xiaqing's eyes. When his gaze landed on her face, all his annoyance disappeared. I'll carry him. Suyu stepped forward and took Xiao Chuan from Xiaqing without giving her a chance to object. Actually, Xiaqing had many questions for Suyu, like the recent changes in the space and how he managed to return so quickly. But with Xiao Chuan present, those questions would have to wait until they were alone, as it was a secret meant for just the two of them. No one knew they shared a special space.
Ringye.
Xiao Chuan's legs hurt. Suyu was very strong, and he couldn't resist being carried. Though Xiao Chuan didn't want Xiaqing to carry him, he believed he should be protecting her instead. Reluctantly, he looked unhappy, noticing how familiar Xiaqing seemed with the man in front of her. You have an injury on your back. Be careful not to worsen it while carrying him. Suyu's sudden comment made Xiao Chuan feel guilty and regretful.
I'm sorry, Ringye.
I promised Shioga to protect you, and now you've gotten hurt while carrying me. Xiao Chuan's voice was filled with remorse. It's okay. You've done really well. Suyu frowned slightly, his dark eyes catching the mention of Shioga. Carrying Xiao Chuan, Suyu walked behind, while Xiaqing led the way. It should be this path, right? Yes. I remember. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu and his team arrived at the location where Xiao Chuan had sent the signal, only to find that an explosion had occurred and the entire building had collapsed. The car was parked outside, and a few people were checking inside. Chu Xiu stood on a pile of cigarette butts. He arrived at the site of the explosion, confirmed the location again, and found himself leaning against the car door, smoking one cigarette after another without stopping. He didn't have the courage to go inside. On the surface, he calmly instructed his team to go in and check. However, a keen observer could still catch the slight tremor in his voice as he exhaled smoke, filling the air with a strong tobacco scent. Captain Xiu, are you okay? One of the team members noticed that Chu Xiu had already smoked a whole pack in a short time. The blue-gray smoke obscured his face, but it was clear that he looked a bit pale. Even his hand holding the cigarette was trembling slightly. In the past few days, they hadn't seen Chu Xiu like this. He had never shown fear even in the face of gunfire.
I'm fine.
Was the captain actually feeling nervous? Chu Xiu's lips straightened, clearly afraid to hear the results he didn't want to know. He turned to the side, took another cigarette from the pack to calm himself, but his hand was cold. Soon, the people inside returned one by one after their investigation. Captain Xiu, the building has been flattened by a grenade. We couldn't determine the type of grenade. The walls are in pieces. Any other findings? Chu Xiu held his breath as he asked, fearing the news he didn't want to hear.
None.
We didn't find any bodies, but we did discover a stash of weapons in the backyard. Hearing this, Chu Xiu finally relaxed. He dropped his cigarette and stamped it out, regaining his composure. He looked at the stash of weapons. These are guns made in Milan. Leave a few people to carry them all back. Understood. This is the hideout for that group of mercenaries. Yes. Once you finish moving the items, return immediately. Got it. Captain, are you going there? Before Chu Xiu could respond, he had already jumped into the jeep, ready to search for Xiaqing. He anxiously glanced at his phone. This was an encrypted message that could bypass signal sending, and only Xiao Chuan could send it. Upon receiving the text, Chu Xiu let out a big sigh of relief and threw the unfinished cigarette out the window. With the exact location in hand, he hurriedly drove off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xiaochuan was being carried by Chu Xiu, and for some reason, he didn't dare to say a word. The man in front of him had an intimidating presence, even in silence. After exchanging a few words with Sister Qing, Lu Xiaochuan felt his wound throb. So, he chose to stay quiet and had already sent an encrypted message to Chu Xiu on his phone. He just hoped that Chu Xiu would arrive soon to rescue him from this uncomfortable situation. Otherwise, the atmosphere between the two would become awkward with a third person joining. Actually, Xia Qing wasn't thinking too much. She was more worried that Xiu might suddenly disappear. If that happened, how would she explain it to Xiaochuan? Should she knock him out? Was there any medicine that could erase memories? Meanwhile, Xiaochuan was unaware that he was being watched. On the other hand, Xiu wore a gloomy expression, carrying Lu Xiaochuan in silence. Buzzing. There's the sound of a car. Hearing the car, Xia Qing immediately tensed up, gripping her weapon tightly. If they were still mercenaries, she would set off a grenade to eliminate them. It's Brother Xiu. He's here. Lu Xiaochuan felt that it was Chu Xiu approaching as he heard the car. Chu Xiu, carrying him, frowned slightly, his expression cold. The car's headlights drew closer and soon stopped in front of them. A tall man in camouflage jumped out, walking towards them against the headlights, with a scar on his left cheek. His deep, dark eyes locked onto Xia Qing, and only when he saw that she was unharmed did he seem to relax. A strong smell of smoke hit Xia Qing as Chu Xiu approached. Xia Qing, I really regret bringing you here. Chu Xiu's voice was hoarse, his stubble rough, and his eyes were bloodshot. His gaze was fixed on Xia Qing's face, and he wanted to say more but felt a chilling stare. Frowning slightly, he turned to see the man behind Xia Qing. He recognized him immediately from the photo Xia Qing had shown him. He looked even better in person than in the picture.
Impossible.
Their eyes met, sparking an electric tension in the air. The frowns and subtle smirks were the only signs of their silent confrontation as they tried to guess each other's identities and their connection to Xia Qing. The atmosphere felt thick, charged with an explosive tension. Lu Xiaochuan felt parched under the pressure, wanting to swallow but too afraid to make a sound. At first, he thought the three of them were awkward, but now it felt like a battlefield. So, his gaze unconsciously turned to Xia Qing. At the same time, Xia Qing sensed two intense stares on her. Chu Yu's gaze was deep and restrained, like a dark night sky, so profound it seemed to swallow everything. However, if one looked closely, they could see a spark deep within his eyes, like a volcano ready to erupt. Chushio looked at Xia Qing with a strong sense of possessiveness, his gaze filled with an overwhelming emotion. Neither of them spoke, and the air was thick with silence, as if they had clashed countless times before. Xia Qing also felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Chu Xiu had always wanted to know who was behind Xia Qing, and now that he saw them, he probably guessed Xiu's identity. He felt a bit worried, but thankfully, they were in the chaotic area of Myanmar. Let's take Xiaochuan back first. He's injured pretty badly. Right, let's head back. Xiaochuan just wanted to faint, but he also felt unusually alert, which was a torment. Chu Xiu carried Xiaochuan toward the passenger seat. Suddenly, a long hand blocked his path. It was Chu Xiu. The two were about the same height, so it was hard to say who had the upper hand. However, Chu Xiu looked somewhat weary at that moment. Both were special forces, their hands stained with blood over the years, and the aura of danger around them was unmatched. Especially Chu Xiu, who kept his cold demeanor in check. Even when he sensed Chu Xiu's hostility, he did not react. He knew this was not the end of the world, and he couldn't use that kind of brutality here. Moreover, even if Xiu felt a sense of crisis, he understood that this was Xia Qing's friend. He wouldn't cause trouble for her. Chu Xiu felt very displeased because this man was strong and handsome. Powerful men resonate with each other. He didn't understand why he felt this way. At first, he only saw Xia Qing as an employer, but after observing her, he realized she could be a partner. Some feelings are hard to explain, and emotions are even more difficult to articulate. The sound of their first meeting, a heart-fluttering action, a subtle touch. A glance felt like a lifetime, love at first sight. It's possible to become interested in someone, even to fall in love with them. Love has no reason and cannot be controlled. Sometimes, you don't even realize when it leaves a deep mark on you. It's like a magnet. A person can attract you in many ways, making you want to be close to them without even thinking. Xiu and Chushio are quite similar in some ways, but they're also extremely different in others. Xiu is calm and composed, while Chushio can be impulsive. Years ago, he rushed into a prison to confront a criminal about to face the death penalty. It was a matter of revenge. Xiao Chuan is hurt, so it's not convenient for him to sit in the front. The back is more spacious. Okay, I'll sit in the back then. Lu Xiao Chuan obediently climbed into the back seat. Then I'll sit in the back too. Xia Qing quickly joined Lu Xiao Chuan in the back. If this were a drama, she would enjoy watching two evenly matched people compete. But right now it was about her. It was better not to get involved, especially since she was worried that Chu Xiu might discover something. After all, Xiu has no official identity. Xiu frowned slightly and got into the passenger seat with long strides. Chu Xiu glanced at Xiu's profile. His features were sharp, his gaze deep, and his skin quite smooth. Xiu was not only an ability user but also an evolved one, having consumed enhancement liquids and absorbed crystal beads daily, which made his physique unique. The situation has been resolved. The rebel army has surrendered. In a couple of days, once things stabilize, you can sign the contract anytime. What about the mercenaries? I saw many civilians were killed. Tomorrow, many places in this city will likely be draped in white wreaths. They did it on purpose. The border with Myanmar is chaotic, and many refugees have already fled to the border of Huaxia. The unrest has been significant. If Xia Qing could see the news, she would know that the situation has been trending in the country these past few days. The chaos in Myanmar has led to refugees being oppressed at the border, and even videos of terrorists attacking the people of Myanmar were released, though they were quickly banned from airing. Thinking about this gave Chu Xiu a headache, but thankfully, the situation in Myanmar has been resolved, and an agreement has been reached with the Myanmar government. The northern part of Myanmar will now be under their jurisdiction. Chu Xiu has been appointed as the commander of the northern Myanmar army, and Xia Qing has been appointed as the deputy commander. As for why Xia Qing was chosen, the deputy commander's main responsibility is to develop the economy. With Xia Qing's wealth and the support of the man behind her, the northern part of Myanmar, which is very underdeveloped, needs significant growth after this conflict. Moreover, Xia Qing is also a citizen of Huaxia and not part of the government military. He finished speaking and glanced at Suyu's expression in the rearview mirror. Suyu looked calm and indifferent, which made Chu Xiu even more curious. Who exactly is Suyu? If he is truly behind Xia Qing, could he also be from Huaxia? It seems he needs to investigate further. How long has it been since you rested? Your voice sounds hoarse. Are you concerned about me? Xia Qing shot him a glance in the rearview mirror. Was Chu Xiu acting strangely these days? A hoarse voice can be attractive, but Chu Xiu's sounded more sickly. Then, the car fell silent. The quiet was so intense that they could hear each other's breathing. Lu Xiaochuan was feeling quite tired, but the oddly tense atmosphere kept him alert. He just couldn't sleep. Xia Qing couldn't help but steal glances at Suyu. She hoped he wouldn't suddenly disappear. If that happened, she wouldn't know how to explain. In the apocalypse, disappearing could be easily justified because everyone had abilities. In her world, if that happened, she might be captured for research. Besides, Chu Xiu's identity was not just an ordinary mercenary.
Xia Qing. Xia Qing.
Two voices called her name at the same time, one sounding hoarse and rough, the other smooth and pleasant. These two either stayed silent or called her together. I'm a bit tired. I'll take a nap. Xia Qing was actually quite alert, but she didn't want to talk right now, so she chose to pretend she didn't hear. I've prepared the identity information you wanted, mister.
So.
Suyu frowned slightly, and Xia Qing's eyes brightened, suddenly feeling awake. That's great. Where is it? It will take some time to send it over. There's no need to rush. Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Mr. Su, you seem to be one of us from Huaxia. Chushio kept one hand on the wheel, looking ahead while glancing at Suyu. The car was a bit bumpy outside, and the atmosphere inside was tense. Suyu could tell that Chu Xiu was testing him with his words. Before he could respond, Xiaqing spoke up first. Chu Xiu, you're just helping me with this. I'll pay you, and you don't need to know anything else. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. But Chu Xiu's expression darkened immediately. Lu Xiaochuan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. It wasn't that he wanted to sleep. He felt like the air in the car was running out. Why did it feel hard to breathe? He couldn't take deep breaths anymore. Injured physically and mentally tormented as well. Chushio tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his face growing darker. Beside him, Suyu remained calm, and it was unclear what he was thinking. The atmosphere grew even more tense, and the car sped up. The roads in Myanmar were already difficult, lacking proper infrastructure, and only consisting of dirt paths. After frequent use, they became recognizable routes, but they still weren't easy to navigate. On this rough road, the car reached a speed of 120 miles per hour. The two men were silent. One was driving with one hand while the other remained steady, like a mountain. Eventually, Chu Xiu took out a cigarette, intending to light it to calm his nerves while driving. However, a large hand pressed down on him. He remembered that Xiaqing disliked the smell of smoke. "Don't smoke in the car," came the emotionless reply. Chu Xiu tried to push the hand away, but was surprised by Suyu's strength. The two men were silently competing. "We've arrived. Hurry and get Xiao Chuan inside." Lu Xiaochuan exhaled and immediately felt more alert. Finally, they had arrived. He opened the car door, ignoring the pain in his leg, and quickly left the oppressive atmosphere. Xiaqing, Xiaochuan. Lanyu had been waiting there for a while, unable to sleep with Dabin. "Xiaochuan is hurt. Lanyu, please check on him again." "Okay." Dabin quickly carried Lu Xiaochuan into the house. Once Siu saw Xiaqing exit the car, he finally let go. As he stepped out, Chu Xiu frowned slightly and got out of the car, feeling his hand was a bit numb. He must have been too tired lately. Inside the house, Lu Xiaochuan felt the weight of everyone's attention for the first time. "There's nothing serious. The bullet has been removed, and the wound is well taken care of. Now you just need to rest. You should stay in bed for the next couple of days and avoid moving," Lanyu advised after examining him. Thanks to Suyu, he helped remove the bullet in time, Xiaqing said to Xiaochuan. "Thank you." Lu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude. Lanyu immediately noticed Suyu, as attractive people tend to draw attention. Moreover, Suyu had striking features that made it hard to look away. His presence was commanding, with a straight posture and a hint of a military demeanor. "Chu Xiu, where did you find this teammate?" "I don't know him," Chu Xiu replied coldly. "This is Suyu, my friend," Xiaqing introduced. Upon hearing that the handsome man was Xiaqing's friend, Lanyu quickly shifted from admiration to a more reserved demeanor. "There shouldn't be any issues tonight. In a couple of days, the situation in Myanmar will calm down. Once I'm done with this work, I'll take you to the jade factory. Let's officially sign the contract." "Okay." Hearing about the jade market made Xiaqing quite happy, as this was the ultimate goal. Once she secured this, she would have control over the jade mine. However, she still needed to choose the right people to manage the two jade mines. She would have to find them herself. While at the base, she heard about a testing device that could help her select a group of people. "Xiu, you've been working hard for a long time, so take a good rest." "By the way, Lanyu, could you prepare a room for Suyu?" "No, I'll leave first." As soon as Suyu said this, Xiaqing immediately understood his meaning. "Then hurry and go." When Chu Xiu heard Xiaqing's straightforward tone, he seemed relieved that Suyu was leaving. Suyu nodded slightly and walked away. "Are you really letting him go? The area is chaotic right now and it's late." Lanyu was confused. Wasn't this person a friend of Xiaqing? Not long after Suyu left the door, he was pushed back. "It's fine. He has other things to do." How should she explain? Would they meet again in another world? "Xiaqing, is he your boyfriend?"
No.
"Really not? Can I pursue him?" with that figure and looks. And his voice is so nice. He must sing well. Not only does he look strong, but he also has a star-like appearance. Linuan didn't like men who looked too thin or too heavy. Either their proportions were off or they seemed weak. Linuan preferred men who were stronger than her. Xia Qing didn't expect Linuan to be so bold. She was brave in love and hate. Earlier, when she didn't know their relationship, Linuan was reserved. Now that she knew they weren't in a romantic relationship, Linuan openly admitted her interest. Is he really that handsome? Chu Xiu frowned, surprised that Linuan was so focused on looks. Had she never met someone good-looking before? Hearing this, Xia Qing felt a bit uncomfortable. In the past, during the apocalypse, she had never seen Sia with other women. She didn't notice anything back then, but now her friend had just met him once and wanted to pursue him? You just met? So what? Isn't attraction often based on looks? He's so handsome, and his aura is exactly what I like. First, win him over. If it fits, then it's forever. If not, just enjoy the moment. Having beauty, a good figure, and a nice voice is a happy thing, even if it's just for a while. It's better than never having it, right? Anyway, she doesn't expect her job to lead to a lasting romance. Xia Qing felt shaken by Linuan's views on love and sensed a hint of crisis. I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to rest. Linuan seemed unaware that Xia Qing was feeling off. Okay, go rest. Chu Xiu didn't leave immediately. She held onto Xia Qing.
Can we talk?
About the jade mine's follow-up. Xia Qing wasn't really in the mood, but when she heard it was about the mine, she perked up. Sure. The two went to the yard. It was late at night. Silence surrounded them, with stars twinkling in the sky. Most people at the jade mine are either trafficked or deceived. What do you plan to do with them? Naturally, we'll release them. Since we're taking over the mine, we'll do it properly. If you let them go, the mine will definitely be short-staffed. That's okay. We can take our time. All she needed was the mine's name. Behind her was a source of or from another world, which was her true wealth. After all, that place was already in a post-apocalyptic state, making such things useless there. Gems are valuable when appreciated. Otherwise, they are just stones. Chu Xiu knew she had chosen the right person. The northern area of Myanmar would stabilize in the future, and chaos would no longer occur. In a few days, your appointment as the deputy military officer for northern Myanmar will be finalized. Chu Xiu really keeps her promises? Xia Qing thought she was just being given empty promises. She doubted she would have much real power. Does the northern area overlap with Myanmar? Not exactly. You can call it a special zone, managing itself, but it's still part of Myanmar. Xia Qing nodded. The economy of northern Myanmar will need your development. So, I'll have to come here often? Yes, China will grant you special transit privileges. With northern Myanmar stabilized, China would be the one controlling it, ensuring stability and managing nearby border countries. The more stable Myanmar becomes, the stricter the management will be, and since China can't intervene directly, northern Myanmar can handle it. This is truly a brilliant strategy. Previously, northern Myanmar was a paradise for scams and on earth for the people of China. In the future, northern Myanmar will be a sharp blade behind China, a hidden weapon to protect the borders. The turmoil at the border will greatly reduce the pressure on China from Milan. However, they won't give up easily and will likely create unrest in nearby countries to continue applying pressure on China. It's all about interests, mainly oil and natural gas. Xia Qing, that person is very dangerous. No matter what your relationship is with him, I hope you keep your distance. After all, he doesn't even have a nationality. With his age and demeanor, he has the alertness of a soldier. He is not an ordinary person. Without a nationality, he is either hidden or has been expelled. I understand. I assure you he won't pose any threat to China, so don't worry. Besides, there are many people in this world without a nationality, right? Some even live on the sea without any land. Aren't they still alive? He just doesn't belong to this time and space, but she wouldn't tell anyone that. Because the historical paths of China and another country's trajectory are similar, and the language is the same, it's natural for Su Yu to be thought of as Chinese. Remember to send me his nationality when you find out. Also, while I really enjoy building my career like you, I have my beliefs. Having a country means having a home, right? So, I can assure you that Su Yu won't pose any threat to China. Without the protection of a country, he would have been consumed long ago. This is something everyone understands.
Ha.
Chu Xiu didn't respond because he knew he couldn't hide it anymore, but he didn't intend to keep his identity a secret forever. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He had been lonely for a long time and knew he would always be this way. He willingly took on the role of a guardian in the dark night. But there was one person who understood him. Even a lonely person can feel like there is a light shining on them. Okay, I want to believe you. You can go back and rest now. Your eyes are red from staying up. Xiaqing turned to leave, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the intense gaze of Chu Xiu just now. After a while, Lanyu came out and had overheard their conversation. Xiuge, do you like Xiaqing? Lanyu was a bit shocked. Did Chu Xiu actually have feelings for someone? She thought this crazy person would never find love and would just seek revenge and guard the border alone. Did your eyes see me liking Xiaqing? We were just discussing the next steps. Didn't you hear everything? Are you not concerned about Su Yu?
Chu Xiu đã quen, sợ tu bên si lên.
Lanyu is a doctor who has studied psychology. Just now, Chushio looked at Su Yu with eyes full of anger, almost like fire. In contrast, that man appeared calm, and she couldn't see any signs of emotion on his face. This made her curious. Be careful of Akin's people. You've just settled the chaos in the Myanmar region and are about to be appointed as the military commander. Soon your information will spread. They might come after you. If you truly care, you should think carefully. Aren't you the one who is infatuated with the man you just met today? Chu Xiu scoffed. Inner qualities are just as important as looks, Chu Xiu said with a cold snort. I'm different. I have no ties. Chu Xiu has family, and so does Xiaqing. Don't forget, Xiaqing has family. This statement weighed heavily on Chu Xiu's heart. Go take a shower and get some sleep. Your presence is overwhelming. The smell of smoke mixed with a hint of blood lingered in the air. Chu Xiu, feeling insulted, turned cold and went upstairs to tidy up. Remember to shave your beard. He met that person for the first time today, and it was quite a shock, wasn't it? The person looked better than in the photos, which was the biggest surprise. Lanyu, find me some medicine for my throat. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, she recalled a term, duck voice. Although Chu Xiu wasn't that bad, he was getting close.
Okay.
Lanyu shook her head, hoping Chu Xiu wouldn't go crazy. He was too reckless. This is why, after much consideration, they ultimately assigned this task to Chu Xiu. It's difficult. Who would dare to be a mercenary without being a little crazy? Who could quickly establish themselves in the Myanmar region? He had a bit of obsession in his heart, hoping Chu Xiu could control himself. Otherwise, should she take the opportunity to give him some calming medicine? If Chu Xiu loses control, everyone suffers. However, those who come here have also been trained in mental resilience. Xiaqing entered the room, went through a set of confidentiality procedures, and quickly stepped into the space. Su Yu was already waiting for him. Aren't you going to sleep? I'll sleep in a bit. I just drank a bottle of stamina-boosting liquid. In the base, she was the only one who could treat it like a drink. Didn't you say you wanted to transport people to the military base?
Yeah.
Both of their tones were somewhat heavy, as if they had both been affected by something. Xiaqing transported people several times before finally getting everyone to the military base. The military base in Siang City is surrounded by desert. Usually, after a few transports, Xiaqing would feel a bit weak. This time, however, she felt fine after finishing the transport. Xiaqing, I saw the sun in the space. Su Yu, I saw the full moon in the space. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. The sun? The moon? I clearly saw the moon, the white moon. No, I saw the golden sun, and looking at it doesn't hurt my eyes. What's going on? They shouldn't be feeling confused. On either end of the space, one connects to the moon and the other to the sun. I suddenly have a bold idea. We are in parallel dimensions, and the boundary between the moon and the sun is this space? Do you remember when you awaken this space? Suyu asked the key question. I don't remember. I only recall colorful lights. Most children who awaken their space probably tell their parents. In fact, she had told Yang Xia, but she couldn't bring anything into the space when Yang Xia was present. Later, after watching a memorable movie, she was afraid of being seen as different and kept it hidden. Being cautious, she always considered herself an ordinary person until another voice entered her space. Both of them underwent tremendous changes. They became each other's lucky charm. She became wealthy overnight, and Xi survived as well.